I would say, for this
Wow.
team. Like, the way that it lets you split up fights is very important. But I remember XM in an interview, like, ages ago, he said, if you give us SF, we will win with SF, and then you will ban SF. So they still value it. We've not seen a huge amount of success from the hero, but I feel like when we have seen it, it's been picked in scenarios where they needed other stuff. They needed some spirit type hero, and then SF was picked as the answer there. And I don't think it's that. I think if you draft an entire draft around SF, it's very good, especially if you can also flex it into the carry position.
Yeah, we saw yesterday NGX having Medusa and Shadowfin. It didn't really work out for them, so I think Shadowfin definitely needs a specific setup. You can't have too greedy cores, because he also takes a good amount of farm. He also wants heroes to go in. He wants these active type of heroes, especially from the off lane, maybe even an active carry, because this hero is going to be carrying, if we're talking about Shadowfin from the mid role, and XM did play it 3 times so far and did win every single game on it.
He's probably better slightly as a mid hero right now after the little nerfs that he had in the last patch. But we'll see. I think it's still open as a flex for them. And I think I'd like to also mention that the fact that whenever you're playing high-level dollar like this, it's very important to have control over the mid section of the map. Something like SF or Sniper, you shove the wave out and you can pressure the tower. I think this is something that maybe actually felt like it brought them success in previous series, especially when they had the sniper. So they're trying to find a hero which you can pick early, but also not get countered, right? Because we talked a little bit about the sniper, where you don't really want to open the draft with until you see your matchup.
Yeah.
I think SF has a little bit more leeway with that because you can move it to the carry.
Both of the teams are putting a lot of pressure, having I would say this is a flex pick for P-Vision.
I agree.
I think they're trying to bait this potential sniper that could come out, something that we've seen yesterday that they did against the same matchup. And I kind of feel it that this could be position 4 or position 5 Invoker that they want to run if it gets countered.
I was thinking the exact same thing, because I do think that Invoker, with the current way that you play him, getting the Dom, you're playing around Cold Snap, tons of summons, it's very good against SF, because SF mid wants to go Blink and Yasha and Kaya. He doesn't get the BKB until later on, so it's almost impossible to get the Requiem off because of all of Invoker's stuns. So because of that, maybe XG is thinking, okay, this is going to be an Invoker mid, but of course, there was a while there, 9 class was playing Invoker. In pro-level pubs before this tournament, Invoker was a 4 position, not a mid laner. People were playing
it's also the fact that you can easily gank the SF if SF is mid as Invoker support. You have the Tornado and the Cold Step, like you guys mentioned. So I feel like we're probably going to see maybe actually move away from that and move him to the carry, which is more safer right now.
Yeah.
Considering all the options they have. But the other option is also to go for like really, really strong supports like Clock. Plus, you need supports that can secure the runes and protect the SF in the mid lane. Those are the supports that I'm going to be definitely looking at.
I do love the bans coming out from Extreme Gaming, by the way. I just want to take note that that was the exact same ban opening that Falcons did against them yesterday when they beat them in that game number 3. And then, of course, you continue it on. You want to take out more of 9-class hero pool, the Pudge, the Act, just everything that is too annoying.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of ET. ET on the main stage of TI, he does have 100% win rate over 6 games for a good reason. This is something that has been paired up with another team fighting offlaner, especially like these Marses that can keep them in place, so ET lands a really good stun on top of them. It's also a hero that amplifies your damage, so you have Invoker as well, could be insanely good.
It's also a block pick, right? Because XG really likes to play this hero.
And they've looked really good on it. Teamfight counter initiators is exactly how they like to play.
Yeah, on the other hand, I feel like these 2 heroes, the ET and Invoker, they're both kind of weak against something like Clockwork, So I would like to see a Clockwork here, probably like dealing with both of these heroes from Paravision, and the Clockwork also serves as a bodyguard for the SF, regardless of where the SF is going to lane, mid or carry.
Did you guys like the clock when it was seen yesterday on the side of P-Vision?
The Clockwork?
Yeah, because Winter was just talking about it.
Yeah,
I
think
potentially be picked up, and
I think Clockwork through this whole tournament has looked like a very strong hero. People have gotten a lot better at utilizing the cog knockback. I think just in general, people have skilled up when it comes to Clock. It's probably just an underrated hero coming into this. Warlock SF lane seems a little weird, right?
Yeah, it's not the partner that you want to have with Shadowfin, because usually he doesn't have a problem with the sustain. So most likely,
And also
towards the Shadowfin being mid.
Yeah, and also SF doesn't like to push out the wave in the safe lane, right? Because
Yeah.
Warlock, you're gonna use Fatal Bond. So I think the lane probably is not that great. So
Right.
yeah, like probably it's gonna go mid, like what Lacoste mentioned here.
And the reason I bring up the Warlock is because Clockwork would also be 5 position, but they go for Nyx.
Wow, this is... I mean, Warlock and Nyx is a very, very good combination because Warlock is a team fight hero, and Nyx kind of does the other thing, right? Because whenever you're playing into Warlock, you're trying to dodge, you're trying to avoid
Yeah.
the rock, and Nyx hunts you down.
Nyx pretty much makes up for everything the Warlock lacks, and Warlock does the same thing for Nyx.
It's a very rare hero that we get to see. It's only been twice at this tournament that we've gotten to see it. 1 win, 1 loss for itself.
It's a big counter to Elder Titan.
Yes.
So it really makes it very, very difficult for Elder Titan to set up his storms. And obviously also really good against the Invoker here. But the downside of Nyx is he is very, very weak in the lane after they remove the one-shotting creeps, you know.
Yes, there is no recovery mechanism for Nyx Assassin now. You need to have a good lane.
All right.
Wow. Enigma and Void Spirit here.
Well, we're going to get some epic team fights in this match, I can tell you that much.
I also want to see which one of these two heroes is going to be played as a position 4, either Void Spirit or Invoker. I mean, we did see yesterday position 5 Enigma from KJ. It did look insanely good because he was stacking 3 camps at the same time, making sure that enemies are not getting the stacks and still being able to scale into the mid and late game with the itemization that he was going for.
You know, in the green room a while ago, somebody said 9 class is going to play Void Spirit today. So maybe that's what we're going to see here.
Well, who said that? You can't just say somebody said that.
Somebody, I'm not going to reveal who it
No,
is.
that's
Oh, it's
fair.
a-
You gotta
it's
keep
a
your
secret.
sources.
Okay, I
So
see.
you think it's more likely to be a Void Spirit that's going
Maybe,
to
you know,
support than an Invoker?
Because they've been really theory crafting about what melee heroes could replace the Slug.
Okay,
Monkey King.
I understand.
It's
that
one of the
Nyx now.
most difficult heroes to beat catch. Like, it's almost impossible to catch Void Spirit. Kind of fits what 9 class wants to do. Be very annoying. You have 2 Astral Step charges. You have the Simulate as well, so very difficult to catch. Be annoying. If you get the shard, you can farm the camp. You just put down 1 Remnant and you're going to be getting the farm. But to your point, Jenkins, about this Dawnbreaker, I assume they pick Nyx Assassin to block the Dawnbreaker and then take it for themselves.
I think so. You cannot pick Dawn into Nyx. It's like Nyx Silencer, but Warlock and Elder Titan had already been picked, and Silencer is played as a 5. So they picked the only 4 position that counters Dawnbreaker that PV is willing to play, that 9 class is willing to play, which is Nyx Assassin, and then they get the Dawnbreaker uncountered. And we saw yesterday in the Heroic Series how strong Dawnbreaker can look, especially into Enigma as a counter to the Black Hole. There's straight up nothing you can do. It's an AoE disable global BKB piercing.
I mean, you're not winning that team fight against the Rock, the SF Requiem, and the Dawn coming down, you know. It's so difficult. And at the same time, why their draft is so solid right now, if you don't take the team fight, there's a Nyx hunting you with the Solar Guardian.
With the Dawn coming in, yeah, exactly.
It is
It's gonna
so
be such
hard.
a cheap setup that they can get the kills pretty much anywhere on the
Yeah.
map. But also looking at the P-Visions draft, you do have a lot of team fight as well. Invoker with the Cataclysm, ET, Ulti, and
It takes time,
as well.
though.
But it does take time. I think this lineup is a bit on the slower side. If it's going to be Invoker from the mid lane, which I think it's going to be, with the Helm of the Dom in this Void Spirit position 4, it's still going to give you a good time. You're going to hit Enigma, you're building into Helm, you're building into drums, these type of items, you're building into potentially a pipe. You just want to be tanking up, and then you're going to hit the crucial timing with all these summons, all these zoos, and you're going to be ready to take the fight, but it needs a little bit more time.
Yeah, I agree. I do think an Invoker mid lane looks better here. All of the things that we talked about against the SF, Cold Snap, the small instances of damage, like all very good against Dawnbreaker as well. She ults in, Invoker drops a Meteor plus Cold Snap, like she can definitely feed. Whereas a Void Spirit, you're kind of initiating, and Dawnbreaker ult can counter that initiation, so you probably want to put that on less of an important role. I also feel like for 9 class, Void Spirit makes a lot of sense. He's really hard to kill. You just need to get level 6. That's the only concern here, is that he can't really run around pre-level 6 and be invulnerable like he could on Monkey King by jumping on the trees.
I mean, the issue with the Void Spirit is like he seems like a very different replacement for the Slug and Monkey, right? Because the way you set up for the ganks, I think it's a lot harder as a Void Spirit. Like you see someone, you have to jump in and then land your Aether Remnant, and the disable is not as reliable, I would say, as a Slug or Monkey King. So I think the execution level of this hero, if it's indeed a position 4, is going to be way, way higher.
Something else that 9 Class is doing on these heroes is the vision game, right? That's something that at least Void Spirit is pretty good to do. And a Phantom Lancer.
Oh, Ame, what are you doing?
He just knows how to deliver on the main stage. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much in the way of clearing the PL illusion.
And also, it's a very good lane matchup into the Enigma, which I suspect is the biggest reason they wanted the Phantom Lancer here. And it's also really good against the Invoker. You dodge the spells, you can land the combo.
Vision will need some AoE, something that can build into Battle Fury. I'm thinking about, you know, these jugs maybe. They played a lot of Kunkka in the safe lane a couple of months back. He builds into Radiance, not the best thing against Nyx Assassin, but you have Cleave, you have Radiance against PL Illusions. Could be something that they are going to be willing to pick up.
Yeah, if you're thinking about jugs, I think you should focus on the draft, but maybe Juggernaut or Lifestealer? Like you've Radiance against the PL.
And you have the Rage against the Nyx. Yeah, there you go.
It felt really good against the other heroes of Extreme Gaming, and I think against PL, it's an okay matchup. It's decent. You know, you can slowly clear through all the illusions, like kite the fight for long enough to kill the PL.
But the thing you have to worry about is the BKB piercing disable from the Dawn and the Warlock, which is going to be very, very annoying for the Lifestealer in the team fights.
Yeah, 100%. And I do think there comes a point in Dota where Lifestealer does not answer PL. Once he has enough items, once he has a pipe to back him up, so the Radiance is clearing through the illusions and revealing who the real PL is, I do think that late game, PL destroys Lifestealer.
But are they going to be able to get there, right? We've seen Phantom Lancer only one time so far. It did not have any success, and it felt like because you were able to close the game out a lot earlier than those items required for PL, he needs a lot of time.
I mean, I don't think they need to get there though. I think in the early stages, their team fight with the SF, Warlock, and Dawn is just going to be enough to carry them through the game. They're going to get the objectives easily, get Roshan on their hand, and the game does not have to get to late game for the PL to beat the Lifestealer.
I will say, when played from ahead, I do really like Lifestealer against PL. And let me just read some of Satanic's records real quick. These are records across all TIs. He's #1 for least deaths, #1 for GPM, #1 for XP per minute, #1 for last hits per minute. This guy is good. If somebody's going to be ahead, it's him.
It's definitely him. I think this game is going to be very, very slow. I think we're going to be seeing only a couple of kills in the first 10 minutes, and that's going to benefit both of the teams. I also feel that Jinkyu will need to do a lot of work because he is pretty much the only stun. He's going to be setting things up. Sure, you have Warlock ulti, you have Dawnbreaker ulti, but he needs to be the one
Everything's
in the front line. Pretty much everything is a follow-up.
All right. I like where you guys are putting this. It feels like there's going to be so much on the line about these lanes, exactly how this game is going to go out. But I want to get some words of confidence from one of our team's coaches, and that's Estinian Slacks.
Absolutely, words of confidence coming from this man many times before in this tournament. Just as the first one. You feeling confident now?
Yes, it's impossible not to feel with this energy from the crowd, South Americans, Brazilians, CIS, everyone cheering for us. Thanks, guys.
Impossible to fail. You know, that's not what everybody says. I've been reading a few threads. Says, you know, ban the Slark, ban the Monkey, or playing against Paravision, easy win. Do you agree with that?
This TI team is stars aligned. I thought Nigma would win, and then they lose. And then I have no option of hero. They ban full hero pool. Then I look, everything purple, and it's Void Spirit. They didn't count with it.
That's a coach right there. I look around, see something in the room, and go, that seems like a good hero. Hell yeah, I like that.
You came dressed for it.
Yes, thank you. I am actually Void Spirit. I'm glad I can motivate you, my friend. All right, let's get serious here for a second, though. We do have some pretty interesting picks here. Phantom Lancer, what the hell is this? I would never ask that to the director. Do you have any idea what they're planning with that hero, and are you ready for it?
We tried 2 times ourselves. We always lost. Maybe they make it work. I'd be happy to see it work on the sense PL can work, then I play next game, but I think it will not.
Okay, does not think it's going to work. All right. Now, I know I'm not supposed to ask a father about his children, who's his favorite child, but out of the team here, come on, you got to make one choice. Who's going to be your MVP on this game to get you a first win?
9 class.
9 class! All right, we'll see it. Will he be the 9 class that we've seen so many times before, or that position 7 Centaur? We'll find out very shortly. Thank you so much, my friend. It was a pleasure to see you, and we'll get it to game number 1.
Thank you very much there, Saxon.
Thank you,
Indeed.
Slax.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Barclays Arena. Let's get into the action here. The lower bracket final, it of course is Extreme Gaming up against P-Vision and Fog. We're getting some exciting heroes coming from the final day of the International. 9 class bringing out this Void Spirit. Obviously on the side of Extreme Gaming, we're getting an Arme PL. I think we saw the stat, it's only been picked once in this tournament. Did not win.
Nope.
Arme, he's ready to try and show us how it's done.
I mean, we're in for a treat here, right? We have masterminds, of course, from both coaches, but so many iconic heroes coming in. Even though, like you said, we don't see the PL too much, a lot of these players do love to play it. It just unfortunately doesn't work in a lot of situations nowadays. But we're in for a treat for sure. Look at all the team fight we've got, Owen. Some of these games, they've gone, I mean, most of these games have gone quite long. And if this one does go long, holy moly, look at the wombo combos that can come in, right? We've got Exard Invoker, so we have the potential for the Cataclysms later on with Black Hole. And then, of course, from the side of XG, Fatal Bonds with the Dawnbreaker, with the SF. Let's see who can execute better.
And talking about some of these other heroes that we haven't really been seeing too much, you know, Jinkyu has had some insane games yesterday. He was popping off time and time again. Definitely given them the confidence to bring in something that we just haven't been seeing that much as well. The Nyx Assassin. I mean, why haven't we been seeing this hero? And what do you think's made it this game for the one that Jinkyu said, hey, give me the Nyx Assassin?
I think Panel touched on it pretty well there, right? They were trying to cover and make sure that this Dawnbreaker can have a good time, but also with what he had seen already, he saw the ET and the Invoker. So a pretty good matchup in terms of mid-game and late game for that Nyx Assassin to disrupt combos. Top lane.
So we're going to be able to trade back pretty nicely here with the punches of Dakalis.
And you were asking also, sorry, why we don't see it as much. The weak lane, right? That's just what's always been the case. After they removed the Mind Flare, one-shotting those creeps to have that recovery outlet, it did make it a lot more difficult to play the Nyx Assassin in some situations.
And the PL, so why are other carries not touching this hero? It feels like they're not even considering it. I mean, we heard from Astini, right? He himself didn't have a lot of faith in this hero. So he's, of course, going to be watching with, it feels like, the rest of the world to just see what PL can do as a carry in this day and age.
On paper, we've seen, especially in pubs, it's been running rampant. It's winning a ton of games just because once the game gets to these later stages, it can be very difficult just to deal with these illusions. You tend to just run out of steam with your draft, which could potentially happen if this PL gets too far ahead or if the game gets too late and the Lifestealer isn't ahead in particular, right? It could be pretty problematic. There's ways to stop the Black Hole. There's ways to prevent the Invoker from getting spells off as XXS.
They're going to have the Sunstrike. It's going to connect onto Jinkyu. Got the Spike Carapace up with the Blood Grenade. That'll do it to Carlos. Laying down the Blood Grenades here to get that first blood secured.
A very, very strong lane that P-Vision has set themselves up top. Pretty much completely countering the Dawn and the Nyx in terms of laning phase.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it. I mean, we're seeing, right, you know, XXS and Jinkyu, they can step up, drop their spells, but if the burst of those combos doesn't get the kill, the right clicks and the chase down from Dakalis and Satanic, it feels like it's going to win out pretty much all the time.
It really should, honestly. The problem with Nyx Assassin, like we were saying, with their laning phase, he hates laning versus strength melee heroes. Yep. It just is the case.
He's got to be a bit cautious here. Getting caught, stepped up, the Sunstrike off the mark,
close.
But he will still be chased out here.
And look at Jinkyu, he's hugging XXS with the Carapace to try to reflect that Sunstrike back. Off the mark there slightly though, no one. As we get the chance to look at these other lanes, XM versus no one, having a very good time so far. And same thing for bottom. We're seeing that PL, Ame, feeling no threat versus the Void Spirit and the Enigma so far here. As I don't think he will. That's probably why they also wanted this PL. They see the lane, it's a Void Spirit Enigma, and they have a Warlock, which is going to keep him completely sustained in the lane. So Ame is set up for success to get that farm.
Overall, if he does get this good start, hits these timings as the PL, you know, how well kitted out is P-Vision's lineup to deal with a farmed Phantom Lancer in the later stages of the game?
Later, in very late game, it can be very problematic. The one really good thing that they have is the ET and the Invoker combos, right? ET, we saw yesterday what Natural Order can do in later stages, especially when you're versus a hard agility carry, since it puts you to 0 for that armor if you don't have any plus armor. So can make a difference for a Lifestealer to focus fire, and also the spells are going to clear those illusions maybe a bit easier than some other games.
As we're sitting in the mid, no one doing well to be able to match the last hits really of XM, but overall the pressure from XM continuously keeping the wave shoved in. It's getting to the point now where he's starting to get a few hits onto that tower. So rotation coming in from 9 class.
This top lane, XXS is getting 0 CS. He's at 9-1. He was at 8-1 2 minutes ago, and immediately they're just constantly pushing him off the lane. So the problem of that dual lane, dual melee,
it's going to be a rough start for him. It's almost to the point where it's going to require some sort of big play to happen as soon as he hits the 6, so he can get involved somewhere else and pick up some action.
No, absolutely.
From this lane, unlikely to be finding anything too much with how Ducalis and Satanic are playing it against him.
And we do have to mention, right? Xingqiu and XXS kind of have been pretty strong dictators of mid-game.
They've crushed a lot of lanes.
They've been amazing in a lot of these games to get XG to a good purpose.
Yeah,
and if XXS has no game...
Sunstrike coming in.
He might...
He's right-clicked with Ducalis.
Super close to dying there. Ducalis having boots and windlace already this early is proving to be very problem. This is a level 3 Dawnbreaker, Owen.
This has got to be one of the roughest starts we've seen XXS have here on the main stage, right?
I think it's the roughest start in the entire tournament that I've seen from him so far. So that lane in particular looking fantastic for P-Vision.
Oh yeah, Satanic is having an absolute dream of a time. Still in the mid. Xingqiu able to make himself useful as he turns up, helps out XM take out a kill on Ducalis.
So far, 9 class, literally just been stacking neutrals. He's just running around. He was trying to manipulate creep waves, but now it's just been the stack game. DM, the nice thing about this Enigma pick versus the PL and the Warlock is it's a very passive lane from PL Warlock, so DM isn't getting sacked down here, even though this, the Void Spirit isn't really doing too much just yet. As we see no one, put the point in the Wex, he'll meteor the camp, and they'll give the Void Spirit the mid lane to make sure that 9 class can get something at the least here. But he won't get any CS.
And talking about 9 class, obviously this was expected that he was going to be trying something different after his sort of 2 main roaming melee supports that he has been winning game after game on get banned out. In this case, of course, being the Monkey King and the Slark. Do you sort of see the concept behind the support Void Spirit?
Not as much as some of the other options that we have seen. I think there's some interesting potential with the Call of the Void that is untested, but we'll have to see.
Battle for the Wisdom. We're going to have Satanic and Ducalis pushing on. TP's coming in. XXS, he's going to get taken out. XM will turn up to make sure that P-Vision pay for this one, but not before they take out a second kill, P-Vision. I mean, they're going to have to try and deal with Satanic, but he's still not that easy to take out, as he's going to be able to step across. He's got Infest at the ready, so he'll be able to hop into the creep. XM at least will secure the Shrine of Wisdom for them, but the Sunstrike coming in. Satanic essentially getting the cleanup on what pretty much was, 4 heroes that he's getting the XP from. I mean, they may have got the XP from the Wisdom on XG, but overall, Satanic absolutely coming out on top of this.
That's a lot of extra health already for this Lifestealer.
And the game for XXS just continues to crumble.
That is an unbelievable start for this Lifestealer, and it's a hero, as we said, versus PL. You want to be ahead. He's going to have really good timing on this Radiance.
Oh, yeah.
Getting kills like that. The Lotus, as we saw coming into play massively, heals up his mana HP, has that creep, and wow.
I mean, that's huge. The tips coming out between the two of them, Satanic and Ducalis, because they know that they have absolutely crushed the start of this game in that top lane.
Absolutely, and DM, he's actually getting pressure on this bottom
This is
tower.
a lot, 8 minutes in.
This is a phenomenal start for the side of P-Vision, even though, as we said, Ame is having a free farm start. That death on XM hurts a ton. A tower drops. This is a crazy early game here so far from P-Vision. Yeah, as you said, XXS, how's he going to recover? Level 4 Dawnbreaker, almost 9 minutes in. Rarely see this from these offlaners to get sacked this hard, to get punished this hard.
And if P-Vision are able to sort of keep this pressure up and continue to grow this early game lead and start sort of taking these objectives off XG's side of the map, when you have a PL as the carry, like how early can Ame turn up, or how difficult will it be for him to get involved if sort of the time starts ticking and he has to?
He might just have to. I see he's going the defusal route, but we'll have to see, because it is Ame. Ame really does like to hit those creeps until he feels like he has that ideal timing, but yeah, we'll have to see, because this early game is devastating. P-Vision able to maximize the farm, as we see no one. Dominator's finished. He's jungling. They're giving the Void Spirit the mid lane. They have pressure in the bottom lane for the Dominator, so they have the double Dominators already going.
Yeah.
So the farm is going to increase massively, and for the side of XG, making a rotation to Satanic, that's not possible. How are you going to kill this Lifestealer? At this point in the game,
this
it's
sort
not
of
going
start.
to happen.
I mean, Satanic is going to be a huge issue. The Radiance timing is going to be fantastic on Satanic.
Yeah.
And,
a solo kill.
I'm going to just head over and take that down. Both Ame and XM not able to do anything to save their support in that situation.
All right, this is a massive problem for the side of XG right now. DM is already starting to take over and swing toward
He's just
mid.
ready to walk over. Gets the Eidolons out. No one's got the setup. Xingqiu, they'll try and run. The cold snap He's going to stop his escape. Another kill for P-Vision as they just continue to dominate this early game.
And look at the push, right? With the double dominators, with the Forge Spirits, they can really start to knock down this tower. And for XG, maybe not the best wave clear. They kind of have to take a fight if they want to try to defend this tower. Dawnbreaker has hit 6.
Okay.
So let's see the Solar Guardian.
See what happens here in the mid. With the setup, Solar Guardian's coming in. XM will survive for now.
Only just.
So they are able to keep the SF alive. Sunstrike's attempted, won't connect. But yeah, it does mean that they're not going to be able to try and look for an aggressive move around the Solar Guardian to try and give XXS that chance to catch back up in this game.
It's almost like they poked, forced it, and then just were like, okay, we got the Dawn, back up, everybody farm again. 3K lead, first 11 minutes here. And I believe that is the Relic, essentially done for Satanic.
Got to be one of the faster Radiances, right, at this pace.
100%. I mean, and look at his health, right? I always try to factor this one in because of how much you get from the Feast. That's a lot at the 11-minute mark. He already has 1,400 HP on a Lifestealer with Phase and a Bracer.
And just the nature of the matchup as well, right? You can't be feeling good as the PL having to play a game into what's going to be such an early Radiance Lifestealer.
No, definitely not. Then, like you said, maybe there's no way that Ame wants to turn up until he has 1, 2, maybe even the third item in particular. And this is an unreal start. Level 9 as well, too, for Satanic. Have to point that one out. So being completely left alone, all 3 cores super high level.
Yeah, the last pick Lifestealer coming in very hard here from P-Vision.
And they didn't punish, you know, this lane bottom in particular, the Void Spirit plus the Enigma. There was nothing that happened to DM. So 9 class, he's 6. DM is 9. And as you said, the towers really getting pressured here.
No, they really are. And of course, on the other side of things, you look at P-Vision's towers. The middle's taken a little bit of damage, but the side lanes, they've barely been touched at all.
Yeah.
So the pressure really adding up here against XG in the early game.
And just not easy for XM and for XG in particular to set up a team fight, right? Because there is a lot of annoying abilities on the side of P-Vision that are just fantastic at countering these fights. The ET, one of the best counter initiators, and the Invoker, if he's not caught in the initial go, he's gonna get his spell combo
Little
off.
timings as well, you know, 9 class able to back up, pick up a lot of bounties.
Big money. 4K lead continues to grow. No one purchasing up the drums as well too. Very early timings here.
Maybe if they can get sort of the supports, 6s online for where Jinkyu's got his available now, and Xnova, of course, has the option with the Grimoire. They can definitely try and piece together a team fight to sort of slow down what P-Vision is accomplishing in this early stage.
If they get given the opportunity, right? P-Vision is a team that really likes to play around controlling tempo, playing around these dominators until they have that ideal timing for a fight. So punishing these dominators, it feels very difficult. Look at the lanes.
And look at the timing. So yeah, Phase Boots Radiance, 13 minutes on Satanic this game.
Has to be the fastest, right?
XXS, nothing that he can do right now about this Lifestealer, and there we have it. Indeed, nearly 2 minutes faster than the fastest that we've seen so far.
Absolutely crazy.
Can Ame, with his PL, have the answer down the line to this incredibly stacked Lifestealer at such an early time?
They're gonna have to play for that later stage for sure, it feels like. Unless Jinkyu can start to make some magic with the Vendetta, with the Solar Guardian to find pickoffs, but they have to be careful because their damage is gonna be limited when they've fallen behind this early game. If they go for a play, can definitely get countered as P-Vision.
They know how strong they are. They're ready to stand here.
Scan comes out.
And bully XG potentially away from this Wisdom. See, at the same time, though, Jinkyu's going to make his way over and try and take theirs. And he should get away with this unless there's quick TPs, but it doesn't look like it, so Jinkyu at least able to balance the situation there.
Nice and sneaky.
Another tower taken. The top one falls.
All
Sam
3.
has to take out his middle as well as it falls in deny range.
Right, all 3 tier 1s dropping, and lane pressure is definitely going to be an issue. As you see, Parrot, like P-Vision can literally just kind of invisibly shove lanes with 2 heroes with the Force Spirits plus Dominator, and Lifestealer, as you said, feels pretty free to show on lanes. They can catch him with a very, very high execution combo if he has his Radiance on in the laning phase, a Carapace comes in and stuns, but it's very difficult with their limited damage. With this start, a 5K lead, and it's very early to have this.
Obviously, item timings that XG is going to be looking towards. You know, Aghanims, obviously, on the Dawnbreaker, still a while away for XXS. And yeah, for the other 2 cores as well, yeah, both Ame and XM. Definitely no interest in turning up to a fight right now. So doing the best they can to scramble together that next bit of progression.
Yeah, the question is really going to be is if they can land their wombo combo in a good way versus P-Vision, and if that damage is going to be enough. Because it is significant with the Fatal Bonds, with the Requiem. Says P-Vision is getting a lot out of the map, and these auras are going to soon start to be built up for TM.
Definitely a bit of a saving grace for them that they do have, you know, such a bountiful option of ways to stop the black hole, right? It's never going to be easy for DM to just get in, black hole, Alame's PL, give Satanic the chance to kill him off. They will always have the opportunity to stop that.
Yeah, I don't think he'll build too much for the black hole this game, right? He'll build the aura so that he can just tank up his team, I'd imagine, since there is 2 BKB piercing disables in particular that can just completely counter him in terms of black hole. XM, Yashikaya is finished. As we said, though, difficult for him to get the combo off because of the ET plus the Invoker little mini stuns can cause some difficulties. But with this amp damage...
Yeah, we might see something happen here. They're looking towards the top tower.
Let's see if they want to try to at least get that tower, like you said, because
I guess the question is, if you're P-Vision, do you feel strong enough that you're turning up for these tier 1 defenses?
I think they absolutely can, right? With the ET, they have insane counter initiation.
Yes, they're smoking and coming through the twin gate. So if XG do want to try and push for this, it will absolutely go answered by P-Vision.
DM has the pipe finished. So a lot of that damage, in particular XM, who is the majority of the early game, might just get answered.
I think if you're XG, you do not want to walk into this right now. P-Vision, very, very ready for any sort of fight.
They want to take the fight themselves. They see X-Nova.
They're going to make the quick jump. They get the grab here. 9 class able to set up. That's X-Nova gone.
More HP for Satanic. That's that pipe being delivered. They can start to threaten Roche with all the summons. It does feel like they can start to poke that with the Forge Spirit, with the double Dominators. The ward is prepared, though, so XG wasn't the ready that this move can potentially happen.
Maybe if they had the Warlock up. I mean, we'll be back up, of course, in 5 seconds, but is that going to be soon enough for them to feel that they can try for some sort of risky play around the pit?
Does Xingqiu try for a potential steal play with a Golem and then just running in?
I think it might be tempting.
Let's see what they want to do here.
Let's have a look. Can they get the timing here, XG? Xingqiu. He's going to try and get in, but indeed the dust is there. Put the spike carapace, but they've got the control with the tornado and the ice wall. P-Vision, they'll get the kill, they'll get the Roshan, and they'll get the Aegis. They get everything.
They are just so ready for every single one of the moves. Decent attempt there from XG, but going to be answered immediately. Manta finished up for Ame, so he hasn't died yet. He is getting that farm. It's just the differential between him and Satanic. You know, Satanic is going to have that matchup versus him.
I mean, it's going to be exciting to see. Will it get to the point where Ame does turn up and he's just sort of able to take the game on his shoulders as a PL, as the PL of age back in the day? This hero used to be able to do that, folks.
For sure. We'll just have to see, because the fact, have to factor in the Invoker spells, which have traditionally been pretty good, and just the ET aura, how much that's going to be able to do also, versus the PL of buffing up the Radiance and the overall physical damage if he can actually get on top of them.
It's not going to be easy. I mean, that's true. You would even consider that if this PL was kind of back at prime PL stages in the past, this would not be an easy draft still to defeat.
No. Definitely not.
So Ame, he's definitely got his work cut out here.
Lightstealer, it's a pretty good matchup versus PL in terms of like mid and early game, even toward later stages if you are ahead. And he is keeping himself in a good margin ahead, and he has a lot of team fights surrounding him.
Just under 4 minutes here to play with the Aegis. Almost certainly expect the P-Vision will be eyeing up these tier 2 towers.
Looking to continue constricting the map, as they've gotten all the pressure on these buildings. XG, next item is finished, so XM, Blink is done. But as you said, it's not easy for him to get the combos off versus all the disables.
Stepping up, gets caught underneath the vision. They get the setup here with the Remnants. XXS will try and drag himself out with the hammer.
He's gone.
But he is gone indeed. Another kill for P-Vision. As they just have to be so careful how close they get. P-Vision will immediately make the jump in numerous ways, keep the pressure on. Fortification comes out momentarily, but P-Vision, they're not going anywhere. They'll stick around, take out this tier 2 20 minutes in.
And no one, he's got the Aghanims already done. And as we said, he did go the Exort facet this time around, so the Cataclysm potential is there.
Absurd amount of damage. The mid 9 class.
XM
ready to start playing around with the Remnant. Will miss, and XM does get the chance to grab that haste rune. He's trying to fight back against 9 Class, but doesn't want to head up to the high ground.
Off the mark with it. If he clips, if he gets him with that there, he's dead. Very likely, XM. Perhaps getting a little lucky, the 9 Class does not connect with that Remnant.
They're going to try and do something and get Arme involved.
See what they can get. It's been a very quiet game.
Yeah, this seems like a risky play, but again, I really feel in the position that XG have, they have to try something like this to catch pvision by surprise. They'll find Ducalis. TPs are coming in. Ducalis, he's going to get buffed up by the pipe. He's fine, and now they're ready to turn. The Satanic is going to try and find the real Arme. They're going to grab him with the Rev, and they've caught the real one. Solar Guardian heal coming in for Satanic, able to stay on top of the PL. Arme is gone. The Black Hole will be cancelled. They have the stun follow as well, but XXS goes down. Satanic falls for once, but he's going to be ready for round 2. GQ desperately trying to TP out. He'll make it away. But pvision, as expected with the situation of the game so far, they take these fights so easily. Extreme, they try and get Arme involved. Ducalis will end up dying to the Tormentor. Gets rewarded, though, for his efforts there with the Shard. But it's just so hard to enter into these team fights as the PL. They've got the wave clear, and they've got this just incredibly farmed Satanic Lifestealer staying on top of you the entire fight.
As soon as the Solar Guardian comes out too, Enigma can cast that Black Hole. As we see, he's got positioning for it. Even if it's just a second or two, it's enough. As they try, I mean, the starting on Ducalis isn't bad there, that positioning, but he's got the whole backup of the team. XM's Requiem does next to nothing, and yeah, a fantastic fight again. The Splitter as well, I believe, caught, what, 3 heroes coming through there.
I mean, these sort of fights, for XG to come out on top, they have to be perfect. They have to almost sort of find a pick-off before the fight starts. And we did see them attempt that there, but they just couldn't kill Ducalis.
Nope. And the Aegis coverage there, even though Satanic did die once, he's right back. And I think they took a gem as well there too, right? I think it was purchased. Oh, actually, they recovered it, sorry. X-Nova was able to recover his gem. But Satanic got, what, 2 more kills out of that fight also? So I'm just going to keep looking at that bonus HP. He has so much health to really go through here when they are behind.
Perfect game so far from him. 5-0-5 on the Lifestealer.
Full SNY finished up too. How do you bring this man down?
Another tower to be taken.
And XG, they were trying to really fight around that Tormentor timing just to prevent that extra gain from pvision, but immediately stopped in their tracks again. Blink, Jin-Q, getting closer. When he has Blink, then they can actually look for plays on these side lanes a little easier as well too with XM. If they do see someone split up. The problem is that pvision isn't really splitting too much now. Feeling their power of grouping up.
Trying to get the catch onto XXS there, top.
Off the mark.
And the space is there for them to continue taking these towers. As all tier 2s now taken 23 minutes in.
And only 1 tower that XG's been able to bring down. Yeah, this pvision early game is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah,
they're even knocking on
fast.
the high ground already.
We've not been seeing this a lot in this tournament. 23 minutes in. This is very, very early.
There's no golem. Okay, it does come back up now. So they force people back, and then they go back and actually just farm, and potentially even look for a catch. See, 9 Class and no one. Looking for a setup.
And they're going to catch onto the illusions, though. Oh, maybe not. 9 Class. He's got the read. Arme's going to try and turn. He's going to try and bait them out with the micro. It's going to work. pvision, they won't try and search any longer, so Arme gets out.
Does TP back to base, though. This gets sent all the way back. I just keep looking at these lanes, and every time XG looks to get out on the map, look at the positioning. Top, Dominator plus Eidolons. Mid, Dominator plus Forge Spirits for a second. Bottom also shoved in, so difficult for Jin-Q to make a move, which isn't kind of telegraphed, right? Because they're going to see all these lanes shoved in, and they're like, yeah, okay, they're trying to perhaps make a move since nobody's shoving those lanes out.
Jin-Q trying to just get some information.
Oh, and Satanic is carrying the gem now. So he can keep toggling the Radiance, make sure he doesn't get caught by that Carapace, and he'll always just know when Jin-Q is trying to make a move on him. Covering their bases, not giving an opportunity on XG to get the kill on this Lifestealer.
Yeah, and they're just going to get out of here, the 2 of them. They know that they can't try and set up for some sort of surprise play from the high ground. They head to the top side, and they do have the 3 of them up here, and it is no one TPing in on his own. Still a very tough target to take down.
He's been pretty sneaky.
That's the Aghanims online now for Arme. So a little bit more potential in the team fights.
He probably wants, I think once he has that next item, then he can start to feel quite powerful. But the separation between him and the lifestealer actually just continues to grow. Went from 2K to 3K to 4, now it's at a 5K separation.
Yeah. I mean, I guess these sort of things happen, right? Especially when it's Satanic and he gets such a fast Radiance timing.
Very true. And his itemization, you know, we have to talk about it for Satanic. It's normal, but it's very, very good this game. He's going to have the AC finished up after the armlet. So
25 minutes
strong,
in.
Like, super strong versus physical and magical.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff.
And all these wards are being taken out since he does have that gem picked up. AC, there it is. Breaking records.
Absolutely smashing the fastest timings. I'd imagine on pretty much most of these items with this sort of build-up. Just hasn't been slowed down one bit this game.
If anything, he's only been accelerated, it feels like, after that laning phase.
Well, there we go, Yendi.
Yeah,
No surprises. It's not even close.
Nope.
Mate, looking towards the Bloodthorn next. Wants to make sure that if they do kind of get that jump in with Xingqiu, they are able to just focus the target and kill them off.
Ways away from it, though.
Radiant are scanning.
P-Vision, I can definitely look to kind of calm things down, hold onto the map, set things up for the next Roshan.
It's a quick spawn, too. And definitely difficult for XG to contest that next Roche as well. Is the BKB finished up yet for XM? I believe it is. So at the least, he'll be able to potentially get that Requiem off unless he gets caught from either like a splitter interrupt or a black hole in particular.
And I think that they've got to go for it, right? If you're XG, you try and contest this next Roche. You really want to sit back and have to try and defend high ground against an Aegis push from P-Vision?
It feels like they do have to.
You got to get out there.
Especially after that situation we saw last time, right? Big team fight ultimates are good and all, but when there's an Aegis carrier, it does counteract that very heavily.
Well, they'll scout things out, P-Vision, as they step up into the pit. Extreme, what do they want to do about this? Doesn't look like they're making any initial moves, so maybe the call is indeed just going to be hold the high ground.
They still just they have lane issues again. Look at the positioning of these lanes. Bottom is shoved in, mid shoved in, top also. They're going to smoke it for an attempt.
Let's see if they can get there in time.
It's dying pretty quick.
And you see the positioning from Ducalis, DM, and No One. They're all ready to interrupt any sort of initiation from Extreme.
9 classes throwing down those remnants. XM.
Watching from the side, Xingqiu, ready with the step in, but Satanic's already out with the rage. Meatball comes down straight away, Xingqiu's gone. The sleep with the side, they managed to catch XM.
He's in trouble.
There in the middle, will get the BKB off, but the Black Hole comes in, gets produced off with the Solar Guardian. They turn with the raises, they kill off DM.
The Roche.
Satanic's got it. Aegis picked up by the Lifestealer. Armate has to be careful here how close he gets to the Lifestealer. Satanic's ready to step across. Chase down XXS as XG. They pretty much threw everything into the effort at the start of the fight. He'll go for the TPL, will make it away. XXS. They try there to interrupt Extreme. They get a kill against the Enigma, but they don't manage to stop the Roche and stop the Aegis going into the hands again of Satanic.
Attempted the black hole, immediately canceled. They'll be able to get that set up. XM survives though, which is at least a small silver lining, of course, for them, but Satanic, Aegis now coverage, next item soon on the horizon. It's difficult for them to actually get in and contest in any way. XXS getting a bit lucky to survive as see how Midas picked up. They're the Warlock. As you said, they want to take it to super late stages.
They do. Extreme know that that's pretty much the only way out of this game. If they could somehow push this one later and later, they have been able to do it before. This time around in this situation definitely is going to be one of, if not the hardest, to try and stop P-Vision from ending the game against them.
Yeah.
But maybe if they can, we'll get to see the game get to a point where Arme can show us what the late game PL can do.
It would be so impressive to see, especially, you know, because of this ET, because of this Invoker as well, too, that adds that extra complication for him. We will see if he can. As Satanic, he's been queuing up a couple different items. We'll see which way he does really look to go. The BKB looking to be that probably safest option so he doesn't get his mana burned completely and can't use the Rage of the Infest.
No, for sure, yeah. If he can sort of survive in these fights on the front lines through a Rage, a BKB, and a Rage, it's hard to not see most of the heroes just dying on XG.
Yeah, absolutely.
If the Lifestealer lives that long in a team fight.
9 class also getting pretty dangerously close to an Aghanim's, which is a pretty big deal this game since he's a support position. It can be very disruptive for these backline heroes.
Down bottom, no one.
XM.
Gonna find the setup. XM does have Xingqiu by his side. BKBs are out from both mids here, as they'll split for now.
They swap the gem over to the Invoker. Since there's no slot on Satanic, they're protecting no one now with that gem. So he can play safe. He can play a bit safer and a bit more aggressive in terms of pushing out these side lanes, since he'll know when the Nyx is on him. There's that BKB, still with the Aegis for about 2.5 minutes.
9class. It's going to have the setup here with the Yules into the Remnant. So this is going to be a very dead X-Nova, trying to do his best to get towards that big item pickup, wants to work his way towards this refresher. It's going to take him a fair bit of time, though.
A very, very long time.
It does have, a lot of potential XP still, has the Grimoire, has his Midas ready to go, so...
pVision might look to force a bit here again, since they still have 2 minutes on this Aegis. Lanes are in a good position for them to do so as well.
Yeah, they're in a perfect spot to just hit the high ground, see what happens.
Yeah, at least like force a reaction in particular from the side of XG. They're going to smoke in the back line. They have a banner at the ready. What do you do, XG? Lift is forced.
See what they can do after this.
But the banner is down already, so that catapult is going to survive.
They're going to have everybody back up. The tier 3's gone. Satanic on towards the barracks. They'll try and lead in. They'll have the Yule set up into the Remnant on towards XM.
The Raxes are dying.
Can they do anything? The Rage comes out for Satanic as he stands his ground, cleans up the full set top. They couldn't do anything to stop them. They're going to try now, looking towards the Void Spirit. Pike gets popped, the Infest comes in as well. They're able to keep 9class easily alive.
Too scared to commit for the fight. If they lose that fight, it's probably just the game. So just try to poke and prod. But the Rax, pVision just comes in and claims it. Big amount of gold acquired. As you said, the Ags now for 9class is about to be finished. DM, he's about to have a blink now too with that BKB after having the aura, so might find the angles for these black holes soon, even versus the double BKB piercing disables.
Oh, for sure. I mean, at the least, forces out these sort of saves to come out immediately at the start of the fight, kind of leaving the area then free for Satanic to clean up in the longer drawn-out team fight.
I swear, they just can never get the lanes out, Owen. Every time I've looked, completely shoved on the side of XG.
Another tier 3 falling.
It's just Creeps this time taking it out.
Ame trying to lead in. Can't touch Satanic quite now.
30 seconds.
Just burned down to the Radiance.
Still 30 seconds on the Aegis. They're getting so much done. Yeah, big items coming out, as we said. Full. Well, Lotus Orb soon being picked up for Ducalis. I think a Shiva soon finished up, so starting to get more and more answers for that PL. Once that Shiva's comes out for no one, it's a fantastic option just to be able to identify which PL is real at all times, too. XG, as you said, waiting and waiting toward that later stages, but how much is it going to benefit them with how far ahead pVision continues to climb?
Now, Ame is close to having the Bloodthorn.
Okay.
But then finding the opportunity to be able to weave in and out of these team fights.
Also playing into BKB, Rage, another Rage if he doesn't get the kill during that initial Bloodthorn. Yeah, very difficult. And it's only really him doing the damage, it feels like now at this point, with that single target. There's a lot of targets he's got to go through. We've been talking about Satanic, but also no one is very high on that net worth, as we see after getting that shard, too. He is a problem. Oh, and they're kind of trapped in their base. Look at this. It feels like it's been a long time that they haven't been able to come outside.
All they can do is just sort of set up and make sure that when Ame steps out to get farm, he's not going to be jumped.
Yeah, true. They have not been able to find any combos with the Vendetta plus that Solar Guardian in 30 minutes with the way that that start happened.
And we'll see what Ame looks towards next. He's going to try and get the shard, so he just continues to get these little sort of incremental steps forward in his item build.
He's going to have
just
to...
anything he can get together before that big team fight is forced against him.
He's going to have to be so tricky in the fights because he's super fragile, it still feels like, with this itemization. It's a very aggressive build he's gone for.
And I like this build as well from Satanic. Yeah,
Yep.
going for the late game Maelstrom into the Mjolnir just to throw something else into the mix, which it's just going to give these illusions from PL not a chance to survive in a team fight. They're going to get cleared out so quickly.
I can just throw it on himself, run in, and yeah, it'll all die. Sure, it's been nerfed versus Illusions, as we do know, in this last 7.39D, but it is still pretty effective when you are ahead in terms of net worth like this. Yeah, gets rid of the armlet. That is a pretty nice anti-PL inventory.
Yeah, he's massive. pVision probably just going to sit back, look for the next Roshan.
Does feel like it. They have complete control of the map. They're farming everything.
They know that there's pretty much no threat of Extreme coming out to find them, even though Extreme is trying to go for this smoke.
Maybe just claiming their shrine, just trying to get something out of the map. Yeah, crazy amounts of farm. 9 class is getting infested up, so it looks like perhaps P-Vision is going to look for a move if they do suspect them starting to get outside at all.
P-Vision on the way over. 9 class.
GQ.
They look for the setup, but Xingqiu is equipped with the Spike Carapace. Will be able to get away with the Vendetta as he scurries up to the high ground.
The second XG gets outside, though, immediately forced back into their base within a split second. No one.
Right, Xingqiu's got his eyes on him. He's going to try for the setup. Straight away the stun into the Requiem, but it's not enough. No one's able to put the BKB run away. In fact, he's ready to run back at them. As XM and Xingqiu have to back off to the side. They've caught Arme. He's caught in the random. Will be able to get out away from the Deafening Blast in time, but Satanic's going to try and chase on forward. They'll sneak away with the Invis. So getting out, but only just. I mean, just continue to show how terrifying these team fights are for Arme to try and get in on.
Not carrying a gem on any of the heroes, just carrying a bunch of dusts. Maybe 9 class will bring it out soon, but the 2 cores don't have it there. Okay, it's coming on the courier now for no one. That's a lot used there from XG. That's their Requiem, that's their Solar Guardian. P-Vision used nothing.
They're ready to push it. DM ready to make that jump, of course, with the Black Hole at the ready.
GQ.
He's going to get caught out here, burnt down low. He'll survive, but only just here thanks to the Shadow Word of X-Nova.
Almost died to that full combo. Satanic. Do they want to keep pushing here?
Let's have a look, because potential Roche will be pretty soon.
They'll get the tower. Spending all their gold, backing up. Roche, about 30 seconds. We saw the Requiem combo with the Nyx Assassin. They go on the Invoker, but something about... I actually haven't mentioned this much this tournament, but something about Invoker, of course, since he's one of those super high int heroes, his magic resist is also high. I think he got piped at the end of it, too, and it didn't even do half of his HP.
It was, yeah, but close to half his HP.
Yeah,
they didn't quite get the perfect position, of course, getting as close as they could to him, but even if they did, I don't think it was killing him.
No, I don't think so. Also difficult to ever get that catch there. As we said, you know, he didn't have the gem this time, but I imagine he's going to start carrying it pretty soon on that Invoker again. As Roche, it is up. P-Vision in the pit.
And XG, I mean, they've pretty much just got to take this time to try and get Arme out on the map so he can work towards his next item.
His growth is just not really there. Courier gets grabbed as well, XXS.
That's a rough one. He would have had
the refresher.
He would have had the money for the full refresher on the Dawn, but now that's going to be taken out of the game for nearly 3 minutes.
Roche.
I mean, they are approaching. XG, can they time this?
Cataclysm to scout.
It's going to scout everything. As they know what's up, Arme's trying to step up, but they cannot get into the pit. Satanic's going to be able to finish up. Xingqiu steps up. Won't be able to stop them from getting the pickups and the kill, though. P-Vision get everything again.
Uncontested. They just can't walk in. XG's too scared to look for that fight. And now it's a refresher shard as well that they can give either to the Enigma or the Invoker if they want, or even maybe to the Lifestealer if he just wants to have BKB Rage, BKB Rage. Could just look to close up the racks in particular with
I think so. Yeah, because no one's going to have another slot complete. He goes to the Eon Disc, so even now, if they do get this sort of setup to try and blow him up with the Requiem, it's just not going to happen. 9 class in the mid, look for the setup. They'll catch Xingqiu. Arme is going to try and step back in, but he's got to be careful. DM coming out with the BKB. The Black Hole will be put to stop with the Solar Guardian. They'll kill DM off. But can they now get out of the fight? XG is XM. It's going to be split from the rest of the team. He's out. Dead for 80. We'll see 9 class fall, so XG at least able to get a second kill. But can Xingqiu get out of this? The meatballs come down. Xingqiu's gone.
These fights are impossible. Even there where they kind of land most of the spells in decent unison, P-Vision just too far ahead. They'll kill, you know, the support, but,
but they just can't touch
Satanic.
They absolutely cannot.
Ame goes in and immediately has to retreat every single time because he just gets burnt down so quickly. Basher now picked up. But in terms of his actual standing toe-to-toe with any of these heroes on P-Vision, it's just not the case. As the racks, there's no glyph.
Arme tries to step up here with a Tornado. Into the Meteor on the Deafening Blast. He's in pretty much at like 10% HP. He's got to run. He has to get back. Sunstrike's going to be thrown in, doesn't connect, but the space is there for P-Vision to push on, take out the bottom set of barracks, and definitely continue to move over towards the mid. Still 3 minutes on this Aegis. XG, if they got anything left in the tank to be able to sort of stop this.
That's Megas.
Arme's going to look for no one. Straight away, going for the backlash, but the Eon Disc is there. Solar Guardian will connect. Arme trying to get back in over towards the Invoker, but no one's able to step away. Arme has to keep his distance once more from Satanic.
He just has to dance and run away. Can't actually stick on targets. Megas are claimed. All of P-Vision's back up. Still in Aegis for 3 minutes as well on Satanic. And another item finished up. The overwhelming blink coming out on that courier very soon.
Yeah, P-Vision, they've certainly made this game one look pretty easy, folks, so far.
I mean, it's all from these lanes in particular, right? Top lane went, I think, as good as you could have ever asked for, maybe even better, keeping the Dawnbreaker completely behind. Bottom lane, Enigma was unpunished, untouched. And mid lane, no one stood his own. He stood tall versus that Shadow Fiend. Every move is hit, and Satanic, as you said, a flawless game, breaking records.
And coming in with that last pick, it really caught them by surprise, or at least presented something that XG just did not have an answer for.
No, not
seemingly in this game so far.
It seems like there wasn't many answers for a lot of things. As P-Vision,
Satanic's in. Xnova at least does have the luxury of buyback.
Whittling down the towers.
XXS through Courier now respawning, so he does have the refresher at least.
Still 100 seconds on this Aegis.
P-Vision onto the tier 4s. I mean, they jump, they do get the opening stun on the Satanic, but not the chain stun. He's able to get the rage off. They couldn't lock him down. He turns over towards Arme. Arme has to run. Will be able to manage off the open wound slow, so he'll get back to the fountain.
The buildings, though.
Xnova coming in with a buyback. Does have the golem ready to drop. If they can find some sort of opportunity to try for a fight. Xingqiu's in, but immediate rage reaction there from Satanic. Arme tries to step forward, the silence catches him. Arme's gone. No buyback on him. The Ancient's exposed. P-Vision ready to close up this game one. DM will close it up with a black hole. Cataclysm gets put to a stop, but they will not be stopped in closing up this game. The fortification buying them only a few more seconds in this game one XG, as they will lose against P-Vision, coming in a dominating fashion at the start of this series. Fogged.
This was not close.
They looked unstoppable.
Yeah, this was not close. P-Vision showing, even if they don't have their Monkey King and their Slark, they have ways to play. The passive style from XG did not work this time, trying to play this farm game for the Phantom Lancer, but he never could get online. He never could even come close to that net worth of Satanic, who he just accelerated so massively. And you have to look at this top lane, right? You have to look at XXS and GQ.
Just because of how much we've come to expect from them, right?
Exactly.
And how much we've seen from that top lane of XG in so many of the series in this TI. They weren't able to perform here with these heroes. Maybe sort of the Nyx Assassin, something a little too risky. We just don't see it a lot, and maybe for good reason. A tough game one here for XG as P-Vision dominate and get the victory.
Expectations are high, but the pressure is even higher, and we had P-Vision stepping up to the plate here. It felt like just a significant outdraft. The way that they were able to play everything and ensure that there was never a team fight that was enabled from Extreme Gaming. In fact, there wasn't really any team fight at all at cost.
Yeah, pretty much never happened. I think this top lane that they did play, Dawnbreaker getting completely shut down, pretty much set the tempo of the game. We said that Nyx Assassin is going to need to be the playmaker for the team, needs to be in, needs to be scouting things out, trying to set things up for the Dawnbreaker, who was really playing from behind throughout the whole game. Not an easy game for him by any means. And also mid lane, like, I think no one did a very good job, and then you had the Enigma in the bottom lane who was kind of farming, and I really love the timings coming out from P-Vision in this game, understanding their own timings, going for this double dominator, drums from the Invoker, plus you have Forge Spirits, and you also have Pipe and Enigma. Very difficult fights to take for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, we're looking at some of the replays here of just how unstoppable P-Vision were. We got to give credit where credit is due. Satanic just having a fantastic one, and this Void Spirit on a position 4, was it going to work out? Well, yeah, we got our answer.
Yeah, this was very good. I'm definitely a believer in the build. I think I've seen him do this in pro-level pubs in the past few months. It's not something that's completely new for him. It's just that I think they didn't feel like they had it completely figured out, and for this tournament, obviously it's the international. This is where he had to figure out how to play this hero, and I think 9+ did an excellent job. He went for the facet where you get the extra remnants when you press W. That's not a very common thing that you see for Void Spirits. It's almost always the other facet where you get the pure damage shield, but what he was doing in the game was the normal stuff. He was running around, getting watchers, being annoying, setting things up with wards, de-warding vision. So they've definitely found something here. I'm not sure how much you can blame on the draft here, because I feel like this was just a battle of styles, and P-Vision, their style just seems to be better when both of these teams are, because I actually think Extreme played quite well. Maybe,
I mean, you don't want to blame the draft for everything, but at the same time, it was really, really difficult for the Knicks and Dawn to play their lane against the Lifestealer, right? If you go back there, in the last phase, they opted to remove the Faceless Void and Anti-Mage, but at the same time, you also have to be thinking, you have Dawn and you have Nyx. You know, those heroes have a common enemy, which is Lifestealer. They don't do anything to Lifestealer. And what happened in the game was the Lifestealer kind of balled out of control, and he went to the enemy side Ancients to farm. You know, that's how strong he got in the early game, and that was a huge problem for Extreme.
It is very difficult to, you know, theory craft what you're supposed to do in that lane, because, you know, the obvious choice is you're playing Dawn Nyx. Just cut the wave. Just do lane shenanigans, and sure, the carry is going to free farm, but you're going to 50-50 the lane. At least the Dawn's going to get something. This is Satanic we're talking about. Do you really want to give this carry player, out of all the carry players in the world, free farm? I don't think so. This is the worst guy to do it to.
Sometimes you got to cut your losses where it is. It was a really tough one for XSS and Xinkyu as well. We weren't really sure where it was going to go. It went a little bit worse than we were expecting, but someone that can help us break it down is, of course, Purge.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to look at that laning stage because the net worth difference at the 10-minute mark was so completely different that we need to really look at how different this is. Lifestealer's innate. He's getting 2% heal based on the max HP. So every single time that he attacks the Dawnbreaker, he's giving himself 20 health, which is a nice advantage. And something crucial that happens here in a lot of cases is a little bit earlier. When Dawn does use a skill to get a last hit like he does here, what she does is AoE damage. And that means that your creeps are going to end up pushing towards the enemy base. And on the other side, the P-Vision side, they didn't have AoEs on their side. So what ends up happening is Satanic gets to control this large ball of creeps over here. And as a result, they also get to benefit from using the Elder Titan Astral Spirit. So even when they're trying to get last hits, Ducalis can be up here in front of XXS's faces, just denying things. And then that ball just kind of sits there consistently. Even the time that they do try to kill Ducalis and they used all their spells on him, there just isn't enough oomph. And using open wounds here is going to result in both of them healing every time they hit that target. So they just don't get nearly as much response hits as possible. Again, a huge ball up of creeps here that ends up happening. They're just going to use open wounds and run down XXS. They almost kill him here. He ends up running all the way back to Fountain, which is tough. And he comes back to lane, and watch how little effort they have to put into this harass. Satanic walks forward, open wounds, and he goes back to last hitting. And now Ducalis, when he hits him, is healing for 32 HP. That means any damage that Xinkyu does to him while he's doing this doesn't matter. He took 0 damage doing that harass and sends Dawn back to base for a second time before the 6-minute mark. So XXS finally has had enough. He starts jungling, and this unfortunately ends up the big wisdom fight. He's level 3 here. Satanic is level 5 with a huge amount of last hits and denies. He's gotten 44 last hits, 24 denies at this point in the game. So he's got extra HP. He's got as many items as he can possibly want, and he's life-stealing from every single attack. So obviously a great outplay here when he ends up going to the neutral camp. This was fantastic, but just a showing of how weak the laning stage was for them. Got Dawnbreaker stupidly behind. Take a look at this net worth difference here. He's sitting at 1,800 gold, very similar to the supports. And then up at the top, we've got Lifesteal at 3,900. So they lose a hero's advantage, and Satanic gets super far ahead, which completely changes the game.
Thank you, Purge. We knew it was a tough one for them, but seeing it broken down that way, all of the details as to how it happened and the end result there, at the very first Wisdom Shrine, that's where we see their offlaner, and that's a tough one because they're the ones that are trying to buy time, right? These 4 other heroes are trying to buy time for this Phantom Lancer to get online, to be able to actually participate in the game and feel like a hero.
Yeah, P-Vision has such a great understanding of what needs to be done in the game. In this one, they figured out who needs to be shut down. It's this Nyx Assassin, it's this Dawnbreaker. These are kind of the playmakers because Shadow Fiend, he needs a setup PL, he needs a little bit more time, he needs other lanes to go well. And I think at one point somebody said, just play for the late game. You saw Warlock trying to go for Hand of Midas, try to go for Refresher, play for that high ground, but it never really came down to that. You could still feel that in most of these fights, they were lacking something. They were definitely lacking the damage. And carry-to-carry matchup, I think it's also not that easy, especially if you leave Lifestealer, who's playing so far ahead of him, having that extra bit of an item, maybe even item and a half off. Even though Ame was getting good amount of farm, he still can't punch back because of what he's playing into. He's playing into this like Void Spirit, who caught him multiple times as well. But you're playing into Black Hole. It's really not an easy matchup for him by any means. Maybe not until he gets 5th, 6th item, but it never came down to that.
Yeah, I think something else that really didn't help them here is we talked about that snowball, but what kept the snowball going is, of course, the vision that came out, right? To not give Extreme Gaming any part of the map, to make them feel like at any point they were susceptible to a gank, to 2 or 3 people rotating on top of them.
Yeah, to me, the MVP of this game was 9 Class because, of course, the advantage was created using that laning stage in Satanic, but 9 Class, he kept the advantage going. You can see that he's putting down these deep wards and setting up kills with position for Void Spirit, and a very smart strategic move. If you're playing to anyone else, you are going to get Dawnbreaker ulted on, so you have to play to kill the Dawnbreaker. So there's this level of understanding that comes from knowing what the enemy team is going to do. And X-Nova, what he's doing is also very smart. He has to get the gem to counter the gem that Satanic had, and had the courier with him so that could pick it up. But 9 Class, realizing that X-Nova is making this intelligent support play to come back into the game, he sees him on a ward. And X-Nova is so good at the game. Like, these are both such high caliber teams. X-Nova doesn't even try to deward the ward that he sees with the gem. He realizes, uh-oh, they're coming. Like, he respects P-Vision enough that he knows they're going to immediately respond, which they did, but it was still too slow. He could not get out quick enough, and he ends up losing the gem. And to me, that's when the game instantly ended. You are not going to win the Vision game against P-Vision without a gem when they have a gem. And if you don't win the Vision game against this team, you are not beating them. That is how they dominate. That's how they've dominated all years, this map control.
Yeah, it also feels bad to see your position 5 essentially have to just continuously sweep the map to make way for your cores, but of course that is the role of a support there, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really, really tough game, you know. I felt like he did as much as he could on the position 5, but at the end of the day, you're just a Warlock, right? We saw him still having his Black Grima at, what, 20+ minutes.
Yep.
He didn't get to use it, or he just didn't find any fights that he needed to use it, you know. So I felt like he did everything he could. It just came down to the fact that they were not really set up for success with the heroes that they have, you know.
Yeah, and in this fight, I wanted to highlight the way that they are team fighting on the side of P-Vision. You can see the pipe pretty much hitting every single hero, so for the next 8 seconds, they're going to be more than fine. Even though Dawnbreaker comes in onto Ame, he still caught him off with that Remnant. I think he did a very good job throughout the whole game, figuring out which PL is going to be real, and at the end, they're just going to be able to clean up. Shadowfin, he can't really go in because he needs a setup. He needs somebody to stun them to be able to land his raises, somebody to soak up the damage for him, but the overwhelming damage with these 2 Helm of the Dominators, with the pipe, with the drums, they have all the attack speed, and after that, they're going to be taking the Tormentor. I really like how P-Vision is moving across the map, because you always have 9 Class on one side of the map being very annoying, collecting these Lotuses, and the rest of the team, they're getting the farm, they're getting all the objectives, going for Roshans as well. A couple of times they try to go for Roshan. Jinkyu, you know, he was relatively sneaky, try to sneak in, maybe steal the Aegis, get the last hit on Roche. It never really happened, and I think the big issue in this one was this Phantom Lancer. I think Castini talked about it, that you know, they've been losing a lot with this hero, so at least we know that P-Vision is also not going to be picking Phantom Lancer at all.
Yeah, I want to take a very quick moment because we got something special. We got to have a little bit of a listen into P-Vision, and that comes during that game.
Zero mana on set. Varlık tip. SF tip it.
Varlık. Nice. Try to stay alive, Alan, just.
I'll define all good.
Yeah.
8 seconds and strike, 5 seconds.
You have stun.
Good job, Alan. Sun strike 1 second. I maybe kill him.
Okay. Nice play.
Amazing,
Boys, you can fast
amazing.
bot right now. I have a call.
I like it that it was really clean comms, and I just like how they were able to turn that. That 7 minutes really was the start of everything that went right for P-Vision. This Extreme Gaming lineup, I'm not really sure how you're going to reset to this one, Winter. You're going to have to, but how exactly do you take an approach for a game?
Oh, simple. Rule number 1, don't pick PL, you know. I think they kind of needed a more flexible carry hero. I think the PL maybe could have worked if everything didn't start so bad. But at the same time, your picks need to be determined by some uncertain factors, right? You need to have a backup plan. What if the lanes don't go well, you know? So then you need to have those type of heroes to, you know, come and join the fights. And also the fact that I think the Shadowfin with PL duo didn't really feel like it was going to be working very well in the game, even if the laning phase maybe went a little bit better, because they both need a lot of farm to,
one of them at
to
least
function.
needs to be active, Enigma Galaxy.
And you have an off-lane Dawn, the Dawn is going to be taking so much as well.
I was going to say a lot of that comes from the off-lane problem. You have a Nyx Assassin, which is supposed to set everything up in the game because your mid is not a puck, it's an SF. So if the Nyx is completely behind because of the laning stage, then who's setting things up? You just wait and go to late game. I don't think that's going to work against a team as high caliber as pVision. Not at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, they needed something like maybe like some Ursa or some Sven or anything along the lines where it's not as greedy as PL. Even the AM might actually be better because AM feel like he can actually do something. But PL just he's just like waiting for his item timing. He needs 4 items.
Yeah.
And before the 4 items, you're not going to see him show up anywhere, Even at the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine there, some of the carriers will be keen to joining that fight, because your offlaner is getting shut down so hard. So if you don't help him, there won't be a game, right? But he couldn't help because he was PL.
Yeah, you're like, if I join right now, then I'm kind of just going to keep adding to the problem there. But we've talked about this Void Spirit a lot, and we've talked about 9 class a lot as our players are returning to the stage, returning to the booths, and getting ready for game number 2. In that game 1 draft, there were a lot of bans targeted towards the way of position 4, and whilst we know Nyx is something that you don't want to leave in the pool if you're picking up Dawnbreaker, I do wonder what is left there. What do you take out? What do you pick up for yourself? Where is the wave support's going to go for these 2 teams in the future of this series?
They targeted him heavily. 4 out of 5 bans were towards 9 class, and he still found a new hero, and he played it really well. And this time around, he was buying, let's call them normal items. He was going for the Yule Scepter, he got that Shard, he got that Aghanim Scepter, but he was still doing his own type of a gameplay, being super annoying, being hard to catch, providing vision for his team as well. And I think this also comes down to the matchup, because the last time these 2 teams met, they only managed to get 3 kills on side of Extreme Gaming. In this game, they got only 6 kills, so I want to see Extreme Gaming play a slightly different type of a Dota. I want them to play aggressive, even though when we talk about like these more aggressive teams, Extreme Gaming is definitely not up there. But if we go back to Road to TI playoffs, they had some really strong performances in the laning stage, and I do think that they need to speed it up a bit.
I agree. The more we talk about it, the more I am thinking that the draft needs to change pretty dramatically here. I think that one of the reasons that this game is a perfect example of why we're not seeing Dawnbreaker picked in this tournament at all at this point, because you have to do so much to cover it. Because in the second phase of picks, you have so much to counter.
The thing is, you can't just say it's just the Dawn. The reason they struggle in the game is just because they didn't pick, they picked the Dawn and then they didn't get to give Dawn the game, But at the same time, I feel like there's too many combination of things, right? You could also say that the way they started the draft, right, with the SF, the way they built the draft, if they already wanted to build the draft in this manner, the SF and then they wanted the Dawn, then why are they picking the PL right at the end, right? They needed to enable everything.
It felt like a mix of like 2 ideas.
And also I felt like the feeling of the draft going is, I think Shell 8 is reacting a lot towards what pVision is doing.
Yeah.
I think in certain games, maybe it's fine, but I felt like in this game in particular, when you're already open with the SF, I don't think you should be reacting so much. You have to build the draft to enable the SF or the Dawn, If you react, because they were picking the PR because it was, I think, a reaction towards the Enigma. They wanted a good lane setup for the carry. But when they did that, it kind of ruined the whole synergy of the draft.
Yeah, and the Dawn as well. Like, I think Dawn is an Enigma answer. Like, you're playing against DM. You need to address Enigma at some point in the draft. Like, I think this is just a respect to the player, which should be there, right? But when it's so much respect that you are basically gimping your draft, then I think that's where you have issue.
They need to focus on themselves. I don't think like they should be worried too much about, okay, do we need to change our draft? Do we need to worry about what they have in the next game? Instead, they should be focusing on, okay, what didn't we get right in the first game? We need to fix ourselves first. If we worry about the opponents too much, then we forget who we are.
There is one big problem. 9 class is in their back of their heads, because this guy, you know that he's going to be playing like this, and I don't think many other 4s that we've seen play like this. Maybe they're trying to replicate, but they are not being as annoying. And knowing how Zhao 8 historically drafts after they lose game 1, I would expect that they're going to be picking 5 completely different heroes in this one.
Also, I wouldn't say back of their heads, I would say fully in their heads. It feels like he does dominate a lot of what people are thinking about with this team. And then that's what is the perfect setup for them to be able to get this last pick Lifestealer, this last pick Gotcha. What are you looking at, Jenkins?
Pick Weaver. It's a good hero.
I was gonna say,
it's
do
an
you feel
active
it?
carry.
It's playable. It's active.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
Well,
Weaver's better than PL.
Skeeter will pick Weaver. You'll see that later.
there's a chance we might be seeing it today. In fact, we might even be seeing it in our next game, which is ready.
pvision versus Extreme Gaming. Game 2.
Our game 2, this could be it, sending pvision up to the grand finals and Extreme Gaming home. Otherwise, we'll be seeing a game at number 3. A lot relies on this draft. Where are the bands going to be changing up, or is it really going to be predominantly in those picks for
I'm
themselves?
super glad that it's actually going to be the same side, same pick order. So we're going to see whether what other changes are going to go here. You know?
But that also means both teams are somewhat
actually, my
getting their
bad.
comfort.
Actually, second pick this time. They were first pick the last game, but they're on the same side. They're also on the Radiant side. So they have, I think the bands are quite similar.
They're effectively the same.
Yeah.
I also think that pvision did a very good job understanding the way that Extreme Gaming is playing with these heavy team fight from the off lane, these blink initiators, the shaker that can be flexed from the mid lane to the off lane if necessary. Mars, XXS had insanely good performances so far on his Mars and removing those heroes immediately, and now pvision, they're going to take the Beastmaster for themselves. This is something that DM even played before the Helm of the Dominator was such a popular item. It was always good on Beastmaster, so he's definitely back in the meta, and this is also something that they can flex to the mid lane as well if it's not a good matchup. For example, if they go for the Gyrocopter, they could potentially put this Beastmaster on a mid lane and pick a different offlaner.
Does leave Invoker still in the pool? We have seen that hero get punished in the mid lane. You know, Broodmother is an option. Sniper is an option.
I mean, it's kind of tricky if you don't know your matchup for sure, especially for Sniper. I think Invoker, maybe you have a little bit more leeway, but for Sniper, it's probably hard at this junction. I mean, you have to, I feel like, pick either a support here or a flexible core, which you can swap the roles around, you know. Which I don't know if there's any ideal heroes here because mostly are banned. So they go for the support, which is, I think, their next best option here with the Snapfire. You kind of block it away from pvision as well because you have this Beast plus Snapfire combo. And I do feel like Snapfire is one of the best position 5/4 heroes.
Her and Hoodwink, most definitely. It gives you the team fight, it gives you the damage, it gives you the easy 1-2 pairing with any kind of a stunner from the offlane that they could pick. And I think this time around they're going to be swapping things
I mean,
around.
the thing with Snapfire is I do think the hero needs a right partner because in their previous series, was it Silencer? They picked the Snap with a Silencer one game and it actually went really, really bad for XG. And I would like to see more of like a Snap with like at least a Bane.
Yeah, they had like a mid-Earth Shaker that game too, I think, and he was struggling to get the blink. Like something that's...
Yeah, because he lost his lane against a Pop.
Yeah, something at least that's very active on the mid lane to play with Snap always feels very good. Or a support, like Clockwork feels like one of the best heroes.
Yeah. I think Clock and Bane are the top 2 heroes to pair with Snapfire right now. And we're going to see whether they're going to be able to get their hands on those heroes. Whereas for pvision, they've removed the Undying, one of the, I think, better heroes against Beastmaster in the team fight. With the Tombstone, you can kind of control the team fights on your side to do with the Beastmaster. And Snap is also a really good counter towards the Tombstone, but their opponents actually already have it, so probably a good idea to remove the Undying.
Imagine pvision whips out a Nyx Assassin just to
show them.
Just to show them, because it does counter Snap. You cannot ever ult. You will always have the Nyx running in.
Well, you can if you get a BKB.
Yeah, good
Or you
luck.
can if you kill the Nyx Assassin first.
Good luck with that, too.
A lot of tough requirements to be met there. The other band they're going to go for, of course, is this Pacquiao. Just trying to set themselves up for the best mid lane potential.
I mean, other than the Nyx, I think the Silencer is probably your second biggest enemy as Snapfire because it'll be hard for you to get your ulti off. I mean, you can buy a Grease, but then you also have to like wait for the ulti to be used before you can use your ulti, so it's very annoying.
Yeah, there's one more extra hero from position 5 that we didn't mention. I think Disruptor could work out really well for them. Like I also like the Snapfire plus the Disruptor combination because it does give you enough team fight. It gives you a way of also.
I think the main thing is catch though, because Snapfire
BKB
is
version
not...
tool is better, but we've seen some performances from Disruptor
Yeah.
because the games are relatively long still, that you are getting that Aghanim Scepter, you're still having that influence, relatively strong laner as well, and the Glimpse, it's the best catch tool in the game.
With the puck ban, do you think this is just an XM specialty they don't want to let through into the second phase, or is there some Quap Storm type hero coming here?
Maybe, I
no
think
one.
Quap Storm type of hero is possible.
I mean,
we do know that XM doesn't have a very wide hero pool compared to no one,
Yeah.
so maybe they are trying to figure out what is his go-to right now, and they're going to try to set up something that makes it really hard for XM to pick his hero. You know, and this hero is also quite frequently banned in the first phase, and we also mentioned that P-Vision has a very clear game plan in their initial bans. They removed the Mars, Earthshaker, AT, all the team fighting heroes. 2 of them are off-lane heroes. I think Centaur is kind of like a viable replacement for that, and he also sets up for Snapfire in the team fight, and it's pretty good with Snapfire in the lane.
oh, we get to see it again. To be fair, could still be carried. Satanic has played.
They have a 100% win rate on this hero, right?
They do 4 games. It's been played as a position 4, 100% win rate.
9 classes.
There were a couple of games where he was playing that Alchemist that he wasn't really doing that much, like the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Maybe not in fighting, but what he was given the rest of his team was pretty
I was gonna
impactful.
say, this man is ruining pubs everywhere, picking
Definitely.
He's either griefing the game or he's carrying the game. There's no in between.
Yeah.
Well, stats show carrying it apparently with this Alex.
Yeah.
Had some, when I say good showings, of course it doesn't reflect in all the stats when you look at it, but there is still a lot of impact in having that support.
All right, there we go.
I thought maybe they were setting up for this because you pick the Centaur to block the Centaur counter to the Sniper coming out on the other side. And I do think that one of the better answers to Oracle is just Sniper. Like, you save somebody and he can peep the Oracle in the back line. He can just change targets to somebody else. Oracle's not really going to jump you. There's no real jump heroes on P-Vision.
I mean, they need like the Quap, I think, right now. And the fact that there's an Oracle in the game as well. I think Oracle is really good against the Snap. You block out some of the magic damage. But the other thing that's really good about having Oracle is the rune control. You know, you get to see the runes. You get to know where the rune is spawning.
Yeah, you want to have that mid laner.
And we know that
using them.
in this matchup, there's a lot of emphasis placed between the 3 against 3 when they are fighting for runes. You know?
Surely it's Storm, right? You're talking best rune user in the game and hero that's good against Sniper.
But
I mean,
the thing with Storm is in the lane matchup, it's not as good as the Quap. Quap beats Sniper, or at least pressures the Sniper.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I do just think that the way with static slide facet now, Storm doesn't really lose any mid lane. Like, I know this is a pretty commonly held opinion that it's not as bad in the early game.
And have in mind that they just picked Oracle into Centaur as well. And look at the amount of saves that they do have for this Sniper. You have Snapfire with the Cookie, potentially a 4-step. You have Stampede as well, Nightmare. So there's going to be a lot to protect this Sniper. And right now I'm not seeing the jump. And the reason why they picked up Bane is because of these heroes that we were just talking about.
That's why we
Quap,
were
Storm's
feeling
gonna
like
come
maybe a hero like Quap, you know, like they need someone to get near the Sniper, and Quap loves Oracle, he loves a safe support on the team.
Yeah, 100%.
For him to go crazy in the team fight.
And then Winter, it's the Snap plus Bane combo that you mentioned. This is one of the higher win rate support duos that you can run together. Bane loves to run in and set up, and Snap loves to have a hero that's doing that across the map.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Oracle can kind of deal with both of them, you know, the save with the ulti, and then the Fate's Edict against the Snapfire. But here, I feel like we are going to see the mid hero, and I don't think it's going to be the Beastmaster here. They're going to decide what they're going to do with the Beast here. So it's going to be the Storm. They feel like the lane's going to be okay with the static slide, and as long as you're controlling runes with the Oracle, then you're going to be able to become an answer eventually against the Sniper.
And I think it's much more okay picking Storm into Bane, who has excellent lockdown for you when you first start with the Oracle pick. Very similar to like Silencer Storm combo you see a lot of teams run. It covers for it. So.
I mean, there's going to be wards around the rivers. I think it's going to be so crucial. So one thing you need to do as the team that's facing the Oracle, you need to follow the Oracle, because he's going to tell you where the rune is going to spawn.
Yes, yeah.
And maybe there's going to be some mind games where you try to trick them, you go to the wrong side.
Yeah. We've never seen that happen before.
I think it might happen.
I would like to see it.
So basically what you do is you don't show the core hero, the Storm hides out of vision, and then the Oracle intentionally shows up vision.
Both the supports. You gotta send both the supports.
And it could be something that decides the early game, you know, because when you get the runes on Storm, you're gonna be able to kill the sniper.
Yeah, pretty much any room.
Is that better than just trying to have the better vision game?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. You're gonna need, no matter what, you're gonna need to place wards on both sides, and you have to be creative because teams are getting really, really good at placing the sentries to cover all the areas. So you probably have to place it a little bit further up, but still give you enough vision to see the room.
And something we talked about, that Extreme Gaming will probably just get 5 different heroes because they felt that the game #1 draft didn't really work out for them. And this draft checks a lot of the boxes. You have good scaling, you have good laning stage, you have nice pairing with the Snapfire. 2 supports can actually get out of the map and go for the solo kills as well. Like with the 1 grip with the Snapfire kisses, you could definitely kill a hero.
Okay, so what are the carries made? AM. AM is back. He is also one of the better heroes at finding the sniper. I mean, I do think that right now XG needs something, maybe a CK again. They need someone that can fight at the runes, because the runes is going to be extremely crucial to determining how well XG can move into the mid game with the sniper.
You know, if Ame were willing to whip out a Meepo, this would be an insane Meepo game. I don't know if he will do it.
There's still a Sven. There's still a Sven, right? Sven is still in the game.
Sven is still in the
I think
pool.
Sven, CK are both really, really good options to enable the sniper here.
And a little bit more in Ame's traditional hero pool.
Yeah, 100%. I think the AM is also a block pick.
Yeah. What about some good old Faceless Void as a counter to Anti-Mage? Even though they do have saves, we saw Faceless Void's not caring too much about what they want to get, but it's another old school classic as well.
It's an AM counter. I mean, they are valuing the carry-to-carry matchup more than, like, I feel like picking the best hero to enable the sniper here. I mean, I understand why they did it, but I'm not sure. I feel like this is going to give them the easiest path to creating a game tree here.
I think it's a pretty good pick. It's safer than a lot of the ones that we were mentioning. I mean, you get the Beast Auras whenever you use Terrorblade's Q. So that's a pretty big deal. It means DM now has to consider, like, does he go for an Axe build
right?
instead?
Yeah.
Satanic, you're going to get an illusion of him. Mana burn himself. A lot of the times, CB can end up solo killing an anti-mage because he mana burns himself so much. But it is a sniper Terrorblade lineup. That is
got some of their best
greedy.
heroes. Jin Q on his Snapfire performances that he did have so far at DI have been amazing. Like, this guy is all over the place, not dying, I would say, in 1 or 2 games
he
as well.
needs to secure the Centaur lane because
and it's a strong lane. Like, also you're playing into anti-mage where he doesn't like the lane.
Yeah,
Centaur. Centaur doesn't use much mana. You can also try to go for double edge and try to surprise him with the kill as well with the 1 stomp into Snapfire with you're playing into Lil Shredder. Sure, you're playing with Oracle, so there's going to be some of the healing coming out, but this is not an easy lane for Satanic.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the key thing again is going to be this off lane, Xin-Q and XXS, if they can actually create enough pressure, because the main space makers is going to be the Centaur. If he actually gets a good lane, he'll be able to stabilize the game, even though the sniper and Terrorblade is so greedy.
I will say, on a individual level, you always have to respect the XM sniper. He seems to be one of the few players that can make it work, where he's actually making space in the early game. He's actually having the impact that, like, a Spirit-type hero would, just because he's so good at this hero.
Do you know who they're all chanting for, by the way, this crowd?
XM.
XG.
They're actually cheering for, I mean, yes, Extreme Gaming, you are right about that, but also their coach, Zhao8, who is now on stage to give us some words about the draft in the game.
Absolutely, my friends. I am here with Zhao8. Mr. Director, Badong, Zhaobao. In a beautiful masterpiece, there is always adversity before the good guys end up winning. These guys have been your villains for this tournament. Tell me, how do you feel about this draft? How did this draft get you guys into the victorious climax here coming up in your store?
八岛每个伟大的作品前期的时候，主角都会遇到很多阻碍，但是他们会冲破阻碍，去到游戏的转折点。你觉得这一个 BP 能够将你们带去这个转折点，并且击败你们的宿敌 ，PV 什么？
我觉得肯定可以，相信 M1。
Of course it will. Believe in AME.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now, they do have a lot of comfort heroes from this team. You guys, of course, must have been prepared. Going into this draft, how confident are you in your draft against heroes like 9 Classes Alchemist that has yet to lose a game?
对面选了其实很多舒适的英雄，我们知道你肯定也是做过功课的，你对自己的阵容有多大的信心去击败对面的阵容呢？因为9 Class 他的炼金到目前为止还是没有输过的。
我们对他研究也比较深，然后我们这个阵容是我们自己想要的，所以我们打好自己的就行了。
We studied him quite a lot, and this draft is what we want. So as long as we play according to our plan, we'll be fine.
All right, really quick, the crowd has been here for you this entire event, and they want to know, from the words of the director, will we be going to a game 3?
我们会不会有第3把？
肯定会。
Let's go! All right, see you there.
Indeed, can't wait to see it. Let's see what we get, ladies and gentlemen. This game 2 between Extreme and P-Vision. It was a very tough game 1 for them, Fog, but it definitely does feel that this game 2, with the draft that they have, they've got some of the classics coming out.
Yeah, much better in terms of early game. Late game also is strong, but yeah, this top lane in particular is the one we have to probably talk about. Jin-Q and XXS playing an actual lane, right? The last one, the game, especially in that lane, was pretty much over in like the first 5 minutes, gotta be honest with you, because just he had no game whatsoever, and they've been the playmakers, they've been the space makers for the team. So let's see how they're gonna be able to do in that much better matchup in terms of that one. And XM, he's playing a classic, right? The only one who can play it, the sniper, as we've seen so far this tournament, busted it out yesterday for the first time throughout the tournament out of anybody, and it looked good.
It looked so good, yeah.
Yeah, no one, of course, he is going to snap pick that Storm. In terms of the laning phase, I've seen the Storms do better than they used to versus the Sniper, but it's more about the catches in the mid-game, right? Being able to close the gap on that Sniper.
Of course, that last pick coming in from Extreme, getting Arme the Terrorblade this time round. Of course, as the panel talked about, you do have that matchup that's going to benefit you with the illusions coming out against the anti-mage. Yep. Obviously, there are other things in the match that will definitely threaten the Terrorblade, but I do feel that that's not really going to be the end of the world for Extreme because they have the XM Sniper as well, right? We've seen this before. Even if Arme is on a carry that does get punished, XM normally able to pull through from the mid lane when he's on the Sniper as that backup carry and sometimes even the primary carry if he gets a hot start in the mid.
And I think also, in particular, with Ame playing Terrorblade, PL, we've talked about a lot how it can be a very difficult hero to work for most players. They've been wanting to. TB, it does have also a pretty low win rate. I think it was 25% or so.
25%, yeah.
But it is a much stronger hero overall in terms of most games. So we'll have to see what he can do there with it, as he also has given a very good lane in particular. The TB versus a Beastmaster, a classic counter pick, and he's got a very strong laner this time. An aggressive one, too, with X-Nova playing the Bane. You know, X-Nova in that last game playing the Warlock. It's a very difficult hero to pressure an off lane. It just kind of guarantees you farm. So let's see if there's going to be a difference this time.
For sure, and it definitely, yeah, on a Bane, we've seen it from so many of these supports, a hero that you can absolutely pop off and just have incredible sort of impact with those sort of saves. And coming in with these grips in the fight, forcing sort of P-Vision to focus their attention on dropping some of the bigger lockdowns onto a support.
Yeah, I think the saves in particular is something that's been insane for me this tournament, where a hero's chain lockdown, but he gets the BKB off because he gets a little sleep interaction. So definitely gonna have to keep eyes on that, as there's quite a bit of those big stuns. X-Nova, Night Class is gonna chase him out. He's got Blood Grenade and a boar behind him.
Chase this down, yeah. This might just be the first blood. Couple more punches. Oh, here we go. One more.
He's fast.
He's surely gonna have it. Another concoction comes in. That'll do it. First blood for 9 Class.
Pretty big deal. An Alchemist getting first blood on a Bane. Usually not something that you'd expect a Bane at one of the stronger laners, but able to find that opportunity on the sideline. Great play there from 9 Class.
So looking at this top lane as well, so you mentioned obviously this time compared to game 1, you expect a much more sort of solid showing in the laning stage from XXS and Jin-Q. Is that just in terms of them not really dying in this lane, or can they actually find opportunities to pressure and get kills as these two heroes?
Probably not, because the Centaur always has the mana burn, but this is a lane where you're going to farm. Yeah. Centaur does excellent versus AM. You have, what, at least a 10 or 8 base damage advantage early on in the lane. And yeah, you're just going to be able to sustain, because your mana, it doesn't really matter. You play around Retaliate. And Jin-Q, he's playing Snapfire. You know, he's not playing Nyx Assassin, which doesn't really contribute much in a lane whatsoever. And we've seen him do work on this Snapfire throughout this tournament. His best hero so far, it feels.
No, absolutely. I mean, obviously from P-Vision's side of things, they do have excellent save in the forms of the Oracle. But Extreme side, they've got a multitude of different ways to bail one another out, right? Whether it's the Nightmare, later down the line, the potential Aghanims on the Snapfire, and of course just having the Centaur with the Stampede. You know, so many ways that they can ensure that even if P-Vision do get the jump on someone like XM on the Sniper, they can still get him out of there.
Yeah, repositioning tools are massive, right? Like even Cookie, a little Cookie I've seen so many times throughout this tournament, just save a core and maybe change the tides of the fight. So.
It kind of gives just that little bit of distance that might just allow the Sniper to turn and get those extra few hits in before he goes down himself.
And it heals. As we've seen, everyone is buying the Shard, or almost buying the Shard immediately when they can on that Snapfire. So it's 200 healing. That's a lot in the early game.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Extreme have been able to deal themselves a much better hand this time round in game 2.
Yeah, XM. He is starting to poke the tower. It's already beginning again.
Jinkyu trying to mess around with no one, but they're ready to deal with him as the supports both turn up and make sure that Jinkyu is not going to be able to mess with no one at all here in this situation. We'll be able to run away and survive though, so end of the day it's a fair bit of space being made there by Jinkyu, the fact that both supports were forced to come over and push him back. So he'll take that.
It's a very clever move. They see that their lanes are kind of all already self-sustained in terms of the cores. TB can be left alone. Sniper can sort of be left alone too, so they can look to play wherever they want on the supports right now. Catapult will die in the mid lane, so a bit less pressure as we see 9 Class does get that acid spray down for it, but already down to about half HP. We saw XM do the same thing yesterday when he just whittled the tower down.
It's not going to be easy to sort of push the Sniper off the tower of the heroes.
9 Class.
To consider in the mid, though. Get the chase on to Xnova. See Xnova get the backup of Jinkyu, though, so again, XG able to get away from these attempts.
P-Vision just really trying to protect that jungle for no one so he can get the 6. He's now got it online, so does have that zip to be able to protect himself top.
Taking out the mana from XXS, but having the damage to kill the Centaur, unlikely at the moment between these two.
No, it would take too long. Satanic doesn't want to miss any extra last hits. Dominator almost finished up on the anti-mage. So his lane is still very good, but XXS is getting a lane. Look at this rotation. Ame, top, making the move. Trying to get a wraparound on Satanic.
Yeah, able to bully him back. See how much he wants to stick up. I mean, do you imagine he will just sort of stick up here, Ame, and try and get some damage onto the tower with this Metamorphosis?
Yeah, he wants to get this tower. I think he wants to take out the whole thing. So let's see if there's going to be a rotation from P-Vision, or if they're going to look to pressure on the flip side from DM.
And these towers are going down early in the mid. I mean, they tried for a deny, but not going to happen. XM gets the last touch on that. So 7 minutes in, XM Sniper taking out the mid-tier 1 away from no one.
I really like this move from Ame. He was getting full free farm bottom, but he's like, we're playing versus anti-mage.
Yeah, this is pretty big.
Yeah, they have difficulties defending towers if you play with any AM lineup, so this is a really cool move.
I mean, we saw what last game, P-Vision playing relatively fast and how they were taking these towers out. I mean, this game, XG's just said, hey, we could do that too, and we could do it even faster.
Yeah, they're looking to play that tempo game a lot more this time around. We have a game on our hands, Owen. Last one, it was already feeling pretty out of control. This one, XG's got game plans. They send XXS bottom, he stops the push. They get the 2 towers.
Let's see where they go next. We'll see. A little smoke coming out from 9 Class and DM, maybe trying to get a catch with the Primal Roar.
Power rune, they know where it is.
I mean, XM's positioning as well. Make sure that he's not caught on the bottom side.
I mean, P-Vision, they're always going to know where the rune is. They've got that
still
oracle.
Find him. XM playing cautious. He's going to step up now, though. TPs are coming in. DM is going to go with the Roar, but the backup has arrived. No one committing in with all the mana. The burst, it's enough to bring XM down. They get the kill.
That did a lot more than expected, I believe.
And no one trying to push his limits as well. He's still got enough mana to play on. They will lose 9 Class in return, but P-Vision getting what they came for, able to take out XM underneath his own tower.
He still has the regen running. Jinkyu might get caught.
Continue to dive. Xnova is there at the side. A Nightmare to slow this down. No one won't quite go for the tier 2 dive for now. Just keeps both supports low. Is able to push them back.
A lot of pressure from that regen rune. The good old prognosticate. They can always pretty much guarantee that no one's going to get that rune unless XG just shows up with the numbers on that setup.
And a fantastic hero to have that sort of rune control on as the Storm.
One of the best, in fact. Gets a galvanized stack, of course, there as we saw, bringing down XM. And Satanic is going to get to hit these creeps. It does this. I feel like this is going to be a pretty slow one, Owen. We are very likely to get to these 40+ stages with an AM versus Terrorblade lineup.
And I feel that's going to be a bit risky for pVision, if anything, because I feel like XG, when they have like the XM Sniper, the Arme Terrorblade, this lineup is so prepared to play the later team fights.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a very, very exciting game that we have kicking in here in terms of early and even potential late game. I think that XG is going to want to set the tempo, though, with their early moves around these two supports and around XM Sniper.
So if they're going to be ready to go up to the high ground, it's a little bit spooky what's to steal the tier 1 here, so they'll just focus the objective first.
That's a big deal. They're taking out all the towers.
Super early.
Yeah.
10 minutes in, all 3 tier 1s are going to be taken here by XG.
So many games I've seen that pVision is able to just come out of lanes, get these dominators, and just control the lanes, pretty much positioning for the next 10+ minutes. This is not going to be one of those games, as we're seeing XG with very good responses so far. Another power rune, of course, for no one. He's got the haste rune. Xnova trying to find the level 6. He's trying to find the level 5. He's getting gone on.
I'm going to go for the dive. TP coming in. Not enough burst to kill Xnova off, and now no one's got to back away. Has got the haste, but can't dance around too close to the tower anymore.
Top, Satanic, working on Ame.
All right. See if they can get him out of this one. Stampede comes into play. That's going to be enough to allow Ame to step to the side and get off an easy Sunder. Says thanks for the HP there, no one, as he's just straight back up to full.
No one tried to dodge it there with the ball lightning, but Ame very well prepared, had that Lotus. He actually has both of the Lotuses. They've given it to the Terrorblade to make sure that he doesn't get mana burned.
Satanic still sticking around. Has the backup of Ducalis. Ducalis, of course, yet to hit the level 6 though. Ame with Xnova by his side. Ready to start pulling Satanic away here with the Metamorphosis.
They're both just playing versus each other with the Dominator. Ame's trying to kill it, but Satanic with the micro gets it away. Bottom, DM starting to get some pressure here. XXS trying to hold it.
I should be able to do a pretty good job.
Ooh, takes the
Pushing off
board.
The tower. They've got the kisses coming in, slowing DM down, allowing him to close in to get into the double edge of the stomp, but Ducalis is in with the save. DM, it's going to be fine for now.
Great positioning. Good move there from Ducalis. Clever play from XXS, taking the board with the Dominator, trying to use that slow versus DM, but that is going to be kisses used and not netting a kill. This Oracle pick, we saw it the other day too, or yesterday, how strong it could be versus Snapfire. And potentially always just saving with that Fate's Edict alone.
It's definitely going to be a bit of a concern, though, from pVision, the fact that XM is getting so much space. You know, we've seen so many of these games where he's at the top and he doesn't let it slip away from him in the mid. Nice little bit of a freebie there for the two of them, Xnova and XM, taking out 9 class.
The fact that Ame is getting slowed down a little bit here, but yeah, XM,
he's getting so much.
Look how aggressive he's posturing as well. He's got the 2 supports behind him. As long as he knows where the storm is, in most situations, he can survive. And he's not that squishy, right? That's what we've seen from XM time and time again. He builds a bit tanky because he's got this Dragon Lance, he's got all these small stat items.
Yeah, it's not easy to go on him.
No.
Especially when he has the supports in position as he has done. I mean, you know, one of the reasons why XG are so good with the XM Sniper is just because how well as a team, they know how to play around him.
Yeah. Does feel like they always do have these like double saving supports in particular to protect some of these riskier picks. Level 6 has been hit, so Xnova does have that finished on the Bane. The grip is at the ready, but Oracle as well. Ducalis has the counter with the False Promise. And I should have pointed this out way sooner, so sorry about that. But 9 class, an interesting facet choice. I think most of the times we've seen the seed money be the choice. He sometimes passes off a bottle level 1. He's gone for Mixologist, so it's going to be interesting what he's going to be looking to do, either with the Berserk Potion or what it could be. It's 2-2, very slow paced.
Yeah, XG will continue to, of course, keep a presence on this bottom lane. They don't want to allow DM to find any sort of opportunity to take early tier 1s away from them.
This is his home. The Crimson Guard is soon finished up. It's going to block a lot of the early damage, and pVision definitely does have perhaps some damage issues early on, but they are looking to just farm. Storm and AM. As we said, this game very potential to go to quite late stages.
And they're all pretty much hitting their timings.
They are.
You know, from the lowest net worth core to the top, it's less than 1K gold between them. They'll get the jump with a cookie. The XM is here ready to offer up the damage. They get the Hoostorm connection on towards no one. A heavy bit of burst damage, but plenty of mana still at the ready to get out. I'm just going to make the quick move up towards the top. I mean, Satanic and Ducalis are looking to maybe try and make something happen against Arme.
tough to go for it. Satanic has to be careful.
So much damage here from the metamorphosized illusions.
And Ame's just always holding a healing Lotus, so he has the chance to be able to pop that Lotus and Sunder if anything does go wrong.
And he's got backup.
He does.
We can see the movements from the rest of Extreme, meaning that they have this presence of Jin-Q and X-Nova, you know, very close by. And a Stampede at the ready to press.
They're smoked up again. As you said, they have the Fiend's Grip ready, they have the Kisses. Ults are ready to go if they catch a target.
DM doesn't expect this mid maybe with the amount of focus that was being put on the top lane. Might feel a little too safe here. Kisses coming in. They've got the grip at the ready as well. No one wills it forward, be able to stop the grip and make sure the DM is able to walk away.
Too tanky. He's got the helm finished up already, so a 2,000 HP Beastmaster, even with Kisses. Not able to get that finish up as no one comes in, gets a kill. Another Galvanized stack. Even though it's very slow-paced game, he is up to 5.
Ends up being, yeah, just a little bit too ambitious of a play there from XG.
Really wanting to try to make some type of move to slow down the farm of this Beastmaster, but an immediate answer. And that's 2 ultis used. Does P-Vision want to take advantage of that, or are they just going to sit back and farm? It feels like it's just going to be a sit back and farm.
I think as long as Satanic is sort of getting space, that they'll be happy. And still on track to hit a very respectable timing here on the Battle Fury.
Bottom, P-Vision, wanting to maybe slowly whittle down this tower, but I immediately saw XG. They're pinging it, so they do want to defend this, but it is low.
Let's have a look. I mean, XXS doesn't have a TP at the moment, so he's just going to have to walk down here. Won't be able to get her in time, so finally DM is able to claim that bottom tier 1.
And immediately I see the line, the circle drawn, right, from Ducalis. He's like, we now have access to this bottom side of the map to potentially farm more pressure.
See what they can do down here. 2 of them still hanging around, but I mean, yeah, as we've seen, it takes a lot to kill DM.
It does.
Even if they get that opening stun onto it.
I mean, the 2 offlaners are going the exact same build, Owen. Well, besides not upgrading the Dominator to the Overlord on the Centaur, but going for that Crimson Guard afterwards, so gonna mitigate a ton of damage in this early game.
X-Nova.
Vision
ready to go on the rest of the boys down here.
I mean, Ame's been up here for a long time.
They really want to try and get him. See if they can. Concoction at the ready. It's good lockdown. Satanic ready to bring in the damage. Can he get anything off? He gets the Thunder's there. Just in time. Those final moments, able to get it out as the lockdown comes to an end.
Gets the heal. He's been carrying it the whole time, that healing Lotus. The first time he gets the Sunder off because of it, the second time also.
They're so close. They just needed that little bit more. I mean, was there any way they could have better kind of layered the stuns? I don't think so, right? They did it as best they could, but it wasn't enough to stop him from getting the save off.
Oh, 30 HP, he gets it. Ame doing the math.
I mean, he's loving life on this top corner of the map. He's been in pretty much for the last
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Literally 10 minutes. Satanic.
Now stepping up.
At the sleep.
Got Ducalis behind him.
Very difficult to punish this anti-mage. Does feel like both teams pretty content, though.
It's a close
both are
start.
farming. They're both very happy.
Such a close start this time around. I think this is what you sort of wanted to see here between these two teams, rather than a very one-sided affair.
Maybe more kills in particular for us, but that's okay.
I'm sure they'll come. You know, the later stages of this game are going to be insane. I can already feel it. Let's start just the build-up here for now between XG and P-Vision.
It is pretty crazy how we don't have the craziest amount of team fight in particular. Some games, right, like that last one, we have Solar Guardian, Black Hole, etc. This one, pretty limited team fight spells in particular. It's a lot of single target that's going to be coming out in this game.
I like sort of the balance, though, of like the cores in terms of like the priority and importance of them, right? Both have this kind of traditional hard carry, the Terrorblade, the Anti-Mage, but at the same time, both mid, Sniper, and of course the Storm Spirit, no one. These two mids can absolutely scale and carry themselves on their own back, so.
It does feel like a very balanced situation that is coming in here.
See, they'll back off for now, P-Vision.
9 class, how's he doing? He's got the blink finished up. Shard almost done as well. Then we'll probably see those Aghanims if he wants to go that route. There's also potential for Lotus Orb. It's a fantastic Lotus game, as we've seen in multiple different situations. Versus either the Bane, versus the TB Sunder. Definitely have a huge effect there. Tormentor contest is going to be an interesting one, because as we've seen in almost every single game, most teams immediately at that 20-minute mark, they start to prepare for it. So let's see if we are going to have that contest and who's going to be more prepared for it. As you said, Ame's been up here for 12 minutes now and has been yet to be pushed out.
Yeah, we're going to see both him and Satanic be so close on farm in this game. And we can see already, you know, just a few hundred gold between the two of them, the Terrorblade and the Anti-Mage.
This will be an interesting pickup if Ame does commit for it. If he does go down the route of this butterfly,
I like it.
He'll be really strong in terms of the group up when his team goes for it. How do they focus fire him?
And it's just so annoying for these two heroes, right? Anti-Mage does not want to be buying an MKB,
no,
let alone at all really normally, and definitely not anytime soon. And the same for the Storm Run. You don't want to be buying any sort of True Strike on the Storm, so that evasion's going to do massive things.
He goes Witchblade at least, right? So at least you do have a bit of that True Strike.
Sure.
Yeah, some of it, but... Power Rune?
There's the jump. XXS gets the opening hoof stomp. Concoction throwing down onto him. They'll lay down the kisses. Try to push back P-Vision.
They do not want to go on the tanky hero. XXS trying to chase. He's got another blink up.
I mean, Arme's looking to see if he can kind of get the wraparound on this one. Jump forward. Whoop. The Concoction at the ready. 9 class able to put a stop to any hoof stomp opportunities that XXS was trying to find. But the pressure there onto the tier 2. XM and Arme ready to push on.
They're looking at the objectives.
Yeah, and again, just sort of matching what we saw in terms of timings from P-Vision in that game 1. XG playing so much faster this time round, and it's giving them such a higher chance of having success in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Ame getting some good timings here, but they're going to sack the Tormentor.
They'll take the trade, yeah, P-Vision. And XXS is making its way over, but they won't be able to get her in time to stop this. So. Sharp for Ducalis.
Very heads-up play there from P-Vision.
See if they still manage to try and find a fight out of this XG. They're making their way over under the cover of smoke.
They might have to sacrifice 9 class.
Xnova, watch it from the high ground. Ducalis, he's going to be focused first.
They got
shot down. See what they can look for more. But the counter spell's there. He gets the pick up for the high ground. The assassinate's in. Jump ball with the cookie. The Concoction will hold back Q. But Satanic will fall as they're locked down enough for XM to take him out. And now maybe be able to turn for more as the chase continues over towards 9 class. Now blink up though.
Getting
Should
cut off.
be fine there. They're going to try and continue to chase. Xnova's able to get the range for the sleep. So the chase will be a success as 9 class killed off as well.
What a play. Great wraparound, understanding we're not going to make it in time for Tormentor, but we can absolutely take the fight. I think the Shrapnel actually woke up the AM, allowed him to get the counterspell off with Safine's grip, but either way, they have the chain stun afterwards to lock him down and bring him down. XG very prepared this game. Butterfly is getting closer and closer for Ame.
It's so early on this Terrorblade.
How do you fight versus a Butterfly Terrorblade if they're set up as a unit in particular, right? Catching him alone, absolutely, you can perhaps do that, but when he's grouped with a Butterfly, it's going to be very problematic.
It's going to be a super tough kill.
Blocks so much of their damage, right? It's a lot of physical from P-Vision this time around. It's going to be very interesting to see what they want to do here. As a lot of gold saved up. Xnova wondering what build he wants to go for. Is it going to be something like a Blink on the Bane, perhaps, that he wants to go for? We'll have to see what option, as he's quite rich also.
And Ame knowing that he could just continue to live his life up in this top corner. Nobody's able to do anything about him.
It is pretty wild that he's been there for 14 plus minutes without being able to get pushed out.
And P-Vision just not being given any sort of opportunity to really approach any further tier 1s. You know, the tier 1 in the mid lane have also just barely taken any sort of damage from any sort of pressure. P-Vision, they can't really push on outside of DN. They're going to try and bring the action in around the mid now as they get the jump in onto Jin-Q. We'll find him.
Maybe can get some decent damage onto this tower here too with the Reign of Destiny, as we see no one just getting healed up.
Xnova and XXS ready to turn up though for the defense.
Okay, the choice is going to be a Glimmer for Xnova. He's going to be bringing it out soon. XXS, every time a tower push comes out, the Centaur gets parked in front of it. P-Vision wanting to look to strike elsewhere.
It's going to be difficult to find XM Sniper though. Typically a sort of step ahead of any sort of sweep of the map that enemies try for against him. It's very hard to find.
And very defensive build that he's gone for, too. As we said, he likes to build a bit tankier on his sniper. Linken's is going to be the next choice to prevent either a roar or any of these single target abilities as we see P-Vision have.
They still, of course, have a lot of gap closure.
They do.
2 cores,
they absolutely
both having ways to jump straight on top of the sniper in these team fights.
I mean, this game is, you know, it's low kill count, but it's as tense as ever. Both are getting exactly what they want out of the map here. That butterfly, it's finished. Let's see what XG wants to do and how they want to force. Are they going to perhaps wait for Roche to shift toward the top side before they look for a potential go on it? Because they can bring that Roche down very quick. 9class is looking for a potential setup here.
It's going to try. Satanic's in as well, but XXS in with the stop. What it was 9class, and they've got the Stampede as well. So 9class, he's got to run. The Metamorphosis comes out as 9class trying to set something up there with Satanic. Even if XXS wasn't there, I don't know what these two have been able to deal with Arme at this point. This Terrablade's massive.
Unlikely versus that butterfly. The
Yeah.
build is working for XG right now, and XXS, he is everywhere. It feels like you look away for a second, and then boom, the Centaur is just there to protect. And there's that Lotus Sword finished up for him.
I mean, they might as well see what happens when they push the high ground. They've hit the timing here with this butterfly pickup.
They've got a Crimson to slow things down.
Now what? Able to clear out the wave. We'll slow down the push for now.
These are heads-up moves. Nullifier for DM. Very early pickup that he's got this finished. Can't get rid of these glimmers in particular, but as you said, Lotus, Lincolns, they've got ways to protect each other. And Roche, it is shifting now. It is on that top side.
Just going for the straight-up damage as well, Arme. He's got the Chrysalis on the way out, going for that full Daedalus. I mean, if he gets that, these fights are going to be so difficult for Satanic, right? Even though he's very close in farm, it does feel like if he makes a blink in, and somehow, you know, some way they're able to keep the Terror protected, and you're seeing the damage from the two of them. They're going to try and go on XXS. They've got the roll, but the kisses are coming in, and XXS, he's so tanky. They barely get him down to half HP. The grip's there, controlling Satanic. See if he can get up towards the end of it. No, the who's done the cookie, but there's the save to Carlos. Comes in, bails Satanic out. But P-Vision, they've got to run, because Arme's turned up to the fight. Ducalis cannot escape. P-Vision, they do manage to eventually bring XXS down, but it takes so much.
Look how much damage he absorbed. You can just look at the fight recap. That's pretty much all Centaur taking that damage from the entirety of P-Vision. That's exactly what you want from your Centaur.
And now they could just move into the Roche XG. They didn't get the core kills, but they got enough out of P-Vision in terms of ultimates and attempts to fight that they can walk into the pit very freely and secure themselves this Aegis.
I mean, Ame able to just walk in and join, do Roche even without meta. So they're going to have meta to potentially push toward high ground, Owen. P-Vision, what's the approach going to be?
It's going to be tough. I mean, we're seeing already that it's just so difficult for Satanic to blink in and get involved in the fights. Because if Arme and XM are not controlled, this anti-mage will get destroyed.
Absolutely. They have way too much damage for him. And it's difficult for them to reach these backlines, even if they do have these, you know, these jumpers, as we've been saying, to get to it. XXS has just been the body that they need. Satanic is going to be going for his butterfly of his own, so he is going to look to match that aggression that's coming from Ame, but Ame does have that advantage of net worth at the moment.
And just overall damage output when he has the Metamorphosis ready.
Oh, yeah.
CP Vision, we'll see what the call is going to be here for the next 4 minutes.
Probably just try to stall things out so they can't reach the base, right? Get your own push, cut the waves as much as possible. That Daedalus soon on the horizon.
Yeah, we'll easily be able to have it picked up and still have a kind of 2+ minutes to play for.
Satanic.
Trying to go on XXS, but
He'll burn all the mana. That is very annoying. But he does have the stick. He does always have Lotuses to be able to pump himself back up.
Sweeping over towards Arme. But again, it feels like, how do you even go on this Terrorblade right now? You have to have all 5, right?
You do. And he has to be out of position. If he's with the team, it feels like it's very difficult to kill him.
I mean, stepping pretty far forward, but of course has this Aegis. He feels that relaxed right now.
He's pretty far up.
They're going to try and start something. See what they can do. Easy man to dodge there.
Even as the Lincolns, just in case. XM is right behind him.
That's the full Daedalus. So 28 minutes in, Butterfly Daedalus, level 20 Terrorblade. That sounds pretty terrifying.
It does. Ame is posturing so aggressively this game. Grouped up, looking for the potential push. We see DM, he is doing the cutting. So he is sending the Ancient Ice Shaman on that far left side with his Boris as well to just slow things down.
As the completed Miona for XM, everything coming together. They do need to say, have the butterfly done on Satanic, but it's still so difficult for him to fight back against these two.
I feel like they're going to push. They're going to look for Arax here with this Aegis.
See what P-Vision can do. Have they got what it takes at the moment to be able to defend? against this level of push.
It's just so much physical damage.
It really is. He spends a few seconds on the front and he gets about half his HP taken away in an instant.
Even with the butterfly, they're going right through it. Crimson Guard again, but the towers are getting whittled down. No one will cut the wave, so that is the last creep wave. So they're gonna have to back up and reset.
Yeah, very close to having the Shiva's Guard done as well, no one, so.
They're looking to just continue, right? They need more time to be able to deal with this Terrabladed Sniper. But is time really gonna benefit them that much with the way that XG's been able to play so far? DM.
And they'll be able to deal with this hit. Bringing XM over as well.
Kill it.
Oh, yep. XM, he'll have it.
Yes. Smoke up, P-Vision, they're getting outside.
They're gonna get the jump on Arme. Arme, he's gonna be gone the once.
Can they do it again? They've got a roar.
Backup's on the way for Arme. They can get the opening stampedes there. Lincoln's ready to keep it protected. He's able to walk it off.
Far too difficult for them to get the setup. XM just covering him every time with the Lincolns. Too hard for DM to get the roar, even with the nullifier to break. Here comes the push again. 30 seconds on meta. No Aegis.
And we'll see if XG still feels strong without it.
Feels like they do. Base ward taken out. Ducalis did find it. Here comes that push. Tower's low.
And they've got it. Tier 3 to 4. So they want to keep going here, XG. XM. Oh, it's getting the start. Answers there for Satanic. Shiva's Guard now done on no one.
Satanic is having to stay here in the base, though, which means he's not getting that extra farm. He's having to be here for the defense.
There's the smoke. They're going to try and get the surprise jump. See if they can get the wraparound, potentially. So they're coming in from the side here. Good angle from P-Vision. XG prepared for this one. No one ready to try and scout out the backlines. He's in. Makes the jump, but now he jumps out. Tries to bait out spells and items in for XG. But XXS, he's in with the jump. He gets the 3-man hoop stop. A beautiful follow-up there from XXS allows them to take down 9 class immediately. As XG are ready to step up to the barracks.
They're ready for every move, Owen. Immediately backing themselves up, gathering as a unit, so P-Vision can't find a target.
Still trying to bait out some of these stuns and spells, but Ducalis gets shot down by XM. The barracks are gone.
The strategy is working, Owen. XG, they're looking to get a 2-rack advantage.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere. They're sticking around for a second set at the least. I mean, no one again trying to turn their attention away from the objectives, but these racks, they fall so fast here to the damage of Arme and XM.
Ayame is playing his heart out this game. Beautiful build, beautiful rotation, surviving the ganks. An 8K lead with massive structural damage.
P-Vision, what's the plan going to be? Satanic, he's even though he's kind of close on the net worth, you're really just feeling how difficult of a matchup it is for him to play into as this anti-mage. Dealing with both a sniper and a Terrorblade that are ahead of you in farm, it seems almost impossible for the AM.
It really feels like they just don't have the damage to go through what XG has by any means. XXS with his build, with his Crimson, it blocks everything that P-Vision wants to do to walk into him. Aghanims is done, so that's the first one here for 9 class. It's gonna give it a no one, I imagine.
Yep, no one's got it ready to go.
Yep.
So if they had that setup, maybe some sort of multi-man vortex into like a concoction.
They're gonna need a big multi-hero stun in order to have a chance in that next push, because it's gonna come very soon. The auras are all there. Yep. Aghanim's now also finished up for XXS, so another save.
So many saves. Yep. So many ways to keep XM or Arme safe if they get jumped.
And this might be one of the better cart games too. You have 2 of the best heroes, it feels like, to utilize in their range. They can actually just wallop heroes from a distance.
And XM's pretty much got his Monkey King bar done.
Oh boy, yeah, this feels harder and harder for Satanic.
He's got
the Basher, but look at his HP pool too, right? Satanic is not gonna be able to stand toe-to-toe with these heroes.
XG. They could definitely just sort of deal with the lanes, wait out for the next Roshan. Should be coming up pretty shortly.
Next items, like you said, MKB is done for XM, and I believe a Lincoln's about to be done for Amame. How do you get through these?
P-Vision definitely do what they can to try and set the map up themselves so they can have a say on the Roshan, at least give themselves an opportunity maybe to see if no one can get a steal off. It's the Storm Spirit.
No one.
I just can't get anywhere close.
It is really just such insane damage that XG does have. And immediately they're not splitting up either is the thing. Immediately they're all together as 5. The lanes are in a good position for them as well with the TB sending the illusions. So they're ready for the fight.
Now Lincoln's on Arme. Ready with the smoke, XG. They know that P-Vision's going to be out on the map a little bit.
Roche, how long's it going to be? It's a quick spawn.
I mean, they're showing her on the top lane.
XXS,
he's able to get through. They've got the room at the start. PDM is gone. No one has to zip away. Carlos will turn up here ready to help out, but they have to continue to back off. Tier 2 is not a safe space right now.
DM spent his gold. He bought the Vlad, so he's dead for 60 seconds.
And pushing forward at the timing with the wisdom coming up, so another one of those to be taken by Extreme.
And we see XG, if they catch a hero, the hero is dead. On P-Vision, if they catch a hero, the hero does not really take much damage whatsoever. It doesn't matter who it is.
They're ready to try and tickle at the base again. They don't even need the Aegis. They put that strong. Satanic is looking for an angle at the back lines. But XXS finds them. He's in with the jump on the 2 of them. Perfectly ready. Satanic will make the jump over and over the car. XXS with the save. Satanic shot down by XM. It is over. GG is called. Extreme, they may have had a rough game 1, but this game 2, Fox, they're looking better than ever. They push us to a game 3 here in the lower bracket.
That was a very strategical approach to this game. Honestly, this move from Ame dictating the pace of the game pretty early. 7 minutes, rotating top, taking the tower, stayed there for what? It felt like what, 14 minutes that he's farming in that top lane. XXS defending every single tower. P-Vision, it felt like they were like, okay, yes, we're getting what we want out of the map, but XG was just getting so much more, pressuring, controlling, containing, and just honestly crushing this game completely.
Yeah, just an excellent adaptation coming into this game 2 after what happened in game 1. Right? Taking all 3 tier 1s, 10 minutes in, securing this top part of the map where Ame just lived his best life and for like nearly 15 minutes plus as a Terrorblade.
And I love that he built this aggressive, right? He doesn't go for this
butterfly
BKB, Scotty, nothing. He just goes for the butterfly, looks to close the game out as fast as possible.
Well, what a game. What a performance there from Extreme. Cannot wait to see what happens as we are indeed, ladies and gentlemen, getting a game 3 coming up as the series now stands 1-1 between Extreme and P-Vision.
The fact that we're getting a game 3 demonstrates just how close this top 3 is. At any point, we could be seeing P-Vision in that grand finals. But for right now, Extreme Gaming, they're making that comeback. They're saying, we want this, we're hungry for it. And comfort picks just for everyone. Amazing and significantly better laning phase as well, I'd say, for this game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, is I love that no matter who makes it into the grand finals, you know that it is so close. All 3 of these teams can beat each other. This was not close. Like, in a way, I feel like Extreme...
It was close in terms of net worth, but it wasn't really close in terms of the pacing of the game.
The momentum. Since the laning stage, Extreme, they had it figured out. They picked late game heroes like Sniper, Terrorblade, but they didn't play for the late game. They were very active in the early game.
I mean, they totally abused the fact that the anti-mage needed a long time, or he could not enter the fight at all because of this Terrorblade. Like, the reflection just made it so that he has to be so careful, and every time he comes to a fight, he couldn't really do anything.
I think it was pretty similar to what happened in game number 1, like this carry-to-carry matchup where you are staying an item ahead, maybe even an item and a half in this one. It is very difficult for Satanic to play the game. He doesn't have a clear target that he can jump because of all the save with the Nightmare that's going to ruin him. Then you have Snapfire as well, you have Stampede, you have all these defensive items, you have Crimson Guard on the Centaur. Very, very difficult fights in terms of how they want to play it out, because they have protection for their Sniper who's peeping from the distance, and you also do have this ability to stay ahead in terms of itemization. You see that he's going for the butterfly, and then you have 2 cores that kind of like to build it, the butterfly. Like, at one point, Sniper, he did have Serrated Shift, he's building it to Mjolnir naturally, plus he builds into MKB, so that butterfly is not really doing that much.
I mean, it's not just the build, right? I felt like the TB also kind of enabled XXS on the Centaur to get a decent game, and he was able to do a lot in the fight. We saw a lot of multi-hero storms, the card eventually, like, he wasn't enabled in the first game, and this game I felt like it was night and day.
Yeah, he was just there to provide his team with anything they needed. That card at the end was Always such a pleasure to see picked up in a game, but just so much fun. The flip side, though, for PU Vision, 9 class not really having that impact on an Alk we've seen previously. We're like, yes, it was winning, but was he winning the game with it? And I think this has kind of answered our question about it now.
Yeah, this was very rough for P-Vision. Perhaps it's the combination of the Anti-Mage and the Alchemist that is the main issue, but really Extreme, they understood the assignment. They saw that there was this greedy duo coming out of P-Vision, and they understood that even though they have Sniper and Terrorblade, they needed to push. They needed to be active. They needed to win the lanes, and they did.
Yeah, they really did. Extreme Gaming, it's hard to pick a standout player from that, right? You look at the end, everyone had a phenomenal performance. Ame on the Terrorblade night and day compared to game 1.
Yeah, he was so aggressive. Like the way he moved across the map, these like understanding that anti-mage, he can't really do much. He's gonna get his mana burn. He wants to pressure him out. He moves to the top lane. You have Centaur with the Dominator creep as well, so that's gonna be extra bit of a damage. This is something that anti-mage historically didn't like to play into, getting himself kicked out of the lane, and then he needs to go to jungle. This is a hero that doesn't have any good like ways of farming. Now with the helm of the Dominator, it does help him a little bit, but it's still not good enough because they are having so much. The map is getting much smaller, and this time around, they didn't have the playmaker. Sure, you have this position for Alchemist, who's trying to get the Aghanim Scepter play in the outer ring, trying to get the extra bit of a farm. It came in very late, that Aghanim Scepter that he did give the Storm Spirit. You couldn't really feel the influence of it.
Yeah, it was at the timing where they had a Centaur cart to save whoever gets caught. And this is why I think that the MVP could have gone to any of Extreme's cores, because Ame pressured the early game, XXS hit the multi-hero stomps. We have to mention XM Sniper. I feel like this has been a tournament of elephants in the room, and this is the one for me when it comes to this team. They do not lose with Cardell Sharpeye. They are the best sniper team on the planet, and I expect to see a ban in the next game.
Yeah, I don't think you can let that one through at all. You can't rest on your laurels thinking that you know how to deal with a sniper when it's specifically an XM sniper here. We're saying the cores are up for grabs. Anyone could have been that standout player, but something that I think was also really key in changing how that offlane played was Jinkyu, right? He got on a hero that was significantly more impactful. Playing that snap, just having more stability, that's where I think we saw the lane go much
Yeah,
better.
you can actually do stuff with the hero. You can actually be the one who's putting the pressure. You can make the moves across the map compared to Next Assassin, who was so underleveled in the previous one. I think there's a comparison between what he was playing in game number 1 and what 9 class was playing in game number 2, where he wasn't really unable to do much on the map. Like you feel like you're position 4 with the setup, with the draft that you have. Like it feels like you need to do much, but you can't because of the situation you're in, because of the hero that you're playing. And this time around, you can be paired up with the Centaur. You can be paired up, with just a Shrapnel with the Snapfire Kisses could land you a kill.
I like that they chose to basically say, okay, we lost the offlane really badly in the previous game. Well, let's just dodge it entirely. We will run the Centaur on the offlane. We will cut creeps. We will bring it to camps, get Giga farmed. He gets an early Helm of Dominator. And this is where we see the rotation from Ame. On level 6 on Terrorblade, he was farming just fine in his lane, by the way. Look at his denies, 18 denies. But he realized that he's got to be the one to push towers. He's got to be the one to pressure. If they combine the Centaur power spike here with Ame's Metamorphosis, they can easily take the tower and close down the map on a team that absolutely needs the map to farm.
I mean, it's also the fact that the Beastmaster just got level 6, so he realizes if he stays in the lane, one roll and either the Storm or +1, he could die, So that move itself solves another problem. So it literally gave their opponents nowhere to maneuver around the map.
Yeah, and it ties into what you guys were saying. Kick that anti-mage out of that top lane as early as you can. Force him to be a little bit uncomfortable. And then we see that TB wanted to stay up there. Ame wanted to stay there. They try and make a move onto him, but it was not successful.
And the fact that he had the presence of mind to always keep a Lotus because he knows that the AM is going to try to kill him, so he could run out of mana, so he couldn't cast his Sunder. And every time he got ganked, this is one of those that he managed to turn around, but he had a Lotus every single time to survive.
Because it gives you like exactly enough mana to press the Sunder, and that's all he needs.
And you're also getting less damage from Mana Void.
Yeah.
We see it progress a little bit further, and we're wondering how late game is this going to go? Where are we going to see the carries end up for themselves? But a specific item that was picked up by Arme, Lacoste, you're like, this is it. This is where we're just going to start seeing the game kind of close out and go in the favor of Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, this is way too early. This is 24 minutes we're talking about, where he has Falcon Blade, he has Manta Style, and does go for a very aggressive item, understanding that he can just build that item. It gives him damage, it gives him survivability against Anti-Mage, because Anti-Mage is not a hero that's going to be building into MKB by any time soon. This might be his 6th item, but we're talking about, 45-minute game potentially. And what happens after they get a pick off, they try to go on the enemy tier 3 tower. As soon as they got that butterfly, then they decide to take another fight, understanding that their timing right now is super strong. They can take the fight, and TB, he doesn't need to be caring too much about it. He's going to be joining the fight slightly later, and you can see that Ducalis is holding that for a really long time, that ulti, but as soon as Ame joins, this fight is pretty much over. He was missing. P-Vision thought maybe they could take a fight, but he comes in and they clean up and they take Roche after that. So there's a lot of, the whole sequence of the events that does happen where they just cannot punch back.
I mean, it's not just the anti-mage, right, with the butterfly. I feel like you're also making it very difficult for Storm. Storm actually does a lot of right clicks in the team fight, and if he's missing, it means that he's losing a lot of his damage potential in the team fights. That's why the butterfly timing was so strong.
Before we continue talking about this game, there is one more person I want to listen from, and that's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, this is the probably 4th time that we've seen Alchemist support so far from P-Vision in this tournament. We saw that a bunch in the Road to the International, and it looked pretty subpar. And I have to say, this is probably the best early game that 9class had out of all of those games. So I was more impressed with this play in this game. And that's because he did some pretty decent trading. He got this first blood on X Nova. But let's talk about the negatives of Alch support. Number 1, it takes you forever to charge up your stun. And at really high level play, the windows that you have to get kills to defend your allies are really small sometimes. They can be split seconds. So having to plan ahead 5 seconds ahead of time to throw your stun is very difficult. And having to be in melee range to even throw your stun is very difficult. So in a lot of these cases, he's in the right place at the right time. He's helping to almost get kills on heroes. But consistently what's happening is he's falling just a little bit short. And that's because the hero has kind of weak base stats, and your contribution to the fights just aren't that much. In this case, really good bait by him to run in. He charges up his stun, and he throws it at the same, like halfway early. He did like a half charge. But this is like his contribution. It's acid spray, and it's like 150 physical damage. And that doesn't get better as the game goes on, because people get more and more armor naturally. So his contribution in these circumstances isn't that great. And even with his ultimate, which gives him a lot of regen, the problem is he doesn't have any items to make his survivability higher. So any regen you buy or get from his ultimate is just not that good. So it's difficult for him to utilize his benefits. It's pretty easy for his opponents to kill him. He doesn't actually farm that fast because he doesn't actually get a chance to buy items that help him farm faster. So he doesn't really get to benefit from his innate. Across the board, just underwhelming, unfortunately. And that's just the reality of Alch support.
Thank you, Purge. We've seen it win before. This time around, it was not successful for P-Vision. And yeah, as we saw later in the game, just nothing really on the table to offer. And I think that's also one of the biggest differences. Coming into this series, we said P-Vision, it's going to be a big focus. What supports can they get for themselves? And it's not just 9class, but Ducalis as well. I thought the Oracle would have offered something in way of team fight. I thought there would have been the ability to delay the team fights, give them a little bit of something extra in the tank. But with that 2 support duo, there really actually wasn't anything on offer.
I think it's all of the other heroes paired with Alchemist. Like,
don't you feel it's also what the supports are buying? You want to give him supports that buy Helm. Like, don't you feel like that's when they are most comfortable?
I'm not a disbeliever in the Alch support. I was personally watching all of his replays during the Road to International, because I love to absolutely grief my pubs. So I was like, oh, maybe I can do this. And I watched, and I can tell you, it's not something that you could do in pubs, and it's something you have to be very careful doing in competitive. What I watched was there was always some core that was sacrificing farm to 9class at a different point in the game. One point it would be Satanic, one point it would be no one, and it would rotate. You need all of your cores to be doing well and be able to pressure in order to do that. And I think with like an anti-mage, that's not likely. Like, unless the anti-mage is somehow winning the lane so handedly he can create pressure, but you need pressure from all of your cores.
So it seems like you have like a jungling hero, but he's way more greedier than like some Veno jungler. At least the Veno comes out of the jungle.
It's very similar to the Veno jungle, I would say. It's that level of greed.
I also think Venom might have, although this conversation isn't really about him, but ways to jungle a little bit better to kill those camps a bit more efficiently.
Yeah, he comes online much faster as well if we're talking about the jungle Venom meta, because you come with Orchid, you come with Spirit Vessel, you come with mech,
like
drums, whatever. But Alchemist, he's just buying components. Like, you're not actually getting the value out of the items that you're buying. It's just you're getting some stats, but other than that, it's really not great. But also to point out that Oracle, like, he did a very good job because they played around the runes every single time they brought the numbers. But Extreme Gaming, you could see them move around and bringing in numbers, even though you have a sniper on your team who doesn't use the runes, but they are bringing 3-4 heroes with every single rune just to make sure that Storm's not getting it.
Yeah, that's another big impact, is how can you dissuade the usage of something that's so important to a hero, such as their innate. And I do think that if any team is going to be able to bounce back in this one, obviously we've already seen Extreme Gaming do it, but Astini, he's very good at that with P-Vision, right? He's a coach that we've always had such high energy from, but I also would love to see what he thought about this draft, how he's going to approach it again when they get back into those booths for Game 3.
I'm going to just say it. I feel like, historically speaking, Storm Anti-Mage has not worked. This is something that TI after TI, at the very least at Majors, we have seen. And a lot of the time, you have coaches coming into interviews after and saying, oh yeah, we picked Storm Anti-Mage. Like, the timing just doesn't work.
Well, the timing is perfect for these players to return back to the stage. Get back into it, because our lower bracket is down to a game number 3. It is all on this game as to if you make it to the grand finals of TI 2025 or if your journey ends here. There's a lot on the lines for how they've spent the last few minutes discussing how they want to come into this. A fresh slate is what both teams are really going to need, and you're going to take your lessons from it on both sides, from a Game 1 and a Game 2 perspective.
Yeah, for sure. Something that did happen in this game number 2 was that they never killed the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Like, during this whole TI, this is the first time that P-Vision didn't manage to kill a tier 1 tower. They always, even in the losing games, they still kill tier 1 towers, but this also tells you the story about the game. I think it comes down to Sniper being able to defend the tower as well. They brought in numbers 10 minutes in. They try to go for the play, try to go for it, but it's way too much damage, and you don't really have that much, even though you did have Beastmaster, but Beastmaster also got shut down. Like, even though they didn't necessarily kill him, they did manage to push him out of the lane multiple times. You saw Snapfire coming to the lane, forcing Oracle to TP, use Edict to try to save him. They don't get the kill, but they also get something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I like actually that you brought that up. Like, when they opened their draft with Beastmaster, I also felt like he kind of didn't really get enabled as the same as the Centaur. And Beastmaster is also, like, as nature, a very greedy hero. You want your carry gating over to you. So when you have not just the Storm anti-mage problem, but you have the anti-mage with the Beastmaster, which doesn't really offer a lot of synergy. Because Beastmaster, I think, in most cases, you want heroes that can abuse the fact that you can stick together early, take towers, you know, with the auras. Like heroes like Gyro, for example, Luna, for example, you know, that can come online earlier. With the anti-mage, it kind of feels like maybe you don't really have a lot of like overlapping timings in the early game, so you don't interact with each other a lot in the, or at all, you know, in the early game. So that could have been the main problem why the early game was so difficult for the Elk and Oracle to be useful.
You know, maybe the idea is that with a Helm Dom, Anti-Mage can maybe function like that, even though it's not traditionally a hero that can rotate to something like a Beastmaster. Clearly it didn't work, right? Like this idea was wrong, but maybe that's the idea. Because I agree, you pick Beastmaster, the hero controls an area, he farms, and he creates this presence where you can no longer enter into that area without just dying. And it's this map control hero, so any carry that rotates to that is cool. He doesn't rotate to them to get kills, so maybe that's the issue. And you have to try these things in a game in order to figure out that, okay, because the Dom thing is completely new. Nobody was going Dom on anti-mage.
And also because I think in the recent series that we have in the main event, there's like a huge change in the way the middle lane is viewed, where we are picking more heroes that can defend and play around the mid tower instead of those rotating heroes, right?
Yeah.
So with the Beastmaster, it's like you're waiting for your mid laner to rotate. But the Storm, in theory, he could rotate, but he couldn't leave because the Sniper was keeping him there. So it doesn't really unleash the Beastmaster skill.
I think the Sniper has to go. Not necessarily in the first phase, but I think in the second phase, you might need to remove it. This was the big part of the problem that they did face in this second game, and it's XM Sniper we're talking about. Like, he's gonna find a way how to make this hero work.
It would be audacious to leave it, and it would be on purpose because they think they can beat it with something.
Well, we're soon to find out because I have fantastic news for everyone. We do have a game number 3.
pvision versus Extreme Gaming. Game 3.
A lower bracket game 3. You could not ask for anything more. These two teams are so evenly skilled. It's going to come down a lot to draft what they think they're going to need. Extreme Gaming loved what the Centaur did for them in game number 1. They're going to pick it up for themselves. And of course, pvision not changing on that. They think the Beast was still a fantastic opener for them.
And I also like the change that they made here. Actually, last game, they first picked the Snapfire. This time, they feel like because the Centaur was such a crucial role in the last game, and they feel like they wouldn't be able to get the Centaur in the next phase, so they're changing their pick order up. They're picking the Centaur first. I think the Centaur is not replaceable, but the Snap is actually replaceable.
Snap could be Hoodwink or
that could be Hoodwink or something.
Dark Willow.
Yeah. Or maybe even a Rubik, I think a Rubik Centaur link could also.
Yeah, that's not bad, especially if there's good steals. But we can see Sniper banned out. They actually will first phase ban it.
Yeah, so what are the other mid heroes that can actually sit and defend the towers right now with the Sniper and SF being removed? It's kind of like the Invoker. Invoker is still remaining here. Maybe that is something that both teams could actually go to. Because I think there's a lot of emphasis between strategizing around the mid area. You need to be able to defend and hold that area so you actually have full control of the map. And obviously also the runes, right? You control the tower, you're going to get the runes.
I think Extreme would be pretty happy to get an XM Puck. So I would imagine them picking Puck and then plus something that can cover for Puck.
Oh, they want to speed things up.
Like Puck Bane.
This is going to be very tempo. A lot of tempo coming out from pvision. You have Chen, something that Falcons did run a couple of times. You have Beastmaster with the Helm of the Dominator as well, but this Beastmaster is still a flex pick. They could put it in the mid lane, so they want to see 2 heroes that Extreme Gaming is going to pick, and then they're going to decide where Beastmaster is going to go.
Centaur is pretty happy playing against Chen creeps, though. Natural Crimson Builder.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Like, you don't really care about the creeps as much.
We only seen exclusively Mana Burn up until yesterday when we saw KJ played with the yellow tomato creep.
So I imagine if Puck is coming out here, it's because they have to cover for it. Otherwise, you're getting like giga hard countered mid.
When you say hard countered mid, what does that look like?
Yeah, there's the DKs, Tinies of the world that are pretty good against Puck. Let's see, I mean, the biggest answer is, something like a Huskar. The question is, does no one want to whip it out here in the lower bracket finals? It's a bit rough.
It's a good Void Spirit game. They don't have that much control other than Puck. It's a good matchup for him. You're also going to be finding the backlines. Both of these supports from Extreme Gaming, they want to really keep the distance. You want to see Warlock in the backlines, waiting until he can drop the rock, Snapfire with the kisses. Right now, they don't have any jump, and they need to find a way how to find these supports.
I mean, the other thing you have to consider is if you pick your mid hero here, and the enemy bans out 2 carry heroes, do you have a replacement for that carry hero? So you are definitely considering whether you should pick the carry hero if there are no optimal replacements for that right now.
How does Beast do against Puck mid? Because you could also Beast mid and then run like some Night Stalker off lane to try to hard counter the Puck. I don't feel like Warlock pressures something like a Night Stalker at all.
Yeah, no. You push the lane out with Fatal Bonds, I think that's what he wants, as Night Stalker.
Yeah, he'll just farm.
Yeah, I mean, that could work in theory. But I think their concern right now here is less of the mid matchup. It's more about the carry. Can they actually get, because both teams are going to last pick their carries, right? So what if they pick one hero and they ban 2 and you don't have the option?
So what are you looking for? Something like Ursa, something along those lines.
Yeah, with the silence on the shot.
Yeah, that's very good against pretty much all
and
three.
Also the lane matchup against the Centaur. This is an extremely good lane matchup. Centaur struggles in this lane, and usually you have to buy a couple of rings to be able to stay in the lane. But even then, the lane is still very difficult.
Yeah, I think you just don't. You just don't lane. I think XG's actually okay with this. Like, they're going to do what they did last game, which is literally cut the wave and drag to camps. And so now my question is, what can XG pick on last pick that will like completely hard counter a TA so Ame could rotate through the portal with a free farm Centaur who's cutting wave and take the tower?
It's a good PL game, huh? Again?
I was thinking PL. I mean, Gyrocopter is also...
Gyro is fine. Gyro is nice. And you have the standard Gyro plus Warlock lane, which is very, very good. I mean, anything that can gate, gank, and pressure the TA would be the most optimal right now. They've already taken out the TB. The TB is also a really good carry-to-carry matchup against the TA. And I feel like it seems like Extreme Gaming also really favors the
carry to carry matchup. They want to have a matchup where Army is very, very comfortable, and you've already heard it from the interview. Army is going to carry us, you know. They are putting all their eggs in the Army basket.
Oh, I wouldn't mind seeing something like a troll as well. I think you're going to be laning against the Beastmaster. They don't have explosive damage to kill you immediately.
Yeah, that actually could really work well with the lineup. Troll, Warlock lane, and you have the troll with the centaur and the card later, which works really well.
Yeah, we're definitely all fans of the late game that Centaur can come out. Extreme Gaming, so many options open now that they feel a little bit more stable in that off lane for themselves. I think that really opens up for Army.
It's not an easy decision here for pvision because they have to decide what are the heroes that they need to ban. And on top of that, because they couldn't ban everything, so they have to pick something that is going to be able to cover for the third best hero as well, you know. And they also have to make sure that the hero works with their lineup. So a lot to consider here in this 23rd pick here for pvision.
Yeah, I mean, they have a ban before that as well, and so you have to hedge your bets. Where exactly does Extreme Gaming want to go? Where are they thinking some of their strengths could be? It's the so one of the first heroes you guys mentioned would be great for Extreme Gaming, and their last pick, Bristleback.
Off lane Bristleback, most likely with the foot wing.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that does limit the carries that XG can pick. Now, a hero like Chaos Knight, which can go for the break facet, the 1/3 of the time break facet seems better, but no, they go for Medusa.
Not the most traditional gate ganking hero. You're probably not going to expect the Medusa to move around, but it is indeed overall a pretty good game for it.
This is not the lane that you want to be playing. Medusa plus Warlock, you're not getting the
but at the same
out of the
time,
lane, but they want to
Medusa
have
would lane well
pick.
into the beast, you know. Like the beast doesn't like to play into the Medusa's lane. I mean, I do feel like you can't use the heal.
I mean, what about Bristle, though? Because Bristle's just giving Medusa free stick charges, right?
Yes.
So either way, yeah, very good lane for Medusa. I think maybe that's the idea.
Okay, so even if the Medusa can't rotate out, help those other lanes, is there a lot that can be put into her lane? Do we feel that this is something that is going to ramp up for Extreme Gaming? We'll see them succeed?
They have other 3-4 heroes that can actually play Dota. I don't think it's going to be as slow because you do have Snapfire, you have Centaur one more time, and you also have XM on his signature puck. So he's going to be having a time where he can dictate the tempo, go around the map, and try to make stuff happen.
And so final thoughts very quickly from you, Jenkins and Winter as well. Our game number 3.
I think it's an excellent draft for Extreme. It's a little slow, but I think with the signatures they have, they're fine with it being a little slow.
I mean, I think it's a little too slow for my liking. So I'm going to go with pvision's side.
Okay, well that is lucky because we do have Astini, the coach of pvision, standing on stage for some final words before game 3.
Absolutely. Here once more with Astini from pvision. So good to see you yet again. Sir, high stress moment here, I know, so we will get you to your team as soon as we can, but you win this, it's grand final time. Big moment for you. Any words that you shared with the team before going into this game?
Let's just pick Chen so we don't need to smoke because they shout when we smoke and enemy knows. So let's just run it then without pressing smokes.
All right.
Our fans also shout when they smoke then.
Okay, well, fair enough for you, sir. All right, fantastic. Well, as we get into the game here, we've seen some pretty interesting picks, especially those last picks. I know you were probably hoping for another PO last pick from them. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out. But the carry seemed to be extremely important in this series. Would you say that the carry is the most important role that you've seen so far when facing this team?
Everyone is important. It's a team game. If you think like this, you're going to lose.
Fantastic. And last question, of course, those surprise last picks. We do see the Dusa. No chance to pick the Anti-Mage on this one against it. How do you think you're going to be faring against this Dusa?
We pre-picked to it because Chen has mana burn creep, so we were expecting, it's expected.
Okay, all right. You almost gave me away some there. You never tell me anything. It was for the mana burn creep. They got it. Write that one down, pubbers. All right, my man. I'm going to give you the mic on this one. Last time, potentially, that you could be holding the mic on this stage. Probably not, though. So please, have your moment. Say something to the fans and have your word. Please, I'm giving it to you. This is full trust. Go for it.
It's a pleasure to be here, to hear the fans cheering. no matter for us, for Extreme, it's amazing to be here. The atmosphere, it's fucking TI, boys. It's amazing. Thank you, everyone that is part of this community. Thanks, let's go. Bora caralho.
And I'm sure we'll be seeing this man in the grand finals. Thank you so much for everything that you guys have brought so far, and we'll continue to bring as we go. That's my boy! It's game 3.
There we go. I mean, Astini, absolutely correct there. The atmosphere has been phenomenal this year here in Hamburg, thanks to you guys all here in the Barclays Arena. And let's get into the action. It's game 3 time, Fog. Extreme versus P-Vision. We're going to find out who's going to make it up to the grand finals later today to face Team Falcons. What do you make of the drafts? Because first thing I see XG getting that super strong duo straight through out of the gate. Yep. The Snapfire and that Centaur combo.
Let's see if there is going to be that answer. Let's see whose strategy comes in superior this time around. Because this Medusa last pick, there's a lot of big benefits that it does have this game. They mentioned it on the panel about how versus that Bristle, right? He'll be able to just get those stick charges, constantly have mana in the lane. But my big thing that I want to point out is it's Medusa playing versus a minus armor strategy. And Medusa loves that because of the way the interaction works with the mana shield, since you don't have to worry as much.
I mean, and how much of a strength do you think that is, as Astini sort of talks about having the Chen, having this, sort of potential ways to have something that might cause issues for the Medusa?
Not sure. Honestly, I feel like the Deuce is going to be pretty okay unless somehow just gets completely surrounded from some types of summons with the Beastmaster rotation too, because Bristle just feeds you sticks. You're always going to have stick charges. Yes, Warlock's heal isn't going to be as effective, but you definitely can do quite a bit down here in terms of protecting Ame. We'll see how much that mana burn is effective, though, since they killed it immediately. Dies almost at an instant. And yeah, like you said, the top lane, right? It's XXS playing the Centaur. He was absolutely ridiculous last game.
Oh, he was.
A perfect game from him. And Jinkyu, he's playing his classic. And another small thing to touch on as well. I mean, small, but 9class is playing a more normal style hero. He's playing a ranged hero. So, gonna see what he's gonna be able to do with this.
Absolutely. Still obviously a very strong hero. We've seen a lot of hoodwink come through and some people popping off on this hero. Yeah, eyes on 9class to see what he's able to pull off this game. And with this sort of lane setup, when we talk about obviously the strengths of the XG getting this classic combo that they'll go for if they can get. Yeah, how hard of a lane is it going to be for Satanic, or should it be fairly safe up here?
It's been a traditional counterpick, the TA versus the Centaur, since it's very low armor on Centaur. Once you get the meld points, it can really start to add up, but this lane is just strong, right? That's the thing about this Snapfire and Centaur. Even if they're versus some type of quote-unquote counters, they can absolutely trade. And you'll see him adapt his build slightly on XXS. He buys an early ring of protection this game to counteract some of that physical, and then he's still just going to go the Dominator build, which is very good versus the minus armor.
And looking at the mid, I thought we have seen some games where a puck gets through and not a lot of lockdown is drafted against that. Is this one of those as well where you're kind of like, this puck could be a bit slippery, or do you see P-Vision having those opportunities to trip XM up in the mid game?
Could absolutely be slippery, but I think, like Astini was saying, their draft this time around is more about just like grouping up and pushing rather than catching the puck in particular, but they will have tools anyway, right? The TA traps is probably going to be the best tools that silence to be able to lock down the puck once that shard does come out from the TA. But I think it's more about them they're looking to group up and barrel down those lanes very early on P-Vision and set that tempo this time around. And Ame's mana is getting burned. So far, Ducalis is being pretty effective with those, but he does have mangoes to work with, so he is still getting his own out of the lane.
Yeah, not quite able to sort of stop Ame from getting the CS down here, getting pretty much the same as Satanic's finding on that top lane as the Templar Assassin.
And XXS, he's got the helm finished up, so it does feel like he's going to be pretty free up here in terms of getting the last hits versus the Hoodwink and the TA.
Yeah, at the moment, pretty much that mid lane where we're seeing the biggest difference right now. Of course, some of those denies being the boars of no one, but even outside of that, very much having the advantage against XM's puck on these first few waves mid.
Yeah, a bit more than half a level advantage at the moment for no one. Having a fantastic start to it. And checking the runes constantly, right? That's going to be the hard thing for the puck to get the fill up when you're playing versus Beastmaster. Sends a board to one side, can go check the rune at the other one. He'll deny the top rune. And even Ducalis was actually making the move over to protect the rune as well, as we saw there with the Chen. Since his only real job is just to send this creep to mana burn the Medusa to make sure the DM can have a nice and solid lane.
Yeah, for sure. Well, because for the most part, DM, he's not going to die against these two heroes, right? So another one of these offlaner heroes that's very, very safe. to sort of be left on its own.
Most times versus the Warlock, right, it's not really ever a hero that likes to get, or wants, or can get kills inside the laning phase. It's very unlikely in these terms of play.
And of course, even on the top lane, honestly, I mean, there's sort of freedom for, as we've seen already, 9class to head away, get some stacks going, because Satanic, as the TA, with the refraction potential, you're not really going to kill this TA unless you're bringing in a +1 or making some sort of move through the twin gate.
Yeah, unless he makes a big mistake and steps up too far forward, but Satanic rarely does that, and Hoodwink is a very effective double stacker.
Yeah, we're seeing it here. A lot of stacks already being built up just 5 minutes in.
Xingqiu is doing similar, as we do see. It's not the same, you know, he doesn't have 3 stacks on each, but the double stacks are prepared, and now the lanes start to be broken. 5 minutes in, Xingqiu looking to put a bit more pressure onto no one.
And who would you imagine these stacks are going to be for? Is it for the TA, the Beast, or the Bristle?
Which ones? The ones in the...
P-Vision stacks in the safe lane, in their own jungle.
Satanic.
Just
They're usually just about enabling Satanic, yeah. Farms them super fast as well. But maybe if no one sees an opportunity, like if he's just going to get his bottle filled up, maybe he will clear 1 or 2. Either one of them is probably fine. Bottom DM is starting to cut the creep wave, since there's no way for them to really stop him. 1K lead at the moment for the side of P-Vision, just off of these lanes. Power Rune, 10 seconds. Both supports looking to rotate on the side of P-Vision. And it does look Satanic. Satanic's just going to go work on the stacks now.
Yeah, it's just a bit too much, as you said, with the supports coming in for XM to have a chance of looking towards that.
XM.
The amplified damage rune will go the way of no one.
And Ducalis is starting to get some good damage onto him.
Quite a bit there.
DM is here.
And XM could still be in trouble with the orb board he uses. He's able to jump down to the low ground with the waning rift. Another set of the axes, though. It's close. But XM will survive.
Oh, holy, 10 HP. Almost gets brought down there from the amp damage coming in from the Beast. Waning rift, perfectly placed from him as well. A lot of attention on these lanes from the side of P-Vision.
That's top. Satanic. Top of the net worth. Getting the most out of this laning stage. All 3 cores in a fantastic spot on P-Vision.
XXS Dominator's about to be finished, so that pressure in the top lane is going to start to ramp up a little more here, but Satanic, he can just clear out the wave very quickly, go to the jungle, get that effective farm. And no one, he actually stole some of the stack as we saw there. So with the axes, he was able to prevent them from clearing their own stacks. And Ducalis.
XM has to go immediately for the TP out, whereas Ducalis would have been able to body block his escape there with the summons.
Yeah, so nice move. I mean, XXS goes back to his creeps, and he's like, hey, there's no stack here anymore. GQ, you lied to me. As it was taken away from the Beastmaster. 2K lead, just off of lanes. So the positioning of the lanes has been very smart with them having the Chen bottom so far.
And look at this movement. We're going to get P-Vision coming in with a pretty early play down towards the bottom. The 2 of them heading over to try and see if they can catch Arme.
Right, this is really cool. With Satanic coming in.
Arme has got the 21 charges. We'll be able to pop them. Has a Mango as well. We'll see if that's enough though to save him though, because Satanic's in on top of him. Arme trying to run away, but now he's out of options. No more mana to play with. They kill off the 2 of them and can get the pressure onto the tower.
Oh, and the timing. Look at XXS. He was 7 XP from hitting 6 for Stampede. If he had it, maybe they could have bailed and gotten out of there, but a perfect move from P-Vision to take advantage of no Stampede.
They're playing fast here,
They
P-Vision.
really
They're trying to get back to sort of the level that they were performing at in terms of speed in game 1.
They truly are looking to set that tempo this game, and it is a very, very strong tempo draft that they do have. All heroes very good at taking objectives early on, good at taking the Roche.
I mean, this is the thing, right? They're good at taking objectives, and they're also good at defending objectives, right? If you're extreme and you're now sort of saying, well, we want to try and push back, get some tier 1s in our favor, suddenly this Bristle's turning up, or you've got the Beast or the Hoodwink spamming out the waves. It's not easy this game for Extreme to get anywhere close to the tempo that they were playing in game 2.
No, absolutely not. They do have a lot more team fight, I would say, this time around on the side of Extreme than we saw from either side last game, but if you fall behind too far in the lane, sometimes team fight can be problematic.
Because this indeed is quite an early gold lead coming into the 3 to 4K, just 9 minutes in. They're getting a lot out of the map here, P-Vision.
Can we get the stack counter? It's going to have to come up pretty soon. They've gotten, I believe, over 10 stacks already.
I mean, 9class has done so much here.
Yeah.
As you say, playing something a bit different to what he normally does, but showing that he can get some easy stacks going here for the team.
Mid lane, XM hangs on to the haste rune. That was a roar used. Yeah, the efficiency game from P-Vision with these lanes looking hot so far.
XXS I mean, what sort of direction do you think he wants to be going this game with this build? He's got 1,200 gold saved up. Is he considering rushing the auras again, or did you want to get the blink early this time?
Yeah, there are those stacks. So 8-2 right now. I'm thinking he might still do the Crimson if they do see people just start barreling down and running down the lanes, but he queues up the Lotus for now. So
Okay.
Wanting to reflect the roar.
Okay.
Interesting one.
They're getting a little earlier than we normally see.
Top.
I'm going to go in with the Dream Coil. I mean, should be a pretty dead 9 class here. As I'll get the Bushwhack off, but won't be able to survive. This X-Nova turns up, secures the kill.
Trap will slow down the push, though, taking out some of the creeps. They will put down the sentry to stop that deep push.
XM trying to deal with the mid. But, yeah, again, having a complete mana pool being drained here by the pressure of Ducalis.
Yeah, he's actually being very annoying on this Chen so far.
Yeah, he's drained a lot of mana this game.
He sure has. So for Ame, it's going to have to be back to the jungle. Slow the pace down for him. P-Vision, they're looking to defend their towers. They want to play this early game. A lot of heroes top, though, for XG. Stampede's at the ready. They have Golem if he does pop the Grimoire. Kiss is still not at the ready, though.
Yeah, Satanic feeling confident.
Without Kisses, pretty unlikely that they can bring him down just yet. So for Xingqiu, a bit under-leveled this time around.
Now, mate, on the bottom side of things, we'll still have to do a bit of catching up. You know, it's about 2K coming up between the carries right now. Just 11 minutes in, quite the difference. So they're going to need a fair bit of time, XG, to regain a hold on this game.
Yeah, Ame's looking for some late game, some pretty late game on this Deuce in particular. Even going for the Dorman Curio, as we saw there with the Mystical. Stacks will be worked on. And he does buy the plate mail. So XXS has shown the build that he wants to go for this time around.
And I imagine we'll see sort of similar things coming out from the supports. Just everything they can buy to just sort of throw down onto the Medusa and keep Ame alive in the fights and in the defenses that are going to likely have to come together quite early this game if P-Vision keep up this sort of tempo.
There definitely is a lot of value to these Solar Crests and Lotuses being thrown onto this Dusa in particular, just to protect versus the massive physical that can come out here. XM trying to whittle down this mid tower, but Ducalis is just sticking around, clearing the creep wave as well, putting himself in a very safe position to not get ganked too.
Yeah, pretty much impossible to get to him. I mean, kind of for the whole lineup as well. Like, it's hard to sort of see a way that Extreme can catch out Satanic top, right? Like, how do you get the catch on this TA? How do you slow Satanic down?
It's only if he's out of position and you have Kisses, right? And you have them somehow sandwich on him. But Kisses have now been obtained. Level 6 is there for the Snapfire, but the way Satanic's playing, he's not really showing on the lane, right? Clears the wave super fast, backs up, goes to jungle. He is getting enabled pretty fast here. The Deso's gonna come out probably pre-14 minutes.
Absolutely, thanks to these stack after stacks coming out from 9 class.
Yeah.
Satanic getting so much here.
Looks like XG wants to take this tower. They want to try to slow down how much the Templar Assassin is getting, but it's already almost 13 minutes in and they haven't taken out this tower. That's a pretty big deal.
Much slower from them this game 3 as opposed to the game 2.
And instantly, Ducalis, when he sees an opportunity, starts pushing mid as the Chen as well. Rotations are coming in, but he's getting some damage here.
They're going to lead in on him with the Golem.
All right.
They want Ducalis gone. And they should get him here. As XM able to push at least the Chen off their side of the map. I mean, it's in a game where it's kind of as slow as this, there's no hesitation dropping these ultimates, even for the supports.
Yep, and then you can use your Golem to just cut waves or go contest some of these potential stacks too. So looks like they will go mid. We'll claim their secondary tower here.
Yeah, we'll at least sort of relieve some of the potential pressure that P-Vision might have looked to continue onto that mid-tier 1 tower. So being able to take out P-Visions, and that will ensure that they're able to hold their own for quite a bit longer around the mid.
P-Vision is going to hit a pretty scary triple timing, it looks like. The pipe for the Bristle is going to be done, the Beastmaster's Ags is going to be done, and the Deso for the TA is going to be done. So see how XG wants to deal with those 3 core timings, since they're not going to want to have their Dusa get involved too early. The Puck is pretty behind as well, and the Centaur's gone for more about the buff-up Dusa build. So perhaps they are just going to look to play a bit more of that farm sit back, but that is going to open up P-Vision to get these objectives.
Oh, for sure, right. Once those timings are done, they're going to group up and go straight for the Roshan, you'd imagine.
Yeah, Rosh, and then it's got, I mean, very early one too, potentially, before that Tormentor by a significant margin. And yeah, Beast Ags is going to be done there. We see XXS, he's using his creep to be a little annoying there, to block some camps, prevent some of that farm from Satanic, but there's that Deso, it's done.
Excellent timings again, as we were seeing in that game 1 performance from Satanic on the carry.
And Lotus Orb is done. They might actually bring Ame into these fights. If they throw everything onto him and he shows up with Manta, it might be necessary to have him there if they want to look to contest, but I don't even going to be able to get there in time, because look, the Roche is already getting started.
Yep, straight into the pit.
It's going to die very fast here. The rally, the Aghanims is now delivered for the Beastmaster.
I mean, they don't even need Satanic to be around with the Deso. Nope. They're doing it without him.
This does not seem like they are aware. Mid lane, they used the coil for 9 class, but he's actually going to get away.
He's away. And that's Roshan gone.
Okay, no one uses the roar. It would perhaps just because he was going to start shifting positioning there. I'm not sure, but either way, 60 seconds, they get an Aegis.
Getting everything that they'd hoped for so far in this early game, P-Vision. It all seems like it's going to plan for them.
And kisses were used, coil was used too, so they can get the push going. XG has to be careful.
Could start falling into sort of a similar position as that XG were in the game 1 of this series, which proved to be a very tough one for them.
I mean,
it's a question this time round. I mean, I guess overall, trusting in a Medusa in this day and age definitely feels a lot more secure than trusting in a PL, right? Ame definitely has more of a chance this time round to be able to carry this one.
If he can get to the butterfly timing, similar, I mean, not similar to TB, but in a kind of similar fashion in terms of how much physical damage he's playing against, how effective it can be, but P-Vision just playing a bit too fast, a bit too clean so far here. 5K lead, TA at the absolute top, and his other cores, they're looking really good. This lineup definitely has a ton of synergy, as we're seeing on the side of P-Vision.
And now with the Blink Dagger online as well for Satanic, it's already been impossible for them to find an opportunity to try and catch him out whilst he's been farming.
XM
should be able to jump out. 9 class, not able to get the connection there. XM calls the bluff, continues, but
there's a blink to chase
him. See how much he wants to continue to try and run him down. 9 class is going to have to bushwhack back up in a second if he could close in. They'll hit the scan, they know whereabouts XM is. Into the corner he goes, but not going to have any lockdown in range. He's out.
There's a creep there. Extra money. Satanic will take that one. Ame cleaning up some creeps bottom. Actually can't finish them off from Ducalis. As XG. Blink is going to be the next choice for XXS. It's been a very passive style, passive itemization from them. So next, we'll have that to at least jump in and be that tanky bruiser for the team.
Yeah, no, they need that. And we saw how great of opportunities he was able to find in that last game too as the Centaur.
I think
beautiful blink hoof stomps coming out from in there, and they need it now more than ever here in this Game 3 Extreme.
Absolutely, and he's got a lot of armor, right? But it does feel like there's an overwhelming amount of damage on P-Vision this time that I don't think XXS is going to be able to do what he did last time with absorbing all the hits. The meld, the deso, the bristle, it adds up quickly.
He's going to try and open up here on towards him, but Stampede is at the ready.
Wild Wing.
I do have a fair bit of control, not quite enough. So if they could continue to chase those, the Stampede comes to an end.
Can he get a boar hit onto him? It's starting to get a bit too far there.
He's going to be fine. Let's roar down, but at the same time, they were able to force out the Stampede. So an ultimate for an ultimate.
Makes Satanic feel even safer. Doesn't have to worry about any Stampede to close the gap onto him while he's just farming it up. Shard purchased up for Satanic as well now, so XM has to be pretty careful in terms of those traps in the next upcoming fight, if it does happen, since we haven't had any fights really. 2-2, 18 minutes.
Even slower one this time in terms of kills, but yeah, the pressure that's building up from P-Vision, you can certainly feel it, so you'd imagine that Extreme, they're feeling it as well.
Yeah, let's see if they look to do similar about contesting that Roche in a way as that last time, since they do already have the wards set up top. About a minute and a half until that Tormentor does come up.
And looking set to sort of be able to line up this next round of timings, both No One and Satanic going for the BKBs next. We're going to see Extreme try to catch them by surprise. They're coming out with the smoke, seeing if they can kind of catch them separate from one another. No One is down on the bottom lane, but still has a minute left on the Aegis and does have Ducalis by his side.
XM looking for the angle.
You able to clean out the summons first.
Just some money. He'll buy a blink as well, so double blink now on the Puck and the Centaur to be able to jump toward the backlines. But oh no, the economy game. Look, it just continues to grow and grow.
It's making so much more.
Yeah.
I mean, Satanic now 3K gold ahead of that of Ame's Medusa. This TA is getting out of control.
all 3 cores are just hitting creeps in a very good fashion. And now Beastmaster, they can look to play around no one, since he still has this Aegis. 30 seconds till that Tormentor. It truly does feel like they're getting everything out of the map here on P-Vision. And XG, even though the Deuce is farming, the other 2 cores are falling behind.
It really feels like one of those games where they're going to have to go all in on keeping Ame alive, just hoping that on the Medusa he'll have a chance to scale forward to the later stages of the game and turn this one around for Extreme.
How many Lotuses are they're picking up? Not Lotus Orbs, the great healing Lotuses. This is something definitely always to point out when you're playing with a Medusa on your draft. I see Jinkyu has 1 great healing Lotus, so I'll have to see if that makes a difference in the fight, as the Tormentor just dies in an instant.
Yeah, they can take any of these objectives so quickly with this sort of lineup.
Mid, XM.
Gonna get the catch on him. We'll get the Essence Ring off and a jump to the low ground with the Waning Rift and with the Shield Rune as well. He'll be fine this time, but it's close.
I know, and they're just getting more and more ahead though. P-Vision hitting all these timings. As you said, the BKB is starting to roll in, a full S and Y for DM. When is the timing gonna feel for XG that they want to actually group up? Is it gonna be around Ame's Butterfly?
I think it has to be.
It probably has to be, otherwise it feels like they're just losing too much control of the map. No one? I'm trying for the catch.
They're definitely just gonna be looking to Ame, and it's gonna be on him when the call's made to try and fight.
And is it going to work out versus all these auras? This is the thing that the Chen can always bring in. Ducalis did get the shard before too, so we're going to see an Ancient Granite Golem. He's got the Wild Wing Ripper for that plus armor as well too. Their group up is terrifying on PvP.
It's strong, and you're certainly seeing it in effect here now, starting to approach the tier 2 on the bottom. We will see the smoke come through here from XM and Jinkyu as they make their way over.
The question is really going to be from XG is, are they going to have damage when they show up to the fight versus all these auras and all these items that P-Vision has been able to rack up?
Let's have a look. They're ready and set up. Ame prepared and ready to join them. But the tower's falling.
Ooh. No one. The axes actually clip XXS as it looked like he was going to attempt for a blink stun there.
They'll smoke up themselves. You know, P-Vision are not afraid of taking this fight. If Extreme end up walking into them, because they don't have Satanic with them. But as it is, I mean, XG just don't get the chance to jump. They will be able to push them back and hold on to that bottom area for a little longer, but they don't get a catch.
I mean, look at the Dominator creep from XXS, preventing that tier 2 from being pushed. He's racked up, what? Is that 3 creep waves? I believe it is, so delaying the push.
Doing everything they can to try and expand the amount of space that Ame has to farm safely in.
Do they look to push with this triple creep wave? I mean, it's a pretty big wave. Sure, they have ways to clear it out, but could look to pressure here. How long on Roche? About 30 seconds until we find out. P-Vision looking to set up around bottom. They have so many auras.
I mean, it could end up being a bit of a double-edged sword, right, for XG in the sense that they got this big triple creep wave coming in. Ame's going to want to be there to farm it.
They might jump
But maybe that's just sort of a setup for P-Vision to push in, as you say, with the creep wave and catch Ame out. So Ame, as tempting as this creep wave looks, he's got to be careful.
They actually have vision of him, so it looks like they're going to strike elsewhere, perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah, in the mid.
They're going to go for him. The Lotus was there in time. Cookie to get him back a little bit safely under the tier 2 tower. XXS will be fine.
Ame.
Except, get the Dream calling on a no one, but the BKB's there. This is coming out, but P-Vision able to back off.
Instant disengage after they force TPs, and that's Coil plus Kisses. Roche is up. BKB was forced there from no one. But they bring this Roche down very quick if Satanic is there. And Satanic, he is looking for the answer for that butterfly that he did see picked up, of course, from Ame. The MKB is going to come very quick as well.
It really is. It's going to pretty much come guaranteed before Ame is even able to get that next item on top of the butterfly.
Oh, and
he's trying to find.
Look at the last hits this game. 413 on Satanic, 331 on Ame. I mean, I know it's 2-2, but approaching almost 20 CS a minute. That is absolutely insane.
Bottom. P-Vision ready to get back on with the push. XG, they were able to slow them down earlier, but this time round, they're going to have to let the tier 2 likely fall.
And Roche is up. So, XXS, he's going to try to hold on to it as long as possible. No one will get the last touch.
Satanic, he's in. And straight away, XXS just has to pop Stampede immediately. He's terrified.
That is extremely early to pop there. And now no Stampede, no Kisses, and the Roche is up. Can XG look to contest this Roshan that they're just going to walk right into? Doesn't feel like it.
I mean, they've hit it with the scan, but as you said, there's no Stampede. It's a risky move to make, but...
There's XM.
Let's see if they can try and do something.
Oop, XM jumps up because the smoke broke, but it was actually 9 Class who scouted him in the tree line.
Roshan's falling pretty quickly. Carlos scouting things out here with the creep.
Roche is going to start shifting in 15 seconds.
XG, how much time do they want to spend sort of hovering around this area, trying to have some sort of say on the Roshan?
They really don't want to just give it for free. Their ultis are coming back up. This is in 5.
Yeah, and Satanic, he's just going to be able to clear these camps. That will be the MKB money done. Ready for the next fight. So even though XG is trying to look for a way to get Arme to turn up, if Satanic gets his hands on him, Medusa's not going to stand a lot of chance of carrying the team fight.
He's also got the 20 talent too, so that extra damage that's going to come in from it, he's going to hit so hard if he's able to actually focus fire.
Arme.
XXS tries for the jump. No one, not going to get caught.
Should start to feel a little safer in terms of how he positions himself. The Stampede's going to be back up in about 10 seconds.
All right, how's the cart looking? It's getting closer.
It is about 600 gold away for XXS.
Shannon watching somewhere, very excited.
Here we have around the pit.
Word is placed down. 9 Class will give the scouting information.
P-Vision still very much respecting the presence of Extreme. Not going straight into the pit themselves.
But they are forcing XG to stay in the area, and no one is farming.
Easy dodge there.
No one is just chilling bottom side, getting that extra farm, while all of XG has to stay in this area to watch the Roche. Amp damage also on Satanic for this next bit of time, so if they do see an opportunity, they can still go for that Roche very quickly here. No one is forcing the bottom side in.
Extreme starting to split back up, so they can at least have Arme getting a bit of farm on that top side.
What's the choice going to be? Oh, P-Vision looking to make a move that they're just going to push.
I mean, with the position the Satanic's in, they absolutely can. He doesn't need an Aegis to start hitting these tier 3s and seeing what happens.
It's a catapult wave as well, too, so an effective push.
Oh, look at the Dream Core. Nothing more to follow immediately. The hoof stomp is there. But getting through the refraction is not happening. Satanic just staying at full HP.
They didn't even have to pop anything there. Now potentially can back up and just look for that Roche. With those ults being used, could be an option if they want to. Satanic still having the BKB at the ready. Immediately, no one. He goes in. They do see it though. So they do have a ward right outside the pit. So they see that he starts it.
XG. Right behind them though. They don't want to let this happen.
Bottom, someone has to stay down there. If they don't
that's
leave
true.
someone,
Satanic could start getting kind of cheeky down it.
And he's got the frenzy creep too, so the attack speed bonus is going to be there to keep that push
Let's see how
going.
much he can get away with.
Oh, they're getting split up, Owen.
They got to make a call. They got to do something.
What's the choice? Do you go for the Roche? Do you go for your buildings?
Arme's in position to try and hold on the bottom, and he's very close to the Skadi, but when this sort of split up's happening, P-Vision can get back into the Roche pit.
And there's no roar for 20 seconds. It's gonna die fast, Owen.
Maybe they could try for a steal. XXS in with a stomp, but it's a little early to make a steal happen.
Yep. And Ame is not here.
And Satanic, he's now returned to the side of P-Vision, so...
Roar up in 3 seconds.
Can they time this? XM, he jumps in. Look at the Stampede as well. There's the jump with the Who's to make sense. He's going to try and get the pick up, but the Roche we killed him. Who's able to grab the Aegis?
Nobody
is
is.
stunned. XXS will be able to steal it. And they've killed off the two of them.
What
a timing there. Coming in with the Stone Gaze, putting a stop to it all. And they clean up the chair as well. All right, Extreme.
XXS gets the connection. The roar came up in time. It hits everybody on the side of P-Vision. They have the information. XG, they're here to play.
Yeah, quite a bit of action coming out of nowhere there. And now with the Aegis in their hands, not something that P-Vision is going to be able to rely on. It gives an opening for them to start the push back their own way. We'll see this jump again.
No one could pick it up. XXS was just right on top of it. They couldn't click it.
Yeah, and Arme just able to step up with the Stone Gaze. No one getting frozen by it, and no position really for Satanic to be able to turn and fight with Arme in there with the ultimate.
That was picture perfect from XG.
They needed that. They needed that big time. That Roshan, that Aegis slips away.
And they make the right call, right? Those little split up things that they were doing, having Ame bottom, they come at the exact moment.
And any sort of time they can buy to try and get Ame online. And we were seeing just with that move alone, with Dota Plus starting to favor that of XG.
Medusa's starting to get there.
They know the potential of the Medusa, especially now when he's back up to the top level with that of Satanic's farm.
Yep.
A massive move there from XG that absolutely keeps them in the game.
And now we're going to see that matchup in particular, right? This Medusa versus the minus armor draft. How tanky she truly can be. This now that she's been able to get this farm. Having the Scotty, having the Daedalus next. P-Vision. The plan has been broken a bit here. What's going to be the adaptation they go for?
Well, let's see what XG do now with this chance to potentially gain the advantage themselves.
Let's see if P-Vision gets caught in that type of scenario with the fight again, too, because Satanic literally got 0 attacks off because of that Stone Gaze connecting onto him.
He just could not turn and fight back.
5-2, but tense moments.
XG. Coming in with the smoke, scan to hit as well. They know that somebody's up here.
XXS, with this Aegis, with this card, they can play pretty aggressively because he's got this potential save always for any of his cores, even XM if he gets caught in a silence. Push again, P-Vision, they're still gonna keep pressuring this bottom side with the catapult. Ame will have to respond.
The Hurricane Pike done now on Satanic, so a chance to slide out, reset, still get the hits in, even around that. XXS trying to make the move on to DM. DM, of course, very, very tanky.
He did just pick up a heart, so very unlikely they can actually chase this Bristle back there. And it looks like P-Vision not really overreacting to all these plays that have happened so far. Still splitting up, getting that farm going. Beastmaster, a full refresher finished up. So still feeling confident. Maybe waiting until that Aegis goes down and looking for their own play, or maybe they're just going to look to play around objectives every single time. Look to play, go for the next Roche themselves once it does get taken away.
Still very much knowing that kind of across the board, the farm does favor them on their 3 cores. For XG, it's very top heavy, resting on the shoulders of Ame on the Medusa.
He does not have that Aegis, of course, too. So if they full focus fire the Medusa, they could potentially kill if they have XXS controlled in a way, so he can't card.
They're going to have a haste rune ready for no one for the next move. And of course, with that freshly picked up refresher, chance to find that solid initiation with the double roar.
Going for his own Lincolns too, so he doesn't roar himself potentially.
DM just continuing to grab this mid wave, making sure that with these last moments of the Aegis on XG, they can't really push on for tier 2s.
No. Too hard to push out also versus TA. TA just puts traps in every lane, just can pop the trap and continue to slow down the push too. So P-Vision's, when the game slows down, you still see that economy game go up for them. Even though they did lose that Roshan area, they'd go back up to this 12K lead after just a couple moments.
Stepping out in the bottom lane here.
Okay.
Last 30 seconds of XXS's Aegis, and ready to see if they can make some sort of jump. Not gonna happen. Satanic quick with the blink.
20 seconds left on it.
I mean, can they try and push this tier 1 tower, or is that still a little too risky, do you think, for them?
It can be dangerous. P-Vision can definitely still look for these fights.
I mean, Ame feels strong. And does have a lot of damage to dish out with that Daedalus stun.
Oh, clever move there from no one. He was gonna go through the portal and he was a bit afraid, and for good reason. XXS was there ready with the Centaur Conqueror. Sends the board through scouts. Now they're gonna TP. P-Vision is looking for the fight now. Civ Extreme is able to work that magic they did before. Positioned on the high ground. A Daedalus set on Ame.
Now ready to start hunting for them. XM ready to join. I mean, they could be in a good spot to try and just sort of attack from the backside here and get this wraparound.
They don't have a smoke of their own. So it's gonna be revealed immediately when they kill the trap here.
Xnova will pick up one now, but it has to make its way out to him, so.
And the push.
It's gonna come in.
DM's gonna hit the tower.
Yeah, they gotta get back in now.
Flip is forced.
XXS does get the jump, but again, this Bristle feels pretty unkillable at this moment in time.
Not the target they want.
P-Vision just continuing to do a very good job of keeping these lanes in in a position that is that for Extreme to sort of get out and get aggressive with the Medusa, it's rather difficult. The best they can do is sort of respond, as we saw them do to that Roshan attempt from P-Vision.
That's probably
use that to get Arme in position to fight.
I mean, that feels like what this game is just going to be, right? It's going to be about the Roshan contests, who's going to be able to get these Aegis at this point. P-Vision, every time the game slows down, their net worth just continues to skyrocket on the 3 cores, so let's see how these next approaches come. As Ame, level 23 has been hit, getting closer and closer toward 25. But same thing for Satanic to be said. 24, he's got the Swift Blink finished up. His damage also continues to grow. This has to be the lowest kill count game I think I've ever had at 35 minutes in.
It's a tense one. We'll call it that, but yeah, 5-2 at 35 minutes in. Pretty crazy.
It truly is. It is the most important game for these teams at the moment.
And the last chance for both of them to make it forward to the grand finals here at the International. Nobody wants to be the first to make the mistake that could cost their team the game. So both teams playing ever so careful now in these moments.
Ooh, and Ame looks like he is going to go down Silver Edge route, so looking for an option to be able to actually kill DM, because until they have a Silver Edge, killing him just feels pretty impossible for now. And DM has been posturing himself a bit far forward here. No one, as we said, Lincoln's soon to be finished to prevent Roaring himself in particular. And yeah, P-Vision, as you said, gold lead. They do continue to grow it. Ducalis also going for the Crimson Guard next to block out some of that Deuce's damage. 25 has been hit. Satanic, fraction instances are there.
Now, Arme very close to 25 himself. Just under a level behind.
XM will be able to snatch that shield rune. DM was about to pick it up.
XXS holding on to the defense down bottom.
Roche, it's a very, very quick spawn, Owen.
Trying to clear out the way, but we're going to see Satanic make the jump over towards him. He's got the Ghost Scepter at the ready, though, XXS. So at the moment, of course, no answer from P-Vision for that. They're very close to having Nullifier on DM, so shortly that won't be as much of a problem.
So Reg almost for that Medusa as well to be able to kill the Bristle. XM scouts the Roche.
They'll definitely want to have a say about this. As we saw last time for Extreme, it absolutely gave them a little bit of life in this game to get Arme to a position where he might just be able to carry them here on the Medusa. Can they contest the Roche successfully again, though?
And we have to keep eyes also this Roar of Retribution. It's something we always have to keep tab of in these fights, because it does make you take that extra damage too. So we did see really make a difference in that last fight. DM?
It's going to start it straight away. XM knows what's up. P-Vision, definitely after the last situation, are going to be much more careful about how they go about taking Roshan down.
But farming a lot, right? You see Satanic still continue to hit creeps bottom, top. No one was also just farming it up. So as we said, every moment that goes by, the gold lead does continue to go up for them. Tense moments here at the standoff. P-Vision.
Close to a big purchase as well for 9 class. Nearly has the E-Blade, so obviously a chance to buff up the burst, but also potentially save those that are getting gone upon by the Medusa.
I mean, if the Manta gets used and he just E-Blades the Medusa, that's a long time that she's not going to be able to attack, so could be a very, very good pickup if he is able to get it.
DM, he knows that he can very safely start working on the Roshan. Arme and XXS step forward, say safely that the break comes in, he didn't expect that!
He did not see it!
Oh my goodness, yeah, the Silver Edge reveal there from Arme, allowing them to just destroy this Bristle. He did not expect that one bit.
And Aurora actually went off during it too, so now XG can potentially start this. DM is dead for 65 seconds. He used his gold.
And the Silver Edge purchase coming in geniusly there from Arme.
He truly did not expect it to come right there. Immediately gets deleted. Satanic now bottom.
Gonna try and put a bit of split push pressure on. We'll get the tower. Arme's able to push back the wave though.
He's trying to buy time for his Bristle to respawn for that Roche contest. Arme, 25 is hit, plus 40 int. A lot tankier now.
I'll head back around the Roshan.
And the next few pickups too for Ame are going to be scary, right? And once he gets the Aghanims with this build, Daedalus plus Scotty, he is going to be hitting very hard on everybody.
They can step into the pit themselves now. Actually, potentially. XM's got his eyes on him. XXS hit. There's another pickoff here around the pit, definitely setting up now for the opportunity to step in and go for this. 9 class will fight back, and they'll have DM back in 10 seconds. Ame's going to take this down pretty quickly, though. He's got a lot of damage on the Medusa. P-Vision, if they want to interrupt, they've got to try and do it soon.
There's the roar. But Wink does tap it.
Can they time it? Already know. XM is on the back lines. He's up in the high ground, and he's making sure that there's no chance of interruption. He gets it with the Dream Coil and makes sure they do not have any option of interrupting. So it's an easy secure there with the Roshan for XG. Ame now with the Aegis.
Refresher, Shard New, now 2 for the Centaur. He has double ways to protect his core. Double Stampede, double Workhorse. If he wants to keep it, that is. They could even give it to Ame or to the Puck. All are very good options. This truly is building up to be the hyper carries versus the hyper carries, but this Dusa is getting very scary, Owen.
Absolutely. You can only imagine that from XG's side of things, they are going to feel that this game, it's getting to the point where Ame is absolutely going to have what it takes to carry them through to the grand finals.
Even if they are, quote-unquote, getting out-farmed by these multiple cores, the Dusa can stand her own versus this for sure. SDM has to be very careful now at this point, too. He can just die in an instant, in one stun. Can't just get brought down because of that Silver Edge.
So where Ame's going to go next in the build. Looks to be going for the Swift Blink, wants that extra bit of mobility and positioning to get stuck in right in the midst of the team fight, knowing that he has so many ways that he can be bailed out even if the initiation goes wrong. See the jump straight away in, there they go, they'll look towards him, but the roar comes out, and now the damage will take down, it comes in as he focuses towards XXS, takes him down. Ame moves forward over towards DM, DM able to turn his back and run this time, the break comes in, the outboard stuff gives him a chance to continue to escape. They have the bushwhack lockdown on towards Ame, starting to fall low on the mana, cooking forward aggressively, Ame trying to push on forward against the two of them, trying to chase down no one, but the mana's gone. Ame
He's
is
isolated.
so low. He still, of course, has the Aegis. Can Satanic finish him off the once he can? That's the Aegis gone. Round 2 though, XM makes the jump in onto Satanic with a Dream Call. BKB there straight away. Satanic retreats.
They're kiting him. They're trying to control Ame here.
Can they get back in on this? The bushwhack's there. Satanic bringing in the damage. Is it enough to take down Ame? No, he's still got half mana to play with. Not quite enough physical to burst through the Medusa.
He's almost alone now. It's just him and XM versus 5.
XM in with the jump, finds the chance to close in on towards 9 class on the back line. Satanic still trying to push up, but the damage from XM enough to bring down 9 class.
Ame.
Looking at Ame wants the Manta, trying to chase this TA out of the edge of the fight. Ame looks now towards DM. He's now out of mana completely though, Ame. He's trying to stand his ground, but no one's backing on top of him. XM looking to Satanic. XM is going to do it, gets the double, brings Satanic down. They've lost Ame, but XM survives, kills Satanic off, and can he get out? He's away with the phase shift and the blink, the orbs up. They're TPing over, trying to look for him. The Stampede's back there. The axes won't clip him. XM, he'll get out alive.
What an absolutely crazy fight. I mean, splitting things up. They take out XXS at the start of things, so there's no cart to protect Ame, and they isolate him. But at the end of it all, XM actually finishes off Satanic. What a crazy fight. Was that 3 roars I think I saw from the Beastmaster in one fight? Must have been, as no one finds the backline there. My goodness, this game showing to be absolutely anybody still.
And just showing sort of how particular P-Vision have to be with kind of the focus in these fights, right?
Yeah.
Like, are they calling to go all in on the Dusa, or do they have to now spend more resources on being like, hey, our TA on the backlines, it's getting destroyed by this Puck. We've got to somehow get XM off Satanic.
They still have, I think their approach of killing XXS at the start of things, though, looks the best, right? Prevent him from getting Stampede or Workhorse and then try to isolate things, but it is not an easy approach by any means. Not from either team, as you see there. And amp damage, though, that could make things quite a bit easier. This does spawn top.
I'm ready for the next fight. XM now hitting the 25
and
as the Aghanims.
And an amp damage, and they give him the Refresher Shard. That could be absolutely massive.
Yet to die this game here,
Yeah.
XM.
Has not been tripped up by any of these little Templar Assassin Shard traps just yet. He might turn into the real carry as well, too.
He's just doing so much in that last team fight, especially when you consider just relatively the position he was in terms of farm compared to like all 3 of the cores of P-Vision. You know? He was a fair few thousand behind, but still just doing so much with the resources that he has on the Puck.
This level 25 might change the game, might just make it much harder for P-Vision to actually approach things, because now Ame, he literally can just charge in. If there's a coil, he gets in front of them with Stone Gaze. They might just die because of this, because they won't be able to break out without getting stunned.
No, for sure, and they can maybe sort of try and turn and stand their ground and try and kill Ame. But even though they did in that last fight, you saw just how long it did take to bring the Medusa down.
I mean, look at this. A Yule's now picked up for no one. So looking for any ways of maybe just delaying and prolonging these fights. A Wind Waker, perhaps.
You can pick that up.
It's going to be some crazy... These team fights could last over a minute, and we could see potentially, what, 3 roars, 4 roars?
I mean, we've got to be careful with the buybacks, right?
Yeah. How are those looking?
A few of them are a little short on the gold, especially with this purchase. So I'm very much going all in, gets the disperser completed.
This next fight is going to be crazy.
If XM gets a good dream coil...
And he's going to get one.
He's going to find the big one as well as Satanic. They're straight on towards him. They try to save it, they can't. Satanic's gone. XG ready to push up on the second coil. Catching on both of them. DM and Dakalis caught as Dakalis falls. They get the break in on towards DM. He tries to run. No one commits him with the beacon with the refresher. Satanic buys back. Arme pushing in with the stone gaze. Satanic watching for the side, considering if he can get in. XXS makes another jump, but Satanic turns, brings the Centaur down.
A bit too deep.
They want more with this buyback from Satanic. They look towards Arme. Arme up to the high ground. They'll have to break it again on towards DM with the bushwhack from 9 class. Holds Arme in position. They're kiting out the Medusa for now. XM continue to try and just push away the attention, take it away from Arme. He's going to be gone. They trip him up here as he attempts to jump out. So Satanic, the buyback pays off. Buybacks are going to continue. XXS, he wants to get back in on the action. And now XM, he wants a part of it as well. They're going to break it again onto DM. Scatterblast, little shredder. They're trying to close it. Can they finish off the bristle? DM able to get through the trees. Cooking out, Buyback close the gap, get another touch in on towards him. He speeds up with the disperser. Stampede as well. They're chasing down DM. Scatterblast hits Arme in on top of the bristle. Nowhere for DM to run. And they take the bristle down.
Multiple buybacks from both sides. Trying to kite the Medusa as best as possible, trying to go for these backline heroes on P-Vision, but it's hard to ignore Ame. He's got too many tools to catch up to them there with the Stampedes, with the Disperser, but XM did buy back.
He did.
That is a big one too.
Him and XXS coming in with a buyback. We'll see how much they want to try and force it, because obviously if they can take Satanic out,
could just be
it could be game over. Whereas for them, if say they do die, they don't have the buybacks available. As long as Arme's still in the game, ready to hold, there's a chance that XG could hold without the full 5-man. So a slight window opportunity here for XG if they want to try and play on the aggressive.
Absolutely. We see there, I mean, Ame, he now has gold for the buyback. We're seeing the switch and build here from Satanic. He's going for a butterfly, so looking for a tool to be able to fight back versus this Dusa. But this 25 coil, you see the power of it.
XM.
You just get a catch onto the main core, and there's not a whole lot of counterplay versus it.
Especially if we can get this nullifier as well. If he's able to jump in, get the coil off, throw the nullifier down on a key target, that should be the setup required for Arme to follow, bring in the damage, and get these sort of kills.
Because the only way that they can actually save versus that Ags coil is the Wind Waker from no one at the moment. So if they do get that nullifier on top of it, it could just be game if they do bring down that TA.
Buyback situation, as we say, has to be watched here in this next play.
Watch no one in particular. He might change the way he plays and approaches a bit here because of this Wind Waker to protect the TA versus that 25 coil.
He's going to be desperately trying to scramble together that last 1,000 gold or so. Does not want to be caught without the money for buyback.
Very true.
A BKB now for DM, so we'll give him a bit of a better chance of being caught and found at the start.
This game is absolutely crazy.
I mean, here we go. They're going to go for the smoke P-Vision. A potentially risky move, but again, at the same time, if they can get Satanic in position and they can kill both XM and XXS, that'll at least give them the opportunity to very likely secure the next Roshan and maybe even take away a set of rats. Maybe even more.
It has to be the way they approach, right? Is isolate the Dusa, kill the rest of the targets, and then go for it. Ame commits the goal.
He is going all in. No buyback on him, so now essentially all 3 cores of Extreme playing without buyback here with Arme spending up.
It is a extremely strong pickup.
Gonna go for the Roar. Shrek as well. Just a little bit of a tease to see what they get out of XG. Nothing too much to be forced.
I mean, this Aghanim's is pretty ridiculous. Gonna be able to hit all the targets.
And they're gonna go for this XG straight away. With Arme going all in, they want to try and enable him in the fight and find the opportunity to bring down Satanic and take him out for good whilst his buyback's still on cooldown for 4 minutes.
Roshan up 2 seconds. Who's gonna get the positioning for this one here? No one does have the buyback at the ready.
That's the nullifier done here for XM.
Okay. Now, as you said, now he can pretty much prevent that save that can come out from the Beastmaster and focus that target. Allow his Dusa to hit.
P-Vision, what's the call?
Roche is going to get started. Ame. The roar will come out.
Okay, P-Vision making their way over. Smoke up from themselves.
Incredibly
XG to hold the high ground.
Ame. That Outworld staff could come into play to protect DM a lot versus this break right now.
We're seeing it already a few times, given that extra little moment to survive throughout the break duration.
Yeah, split-second things could absolutely make the difference here. Either that or an E-Blade to protect DM if the Nullifier is not on him.
P-Vision being persistent here with their attempts to try and catch XG by surprise.
What's the rune gonna be?
No one's got the high ground set up. They're gonna see Ame step forward. They get the pushback on him. BKB for 9. He's ready to look for them. He gets the roar straight away onto the center. They're trying to focus XXS so he cannot get the save off. DM trying to push him away from Ame. Refresher will pot to the Wind Waker away. No one trying to step out of the fight. Ame getting a few hits in with the Skadi, but the BKB's out for no one. He'll get out successfully.
Spell casting super fast from both sides. The E-Blade thrown on DM to protect him.
I mean, and we're seeing just, for no one, he's only got his sights set for the Centaur. He wants to make sure that at every possibility, there is no chance that XXS can get in and get Ame in the cart.
And that was his Aeon Disc popped. So a very important one. XXS, it's 80 seconds that Aeon Disc won't be available for him if they do focus him.
P-Vision.
Standoff at the Roche again.
Satanic thinks about sort of pushing forward onto the Roche himself. Another smoke from P-Vision there. They're eating through these smokes.
That coil still on cooldown, 20 seconds also. Doesn't look like they'll be able to take advantage of that one as the buybacks are getting closer and closer.
They are just a couple more minutes until we'll start seeing them all come back online. Ame also very close to farming his backup, 1,400 to go. And Satanic, considering his next option.
XG has to just stay in this area, though. I said XXS, 25 seconds. Aeon Disc is going to be back at the ready.
Both teams wanting the Roshan, but also not wanting to get caught without the buybacks.
It's all going to be about who can get the better initiation, who can get these catches on these cores, who can kite out these super strong carries. Ame,
he's in.
Start.
Stampede at the ready. They have the means to save him if he gets jumped. P-Vision knows, so very cautiously approaching the fight.
Taking out a fair bit of mana already. That's 1,200 gone. Double catapult wave on top with, I don't even know how many, 12 range creeps. So top tower, very likely to fall too. So tier 2 pressure. Someone's gonna have to deal with it. It's gonna be XM.
And no one able to farm up enough buyback to get the Aghanim's blessing and still have the buyback gold.
All right.
And Satanic's turn
starting it again.
Try and take a poke at the Roshan. Stampede's gonna be there. See off to the side, they're looking at DM, force out the BKB.
It's too hard for DM. Too hard for them to focus him. He BKBs and then he Outworld staffs and we'll be okay. No BKB though, 85 seconds, but that is a Stampede used.
Roshan now down to close to half HP. No one, as you say, he's just sort of focused on getting pressure on elsewhere, maybe see if he can get a chance to kind of peel some of the attention away from Roshan, but Ame straight back in the pit once more.
Ame is 150 short of buyback. Satanic's buyback is back at the ready.
All right. Yeah, full lineup having the buyback now online for P-Vision. They've all got the gold.
20 seconds for the puck and the Centaur, but they are actually missing the gold.
And of course, with Roshan being in this position, it will be that much easier for P-Vision as a whole to bring in those buybacks and use those second lives if the fight goes down here.
Absolutely. Being on the dire side.
So P-Vision, they'll definitely want to try and push to take this Roche before it makes the move in a couple of minutes.
It's dropping low.
This is the favorable spot for them.
You can feel that pressure.
This could be a very, very painful team fight for one of these two teams.
They dropped the banner for Vision.
After the jump of the Outward Star. It's there. Goes the hoof stomp. I'm trying to get back in onto Ame.
I mean, that's pretty funny, right? They dropped the banner just for Vision. Since I don't believe that they have any wards left. I haven't been able to check. Okay, they do still have one left on X-Nova, but...
XG will have to deal a little bit with the creeps. That top wave getting very close to the base, so...
Roche is going to start shifting, I mean, relatively soon, 40 seconds.
As we say, that will very much be in XG's favor if they can sort of wait this out.
Ame.
One. I think he's going to get bashed by the Roshan. He's got the Wind Waker ready to get him safely out of the pit. Got to be careful when you come close to the Roche.
I think Ame got out of range of the sentry there, so he was invis, wasn't able to get that roar.
Looking at DM again. DM BKB back up on off cooldown.
How many greater healing lotuses as well do they have? I've been just checking. XG always seems to have at least 2 at the ready, so they will be feeding those to Ame.
Also, XG's chilling out a bit now. Though they know that 55 minutes is coming up.
They're finishing that buyback, right, in particular. We're potentially going to have all 10 heroes with buyback soon. XXS the only one short of it, 900 gold away.
And they knew that, you know, the chances of the Roshan dying in the 5 seconds before he moves were unlikely, so XG able to sort of wait out that Roche position and are now going to be able to play on in a spot where their buybacks now will be the stronger, as they're going to be able to have that TP point close to the Roche.
pVision just continues to send creeps to the sides. They're trying to get that momentum pushing in so they can get an opportunity, but it's just not happening. XG just have the responses for it. Smoke up, XG, they're going to start the Roche. The roar comes out.
Satanic. Trying to get some sort of traps out of it. XXS is in with the Hoofstone. Kiss is coming in as well. Just trying to push back. Oh, DM is just dying! The elbow stuff comes out, but he's so low, the coil connects. Nullify thrown down upon XM, jumps in, trying to finish off the jump. DM will survive, but the space is created for them to secure the Roche, get the Aegis, the Refresher Shard, and the Cheese all picked up on XG. To be so careful there, trying to approach in on this Medusa. You saw that how close DM got to just dying in seconds.
They are absolutely having the issues of how to kill the Dusa, how to maneuver around this Dusa.
It's gotten to that point.
Yep. It's been at that point for some time here now, 56 minutes. It looks like we are potentially going to make it to these 60 minutes with the way all things have been going down. How are these levels looking? Jinq 23, 22 on the Warlock, Chen 20, Hoodwink 21. So level advantage also for the side of XG for these supports. An AC, all right, cool. Jinq picking up probably the first AC you've ever seen on a Snapfire.
We're seeing as well, yeah, there it is. It's queued up now on Satanic. He's holding on to a lot of money. Just added the Rapier to the queue. It has to be considered. They have to have some sort of immense burst so that Satanic, when he does get in and finds the target, he's able to take them out straight away.
But they also have to deal with, they have to get the Nullifier on the right target also too, because of the Ghost Scepters and the Aeon Discs, and then the work. The levels are difficult in this game for sure, especially to bring down this Dusa.
Because what do you imagine no one's next purchase is going to be?
I don't know.
Is he also getting sort of a Nullifier himself somewhere in the build?
He might have to, but what does he really want to replace? Just move the boots somehow? I'm not sure. Definitely difficult.
XG, how much do they want to try and push for with his 3 minutes of Aegis
XXS
on Ame?
Has also hit level 25 now, so extra hoof stomp duration. It's at 3 seconds. 3 minutes.
Tier 2 full on the bottom lane, XG.
XM having the power of this Refresher Shard 2 at that level 25. Eyes on the coils. The double coils could be what let XG close this out.
Can they get Ame off the high ground? In fact, they're just going to get the jump straight in there with the coil. Onto the two of them. Hand of
second coil.
The second coil destroys 9+. Refresher's popped in by no one, but he has to use the Wind Waker to try and survive. BKBs are popped as they're just having to retreat on pVision. They cannot step up. The range racks are gone. XG, they'll force out the fortification.
Right, what a coil. Catches 2 and then catches the third.
It's just so much damage.
One.
As 9+ just gets deleted in that combo there, laid down by XM.
He's going through backdoor.
They'll take out the full set here on the bottom lane, and still 2 minutes to go with as they can look for more. They'll swing back across towards the mid and the top lane to alleviate some of the pressure that DM was pushing in with against them. But XG, they could very much be set up to look for another set of barracks during this Aegis timer.
Feels like pVision have to do some type of different approach, but I just don't know what it is in order to stop this, right? The potential of this puck plus the Medusa, and then the save from this Centaur always. The fight just feels so difficult for them to approach.
The scaling from XG has been perfect this
It
game,
has
coming
been.
up to the 60-minute mark. And even though pretty much for the entirety of this game, right, pvision have had the net worth advantage, and earlier a pretty significant one, it just hasn't mattered. XG chose that perfect moment to go for that Roshan contest, and then ever since that, things have looked pretty in control from Extreme Gaming.
Absolutely. And they still have 70 seconds left on this Aegis. Ame gonna look for the go again. They don't have the refresher on the puck at the moment.
With the Raw, but nothing to come with that one.
One coil is available.
There's the jump. XXS, he finds Satanic. They make the jump to nullifies there as well. They're going all in on towards the TX. So it drops the golem down as well. That's Satanic gone. No hesitation there. As soon as he sees the chance, he's in on top of him. They turn towards DM. DM broken and taken out.
This Dusa is just too strong.
They've got the buybacks. They're going to have to use them. But how do they stop this? The full set of racks taken out in the mid.
Ame standing strong, going for the next. The buybacks have to come in.
XG, they'll back up for now.
It's just anyone who gets focused dies. They do not have the similar saving function on the side of pvision. They cannot protect the cores. They have to take a risk. They have to go out.
They cannot let XG sort of back up and farm up these tier 5 neutrals. Satanic in with the chase. Finds Jinkyu, but straight away with the glimmer. He's away. Satanic on his own doesn't have any way to deal with that. So Jinkyu gets out. They'll get the chance to find their neutrals. We'll see at pvision. They'll probably stop the chase and look to just try and secure these 60-minute neutral items for themselves. Oop. Have a little bit of a breather.
I think we all need that little bit of a breather. XM, he's about to have his own refresher now finished up. He's out of the liberty, of course, of a couple of refresher shards, but he is about to have this one done. So these coils, as we said, absolutely crucial.
I think Extreme Gaming, they can definitely taste the victory in this game. They're so close to being able to step forward to the grand finals.
Just wondering what's the approach going to be from pvision, right? There's just so many different tools that they have to get through. How do you protect the TA versus these coils? How do you focus the Dusa? Or how do you ignore the Dusa, really? There's been a lot of difficulties for them to approach.
Yeah, they had all these sort of earlier timings where they did their best to try and play for pvision, putting that pressure on, but at most they took the tier 3 bottom, but they were never able to take a barracks away from Extreme during those earlier points when they had a significant gold lead.
It's just been the Roshan contest, right? Extreme just coming out ahead in almost every single one, if not all of them. And just having all the buff ups, right? They put faith in Ame, and that faith is absolutely working. Now more Lotus Orbs to throw onto him.
Let's see what sort of crazy tier 5s they can find on both sides. As they should get the space on both teams to farm these up.
How's the last hits looking? We're breaking that 1,000 point on both of the carries now. And that's who's gonna get what? Audacious, Stygian, Desolator for
Dream coils from XM.
He's gonna kill it. It feels like he's gonna kill everybody.
He might. You know, it might be a situation where Ame's gonna turn up to the fight and everybody's already dead.
Yeah.
So I guess you don't need me. You know, XM is insanely farmed. The damage output from this puck, it's gonna be ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't know how you protect each other for versus this on the side of pvision.
And both of them getting Audacious.
Yep.
So they've got this extra magic attack damage on their hits. And I imagine right with the Medusa, you get Audacious, it will make sure with the Aghanims that all of the hits are doing the extra 80 magic damage, right?
Yes.
It should.
Uh-huh. And he's got spider legs too, right? So he's got this liberty to move in and out of the fights easier.
And we'll see, Satanic, just get the Stygian, he has got that extra attack range as well, so maybe a bit of a chance for him to find the position, but still yet to be able to get a way to slot the Divine Rapier into his item build.
And just honestly, he hasn't really been able to attack the Dusa much in the last 20 minutes, right? It feels like Satanic has to be so cautious. With these buybacks down as well, too.
Yeah, and XG having all the buybacks available here.
Yeah, it feels like pvision, they just have to go all aggression, right? It's like DM has to, he takes the Regalia. So any type of extra damage that they can potentially get is absolutely needed as Extreme looking for the potential closeout here. Roche is up in about a minute if they want to be very patient for it, but they do have quite a bit of tools at their arsenal right now. XM, eyes on him.
They're gonna get the jump. Straight away the Wind Waker. We'll see no one back off. Coil will be there just onto the one of them. They have the Glimmer as well to keep him safe.
Look
but
at the
Kiss is damage. It's so much he has to pop the BKB and run.
My God. I mean, that's just the one coil. Lincoln's did block the nullifier there. I think if it did not, likely he could get brought down there. No one. Still has the refresher. BKB was used.
Worth noting as well, of course, Arme does have the moonshot, and even on top of that, still 9,000 gold.
Yeah, he's full. He's full slotted up. About to hit level 30 as well, too. Not the most impactful one, but any little bit can help. DM. Queuing up the AC next. I mean, DM's growth has... he's had like the same items, it feels like, for the last 25 minutes at the least.
XG. Ready and waiting outside the base.
They can just wait. Every time that XM has coil, it's going to force a reaction from P-Vision.
Still these 4.5 minutes of which the... If DM or Satanic go down, the game will fall to an end. And P-Vision's hopes of making it to the finals will come to an end as well. XM is in with the jump on Satanic. They hit the BKB off.
There's that Wind Waker.
It's going to give him a chance to survive through the coil. No one's in with the roar, but the card's there. XXS able to pick him up and take him out of the action, Arme. Keep him safe. Keeps him close enough towards DM, though. DM's BKB comes to an end. DM's got to run. The Scatter Blast catches onto it, though. DM, he's dead. 2 minutes without buyback.
It's so impossible to approach these fights. Ame is just a raid boss, and he's got XXS every time to back him up.
Satanic, he's got the rapier,
Let's see what he can do.
But it may just be a little too late.
Look at the damage.
And there's the jump. He's going to try and look towards Arme. Satanic putting all his attention in towards him, but the golems up. They're dropping down on it. Satanic, the stop from XG. It's over. GG is gone. Extreme Gaming are moving on to the grand finals.
Wow. What a game, really. It may have been, what, 5-2 at the 35-minute mark, but XG, with utmost patience, taking all these Roshans, just knowing when to strike, not letting Satanic get those Aegises, and even at a goal disadvantage for almost the entirety of the game, you didn't really see it, you didn't feel it. This Dusa, far too strong with the backup of his team. What a game.
Absolutely. And P-Vision, they did well to get this far, but falling at the hurdle, won't be making it forward anymore.
Yeah.
XG just having their number and knowing exactly what to do in this sort of game. It was very apparent, right? P-Vision wanted to try and run them over. Extreme, they just didn't let it happen, and they chose the perfect time to bring Arme to the forefront of the fight around that Roche and just get the turnaround started.
I literally don't think you could ask for a better fight that they could have gotten there, right? Because there's literally the Roar of Retribution comes out, the Roche is about to die, they get the stun, they block the Aegis, and then the Stone Gaze clips Satanic, he gets killed. That was, what, 25 minutes ago or so, but it felt like that's where XG hit their stride, got all their power.
Absolutely, and just the playmaking right from the two cores around Arme.
Yeah,
you know, having XXS again in this game, getting some incredible hoof stomps. It's like as soon as you show, this Centaur's on top of you. He's ready to start the play, and those last few fights as well, the pressure that this puck was doing, just putting on against P-Vision, they just didn't have a chance. They couldn't get anywhere close to their targets. What a game, what a performance. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Extreme Gaming heading forward to the grand finals.
XM, how does it feel to be a TI Grand Finalist?
进入 TI 的总决赛，什么感觉？
很爽。
It's amazing!
I mean, there is so much experience across your team. Everybody else has 5+ TI experiences. You, however, this is only your second TI. How much have they helped you out on this journey?
队伍里面那么多老将，有些人打了5届 TI， 这是你第2届 TI， 他们有没有给你什么帮助呢？
还好吧。
That's all right.
You're so casual. I mean, do you not feel any nerves playing on the final day of TI in front of all these people?
我们看你那么镇定，跟平常打一样，在 TI 的舞台上打总决赛日，是真的一点不紧张吗？
可能我就是不紧张嘛，就是决赛选手。
Maybe I just don't have the nerves for it. I'm meant to be playing in the grand finals.
That is hype. That is hype. Well, let's get down to what the people really want to know, XM. What's the secret to being the best sniper player in the world?
好啊，需要问你一个很私人的问题了。成为世界最棒的火枪选手有什么秘诀呢？
秘密。
Secret. He doesn't want to say it.
Fine, keep your secrets. That's all good with me. Do you have any words for the team you just eliminated? P-Vision, you take them down, an horrible third place, but what a series you played against them. Do you have any words for them?
P-Vision 打了一场很经常的比赛，也这场比赛打很久，有没有什么话想对你的对手说的呢？
我觉得对手打得很棒吧，但是他们上去赢不了，只有我们能赢。
I think they played really well and they're amazing. However, if they go up to the grand finals, I don't think they will win, so it has to be us.
All right, excellent stuff. One more time. Can you do it, XM? Are you going to be lifting this Aegis against Falcons?
我们最后想知道，有没有机会，会不会把这个盾举起来，然后击败 Falcons？
一定可以的。
For sure.
Let's go! Hamburg, let me hear it for your second grand finalist in its Extreme Gaming and XM.
A lot of confidence coming out of XM, and you're going to need it after that game at number 3. The way they played, it was so clean. It was so tense. It felt like at any moment we could have been seeing a fight that wasn't going their way. But the patience they had, it paid off. It was a fantastic game here from both sides.
It really did. Man, China is so back. After seeing them perform in the road to TI playoffs, being undefeated as well, I don't think many people expected China to have this dominant performance as well. And they are getting close. Yesterday, they did have 2 really long series. They didn't get much sleep. Now they could potentially play 8 games, and it seems like they're not done yet. I think this is going to be extremely good grand finals. And also Ame, rest of the crew as well. He did go to 2 times to the grand finals, didn't manage to get it. You also have him and Xno at TI8, him and Jinkyu at TI10 getting close as well. So they're definitely here to lift that Aegis.
Yeah, it was a great showing. Like we said, it could have gone for either team in that game. Number 3, Extreme Gaming moving on. But right now, we do unfortunately have to say goodbye to P-Vision.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I am here with no one of P-Vision. Let's give a round of applause. You guys were amazing this whole tournament. Just at the very end there, I saw you guys having a huddle in the booth and a talk. What were you saying to each other?
That it's okay, and you don't need to worry. Yeah, because I think Satani got a little bit too much on himself, and we were just saying, no, bro, we lose as a team.
Absolutely, he's such a young kid. He was obviously very nervous. What was it about this series that meant you couldn't play your normal sort of aggressive, chaotic style? It felt like the game slowed down compared to how you normally play.
I think we whole tournament don't play like we played whole year because the meta is like this right now, and against Extreme especially, all games were like 2-2, 15 minutes, you just farm, chill, and yeah, it was not the best game to play, honestly. To Beastmaster last.
It's very nerve-wracking.
It's not, come again?
Like it makes you nervous, like it's on edge? Or...
No, it was not nervous, it was not just enjoyable. I'm playing Beastmaster into Medusa, Puck, and Tower Save, and I'm like, fuck, I don't want to play last game on TI like this.
Fair enough. You guys have had, as you said, such a great season. You've been fantastic to watch. This is such a wonderful team. What, if you could pick something, was your highlight this year?
I think this time. This is the best highlight of this team. I'm really proud of the all guys in our team, of the work that we did to go on this side, because we had really serious problems before. First problems that we had on team, it was happened before TI and it was really hard. But in the end, I don't know, I had the feeling that we will win this, but we didn't.
Not this year, but I hope we see you guys back again. Do you have any words for the fans out there who've been supporting Paravision, not just here, but all season long?
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I play Dota. It's because of you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, no one. You guys have been magnificent to watch. We're sorry we have to say goodbye to you. Thank you so much. There goes the Dota legend. There's no one right there. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Pyrian. And of course, no one, it's not an easy loss by any means, but 3rd place at TI, it is a feat in itself. And the way that they played all throughout the last 2 weeks in this series, yes, it wasn't enough, but it was enough for Dota viewers. I had so much joy watching everything that they did here.
Yeah, unbelievably interesting team.
Yeah.
Redefining the meta, and I love this concept that he said coming into TI, this was the first time that we had problems. This is a relatively new roster, all things considered, so there is going to come a point where the team falters, and to fix that right before TI, the most important tournament in the Dota schedule, and get 3rd place, this is no one's best showing at TI. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, like fixing whatever problems they had, especially interpersonal problems between the players or maybe draft issues, you know. Like, it's actually something that not every team is going to be able to do.
Yeah, I think this loss might hit a little bit harder for them just because of how good this early game felt that it was going on the side of P-Vision. It was very close. They could have closed it out a little bit earlier there, but it all started off in the lanes. That's what these 2 games previously have kind of indicated as to who's going to be that winner. But for this game number 3, P-Vision just had really good lanes. They were really strong in that way.
Yeah, they had it. I mean, they made this Chen rotation towards the bot lane. They said that they picked Chen in order to counter Medusa, and the lane was going phenomenally. All 3 cores of P-Vision were on top of the charts. We see a little interesting play here from old Dookie, where he protects the Wisdom Room by trapping Xnova on the bridge there, and the early game was going great for them, but XG, they knew that if they just held the game out, they were going to win the late.
Yeah, in the first 5 minutes, they did get a lot of advantage as well, and something similar that did happen in game number 2, where Ame was the one dictating the tempo of the game, making this rotation to the top lane, making sure that Anti-Mage is not getting the farm. It was pretty much Satanic who did the same thing on his Templar Assassin. He's going through the Twin Gates, he's making sure that they are getting the kills. These are the 2 kills that they did get, and after that, they didn't get the kill for like good 35 minutes. The game did slow down, they were unable to go in and try to close it out, because they were like 15,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that did really well is they were behind, but they were really patient and they waited for the right fights to take.
Yeah, it was
this was the first move, right?
Yeah, that was that move that kind of set the tempo for the game for the next good 30-35 minutes, but it just opened up the map so much because you have Beastmaster, you have Chen, these are the heroes that are going to be dictating where the fights are going to be going. It's very difficult to invade where Beastmaster wants to play.
On one hand, it was very strange to see so much downtime in this game. On the other hand, you have 5 players on both teams who are imagining themselves in those booths for the grand finals, right? So one single move and you can break the game. And that's how XG has played up until this point, is that they will not take a bad fight. They will wait until the perfect information is presented, and then they will fight.
And they're also not really giving away a lot of pickoffs. Like sometimes it happens when players just die randomly on the map. But if everyone is actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, I think it's quite normal that there are no kills happening because there are no mistakes in the game.
Yeah, that's how you know 2 teams are very evenly matched. The sort of tempo, the pacing, it's not always that scrappy sort of Dota that people might love to watch. However, later in the game, when it did come down to those team fights where it felt like this Medusa was practically unstoppable, that's where we saw just how clutch players had to be for the spell usage, the item usage too.
Yeah, we skipped pretty far ahead in the
we
highlights
went
here.
from 7 minutes to 40 minutes.
40 minutes, but that is how long it took in this game. This was a very close fight, I would say, where you have phenomenal Dota being played on both sides. What we don't see off screen in this is that DM wraps around to go for the backline here, basically isolating Ame. You know, any skilled Dota player, any Dota player who's played a lot says, you're going on an Aegis Medusa. This
there
is
a bottom right.
There it is. This is an insane thing to do. Why are you making this play? Well, it's because somebody is making the call. We heard their comms in one of the previous panels, and very clear comms from P-Vision, where they are making the bold call to go for the backlines. And slowly but surely, they try to chip away at Ame.
Yeah, we then see Extreme Gaming adjust from this one. They realize just how integral their supports are, just how much chaos this Bristleback could cause, and so they stuck more together as a unit. They weren't really afraid of that, looking at what the lineup of P-Vision could carry out in a team fight.
This was insane. I mean, the clip is still going. This is still the same clip, guys. They end up actually getting Satanic here because Ame is strong enough to continue to man up just with XM. And by the way, I think XM is the hidden hero of this game. He was so disruptive, and he was also that secondary carry that I think Extreme needed to carry the game, because there was so much focus on dealing with Ame from the side of P-Vision that if XM just went for this Aghanim Scepter build and scaled into the late game, there was clearly not enough to deal with both of these heroes at the same time.
Yeah, he definitely did go for the right choice. He understood that this game might be going late, seeing how their previous series did go with not too many kills, one big fight that can turn the whole thing around, and he did die only one time, and so did Jinkyu. Very impressive coming out from both of these players, and of course Ame on his Medusa. I really love the way that they are team fighting on side of Extreme Gaming, because you can always tell that they are taking care of each other, whether we're talking about, you know, some of the force staff, the cookies, whatever is necessary to be able to keep them alive just so that they can get in there. And this is going to be also another one of the longer fights where they initiate on the Satanic. I think XXS in this game had that killer instinct that you need to have from your offlaner, where he jumps in, he's not hesitating there for a second at all, and XM is going to be the one cleaning up. You can see the cart as well, which has been insanely good when they're sieging the high ground, when they're needing that extra save. Even no one talked about how it's very annoying for him to play the Beastmaster in these type of lineups with multiple saves where you initiate. There's a Medusa, then you have a Golem from Warlock, Stampede, you have as well Cart, so very difficult fights for them to take. And in this fight, they also have pretty much every single tool to be able to deal with the Bristleback, because he's very annoying. They do have Heart, they do have SNY on him, but you're also burning mana with the Disperser, Scotty, GD Poland Bag was available earlier, you have Break Mechanic from Silver Edge, you have Shiva's Guard on Centaur, so every single tool available that you need to have against Bristleback.
When the fights did happen, there were some really high skill things that were happening in them. For example, like I really do believe that DM, this is not an easy game for him. Like when the break mechanic comes out, I feel like he was still able to kite and do a lot in these fights. I feel like
staff was alright, saving him a couple of times.
Yep. So he was even trying to dodge the break hit using the Outworld staff. And then on the flip side, XXS on Centaur, there was sometimes where he seemed a little trigger happy on the ultimate. But also, we saw what happened when P-Vision focused him and killed him at the start of a fight. These are the only fights that P-Vision took where they actually won. So in the fights where he blinked in, hit that double stun, and then ulted out, like this is where he was the most successful. And what was setting up for this was XM on Puck, creating that chaos.
I mean, the thing with the Puck is like the Puck makes it very difficult for the opponents to maintain formation, right? So when you look at team fights, like how the team fights are taken, you look at how they are maintaining formation, and when the Centaur goes in, they are always together. They go in together, they go back together. When the supports are being targeted by the Beastmaster, they all go back and protect the supports. Whereas when you are on the Perivision side, you're playing against this Puck, it's very hard for you to maintain your formation. So your Bristleback's in front. So when the Puck goes behind, it's like sometimes it's very difficult for him to come back because he couldn't come back. And they don't really have a lot of small little stunts that would allow them to actually kite forward like the Centaur. You know, he goes in, he goes back, he goes in, he goes back. It's very easy for them to do that. I think that is ultimately what made the team fight so difficult for them.
Now, all three cores just having a little bit of lost syndrome where they're like, I don't know exactly where to sit in this fight. How can I really do a lot? And I know in our breakdown, we jumped from about the 7-minute mark to the 40-minute mark, and something in between that was very spectacular happened, but we got someone just as spectacular to break it down for us.
Thanks, Nat. There's so much that goes into a win and a loss, and sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's skills, sometimes it's small mistakes. And I have a couple things to highlight from that very crucial 28-minute Roche fight. Now, the most important thing that happened here is this Observer and Sentry sat directly outside of the pit this entire fight, which gave Extreme Gaming crazy vision. And look at this, Ducal's actually had a Sentry. He just didn't put it down. It's a small mistake. Sometimes pro players overlook that stuff. So XXS jumps in to scout Roshan, stuns his opponents, and buys some time here. But as P-Vision starts retreating and grouping up, look at this crazy fatal bonds that happens here from X-Nova. Look at that. He links the Bristleback to the TA, to the creep, down to the Chen. So all the damage they take ends up getting spread amongst them, which makes their damage really good. But watch this. As we see the TA go into the Roche pit here, he's going to get bashed by Roshan here. And then this 60-second cooldown roar comes off cooldown right here, which disarms him for 2 seconds. He's trying to all in on the Roche at this exact moment. And then he bashes the Beastmaster as he blinks in, trying to catch the puck. So Beastmaster says, okay, I have to roar here, because that's going to push people out and stun them. He gets the roar off, it pushes out XM, so he's not in the Roche pit. But unfortunately, as he goes to take the Aegis, the exact same time Ame runs in with his ulti, that's going to end up stunning him. So he can't grab the Aegis this whole time. And then the roar duration runs out. XSS is able to pick this up. So the sequence of events that led to this turnaround, the Sentry not being placed, the Roche bash, the Roche roar into the follow-up bash, all contributed to the Aegis being stolen there by Extreme Gaming and allowing them to get back into this game. Crazy series of events, but it absolutely mattered here in that last game.
Thank you so much, Pudge. Yeah, that 28-minute mark right there.
Sixth player, huh?
Wow.
The levels of it are so much. The fact that they're able to so closely keep this chain stun going, right? It's so easy to overlap it. It's so easy to just miss time by a split second, and that's enough that you don't get that Aegis
just
snatch.
felt so unlucky, for them.
Sure.
Because that actually mattered so much for especially the TA, he needed the Aegis to be able to push forward, and losing that there was just such a heartbreaking moment for them. And in that manner, sure, they didn't put the sentry down, but it was still unlucky.
Relatable, though. I feel like we all see ourselves in P-Vision's shoes every now and then, where just the worst possible sequence of things happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hyped, though. The arena went crazy when the Aegis Snatch happened. Like, these guys were just going wild. And for a lot of people, this is their first time coming to a TI. Is anyone in the audience first time TI? There's a lot of people making their journey out to Germany here for their first time at TI, but a lot of players, it's also their first time. So we're going to have a look at exactly how we prepare those players.
Okay, fresh meat. Welcome to your first international, all 16 of you. Jesus. All right, we have made this informational video here for you today to give you the do's and don'ts of TI. So do pay attention, all right? There will be a quiz at the end, and you can't pro-track your way out of this one. It's a joke about that. So, orientational seminar. Side A.
Знаєш, що це? Що це? Тут щоб тренуватися? Ні, оце що? Оце що?
Your first time at the International.
Hello, my name is Fear. You might remember me from such things as free-to-play, winning TI5, and other things. I'm here to help give you the tools necessary so you can have a rewarding and fun experience at your first international. Let's get started.
Before the event.
If you're watching this video, you've already completed the first step. You successfully got your visa and made it to a different country. Some of the topics we'll be covering will include etiquette in the booths, live fan interactions, shuttling to the main event arena, and other things to help you on this.
Bro, what is the point of this? We are from NA. We have no chance. We're not making it out of the group stage.
Streamlining communication.
Discussing drafts with your teammates at TI can be stressful. Which one of these following examples do you think is the right way to speak to your drafter?
Do you really want to pick TA and Tide for the third time?
Or you could say,
does it really give us everything we need?
This is much better than a more emotionally charged response, such as,
what the f are you guys doing? You're gonna lose this tournament.
Do you think that is the right way to communicate with your teammates? That's right. Toxicity will never win you games.
Maintaining competitive integrity.
There's a lot on the line at the International, and some players will try anything to gain an advantage. Let's take a look at how some of the most vigilant teams could fall victim to chicanery.
兄弟们，我在酒店碰到一个老奶奶，我跟她聊得很开心，她有点让我想起了我的祖母。我们可以让她来我们的训练室看一下吗？可以。Come on.
The boys play e-games here. Can you pause this game? Wait, is that Gary Tinker? Does somebody want candies here?
Did you spot what was wrong? That old lady was actually a 34-year-old Brazilian man spying on another team. You never know when such treachery may be afoot.
The crowd.
Some of you may be thinking, Fear, I'm used to playing from the comfort of my bedroom. What happens if at some point I become acutely aware of the thousands of people watching and start panicking as the fragile threads of my psyche unravel, leaving nothing but the weight of my own cosmic insignificance.
Keyboards, mice, and other peripherals.
We recommend all players bring 2 sets of their preferred equipment to the event.
Hey, Motion, what are you doing here?
You know, if you miss the 50i, they make you do this shit again.
Ah, sorry, man.
Thank you.
With that, we have covered all 75 tips for the TI after party. Now, you're ready to go find a new team and be the guy everyone wants to talk to. And that's everything you need to know about your first time at the International. Hopefully, now you won't get ganked by any problems and keep true sight of your goals.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah, so not the most entertaining video in the world, but hopefully y'all learned something and you could every year Gabe is gonna be pissed. What can you do?
What a fantastic piece of content, of course, looking behind the scenes at exactly how our first-time TI players are introduced into the whole experience of the 2 weeks that went on here.
That was very interesting that both the 30-year-old Brazilian men were dressing up as grandmas. I don't know what's is this the strat to get to top 6 in TI?
You gotta stay vigilant, all right? You never know what's gonna happen.
Probably half of the people who are like watching Dota, even though Dota is a relatively old community, are like, what is this piece of technology that they're using? What is this VHS? Like, what is that?
I was wondering if any of the young players actually were questioning what it was, or if that was just dialogue put in there.
Doesn't matter, 10 out of 10.
I think that was live. I don't think that was like pre-recorded.
No, it was a lot of fun. It's been so much fun seeing just how far all of the new players were able to make. Of course, we just said goodbye to P-Vision, but to get third on your very first TI for Satanic 9 Class Ducalis, it's amazing.
Definitely is. Unfortunately, for example, 9 Class wasn't able to experience TI previous year because of the visa issue. He now gets a 3rd place, which is a huge result. And for them to, experience the main stage of TI, they got so close. They kind of had that game in the bag as well. But I really like what they did, especially with no one, with the hugs and everything, understanding that the youngest member of the team, they need to know how to lift him up, and they definitely did. But there's a lot to learn from this as well.
Yeah, look, it's been such an absolute pleasure working with you guys for this TI. The day is not over by any means. We still have our champions to crown, a team to lift that Aegis. Our grand final will be coming up very soon, but before that begins, of course, we have our TI tradition. We're going to head on down to the stage with Tsunami for our cosplay contest.
Thank you very much. That's right, we've got some festivities to attend to. And one of those time-honored traditions is indeed the International of 14 Cosplay Contest, sponsored by SteelSeries. As you can see, I've already got a bevy of judges joining me. If you don't mind introducing yourselves, I've got Marugito as Lena.
Hello. Yes, thank you so much for bringing me on again. I loved the experience of TI at Copenhagen last year, and we have just as many amazing cosplayers to show you today. So I hope you all are excited.
Oh, they should be, and indeed, I see them already out of the corner of my eye, as well as I'm joined by Chiyu Neko as Hoodwink.
Hi, everyone. It's so nice to be back here again, and I'm so excited to be back in Europe. I'm so excited to see everyone's amazing work. European cosplay does not disappoint.
And we are going to be able to see that in the flesh very soon. And last but not least, we've got Karo Inanna as Luna.
Hello everyone, this is my very first TI, so I'm so excited to be here, and oh my god, this is amazing. Can you see all these people? Can you see the stage? Can you see it all? It's awesome.
It's a beautiful. And we are also going to show off some beautiful cosplays. So, shall we get started with the showcase? Lena, if you may.
Thank you. All right, first off, we have Graphomanka as Naga Siren. She has made it here all the way from Kazakhstan. It took her 4 months to make this beautiful cosplay, and she's used various techniques. And just overall, look at this amazing silhouette of this cosplay and how she's really brought the hero to life.
I love the movement as well, slithering along that stage. Next up,
we have Tanact as Axe. This cosplayer is tiny. Look at him. In his full cosplay, he hits the ceiling and stands tall at 250 centimeters. And for all you Americans out there, that's over 8 feet tall.
or in other words, you can stack 2 of me on top and I still wouldn't be as tall. Next up, number 3.
Next up is Chimbalos as Clockwork. Like, look at this beauty. This costume was planned in 1 year, made in 2 months. Day-to-day work. And as he said, it's fully hand-painted and made of foam and hopes and dreams.
I love the animations as well. That man's about to hookshot across the stage.
All right, now we have Varen as Juggernaut. To him, this is not just a costume, it's a decade of passion for the game that has inspired him to spend over 16,000 hours making this costume and bringing it here today.
And here's a little bonus fact for you out there. This man won that GG Well Played contest that we did yesterday, so he's very multi-talented.
Next up, we have Twisted Fate as Lena. This cosplayer came to us all the way from Colombia, and she picked the set. Because she really wanted to showcase her roots and her love for Latin American culture.
The heritage and the sophistication to go with it, it's incredible.
Next up is Marzaus as Shadow Shaman, and when I went to him to ask him about his interesting story, he said he tried to go for a realistic look of this character, but claims no birds were harmed in its making.
He's got the taunt down too!
Yes, and next we have Rehab G Naked as Beastmaster. And this is yet another beautifully crafted costume with tiny details all throughout the costume. It has intricate foam work and also a lot of sewing techniques and clever solutions for LEDs and technology all throughout this costume.
The technology and the fitness required to be able to pull off a cosplay like this. Incredible stuff.
Next up, we have Yangi as Murda. This cosplayer's makeup took 2 hours to do every morning, so appreciate that. She did it for all of you guys. She also bought her very first power tool just to make her wings.
And she's got the firearms to support it as well. Next up.
Next up is Astela as Wind Ranger, and she said it's been made in 4 months, and her favorite part is her bow that is 3D printed, has 2 modes of LEDs, and us as judges, we just loved her wig that is actually made of 2 wigs.
Give her a few more kills and she's gonna turn orange in that Arcana. And our last showcase.
All right, so our last cosplayer to be presented on stage today is Manusha as Anti-Mage. This costume also has several different techniques. She's used 3D modeling, foam, hand sculpting, and sewing. And please pay extra attention to her shoulders, where she has hand sculpted deep pauldrons. They are just gorgeous.
The Oni Demon. Can we get a round of applause for all of these cosplayers to make it to this final stage? This was only the top 10 after a tough selection, and everyone has done an incredible job. There is so much talent and passion on this stage right now. And in the spirit of that, we would like to take a moment to remember one specific cosplayer who joined this stage last year. Some of you may recall seeing a stunning Enchantress cosplay in Copenhagen, and the artist behind that hero was Grace Peachy Bell Bell. And she unfortunately lost her battle with leukemia earlier this year. She was a cherished member of the community, and a dear friend to us all. So, Barclays Arena, if you could, please stand up and share your love, share your cheers, share your applause for all of the cosplay talent here on this stage in Grace's honor. Every finalist here shares her same passion, and we are here to celebrate that. And now, I would like all of you to keep this same energy as we share some awards with the standouts on this stage. If you may.
Our first award that we'll announce is Judges' Choice. And to receive Judges' Choice, you need to receive overall high score and, well, impress us. So without further ado, that award goes to Axe as Tanakt, other way around. Tanakt.
Next up. Yeah. Next up, we have. Oh, wait. No, it's hers.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, thank you.
Lena always gets priority. She's a core hero.
Yes, thank you. All right, so our next award is Best Technique, and here we really focus on the craft. So the top 10 here, this is like our top winners, actually. Everyone on stage today are winners, even if you don't get these special awards, because we've had 2 days of looking at the cosplayers before then, and they've told us all about how they made their costumes. So here we will look for high-level craft in several areas. And our Best Technique winner is Twisted Grace as Lena. Yeah, this person just wowed us when she walked in. We just fell in love with this costume right away. This has such great attention to details. She has foam work, electronics and soldering, wig work, resin casting, sewing, hand sewing. She's done it all, and she's done it all beautifully. So congratulations.
All right, next up, we have Best Transformation. As we all know, Dota heroes are weird. They're squirrels, rocks, trees, all sorts of weird things, and it's really hard to match the anatomy of that and bring that to life. So I'm really happy to pronounce this award. This cosplayer really wowed us. They walked through the door and we were like, wow. So they worked really hard on getting the perfect scale, 1 to 25 of the entire character, and they even did little tiny feet. So let's give it up for Jimbalis! Jimbalis!
The Clockwork! A full transformation on display here. And we have one last award to give out, and that is Best in Show. Barclays Arena. Gonna get a drum roll with your feet, please. And the winner of Best in Show is Rehab G Naked as Beastmaster! A full performance from start to finish. The aesthetics, the animations, the craftsmanship on a display here has been impeccable. And not just for her, but again, at Barclays Arena, one more round of applause for all the cosplays, whether you submitted it and weren't able to make it to finals, or everyone who made it here in the arena. The community never ceases to impress. The International 14 Cosplay Contest is sponsored by SteelSeries, but we've all got some other community efforts that we would like to showcase.
Thank you thank you so much, Tsunami. Absolutely, cosplayers, absolutely incredible to see their creativity. But they're not the only creative people in this community. In fact, we have come to one of my personal favorites of the event, besides the world-class Dota, and that is announcing the winners of the short film contest. The short film contest is so incredible because it displays why our community is so amazing. From creative builds to creative plays to, of course, creative art. Like all of the hundreds of thousands of videos that you guys have submitted over the course of the International showing your creativity. We went through every single submissions, even the AI ones, and there were a lot, but we came out with some of the top 3 from the community. So before I announce your top 3, if I could get you guys one more time to give a round of applause to everyone that submitted for the short film contest this year to motivate them to do it again. Thank you guys so much. All right, my friends, the time has come. We had so many good submissions this year, and the top 3 was harder than ever to find. But we do have our first one. In 3rd place, no stranger to the short film contest finalist, 2nd place winner last year, and now representing South America on the stage yet again. My friends, this one should be a pretty good reason for you to remember not to make enemies out of your teammates. Lord knows I could learn that lesson. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Grudges by Night Fury. Absolutely incredible. A good lesson for us all, and what a fantastic twist. Thank you so much, and congratulations on 3rd place. Now, our 2nd place finalist here is no stranger to the short film contest grand finals either. Won 1st place 7 years ago, and 2-time 2nd place winner. Such an incredible film with custom models, great story, and one heck of an animation. You'd expect that, though, from Keller Max and their piece, Dead Inside. Absolutely. Love seeing the creativity come out. What a cool concept as we go in to our grand winner. Now, my friends, concept is key in these. You can have fantastic animations, you can have fantastic script, but a whole team of people brought together this one for your first place. Same team that won third place last year, relative newcomers to the short film contest, but this year they have taken it. You know, in this world that we live in, there are a lot of different words out there. One of them is a word for cinema that the Europeans use. It's called Kino. And here, I have to say that this short film is indeed absolute cinema. Let's go ahead and check out your first place winner and see if you can get all the references. Congratulations again to our top 3 winners, and thank you again for the incredible community that we have that submit these things every single year. Keep on doing it, guys. It is such an honor and a pleasure to be able to see you guys and all that creativity shine. Now, I have to say, everybody, looking at this crowd today, those rafters are full. That main stage is full. Ladies and gentlemen, can you let them hear you from at home, every fool that did not come to this event today? There you go, there you go. I know it's a fantastic view and experience online as well, but after hearing that, you might be thinking to yourself, damn, I really should have bought a ticket. I really should have gone. Well, don't worry, my friends, because there's always another chance to go to an international. Of course, you might be thinking, where the hell is the next one? Well, we have one more film for you.
Hi, it's Gabe again. First off, I want to thank everyone in Germany for helping us make the International such a success. I have a quick announcement to make before we crown a new champion. We all share our love of the game with an international community, and I'm excited to announce that next year's International will also be returning to a previous location. I hope to see you there.
What a perfect timing! We have Extreme Gaming back in the grand finals, and we are going to Shanghai with TI 2026. A full year still ahead of us, and obviously grand finals, but that is something to look forward to indeed, Tico.
I mean, 2019 when it was there in Shanghai, the arena was exceptional. Like whenever a Chinese team was playing, it was as if the whole arena would erupt. And we have a little, segment here hyping up XG.
A little?
Okay, sure. A third of the arena is hyping up XG in this corner, but it's an electric place to host TI.
It's all part of the script, Steves.
It's like it could not be better timing, right? You have XG who make it all the way, through the lower bracket. They get better and better. They make it to the finals. It's not like they need a buff to, to have even more motivation to be good and then be the crowning champions maybe next year. But yeah, Shanghai, Chinese TI, insane.
It's just beautiful for Dota, right? The idea, right? That we have China and I don't know. I just love when we have all these regions able to step up and show it to the world.
Yeah, and we have to also remember that it does give. I think Extreme Gaming being in the grand finals gives it as well. It does give a big boost to Dota 2 as a game.
Exactly.
And that is indeed Effie perfect timing.
It really is, because there's this pattern in TI when a region just does better than they were expected to. It reinvigorates the entire region. All of a sudden, players get to scrim these teams that have placed so highly in international tournaments. Everyone gets excited to play. People who thought that there wasn't a viable path for them suddenly think that there is. So we'll probably see even more Chinese teams next year.
I mean, I believe that I'm speaking for everyone that we're all happy to see like the West against the East again. It's been a long time. This used to be kind of the norm when it did come to the finals. So I'm really happy to see China doing better, Extreme being in the finals, and then the next TI being in China. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I do believe it has come full circle, because if you're talking about that trend, Kezu, it used to be, you know, a Chinese team wins TI and a non-Chinese wins TI. And it alternated for a little bit. And the year that broke that was 2019.
Yeah, and that's
Full
like,
circle.
this is already like so long ago, and it has taken this long for it to come back. We're literally just going full circle.
Yeah, we are going full circle, and we are also going full circle when we head back to the stage, because we're gonna check in with Slacks.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. It is good to see you again. Now, this year, we have decided to do something a little bit different, something that we've never done before. Dota 2 has had so many incredible faces in the International, and we have decided to give a little bit of thanks to one of the biggest players that has been here since the beginning. Now, I could tell you all about this person, but why would I want to do that when we can go straight to the biggest legends of Dota all time and let them know who they think is one of the most impactful Dota players in history?
If you ask me who's the greatest of all time in Dota history, well, there's a lot of history. There's not many of us left that still competed at the first TI a decade and a half ago, right here in Germany. So many names, so many faces that defined entire eras. But if it had to be just one person, there is no one better, in my opinion, than John Whipples.
Back at TI1, a lot of us didn't think it was real. $1 million prize? Well, come on. But I remember this German dude, John Whipples. He was all about it, crazy guy. He was sure Dota 2 was going to be the next big thing, so he wanted us all to join him for it. I mean, come on, he's the guy who discovered Dendy.
Would I say John Whipples taught me everything about life, about patch? Absolutely! Every day I would watch his replays, and one day I saw this fountain hook bug, and I asked Papi, can we do this at TI? And Papi said, no, it's bullshit. And I said, well, John Whipples used it. And he said,
motherfucking John Whipples is doing it? Then I'm doing it. Guy gave me my first machete. Called it the rapier.
Tongfu had that game. Is that balanced? You hook a guy with Aegis? Fuck John Whipples.
Whipples was an icon, man.
Back in the days, we didn't have all of this fancy shit, these Dota Pro trackers.
Liquipedia or Dota Buff. If you wanted the meta, if you wanted the new stuff,
you wanted that good shit, you downloaded some John Whipple replays.
He had all the best strats.
Thank you, man! Ravage on everyone! The black hole as well! Light of Evan turns it around! Ravage as well! Stolen by Dendy! Are you kidding me? It's the John Whipple strat!
He was a decent player back in the day, but never really TI material. But then when he started coaching, it started getting really bad.
First, this guy rage quits during TI4 Grand Finals. Then 2 minutes later, starts fighting with his teammates. Then he started sucking up to NA teams, gets hired by Complexity, but after that incident at TI5, ooh, man, ooh, sheesh, ooh.
You really think I should drop my yulls, John Whipples?
It's the most efficient play. What would Envy do?
Oh. Fuck.
Oh, man. Even the NA teams wouldn't touch him anymore after that.
We hired John Whipple to be our coach on Wins. 我们当时都以为他很牛，因为当时所有人都告诉我们 John Whipple 是最棒的。We asked him what to draft. He just throws darts at the board.
Punching techies already. All right, boys. Wings deliver.
How do we win with punch techies, John Whipples? 他根本什么都不懂。We won because we were good. John Whipple does nothing. John Whipple 真的不是人啊。
After we saw what he did with drafting for Wings, we were really impressed. Like, I invited him to my room to talk Dota. He took my suitcase, all my clothes. For the rest of the event, I have just one pair of shorts. I can't fathom what kind of a freak would do that.
Yeah, man, it was dark days. Times were tough. Times were really tough. And when things looked the most bleak, like we lost everybody, we needed a manager, coach, half a team, John Whipple gave us a call, and he didn't have the best reputation stealing those pants and stuff, but he gave us everything. And before TI10, when Seb lost his retina, he told Seb, take my eye and go win a third TI. And yeah, we got 6 and stuff, but that's okay. That was pretty nice of him.
One day I was playing like knife and handy, of course with Yatra, and I really fucked up because I stabbed myself right before the TI finals, and I said, like, we cooked, boys, it's over. But out from the crowd, this one-eyed man said, take my hands, Carlaps. And I took his hands, and I won one TI with one hand. And I took the second hand, and I won the second TI. Thank you, John Whipples. Thank you, John Whipples.
When John Whipples said he started the Dark Tome of Oscarwatch to help us finally beat Gaming Gladiators, I believed him. But I told him, if you do this, they might never make it to TI again. And I thought, that sounds pretty good. And he looked me in the eyes, and he said, I already did it. It did work, though.
Did John Whipples ever make it to the international? No. As a player, he was terrible. But he always watched. He always supported us. He always played pubs and told his friends. And in the end, it's not the players at TI that make it special. It's about people like John Whipples, the viewer, the pubber, the brother. That's why we do what we do. People like you. People like John Whipples.
Guys, because of you, we can play this beautiful game and live our dream lives as a Dota players. And thank you so much. We love you.
感谢大家的观看，也感谢大家15年来一直的陪伴。
Thanks for watching, guys.
Thanks to all the Dota fans.
Thank you, fans, for the 14 years of support.
Thank you very much for making this game a reality.
Thank you, Dota viewers. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
You guys are the heart of the community. This is the greatest tournament. We're looking forward every single year, and I hope you guys enjoy the show.
And now, to achieve his Lifetime Achievement Award for all that he's done in Dota 2, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Jonathan Whipples! Oh, he's sacrificed. Any words to say, John Whipples, to the crowd?
Thank you, Dota. And TI, you're amazing.
All right. Any other words, John Whipples?
China.
One! We have to get to a grand finals before we can do that, my friend. So thank you so much to him and everyone like him who's been supporting the International for so long. It is truly the fans, you the viewers at home and here, that make this what it is. Thank you so much, everybody, and let's get on with the show.
Oof, how to follow that up. Ooh, I just want to echo his sentiment real quick there. That was incredibly wholesome, and I do want to just sign that bottom line. Without you guys at home, and obviously without you guys in the arena, we would not be here. We would not see this beautiful game play out the way it does, Kazu.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just feels like kind of fake until you get to like a real life event. You see the people, you see the crowd, you hear the emotion during the game, you see the game unfold. And all the people, too, that we saw in the video. Like, they're all just legends. Sometimes you forget, you see them again, you just get so happy. So, yeah, thank you to everyone.
Yeah, being part of this space is such a privilege, and I couldn't imagine life in any other way. And it truly is thanks to the fans. Like, without you guys, there wouldn't be any Dota.
It's just a beautiful game. I mean, it speaks for itself. I mean, the way that the fans interact, the players, every time you talk to a player and they talk about the international, you can see how much it means. Like, even, we interview Snaking on the stage and how important this event is. Like, again, the Dota, it speaks for itself. It's beautiful. The fans are great. Everything's great. I love it so much.
Yeah, and we just saw a lot of TI champions talking on camera. We're going to see potential TI champions, well, definitely 5 TI champions on stage play. We are going to head into our grand finals very soon. And both of our teams, they do have a lot of experience here at the International. I know there's even 2 TI champions already playing. They are still two-time hopefuls for the TI championship. let's take a look at all that experience that these players have. I think we start out with Falcons, Effie. This team only started 2 years ago, came fourth last year, wasn't what they wanted, but they're back here in the grand finals.
Yeah, they had a bit of a turbulent year in the sense that if you compare it to the year before that, where they were winning everything, they didn't look as good, but they peaked at just the right amount of time. And we talk about them being a newer team, but it's a team full of veterans. Crit's been chasing the ages forever. Snaking has been playing since the olden days. You've got Coach AUI 2000 as well. And yeah, you've got some of the newer players in Skeeter and Mallory and ATF, but with the veteran experience, it feels hard to call Falcons a new team.
I mean, also, like you were saying, I think it matters a lot. If you look at last season where they were so dominant, they went into TI being kind of the favorites, at least to me and many other people, and I don't think that really helped them. But if you look here, they weren't in like their best form or like really considered the favorites going into this TI, and I feel like that was an absolutely huge buff to them because now we see them here in the grand finals, and they've played so well all throughout TI.
I mean, the mentality of this team to be able to go from like the favorites of the last year to then be, not even in contention a couple of times, it shows that there is such a good kind of system around this team to be able to shine, and they shine when it matters.
They do shine when it matters, although today it matters most of all. So we're going to see if they can make their dream a reality here by taking this Aegis. Snaking and Skeeter have done it before. Being two-time champions, of course, would mean a lot, but I think our attention maybe goes a little bit out more to the players that have not yet won the International. I think if you guys were here the entire day, which I hope you were, you would have seen a fantastic list of accomplishments by Crit, in particular, being the player with the most consecutive TIs in a row under his belt. And this is his first time, Kezu, in the grand final.
Yeah, it's taken him so long. It's like what he's been chasing it since like 2015. Like this guy is one of the most consistent players when it comes to like top tier Dota. Another one that he reminds me of is like, the likes of Zai. That he's played so long, always like top 2, top 3. Doesn't matter what hero you give him. Always does well, always makes it happen, but has never won TI.
I mean, we keep saying Uncrowned King for Arme, but I feel like there's the same sentiment should be going the way of Crit. Like, at some point, it is inevitable. And in this grand finals, one of them, be it from China or, Western Europe, will finally get the Aegis they've been hunting for.
Yeah, and focusing our attention on their opponents because, as T just mentioned, there are multiple players that have been in grand finals before, but never quite reached that pinnacle there, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard though. Like, for them being so close every time, I think that takes a different level of emotions than what Falcons are currently experiencing. But these players are so deserving of this. Ame, he's been in 2 grand finals that he very well could have taken. XXS, who's been my personal MVP of this tournament, you could feel how hungry that he is for it. And it's about time that this team is here again.
Yeah, and actually, he was so cool in the interview. He was like, he was asked, do you have any nerves? Do you care? He's like, nah, man, I don't feel anything. I'm meant to be here. I'm meant to play in the grand finals. And like you were saying too, Effie, about Ame, like, I just watched a True Side from a few years ago where I believe a Chin Q calling him, well, I guess you're just the king of fireworks, because he always gets second place, loses 2-3, and he gets to watch the fireworks from the losing position. It's heartbreaking.
I mean, he has to live up to those words, though, right? To say that if they weren't in the grand finals, it'd be a 3-0. I'm expecting, based on that, it has to then be a 3-2 grand finals to either side, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that would, keep up the track record.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Oh, that'd be, oh no.
That would be really painful.
Don't talk about it, please.
Wait, God, that's for like game 3 content, not yet.
I mean, we talk about Crit and a lot of consecutive TIs, and you could make a case for calling him or Zai or any of the other with a lot of TIs under their belt, calling them Uncrowned Kings. But it's Ame that gets called that because he was there twice, so close, and not just, oh, he made it to the grand finals, therefore he's close. No. Those grand finals he played in, Effie, those were nail-biting.
Absolutely. They were almost his. Like, that's what I mean with the emotional recovery and how hard it is to think about that and how hard it must be for him to know that, like, it's one of those moments where you just can't sleep that night. You just play it in your head over and over and over again. Like, what if I just did this differently on Tiny versus Spirit? What if I did this differently on Morphling? This time around, I feel like third time has to be the charm, right?
Right?
It's gotta be.
I mean, since TI8, there's only been a Chinese team in the grand finals twice, of course, both of them being Arme. They also play against, like you said, 2 different teams. So it's now another team Arme can try and go up against. If he wasn't to do it this time, then...
Nice.
hurts. It hurts.
Yeah. When we saw these two teams play in the Road to TI, it was the longest series we've had. It was mental. I think that that's what we should be focusing on. We'll see who comes out victorious in the end, but we will see who comes out first out of the gates to take place in the booths, and that is Team Falcons.
And we're back.
Team Falcons!
They come through the upper bracket and have been a world-class team since its inception, but they have never proved it in a world championship today, and this could all change. All they need to do is win one best of 5. Surely that should be possible, but I'm sure their opponents will put up a big fight. Let's welcome XG.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Extreme Gaming!
It has been 4 years since the Chinese team was in the grand finals of the International, and Amazing Q and Coach Zawei were right there. They were so close. They have returned stronger, better, and ready to take on this grand finals against Team Falcons, and they are no strangers to playing in an international in a grand finals, and I think maybe that just might give them a little edge, and maybe Barclays Arena in terms of their vocal cords is giving them a little edge as well.
No, I'm loving the side of, it's right to our left, right? The XG fan base, as soon as the game starts, they're just roaring. It is just so much support for this team, and again, it is the best possible grand finals that you could ask for, right? Falcons versus XG. It's the international for a reason. You want to have the big international teams from across the world clashing against each other. I couldn't ask for anything else today.
No, it's honestly the best thing possible, and we've talked about it before. They've already matched up, and it was an absolute nail-biter. Like 3 games, all over an hour, high skill. You have the team fights back and forth, new picks coming out, just all the stuff happening that you want to see at a TI. But yeah, I gotta say, XG for me and Falcons, like some of their players, they're so high-skilled. I just love watching them play.
But after their matchup, they went through different journeys in the playoffs, right? Falcons just looked extremely dominant after the road to the International. They clearly learned a lot of lessons, took it into the playoffs, whereas Extreme Gaming, their road was not as simple. Their game seemed harder. Their game seemed longer. They had to play in these situations where they were down so much net worth. They could have lost yesterday versus BB Team. They brought it back. They channeled that TI magic. They could have lost today, and they brought it back versus P-Vision, and they channeled that TI magic. I mean, they're just doing this from their passion, from their grit, whereas Falcons are so methodical. They've been so clean the entire playoffs.
Unlike previous TI, so Falcons at least have dropped games, right, in their journey here. Losing game 1 to BB, losing game 1 to P-Vision. The fact that they've at least dropped a game in that series, it does give me hope that it's going to be an extremely competitive TI finals.
Yeah, and to me also, like, I love some of the things that you can see on screen right now. Like, everyone has, like, their own type of techniques, right? You have Skeeter, he does this little lock-in. You have other teams that are gonna, like, you're gonna do the fist bump, you do your handshake, you, like, get yourself in the zone, like, stay steady. Because these games and being on the stage, especially today, is the most stressful thing that you can go through as a Dota player.
Yeah, and that is even without the crowd still cheering on everyone. Definitely a lot of pressure coming into the booth for both of these squads today. And I do want to talk a little bit about how they faced earlier in the tournament, because those were type of games that we thought defined at that point the road to the international, and we thought that that was going to carry on in the international itself, and it kind of hasn't. So we have seen developments of both teams in a certain way, but I wonder how we would describe their style now, especially compared to that series they played last time.
Falcons to me still seem very much, I would say, the same. They're very stable, very polished. They're going to stick to the heroes. But to me, what I see for this series in particular is team fighting. Off-lane team fight heroes, their priority has been going up. Mars, S tier. Centaur, S tier. XXS, performance one after the other, where he just takes it all, his Earthshaker too. So those are the heroes that I'm particularly looking at for the series.
Yeah, those will be exciting for sure to watch, especially XXS. He's really been stepping it up. But when you look at Falcons versus Extreme Gaming, there's a bit of an issue in terms of how the early game has been going for these teams. Extreme Gaming have found themselves in positions where they're down a lot. They have to play for the late game. They have to turtle. They have to hug Ame, look for their key team fights. Whereas Falcons have been heftily leading almost all of their early games. Even in the games that they lost during playoffs, they were up like 8K net worth at some point. So this is where it's going to be hardest for Extreme Gaming. Can they weather the storm of Falcon's early game, their map efficiency, how much net worth they're going to get, their lanes?
I mean, you can see from the previous series, right? P-Vision, when they were going for the farm game, XG was like, oh, sure, we'll match that. We had nearly no kills in the first 20 minutes. Really, really slow entry to the game. And like Effie's mentioning, it will not be the same this time around. So maybe, Zhao Wei from XG, if he changes a couple of the bans, he tries to take out some of that tempo that Falcons utilize, then we might be getting to the 40, 50-minute points of the game where, the epic team fights and the scaling of Chinese Dota gets to shine.
I am happy you mentioned Zhao Wei, because I do want to take a moment to talk about the two coaches that will pick their players' hero. I say that though, Kezu, but I do seem to remember AUI talking about that he's no longer the one clicking the buttons. Zhao Wei is, of course.
Yeah, so of course AUI, he gave it over to Amar, who it seems he is doing a stellar job, right? His last pick, 24 picks, like he nails it, the Underlord, the Huskar, whatever it is. So Amar, honestly, a very big piece for the team. But to stay on the topic of the coaches, these might be two of the most accomplished and most experienced coaches that you have in all of Dota. Zhao Wei himself, he won a TI. He's been in multiple TI finals as a coach. You have AUI who won it as a player, won it as a coach. So yeah, if you're going to have two masterminds go up against each other, you've got them right here.
But also in regards to the finals, right? Falcons, they played the most games coming into it, but they have the smallest hero pool when you compare both of them, right? Heroes played, I think it's like 37 to Falcons. XG have played over 45 heroes in like 3 or 4 less games, right? So I think it's, in regards to the coaching, it's going to be, can Zhao Wei find a niche new pick or new strategy to throw at Aoi, whilst Aoi's going to be going for the tried and tested, build that formation they're used to. If the game is to be a loss, it would be fix the fundamentals. But in regards to drafting, the creativity often shines from the side of XG.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the flair that the Chinese region has always had, is that they'll dip into heroes that other teams aren't looking at. Yesterday, for example, we saw the Sniper come out of Extreme Gaming. We saw the carry Chaos Knight come out of Extreme Gaming, Kezu.
Yeah, and it's also like, so this is one of the last times that these teams did match up, right? We talked about the road to TI, but it's just these 70-minute games. We've had a lot of the Beastmasters coming back. And it was honestly just nail-biters. I don't care too much about the drafts, because especially in the grand finals, it's going to be mainly about the gameplay. Sure, the draft, it will make it easier. But if you outplay your opponent, you will weather the storm. You can get through the early game. You can get through the mid game. And I love that you guys touched on it earlier, because where Falcons get the lead, it's early. It's the lanes into the first rotation. Whereas for XG, that is absolutely where they struggle.
Yeah, and one of the ways that Falcons has been getting a lead is because of this mid laner, Malrine. This is his second international. Malrine has played a lot of the Sand Kings and the Earthshakers, Effie.
Oh, Malrine, this guy is the rock of his team in terms of how they have such a strong early game. We call him here a stunner, but he actually has the highest average stuns per second per game of any player at the international by far. He averages 80 seconds of stun per game, where the next closest was NTS at 66 seconds. In one of his games, he even had a 346-second stun record in one of his really long games versus Tidebound. But the way that they draft, the way that they play their early game, they'll pick this Earthshaker mid, they'll pick this Sand King mid, they'll let him farm his Blink Dagger, and then he's just on that enemy safe lane, creating the stuns with the follow-up damage from crit, and that's how they get their first few kills.
I mean, he's so good at tempo controlling, right? It's what they want from him. His heroes play so good for it, and his positioning and spellcasting is just top-notch.
It helps that those heroes that you've highlighted are all kind of very active with little to no economy, right? Like a Sanka needs a blink, Pangolier needs levels. If you shut him down in laning phase, he can still be active and try and fix it, but I think critically for XG, they need to try and stop Malrine opening up the early game.
happy honeymoon. And of course, on stage right now, we do have 10 players that really want to claim that Aegis that is on display. But let's take a look at what it actually takes to claim the Aegis.
It is a summit that few have conquered, where the legends of the past have written their own epic stories, where scores of fallen contenders have mourned their shattered dreams. You can give everything and never reach it. But those who triumph here will forge a legacy far greater than fame. 16 teams began this journey in Hamburg. The last two now face off on the ultimate stage. Each is one step from immortality, with one final adversary standing in the way. We gather to bear witness, to honor those who've battled here, to see who will join the ranks of the fallen hopefuls, and who will ascend to the highest tier. The road to victory is always changing. What it takes to be a champion remains the same. Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming. Grand Finals. Game 1.
Here we go, it has begun. We got Extreme Gaming on the Radiant side, Team Falcons on the Dire side, and the drafting has begun. The strategic part of how these two teams will try to get their first victory on the board in this best of 5. Let's see how the teams have prepared versus each other, and let's see how it differs from the series they played earlier last week. We already have a very nice stylistic change. I do love the respect that XM is getting on his sniper there, Effie.
You really have to respect this hero and its ability to come out during the grand finals, because this is his pocket pick. This is his hero that he never loses lane with. And you know what? Just take his lane dominators out of the way, enable Mallory, and that's the play that Falcons are going to make here. For Extreme Gaming, they just take out that Sand King. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to try to let it through and beat it, and now they've got first pick. Maybe they could look towards their XXS or Shaker, but they've got their freedom of choice here, Kazu.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be a lot about these heroes that we've seen banned out a lot, right? You have Falcons, like Mars is available for the pool. It's gonna be on the eyes of both teams. And yeah, like you said, I love this ban. You wanna make sure that you stay in the comfort and don't give something to the enemy team that's gonna take you out of your comfort. And XM, on these really nasty and annoying heroes, that's his specialty.
It's the exact same bans that XG did against Falcons the last time that they played, and they first picked Shaker in that position. I'm interested to know if they are to do that. Falcons, they first picked Shaker early in the tournament and got annihilated, so they know how to deal with it. And instead, XG, they go for the Mars. Again, we do have two of the most experienced Mars players in the world now in this grand final between XSS and ATF.
I love this Mars pick. You know it's going to be contested in this draft, but they're saying that their offlane player, XXS, he's been owning this entire tournament. Let's first pick his hero. Who cares counters? Who cares how the early game goes? We'll just get him that Blink Dagger, and he will create situations for us.
Then I would like Falcons to respond straight away, just like the Pangolier. You've already banned the Puck, the Sniper. Against the Arena, you have that Chaos. If XG is going to go for comfort, why not allow Falcons to match the picks with comfort for themselves?
What I love too, when you have two of the best teams playing like their best heroes, it really goes to show you what they value and what they feel like they want to do against you. Like, what do you need to pick with it? What do you need to ban against it? And here's the Pangolier, really nice call there. You have a super good with the team fight matching, looks great.
Yeah, both heroes fit in a lot of different strategies, so not giving away too much here either. And maybe even some flex still possible. It's not likely, but it is possible.
It absolutely is possible, and I feel like if you're also going to look at the bans, both of these heroes require a lot of similar things for them, right? You want this follow-up damage into the teamfight, so the Hoodwinks, the Snaps, very likely that Falcons have their eyes on it, same for Extreme Gaming, and if one of them gets banned out, the other gets picked, gonna have to look further down the list.
The question is, do you think XG is going to start trying to enable the Mars by banning out difficult heroes for the Mars to initiate on? Or is it more thinking about the wider game? At the moment, they're still going towards taking away the Malrine specialties, right? The Shakers, but something to think about potentially for future picks.
I think they're thinking of the wider game right now, because if you're first picking your offlaner, you're saying that it doesn't matter how the laning stage goes, we just want this hero for us. And on the topic of Snapfire, that has to be the most contested support between these two teams. It's looked great in the hands of Extreme Gaming, they flex it between 4 and 5, and if you give this hero to crit, we've seen him do magic with it.
Especially when it comes to ultra late game, of course. Which you have to keep in mind, I think.
Okay, so let's see for Falcons. The out of pick phase is very likely for them gonna be this crit type hero that we have talked about, very likely on the Snapfire. If you're Falcons, it would be nice if you can keep the Pangolier open, whether it goes mid or it does go into the offlane. And also with a lot of these mids getting banned out, I would not mind if Marine ends up playing it, but you need to kind of ban for it too, so that Extreme don't like force you to put it into the offlane, because there's a lot of Armari heroes that can be quite good against the Mars, maybe some Underlord, where every time the arenas you gate over, you drop the pipe. If any of these two teams know what a Mars wants, they've got the exact correct players for it.
And it will be a ban to the Troll for the ban, the one ban that Falcons had, and the non-surprising Snapfire. I'm sure that also Extreme Gaming knows that this hero would come out at this stage. They opted to ban out the Beastmaster and the Shaker. No harm in that either. Very strong heroes in the hands of Falcons.
I think Snapfire in particular goes up in value if you see an offlaner very early, because you can see if it's a pipe buyer or not. Mars, this hero does not really buy pipe for his team. That's usually the way that teams will play against early game magic damage. Mars has a different archetype though. He's that Yules into Blink Fire, into BKB, into Refresher, and XG snag up a Hoodwink of their own, the follow-up damage to their Sun.
The question for XG is, do they want to double pick support here and then enable Falcons to kind of know exactly what they're laning into in regards to the support powers?
I mean, it would be, I think it's okay if you pick your 5 here, just because you know that most likely you are up against the Snap. Like, you're either up against Snap X or Snap Pango.
So then like a Bane where you can play most lanes.
I was looking at it too, but it's sadly banned.
Oh, is it? Oh, first phase banned, yeah, I'm blind. Well, they go for the Elder Titan.
Yeah,
Nova had an incredible game yesterday with it.
He's been so good on this hero for years. Even in like the prime LGD days, they were very good at always. You have the range carry on Ame, you get the ET on X Nova in the 5. They lane so well together. It's super good with Mars too, right? Mars goes in and he just wants this abundance of AoE spells being thrown into. They've played this combo many times before. Great pick.
They did this exact opening earlier in the playoffs against Enigma, right? If you replace the Hoodwink with Snapfire, that's the opening they have. But even, we've talked about Snap and Hoodwink, it's kind of the same hero for what it does on the map, but it's such a formidable opening. It can pretty much activate any future core picks. It can play any type of game. Like, this is probably the strongest draft opening I think XG could do.
Especially for what it is that they want to do. They want a team fight. They want to out-execute in that mid-game, not based off of their lanes, but based off of how well they spellcast. And they're just going to triple down on the team fight here, I'm sure, with their next few picks. But what they need right now is damage to take advantage of ET's buff. They need that Leshrac-style mid laner that is really going to pump out the DPS.
Honestly, it's going to feel good doing that, because Falcons, they're picking the Enchantress. They're going for that pace in that early game pressure that enabled them to, put P-Vision to the lower bracket. And now against XG, the same formula could work, right? If you break your lanes, take these early towers, it's not going to be a 4-kill game at 15-20 minutes. XG, they have to respect Falcons are going to play a really strong early game.
Yeah, and most likely from the start, this is usually where they end up taking Skeeter's hero, right? You keep the Pango open between like your 2 and 3, you don't really want to show. Sven is something that they've played before. I mean, it's nice if you can get a BKB hero, because you are going up against the Mars, against the Hoodwink, you have the edge. Because Falcons, this is also no surprise to XG. You have seen these heroes before, you know what they're going to do in the early game. But at the top level of Dota, you can show your cards, but if you execute perfectly, it is really hard to play into it. It's also where the troll ban comes in kind of handy. It's good for the Sven. So now for XG, where do you want to go? They've shown us like a Medusa before, because Ame, he wants the carry matchup. He can have it if he wants to. This is his pick if he wants to have it.
It's the Medusa or the Ursa. That's where I'm leaning. If you want to go for not dying to the burst and the jump, you can go for the Ursa. You then follow up with your Arena. And then the Medusa, like you mentioned, also very, very strong. The only question mark would be Pangolin, Diffusal Blade. Is that annoying enough to scare you from picking it? If it isn't, also very, very good.
And this pick for Extreme Gaming is the most important pick in the draft. They have 2 bans afterwards to protect it. And of course, it is the other team, it's Falcons, that is getting the overall last pick. So if you want to protect any pick in your draft, this is it. And it will be the Ursa, so that will be Ame's hero for this one.
Yeah, it just gives you that ability to kind of clutch up in the moments. Like a lot of the iconic clips from XG in this tournament have been, pumping in a Lotus or a quick turnaround play, and why not put Ame on a hero that can throw themselves into these vulnerable positions and let the rest of his team shine, and then he'll turn it around.
He gives them like all the follow-up damage that they're looking for, and still it keeps XM open, right? Sure, you have to ban a lot of heroes against this guy. It's one of my favorite guys when it comes to actually XXS, XM, standout performance, and you've got to be careful. This guy can absolutely turn the game on its head.
It's a really great pick in terms of also jumping the backline. You have this ET who, with the Spirit, is going to be able to scout out heroes for you in team fights. You want the ability to instantly connect to them, either with an arena and just burst them down really quickly. The only issue is Ursa ET on lane, you're going to play against either Snap or Enchantress. It's most likely the Snap, and maybe even a Pango off lane. And in that case, he's going to suffer a little bit. Like, his entry into the game will be slower. Ursa is not renowned for his laning unless he's paired with something like a Disruptor.
So they're banning out the Huskar to respect the fact they need Ursa to get into the game, right? Yep. The last time that Amar played Viper competitively was 4 months ago. What stops Amar doing something like this as well? Like I fully break the lane, my Sven will farm, my Pango goes active, they will win me the game, but as long as I do the breaking of the first 15-20 minutes, like that's the thinking I'm having, is because if Amar's happy to Huskar, he'll be happy to bring out any other hero to dominate the lane. And there's the Storm Leshrac bans that you mentioned earlier.
I will say that if there is any team that has Viper on their radar always...
Oh, go again, go again.
Oh my God.
One more.
There's so many legends on there.
Has he got more?
There will be more. Nice.
Little hipster.
We gotta fix that one.
Ooh, very late. My guy.
Going back. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Instead, they ban out the Doom
This
again.
man
Very,
must
very
be
stable.
really warm.
Oh, yes.
Great way to close it out.
It is a great way to close it out, and it is closed out by the Queen of Pain on Extreme Gaming. That will be their hero for XM.
This one was a no-brainer pick for XG here. They lacked range damage and the ability to instantly blink in and follow up. Storm gets taken out, Lesh, who builds Blink Dagger, gets taken out. All that's left is for Queen of Pain with the Sonic Wave to give you that added damage. XG are looking to blink in, take the fights quickly, burst them, and then re-engage.
And building on that as well, they also have kiting, right? If they are to blink in and maybe misinitiate, Ursa can disengage, Quap can disengage, ET can assist the fight to ensure that the secondary fight also looks quite good. The layering on XG's lineup ensures that this game is going to have points of pressure any single time.
So you can decide, do you want Pango to go in the mid lane, or do you want Amar to play it on the off lane?
I mean, you can go mid, but you do take quite a beating from the Queen of Pain. It's not your favorite matchup. You could say similar things for the offlane, even though I feel like maybe with the Snap 4, you can like try to offset the lane. So to me, it's more about what they value more. Like, what do they also feel like they need from the game? You have 2 guys that jump in. Like, your draft covers quite a lot. So if you care more about the lanes, you could go for a pretty heavy laning hero here.
They only have 10 seconds to think about what to do with this final pick, and here it is. Oh, it's an Ember Spirit. We don't get to see that man on the main stage that often this weekend.
So they went for this Ember just because they wanted to secure that mid lane matchup versus the Queen of Pain. They want something that can just stay on lane versus it, not get bullied out, and try to match its tempo.
Yeah, not only that, it provides so much vision throughout the game. The lockdown available for XG is quite limited, so if Maurine's going in first, baiting XSS to ever waste a spear or arena, it then activates the rest of his lineup to go in, and then you throw in a Pangolier with the Rolling Thunder as well. Vision and information will be always on the side of Falcons if they're the one going in first.
So if you're playing Hoodwink and ET versus Ember Spirit, who's having a good start and is getting these runes, good luck. Good luck, because you cannot defend yourself against this hero. For Falcons, they have their typical map play style of mid. They're going to have their initiation from the offlane. They're going to have Malrine building these early items and running at people, and the double supports farming the entire map. The question for XG is if they can match that pace in the early game and get to the point where they can blink and instantly take these fights, because that early game looks tough.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of mid focus, right? We've already spoke about Ember and what they can do, but also Queen of Pain, right? If Queen of Pain pops off, and every time you go somewhere you're getting a kill, it could buy enough time for the items of the Mars to fix some of their lockdown issues, or the items on the Ursa to ensure he has that burst potential. I think mid lane is such a critical matchup in this game one.
Yeah, I mean, I really love these two drafts. Like, the way I see it too is that Falcons, they have this early to mid game that they usually have, and then they might taper off a little bit, you know, against Extreme Army. He's got his Ursa against the Sven matchup, but I also like that Falcons, they covered their like late game. The refresher on the Ember, the refresher on the Pango, the 5-slot, the 6-slot. Sven, you know, doesn't do too well there, but then his teammates come in again with the net worth to back it up. So we're in for a long game. We're in for a lot of fights and absolute banger team fighting.
Well, that would be fantastic. I do have one final question to you. You say that this mid matchup super important here with the Queen of Pain and the Ember. How much help are they going to get from the supports? How much help can we expect they get?
Falcons could be tri-laning mid lane. With an Ench and a Snapfire, they're going to be running mid. But XG, they do have the arena. It feels like on their side as well. So they do kind of like a sixth man, and that sometimes historically has helped. And yeah, again, Falcons, the early game, it is looking very, very good.
Okay, let's see. I'm sure that the coach agrees, and that's where we're heading to right now, because Tsunami is standing with AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I am standing by AUI 2000, coach of Falcons, and you are no stranger to this, my friend. In 2022 in Singapore, with Tundra coaching Grand Finals. I was wondering if you could maybe take me back in time about that team's journey to Grand Finals versus how Falcons have made it here.
I mean, honestly, for both teams, it's just been an incredibly rewarding journey. I mean, standing in this crowd, like being able to play in front of them, it's all every Dota player dreams of. So I think we're just all grateful to be here.
Let's hear it for just the spirit of competition. Now, I'm sure you have a very vivid memory of how that last Grand Final went. Upper bracket final, you played against Team Secret. It went to 3 games. They went down to lower bracket, had to play 3 games against Liquid, and how did your Grand Final go after that?
It was good, it was 3-0.
It was good, it was 3-0. Now we're in a similar situation. You went to 3 games against Extreme, and now they're back. Well, actually, no, it was P-Vision, actually. The equation has changed. Everything's up in the air now.
I mean, I would love a 3-0, but honestly, I sort of hope for 5 games, you know? We actually respect Extreme a lot as a team, so we're super happy to play them now.
Then let's hear it for the potential of this Grand Final. Hamburg, make some noise for this Grand Final!
Welcome to the International, everybody! Let's kick this shit off with a bang! It's China striking first blood!
Cannot be more fitting. A return in bounce, East versus West, will grace the Grand Finals one more time as Ame returns to claim his throne. An uncrowned king against a king already crowned. You could not ask for a better storyline going into this immaculate TI.
That's right. There is so much history that goes into the International. And a large part of that old history, some of you might remember, was that balance of power. It was China versus the world. Every odd year, an international team would win. Every even year, a Chinese team would win. For 7 years, this was true, until Ame and LGD fell to OG at TI8.
History was written, and once more we return to write history in the stars. Can XG make the miracle happen? Can they make this tough road through the lower bracket, return to a finals, a 3rd appearance for some of these players? They have consistently fallen short, but perhaps this is their moment to put their name on that Aegis. They are against a very tough opponent in Falcons. They have been dominating this meta. They have been setting the trends. They have their comfort picks. It's not a question of knowing what they're gonna play. It's a question of how do you beat what they play? Because everybody knows the heroes that are gonna come out from these playmakers. Can you out-team fight them? Can you out-skirmish them? That is the challenge ahead in this series for XG.
Already see XM and Malrine trading blows, as we will see in hopefully 5 games of this series.
Oh yeah.
XM has already taken a bit of a lead here at 10-2, and it seems like all the lanes are going well for Extreme, as another 10-0 for Ame. Seems that, do you feel like Extreme Gaming put a bit more emphasis on the lanes against Falcons?
If anything, I think they did it against P-Vision. They had to learn how to not get run over in some of these lower bracket series. The European team's laning stage is insane. You have to come prepared for it. You cannot give them too much room, too much tempo, particularly when you give up these tempo supports, the Chen, the Enchantress. You can't ban them all. Snaking's going to get something in this game. If Amar is on one of those tempo setters like the Bristleback, for example, these games can spiral very quickly off a laning stage win. XG need to step up their first 10 minutes in this series if they want to have a good chance of competing. But that said, they also made some crazy comebacks.
Yes.
This is a team, you cannot count them out at any point in that game. And this is another lineup that can just scale like a beast across all three cores. I like that they went for the first pick Mars. That's a dominance move. We're taking it away from ATF. We're going to get it for XXS early. We don't care if we have to first pick it. We want him comfortable. We want him controlling the fights. And by God, has this man had a TI. He absolutely has to be in the front running for this MVP right now.
100%. I mean, he saved Extreme Gaming's life in that lower bracket final. In fact, in the lower bracket in its entirety, he has come up for Extreme time and time again, and he is a large reason why they are here in this finals. He's trying to put some pressure onto Amar where he can in this Ursa versus Pango matchup, but the mobility is not allowing him to do so. Amar, 19-2, doing the best of his comrades when it comes to the CS.
And we do see the support swap from Falcons. This Elder Titan's going to be a pivotal hero in this matchup. It's something that XG are going to more and more. It's a crazy teamfight scaler, something to give them confidence in the late game. Downside is it does have some rough lane matchups. Falcons are trying to abuse this Enchantress with the Dispel against X-Nova. Get that lane win in the off lane for Amar. Does require you to put crit into that safe lane. You lose a little comfortability, but you gain really good support matchups here.
Certainly feels like a lot of draft threats on the table no matter who wins in this game, right? If all of a sudden the Elder Titan is kicked to the side and this Enchantress reigns supreme as a support, we've seen how when the games start going late, any support that is able to farm for themselves has big, big value.
And also, we have the two biggest support ranged playmakers in this meta, the Hoodwink and the Snap.
Knocked back by the God's Rebuke, will not be able to get a stun off. A second kill for Extreme in this laning phase as they are up now 1,000 gold.
This is such a strong duo. You can't ask for more in this meta right now. Terrifying lane to go up against. And the fact you had to put crit up here to try and get that Enchantress ET matchup does hurt crit a little bit because these Snaps and Hoodwinks want to play with the offlaner. They want to get aggressive. They want to use the early spell power to build momentum. Earn charge is already online for Jin Q. Super strong right now.
Lots of damage. Jin Q stepping a bit too far forward, trying to pressure Skeeter, takes a lot of damage. They even threw the blood grenade at him, but they couldn't go for the kill. While Amar goes down, they trade out cores. X-Nova, can he beat down Snaking? One more hit, he's got it. A 2-for-1 special, and the action returns at the top lane, as this time it's Crit who puts his life in danger and does not manage to get out of it.
I was maybe a little concerned for XG laning-wise coming into this series, but already they are hitting the mark. This XXS Mars is the most farm hero coming out of this laning phase. They even get a kill with that Ursa on the Pango, not expected, and so much XP for X-Nova on an amazing hero to get early levels on in this Elder Titan. Already has the boots online, already level 4, putting points into that natural order. You combine this with some of the Queen damage later, the Mars damage later. They have such good teamfight combinations. If you're Falcons, you need to get this Ember off to a good start. Play through him, let him drive the pace of the game. Don't let XG set up these big fights around Roshan where they're super confident in their AoE control.
Fighting for power runes, but locked down by the chains. Got a bushwhack, trying to stop it. Another stun comes in. XM is able to get the blink away, and Jin Q is the one to pick up the arcane rune instead. A little bit of HP fed over to Malrine. He'll be okay, and XM being the ranged hero should be able to weather through this a bit.
Jin Q just playing with him. This early Urn creates such a threat with the blood grenade combination. He's basically just fighting two supports in the river, taking the rune away from Malrine. That's a huge win. As XM feeling the pressure of some of these summons. Double range creep, plus Enchantress, plus Catapult about to hit your tower. Need reinforcements here.
Yeah, where is this Elder Titan? He's been hanging out with this Ursa, but he's needed in the mid lane. They pop a glyph here. And depending on how much Falcons want to tank here, they have another enchant. So another creep to be able to tank this tower. A few more Siege Wagon hits, and then another round of creeps will enter into the tower. So this Siege Wagon, it's going to get well below half here. The Spirit only just now showing up, but what do you even do as an Elder Titan this early?
Not a lot. Tough matchups. You don't interact well with the Ember Spirit. You don't have the lockdown for him. Just got to beat him back, but that is some significant tower pressure.
Oh,
Ame.
but the trade-off, Ame. He almost gets the kill on Amar, but he
play.
also takes the Wisdom Shrine. That is a big move. Extreme. I mean, they drew the first blood quite figuratively and literally as they managed to get the first kill, but also won the laning phase. Falcons with this move on mid was brilliant, but the trade-off, Extreme got to be very happy as their supports are going to get their level 6s before Falcons.
Huge advantage gained off that play from Ame, getting aggressive on that battle line. He even forced double support TP there that yielded nothing for Falcons. So now, if you want to get aggressive top with this Mars, no support can come in for Skeeter. If you want to get aggressive on mid, that option's available with the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, like how does Skeeter even play top anymore? It's a level 6 Mars and a level 5 Hoodwink at 8 minutes in. He's got to abandon this lane.
So many levels on these supports.
Power Rune, Malrine tries to get it and does manage to grab it. Regen into the bottle.
Nice pickup for him. I mean, XM not finding early fights with this Sonic Wave. Love to get some action going, but the mobility from this Ember Spirit, just not something that XG can deal with early on in this game.
This tower is going to fall, but who's going to get the last hit on it? Malrine tries to get there in time, but XM already snags the deny. Malrine would love to get a kill on X-Nova, but not the case. Against an Enchantress, this is just inevitable, right? You're going to bleed out towers.
Yes.
You just got to try and slow it down as much as possible.
Especially with the lane swap they did. When this Enchantress plays from the off lane, those moves behind the tier 1s are incredibly dangerous, and they're a lot more fluid for Sneyking to make than if he was stuck in that safe lane trying to secure farm for the Sven.
Sneyking did not make the read there. That a ward was placed on that high ground. He gets his own really good laning ward, though.
Ame hunting him here in the jungle. He's got his eyes on him.
You got to punish this Enchantress. You can't just let Sneyking live in your jungle. He will do that until you punish him. Thinking about the Sonic Wave, is it required? XM, they can't even get him.
Nice enchant for the Dispel and the Overpower. Ame trying to hold it. Sneyking holds longer.
And of course, anybody who shows up in the top lane is going to die. It's just a matter of time. McCrit's not dead yet. And now with the Ember Spirit here, looks like the Mars in big trouble, and Jinkyu is not able to chase after Crit. It's going to be XXS to fall instead as Falcons bring 4 up to top. They do not want to be losing these early towers.
That was a big committal. I mean, you're showing all 3 cores on this top lane to bring down that Mars, who is having a fantastic time. That's a big kill. But it does give a lot of space to the Ursa, more space for XM on the mid. Got to look towards this 10-minute power rune. If he can grab it here, it would be a huge win for XG. Malrine looking for an amp damage or a haste to accelerate his game.
Once again, Malrine going to try and outclick XM for it, but this time XM gets the bottle. With a haste rune, not required to pop it just yet. He's able to blink away.
Big rune to take away from that Ember.
Yeah.
That is super dangerous around the map.
I mean, it's also
no Sonic Wave thrown in this game.
Yeah, we got to start establishing our own threats from the mid lane if you're Extreme Gaming. You're looking around where the Sonic Wave has been off cooldown for like 4 minutes now. We just haven't put it to use.
It's easily a move he can make to top, right? If you have this arena on top, anybody that shows there, just arena them into the Sonic Wave. Even if reinforcements come in, that can be a great fight. You can connect through the gate. It's kind of your best point of attack right now. You can also continue to hold it here and use it defensively. If you want Ame to continue playing bottom against some of the threat that the Pango holds, the Queen can counterplay that a little bit.
Crit playing games with XXS and Jinkyu once again, but this time around Extreme bring a whole lot more heroes to the mix. Falcons decline to do the same. They'll give up the tower finally and make a trade-off of their own.
A lot of trades happening in this game, but man, Crit has suffered in this early game. Losing the Wisdom Shrines really hurt him because he had to play more sacrificial on that safe lane to give Sven some of that XP. This Snapfire's level 4.5 right now. I don't know when you're going to have kisses in this game, but it's not going to be for a while. And to me, this has been the spell that's defined this hero at this TI. You know, heroes come and change, the spells come and change, but right now, getting kisses online fast, taking fights around that ult, super powerful long-range damage. We've seen it just win team fights straight up. We saw what Jinkyu did with it in the previous series. The more this is delayed, the better the team fights look for XG, particularly around that Roche pit, if Ame gets off to a fast start. Malrine just playing with her mid, looking for that 12-minute power rune.
XM challenges him again. The stomp, it lands. Good bushwhack, the turnaround, and there's the Sonic Wave. But it was wasn't even required. Jingyu had it well in hand. That bushwhack combined with the sharpshooter, well played.
And Skeeter's here looking for the fight. There's nothing to fight. He'll just pick up the rune and go back to the jungle. Huge kill in this Ember Sphere. That's the hero. You want to get the fast Mage Slayer on that Falcons can snowball through. Every time you take him off the map, you buy so much time for your other cores.
Yeah, and Skeeter will have the luxury of stacks where you can see it. Extreme do not have that same luxury. 9 more stacks than Extreme have done. I mean, when you have that kind of imbalance, Extreme have to get aggressive, right? There's no other option.
Start stacking of your own, claim early Roshans, or start taking some more team fights. The interesting part about this game is you won the Wisdom Shrine battle, but Falcons are ahead in XP. Because Skeeter just got so much more out of this jungle. This Sven is level 11. He's a couple levels ahead of the nearest core. So their supports are behind, but their cores are ahead. And these are cores that can absolutely just win the fight, even if the supports are lacking some net worth.
Hey, I'm just happy we get to see 2 cores that do not build Helmadam.
Oh, there's not going to be a single Helm in this game.
Bless. Another Wisdom Shrine is coming up in 40 seconds. Crowd happiest they've been all day.
The Helm meta died somewhere in the lower bracket, it would seem, as these teams just want to duke it out. Malrine still looking for that Mage Slayer, but very strong on the front line as long as he doesn't get bushwhacked into the burst damage.
Tried to get the slight chains, but let's face it, diving into the tier 2, that is a risk a bit too much for Falcons. And this smoke seems to have petered out.
And items flying in for XG right now. They dodge that fight, they get Blade Mail on the Quap, they get Yules on the Mars. Early fighting items now online. 14-minute Wisdom Shrines are spawning. Looks like they're just going to get it traded out here unless X-Nova wants to try something really sneaky down there.
Yeah, this will make it so that Malrine can't be nearly as aggressive, right? There was very little punish outside of a sick bushwhack that we saw, but now he's going to be running into potentially a Mars who just Yules Arena Spears. Easy.
Super deadly on the front line. A lot of threat coming out from XXS right now. Downside is you don't have the reach of something like the Blink Dagger, so it's a little harder to just make an aggressive smoke play with confidence. But if you get the right angle, you just run into heroes, phase boots into the Yules, it'll do the job, and yeah, that ward scouted that out.
That first move with this Yules, it's gonna be red. Smoked right underneath a laning ward.
Upside is if you just go to the tier 1, you might just be able to pummel this tower and get something out of this move regardless. The Falcons don't want to give up this tier 1 for free.
Sure, and maybe find the sacrificial support position.
Yep.
Here comes that play. Even had the scan on the mid lane right next to XM to
and
see who was next to him.
Obs placed right under Sentry up top.
You're gonna try for it. Rolling Thunder. Amar. The chains, but he doesn't pull the trigger just yet. I mean, if the tower's not gonna fall, there's really no need.
That's not a fight you want to force into this amp damage Ember. Not the timing to do it, especially when Ursa's just not going to join the fight. Battle Fury was just finished for Ameg a minute ago. He's cruising in the farm department. He's having a great time. No pressure on him right now. Recovering his disadvantage against the Sven, who had all of those ancient stacks earlier. Does not want to be dragged into a bad engagement for a tier 1.
Falcons make a show of a 5-man defense in the mid lane. After the tower's defended, back to hitting neutrals. They really haven't they haven't ground out that usual lead that Falcons tends to do after a laning phase. Extreme is still keeping up despite the stack disparity.
Difficult team to grind it out against.
Why is that?
They're just resilient around the map. They rarely give up really bad core deaths. I mean, the games that are spiraling are going to spiral for anybody, but I feel like they just don't feed in poor places. It's usually getting lanes super deep. X-Nova, he's...
Oh, okay, the Croaker. Yeah, Snaking had that well in control. There was no problem there whatsoever.
That's that Mage Slayer online for the Ember, so time to get aggressive. Follow Malrine, let him bring these supports back into the game in a really nice position. Look,
Malrine does find another one. Slight chains, kisses. And XXS is biding his time, waiting for Malrine to show, but the kisses give too much information. They have to back away.
Too easy right now. Just follow this Ember. Very little XG can do about it unless they are just baiting someone out and going and using.
Yeah, as you said, the core is not being picked off, but they do manage to find some support kills.
XG don't mind this kind of style though. Like, they're willing to give up some part of the map early on in a game to push it later, get their item timings, and take that fight, even if it's at a 5 or 6K net worth disadvantage. they believe in their execution. They believe in their timing. They're going to overcome that, particularly around the Roche bit. We have seen this team dominate Roshan fights. To me, it's been their signature sauce for this event.
I was about to say, if anything's going to give them even more confidence, is going to be that lower bracket finals, game 3. Yeah. They played against a net worth advantage the entire time, and still had the confidence they were going to be able to pull through, and they sure did.
I mean, at this point, just believe XXS is going to win you the Roshan fight because he's done it time and time again.
Yeah, just give up every Roche. Just make sure XXS is in a position to make the steal.
And there's the Blink Dagger for the Mars. He was thinking about BKB or Blink, but he opts for the Blink. Tells me XG want to get aggressive here in the next few minutes. If you can get a team fight on top of Falcons with you being the initiator, particularly on that Pangolier or Ember, it can break that fight open, especially if it's around the pit, straight into Roshan for this Ursa. This is a really pivotal moment in this game for Falcons to defend their map.
Baiting an 18-minute power rune that doesn't spawn. Amar makes a poke at XM and reveals that there is a whole heap of heroes right behind him.
Blinks are also online for Falcons. Pango Blink, Sven Blink, Instant Smoke. Falcons are going to look to do what XG just wanted to.
XXS is thinking about striking first, though, and he managed to get the pin. No Yules required. They just blew him up, and the Rolling Thunder will come too late to save the Ember Spirit. But maybe Skeeter, you can see him. He's holding off right now, waiting for his initiation. When's he going to make his blink? They got the arena onto the 2 supports. Now he jumps in right into the Mars. He went in for the off-laner, but now he's surrounded by heroes, and he'll be blown up by Ame. Ame, too, was patient, and he waited for his counterpart in Falcons. He waited for Skeeter.
Beautiful patience from Ame on the side of the fight. He waits for the Sven jump, jumps in with no chance to man fight him this early in the game. And he will clean house. The exact team fight XG we're looking for. Started a little differently for them, but a beautiful pin from XXS. You burst down the Ember. That's what you want. Ember or Pango every single time. It's a recipe for success.
And he could have gone for the safe play of the Yules, but it would have been an entirely different fight. The execution was fast, and that's what kept Falcons out of it.
He gets to hold arena for later on, and that's what's kind of dissuading Skeeter here. Like, he doesn't want to jump this Hoodwink who's already dying. He doesn't want to jump that Blade Mail Quap. He wants the Mars. He got sick cleaves off him. Almost kills XM with that angle. But Ame, just better positioning, better moment to jump.
I mean, it all starts with the Ember Spirit pickup, right? He can play the longer game because they're up a man in that regard.
100%.
Skeeter forced to do something. XM trying to force a play here.
Stomp misses.
It covers at least the retreat from XM. Falcons go back to their side of the jungle. Despite the loss in that mid lane, not that big of a net worth lead for Extreme. We're still keeping this game very tight at 20 minutes, though. Extreme, they want the Tormentor. They're going to smoke up for it. Falcons will do the same, not to smoke, but trying to defend their territory.
Look at the Basher. Freshly done on Ame. He got it off that fight. Could be super pivotal at locking down these mobile cores here.
Smoke breaks on XXS. XXS not going to blink forward. Doesn't want to go in blind. Now spawns snaking, and he'll just pin him. See if they can blow him up with the break. It'll make it a little bit easier, but the heals, man. They can't even burst him down. They just used so many spells and didn't claim the 5 position. They will back out. A good stomp, though, and a pin off of it. They're going to jump in. Ame goes for the kill, and they got him. Amar does what he can, but again, the Rolling Thunder is just not enough to save the life of his buddy. He's got the Yules to defend. XXS trying to stop these kisses. A blink away, and he does manage to prevent any losses there. Falcons, they'll retreat as 4, and Extreme now own the Tormentor.
Such strong early item timings from XG, and XXS finding the spears time and time again. Just sets everything up in this fight. Malrena's not been able to play a single fight other than him just getting nuked down instantly.
Yeah.
And all of that was off of a casual stomp from X-Nova. That's how this Elder Titan gets you. He can throw the Spirit out, he can wait for a slight, and then he's gonna force you to Remnant out or you get stomped, and you don't know what's coming after that stomp. Very little to bail you out of that situation. It's an annoying spell for Malrine to just be sitting under in the middle of the fight. I mean, Amar's the most farmed hero here for Falcons. He's having quite a good game. Just can't find his mark in these engagements.
Ame's not alone down here, but Falcons know it, thanks to the deep wards that they were able to place earlier in the game. Has not allowed them to take control of the match. Going back to the Ember Spirit, though, this is a hero that we haven't actually seen too much of here at TI. Why is that?
I think his early game is still good, but he kind of falls off in that mid game a little bit. He doesn't pack the same punch, and I think players are concerned about his ultra late game scaling sometimes too. Like, yeah, 6 or 7 slots, all these Spirit heroes are crazy, but you compare it to things like the Queen of Pain with the Sonic Wave damage. It's just not the same punch, right? He's kind of an attrition hero. He likes to go in the fight, take the long fight. It feels like a lot of these fights are just decided off a jump. You throw in the nukes, you blow somebody up. It's not Ember Spirit style right now. And now his strength can be just set up for some of these long-range supports. Great hero to combine with the Hoodwinks and the Snapfires that are in this meta. And I think that's what Falcons wanted to do. They just got slowed down.
Yeah, particularly since they don't actually have a save here on the side of Extreme. There was potential for Slight Chain's Kisses to get guaranteed kills, but we didn't see too many of those, and not really on big consequential heroes. And as a result, Ame is up at 13K now.
It's also a hero that takes that mid tower very quickly, and then you kind of collapse the game to that mid lane. You make them fight your Ember when he's really strong. You make their supports engage this hero that they have trouble locking down. I think XG dodged that pretty well. Falcons didn't get a lot out of that, 5 to 15 minute mark as they wanted to, especially with some of the power runes going to Maureen.
Sure, they gave up the mid tower. They didn't actually fight for it. They even denied it themselves, limiting the amount of gold that Falcons got out of it.
They didn't bleed bad kills, which would have snowballed this game, and they won the side lanes. That was a huge component. XXS got off to such a fast start. You could afford to give up something around that mid lane and still feel good about the first 10 minutes here. And now you're cruising into this mid game very even. Still anybody's to take in these fights, and I mean, Roshan's still just sitting there in the pit. Very tempting for both teams.
Absolutely.
We even see the X-Nova Spirit scouting it out. I mean, there is some worry here on XG for Falcons to man up for it if they feel you're on the wrong part of the map.
We are now at that point, by the way, where we're going to get some serious magic resistance problems for Falcons. If Amar is going to build to scale, these supports on the side of Extreme, you've got the combination of maxed out natural order combined with the deconstruction facet. That's already making a lot of this magic damage be pure. And then you're going to have Hoodwink come in. He's buying up a shard really soon. That boomerang is just going to amp up that magic damage even more. The burst damage is going to go crazy.
If you get a latch off this Mars, that hero is just gone. No hard save in this lineup. At least you have some armor differential from the Sven. You have the shield on the Ember. You have a shield on Pango. You can be tanky in these fights, Enchantress with the sprites. But you are worried about that first point of contact.
Yeah, which means Falcons, I mean, they've been struggling to find the initiation. That's what's been causing them so many issues in these early fights. It always seems like XXS is able to hit first before Amar does. So they either got to find that or they got to start just, playing to farm, playing to scale.
They have BKB Blink on this Sven now, though. This changes it a lot. Now you can let Skeeter go in. He can pick his mark, BKB. You're not afraid of him dying super fast here. And he has level 3 ulti online. He's hitting a really nice power point. Falcons want to use it.
And if they can get a pick off right now with this smoke, then turn it into Roshan, take that away from an Ursa lineup, would be a massive boon for Falcons. They do not find the kill, though, as Extreme Gaming have already backed up behind their tier 2, commence with their own smoke play.
They feel that Roche was maybe being forced. They're smoking before Ame finishes his BKB, though they did get the Ags on the Queen and the BKB on the Mars, so they have a nice 2-core item timing to try and take this fight.
They're going to get in position here, but Ame's still going to keep farming up. He's so close to his BKB. I'm sure he's calling to his team, don't force it too much. I'm almost there.
Almost a defensive Roche play. We don't want to do it right now. We want to let Ame farm, but we also don't want you doing it.
Yeah. And if they just stick around, though, okay, they do find one of the wards. There was 2 different very dangerous wards that Falcons managed to get down. That was one in the triangle, the other one being in that lane, off-lane position. Nobody on Extreme will be caught by that yet.
I mean, these are the types of situations where the ET feels amazing. Because
this would be really massive if they could catch him, but there's same similar ward. Still, though, found by Falcons, at least taking away some vision on both sides. It all comes down to this Roche, man, and we're going to have BKB cores on both sides.
X-Nova, he wants it.
They get the kill on the ward. Amar does not make the jump for it. Skeeter's too far away. Skeeter's just farming away. He doesn't want to fall behind Ame right now in this standoff. Neither carry wants to just fully invest into contesting this Roshan.
But Ame got the finish BKB. They got the double obs without anybody getting punished on that. That's a huge win for XG. That was a big smoke move from Falcons to get those wards up and try and use them to take a fight. You let them go down for free. You have one more around this pit top.
And if Falcons isn't going to make the move, then Extreme Maybe they'll be the ones to play on the offensive here. The Smoker's gonna break on the low ground. Snake King making a break for it with his drums, trying to get far enough ahead. XXS, he'll blow the arena for him. Nice Yules though. That'll dodge a little bit, still hit. Caught by the break, but the heals are so much, they do not still have the burst damage to kill him. They need the Ursa to jump on to Snake King, but he doesn't want to show himself. Synchronized Yulesing for Extreme Gaming, they'll back away.
They might lose their last ward up here. XXS, they gave him the Ob Sentry. Very smart. Don't sacrifice your positioning on these backline supports.
Extreme Gaming seem to know Falcons' ward spots very well.
They have no Obs left. It's just brutal for them.
And Aghanim Scepter is done for Amar, though. So another peak for Falcons, perhaps another chance to take matters into their own hands.
The team fight's super strong for both teams. It's just about who jumps first, and that's why the vision's so important. You lost all these wards, whereas XG, they have that ET to do a little scouting.
I mean, at this rate, we're going to get 2 or 3 more items on these carries before we actually get a fight around the Roshan pit.
Nobody wants to man up for it first. You get caught in that pit, it's absolute destruction.
Malrine found, not pinned. Roll up will stop him, and he dodges away from the stomp. XXS has to use a defensive BKB. Double ults from Falcons for a BKB on XXS. I don't think that gives a clear enough advantage either way for these teams to force it.
Nope. Especially if the Mars gets gone on, you don't have a clear initiation as XG. They do buy a gem, which is interesting considering they just killed 3 wards. I mean, how much vision's left on the map? They really want to secure vision for the fight. Flying out to X-Nova right now. But Falcons are getting a lot of items up during this period. Almost level 20 on this then. This Ember is catching up in this game. I mean, that's the upside for Malrine. He's on the best split pusher hero in this match. He's just going to rat these side lanes down. He will recover his GPM. Continue to scale.
That's why Extreme, they're going to force it onto the bit. And it feels like they just have to. Snake King is trying to keep tabs, though. He's got his creep, checking it out every once in a while. But this Roshan is about to swap over to the other side. Not only does it sound like you think that Falcons have gotten the better of this stalemate, but it's also about to flip over to a side where they can play off of buybacks in their outpost.
I don't think the first half of that stalemate was good for them, but I think the second half was. I think XG could have been more aggressive there with how much vision they brought down. Falcons playing a little scared. But now, like you said, that Roche going to the other side, it hurts. Especially if Falcons are willing to commit buybacks here, and you just can't man up for this as Ame. It's way too terrifying.
It's also going to be another Tormentor spawn. He didn't spot the ward. XXS saw a sentry, but the ward is on the other side of the tree there.
It's a good one. Super valuable as this Roche switches sides.
And while Extreme have all shuttled down to this bottom part of the map, Falcons, they're staying split. Amar's getting a lot of farm out of his top lane. He might actually be able to take that tower at some point in time. As you said, Malrine, best split pusher in the game at this point on the Ember Spirit, so he's enjoying all the farm he's getting out of this situation. It's not much, but Falcons is grinding more and more gold into their favor. Extreme Gaming, they got to do something about this. They're going to force the Roshan, and Falcons not going to contest. Almost saying that, all right, we delayed it for like 6 minutes, you can finally have it.
It is only the first one, right? Not super valuable here. It's just to progress towards the later Roshans.
Yeah, second Roche is going to be around 41 minutes in.
Very slow for an Ursa lineup.
Yeah.
Still have this tier 1 up mid for Falcons, by the way. This objective has not been claimed by XG either. They're working with less map control right now, which is great for Malrine. It means he gets to push these side lanes in deep, gets a lot of vision control off the mid lane to help him do it. He's enjoying life right now.
And a quick Tormentor kill for Falcons. With Extreme stuck on the other side of the map. Particularly X-Nova, who is always just shadowing Ame everywhere he goes. He's really not able to do anything else.
And I must apologize, Austin. We do have one Helma Dominator.
Oh, no.
It snuck its way in. I don't know how we allowed it. I guess Jin-Q said this game is going to go late. I'm going to start farming up and pushing some waves. I mean,
Helmet Dom Hoodwink? Are you serious, man?
This was probably the least expected one here. You know, you could argue for the Mars. A lot of these offlaners just wanted to accelerate their game and have the helm on the lane. But a second item Hoodwink Dominator. I don't think I've ever seen that.
You know what I hate the most is that it just kind of makes sense the way that they're likely to be ratted a bit. Somebody's got to get one on Extreme. An Aghanim Scepter done for Malrine.
He's recovered completely.
Level 18 as well. He's getting real big. Considering how bad his game was, where he just kept getting caught by XXS over and over again. This last 10 minutes, this peaceful 10 minutes, feels like he's actually going to be able to play some Dota. He's going to be able to get to some late game. Now we'll see how well he scales into that point compared to the Queen of the Pain, who's currently XM, just about to finish up BKB.
Oh,
that is an aggressive blink. He got a Yules off, though, on the Sven. That delay will not be enough. Too much burst damage coming in from the side. Oh! The Counter Splitter stops Skeeter. Does Extreme realize this? They certainly do. A BKB, keep him inside the arena. The Skeeter, he's stuck. Ame will come collect the kill that his team served up on a platter, all because of X-Nova. His far sight, he saw it coming the entire way, an Earth Splitter to catch the Sven TP.
Into another D-Ward. This man is absolutely on point right now for XG. And they will take that trade. Taking this Sven off the map will create a larger differential between him and Ame. That's exactly what you want. This Sven-Ursa matchup is generally not fun for the Sven. The farther this Ursa pulls ahead, the harder it is to take that fight, unless you can go ultra late with refreshers and satanics and that kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
Ame in control of the carry battle right now. Huge pickup for XG. I mean, that was a crazy blink from XM. He just felt like there was going to be an opening there. I guess he's right in the end. Very sacrificial.
And if he doesn't get the Yules off on the Sven, like, even though he dies, that little bit of delay, it made all the difference for X-Nova to get there in time.
Very clutch Yules. And these Yules can become Wind Wakers way later in this game.
Yeah, sure.
That's the nice thing about them, and the Wind Waker's amazing against this Falcons lineup.
Still a bit worried, though, even though the Sven has died. We've seen, in particular, yesterday we saw the Ame Sven. 2,500 damage crits. I mean, you can get Wind Wakers, but can you react fast enough to stop that kind of burst damage? Snake King, is this guy just untouchable in this game? What is it? They can kill the Sven, but they can't stop the Enchantress.
I mean, it is called untouchable for a reason.
I guess so.
You should not even waste your time. If Ame's there, it's a quick pick-me-up, right?
Of course, yeah.
But Ame doesn't want to commit his time to take Enchantress off the map. If anything, you just want to threaten Snaking. You know, make him think he can die, so he doesn't push as aggressively. But don't commit so much to actually kill him, and it's a negative network play.
Okay. BKB done for XM. So the next time he aggressively blinks in, he can at least ignore the stuns. We'll see if he can ignore the damage. Ame with an Abyssal Blade, no! Does not get the follow-up bash required for the kill. And he'll try and make use of the last 25 seconds of this Aegis. I thought he was going to just push the tier 2. But Extreme content with the pace of the game as it is.
No,
they're going to smoke to the other side. Never mind. They're going to go. They're baiting out XM right now.
They want blood right now. Aegis is going to expire, but they finished that Abyssal. They finished Hex on the Mars and the BKB on the Queen. Huge item timing for XG. They're looking to strike. I mean, this has kind of been the MO of this game. Both teams hit their item timings. They look for a play. But the other team recognizes it, and they dodge that moment until they get to theirs. At some point, that bounce will break here.
Well, now some of that magic amp that we were talking about is still going to be effective, but there is a pipe.
Huge item
on Snake King. Big pickup for him.
Yeah, the aura is worth so much here.
This is kind of a weird positioning. We swap places. And it's going to be Extreme breaking the smoke, going into their own jungle. Wait, got the side device initiation onto the Pango, and the Earth Splitter's on top of it with so much magic damage. He is burst down.
Shard stomp in with the boomerang. See you later. No one is surviving that play. And that is all a glimpse of him off of that ET Spirit vision.
Yeah.
That's all it takes for you to get insta-jump from the Hex.
But what do you do with this pickoff?
What do Falcons try and do here? They're looking on this ward. They have Daedalus on Skeeter.
XXS still has BKB, but they got the sun on him, and from behind, a big crit from Skeeter takes out XXS. The Sonic Wave on 3, Yule's up in the air for crit. Skeeter makes a run for it with his BKB, but XM will still pounce on both supports, trying to slow them down, hoping that they can at least get one of them here. Snake King pulled back in, and finally Ame shows up to the fight to claim Snake King's head. They'll get one out of this.
Nice kickoff for Falcons. They get this Mars off the map. They do pay a little bit of a price, but once Ame shows up to that fight, you're not taking it unless Skeeter's confident that the control is going to come through.
Yeah, considering that BKBs didn't have to be used for Extreme, this is a very deadly point. No Pango, everything up for Extreme. Being able to take the Mars off the bat, like you said it, like there's not really that much initiation for Extreme if there is no Mars.
They did get another D word off that, though. Falcons are losing a lot of wards to make these plays. It's really adding up.
You combine lack of vision with the Elder Titan, the vision advantage that Elder Titan's going to give you. It caused some problems, but those problems, they can at least wait another minute or two, because really there's no objectives until Roshan is up. They want to take this tier 2. I'm sure Falcons wouldn't care that much about it. Ame tries to go fishing with this Haster and see if he can find some hero up here farming up jungle.
I mean, this Hoodwink Dom has done some work. Jin-Q mega farm now, finished an entire Lincoln Sphere. I wouldn't say it's the best Lincoln Sphere game. Not really good against the Pango Ember here.
Yeah, you're stopping the Sven
That
stun.
is it. You are trying to throw this on Ame or XM, maybe even XXS, who's been getting jumped a lot. If you block that Sven stun, could be a huge deal in the fight, but it's a very expensive investment to look just for that.
Yeah. I mean, there's maybe little things like blocking out a Yule's during an enrage timing for an Ursa or something like that. It could go a long ways.
Could come into play, absolutely.
Level 25s are right around the corner for both of our carries. That's going to be a bit spooky as Roshan. We're in that potential spawn period. Both teams are going to be playing around this area.
High
top part of
damage
the pit.
talents for both of these carries. Like the burst damage just becomes insane. To me, if the fight goes long, this Queen could be a big problem for Falcons. In theory, their answer to a long fight is, Pango Ember, bringing that same sort of attrition and just constant spell spam.
Yeah.
But the way the fights have been going is, it feels like one of those cores just gets bursted. I think you still want to jump this Sven in to almost give them better entry into the fight.
If you get to a Satanic and then Ember Spirit continues to scale, do you think that flips to the other side at some point? That longer fights can still work for Falcons because the Ember mostly?
Oh, I think they can. It's just execution.
Sure.
You kite out those little moments. Can you dodge the jump from Ame? Does someone control him when he's trying to go in and burst that target while he's committing BKB? Small things like this make all the difference. Can you find supports at the start of the engagement? You take X-Nova out, you remove a lot of the amp damage in this lineup.
Falcons not to find anything. A pick off there could have led to control the Roshan pit. A swift blink Ame Ursa.
He's so farmed. All he needs is that level 25. He's prepared for this next fight. 50 seconds for that Roche spawn. Pretty fast one. Falcons just trying to control the vision they have. They have this one ward towards mid. They have a gem up. Trying to hold this high ground. There's a sneaky Radiant ward behind this tree line over here too. Could be really pivotal if you scout someone in the river.
Oh yeah.
Not an easy obs to D-ward. XG just wait. They're playing patient right now. Trying to finish up the last few items to go into this next Roshan battle. It's gonna be Aeon Disc for XM. Something to watch out for. He gets jumped by the Sven, he assembles that disc. The jump is gone.
And you pretty much can't afford a bad jump for this Sven, right? It almost feels like the fight is over if he jumps the wrong person and can't kill them.
Or if he jumps, stuns, goes to hit, Ame jumps, epistles him. That's an easy turnaround.
Sure.
Actually, you're gonna throw out the Sonic Waves, Arena's gonna hit someone in the back. Skeeter going in here is very difficult, but he almost has to, the way the lineup functions.
Has to pick and choose his battles, and he's gonna go for XM, but I think they know about the Aeon Disc. They have not jumped after this initiation from Amar. What a read from Falcons, but XM holds off on putting the Aeon Disc together. They'll TP away on the Rolling Thunder. They tried to get something. That was just such a smart play on both sides. XM, I mean, the balls did not put that Aeon disc together when you're being sent up by Rolling Thunder, knowing there could just be a Sven that one-shots you. But he refuses to do it.
He knows Ame has his back on that counterplay. He knows if Skeeter jumps, he will pay a big price there.
And then have damage for a Sven. Maybe they get the Roshan. But Falcons, I think they still want to force this fight. They're going to try it. Malrine, he just throws straight in. Decide the device on him. Here comes that spear. But the Sven with the amp damage, where is he? He isn't able to get there in time, and now he's been hit by the ults. He gets the grab onto the Queen of Pain. XM gets off the Aeon disc. Keeps himself alive, and he blinks away from Skeeter. The initiation has gone all wrong, and now begins the fight. It doesn't quite for long. Ame and his claws will rip through the Sven armor. They'll find another with XXS, a pin against the wall, and Amar, he'll fall as well.
Beautiful kiting from XG. The control on the Sven, stalling up his jump to follow that Ember Spirit. And such clutch hexes from XXS. This guy's control has been on point this entire tournament. Such a strong team fight from XG. Their burst damage is just insane. Malrine, he took so much there, but that ET amps it all up. You get hit by that Earth Splitter. One last bash from the Ursa and you're gone. Nobody to bail you out of that situation. A deep dive goes wrong for him.
And if Extreme win this game one, I mean, what are you gonna do if you're the coach? What are you gonna do if you're the drafter? AUI 2000. Amar, he doesn't want to ban Mars. That's his hero.
You gotta take it away from him.
Yeah, you're gonna be put in that corner where you have to take it. And we may see if Extreme have answers to it, but first they have to close out this game one to make that happen. And they may have a big lead, 9,000 net worth, 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Falcons are known to be able to stall out games. XXS, he's landed a number of initiations. They'll find another one. Ame leads the way with the Abyssal Blade, and XXS follows through. Another 60 seconds where Falcons will not have all their heroes alive.
So much gold for XG in this period. I mean, they can start buying up some luxury items now. There's the refresher for the Mars. Could be another hex on this Hoodwink. Malrine's life is just not getting any easier. It didn't start easy in this game, and it doesn't feel like it's getting any better. It's just so much control for him to play through, and this is kind of the downside of Ember. He doesn't pack a big enough punch to go in and be a threat during his BKB that XG can't deal with it. So you have to play for the long fight. But somebody is getting caught in the control, and nobody is challenging this Ame Ursa right now. He is just running a rampage through this game. Ag's done as well. How do you kill this guy? Feels impossible.
Kinda does. I mean, you're gonna have to wait 2.5 minutes because killing him is gonna take some sort of initiation, and I don't think they'll be able to pull that off twice. I mean, they have like no instant stuns. The best you have is Sven, Blink, melee range, Stormhammer.
But he has
Rolling Thunder, Blink initiation, but
you cannot jump him anymore. It's impossible. He will always get Ags and Rage off. You have no silences to prevent it.
Yep.
Said 2 minutes on this Aegis. XG, they can force high ground again. They can look for that game-ending fight.
So their only option as Falcons is to make the jump on the Ursa, reset, and high ground defense is the best possible place to make a play like that, right?
Yep, especially if you can abuse buybacks. It's one way to try and force that teamfight win. They do not have a lot available right now. It's only that Ember Spirit. Sometimes it's enough with the high ground positioning. Ideally, you make a jump on somebody, you take them down, you reset, and then this Pango can control Ursa a little bit with the Basher, the Ags rolls going through. It's kind of your hope right now that ATF has a monster team fight on this high ground.
Well, you said luxury items were coming in. They're here for a couple more heroes. XM with the Shivas. The sight device on the Hoodwink, which is not required for yet another Enchantress kill. No problems killing her now. Now that Ame is playing in the front line, Skeeter's gonna make his jump. Gets off the in-range on Ame. Skeeter got that much out of him. But you got that, but you still want to be able to play with the God Strike, but they jump in anyway. Skeeter, he wanted to fight, but he didn't think it was gonna start that way with him dead and gone. And what are you gonna do now? It's up to Malrine and Amar. They're gonna have to pull through this fight for you. You buy back on the Sven, but he won't have the God Strength.
They're kiting around Ame as best as possible right now. XM, Yules, he dodged out the Stormhammer, and he's gonna have a blink up in a second. He still has his BKB. A nice pin from the low ground from XXS. A buyback's being used from Falcons from all these heroes, but they've got nothing for it. They killed a Hoodwink at best. They took out Roadkill, and that's all.
You have to get more there for a triple buyback. The Sven one is not going to be the most impactful, but you bought both supports. You took an extended fight. For once, Maulring does survive the Hex burst attempt, gets BKB off, has some impact, 3,000 damage, but you can't burst any of these targets down. You can't wear through the front line here. Bear is just too much of a menace right now. You need more sustain, you need more damage. There's another great shard for XG to pick up. I don't think I've seen a spear miss outside of maybe the one top on that open arena. Just hit every single one. There's another Aeon Disc for this Sven to deal with. No nullifier in sight.
Level 25 on XXS, 180 HP regen inside the Arena of Blood. But if they can take him out of the equation right away, no Aeon Disc. Where is he going to throw out this arena? He's waiting out the BKBs. He knows Skeeter's going to expire soon, and now he's got it for the side, then the spear, then the damage that Ame brings to the table.
A dieback on the Sven. Falcons crumbling. No answer for Ame and his jump.
XXS doing his best, even an Outworld staff there. Double daggers to slow him down. Ame still finding more. He first catches Snake King, no buybacks there. He chases after Crit. Another hero to fall on the side of Falcons. Double cookies where they can, and they're chasing after the Ember Spirit on the same side.
Supports are just killing him.
Supports taking out the Ember Spirit.
X-Nova Boss just man-fighting the Falcons mid. Back up from Jinkyu, that's a free kill. Maulring did not expect the damage, but there's that magic amp combination. It's just so nasty when he's on top of you. Now Ame, he gets a free trip to the high ground. Says, thanks for the setup, boys. All clean house.
Amar broke through. He's sitting on the other side of the map going, I can't cut all these waves. Extreme Gaming, they're going to get Megas out of this. They should be able to end the game. Unless Falcons, I don't even know what they have to do here. Amar, they do manage to get back to a protection up, but the mid lane is going to push in. XM's got that covered. Unless Amar can get there with the Rolling Thunder. He's not popping it. He's trying with the swashbuckle. It's stopped by XM. Now he has the Rolling Thunder. See if he can kill the creep wave. They pop the Glyph. They pop the Sonic Wave even. Anything to protect the creeps. Amar still gets it though, and he makes a splink away. He makes a swift retreat. Did he just buy Falcons the time they needed?
Backdoor should come up here.
Glyph goes up.
This will guarantee it. Amar with some nice moves on this mid lane. Stalls for the other heroes to come back up.
Can Extreme Gaming get through the backdoor protection though? They're going to try. Aside the fight, they got the Invisible Blade initiation on Maureen, and Maureen dead for 2 minutes. Maybe it doesn't matter how much time you buy Ame. He seems to be eternal at this point in time. 11, 1, and 10. He will stand here as long as it is needed to finish out this game.
Or take the easier road, go get that bottom lane in. Free up that last Rax. You're looking at Megas very shortly here. They know that's a dieback on this Ember.
A butterfly coming in for him. All right.
All on ATF here. Refresher delivered for the Pango. Does have the 25 talent. He has got to get in here and do some serious damage in the fight.
Falcons, they did their shenanigans, but the backdoor protection is going to go down again unless they can jump the Ursa now and kill him. This is going to be Megas. Try and get something out of it.
Gotta go.
Even a BKB, there goes the Rolling Thunder. There goes the Enraged with a BKB turnaround. Skeeter, he's got to run, but he's pushed back in by the Sonic Wave into the claws of the bear. He will be pulverized. A hit in for the Rolling Thunder, but XM, he's still an Aeon Disc to be able to work with. A shot coming in. Jinkyu, not even required. Ame is all the damage you need at this point for Extreme Gaming to close out the game, and they will take the lead in the series of the TI Finals.
A confident Game 1 victory, to say the least. These guys were feeling themselves. Felt like that entire game, even in that laning phase, which is supposed to be Falcon's strength in this matchup, they won that top lane in dominant faction. Ame was getting kills bottom with an Ursa, not something you see in that laning phase all the time. they weathered that storm mid with the Ember and then just diced that pickup. So much control from Malrine in this fight. It felt like he did not exist in that mid late game.
No, he certainly didn't. And there is a lot to go over. It's a best of 5 in these finals. And the back and forth of the drafting, it's going to be a hard battle to commence.
And we'll see who wins that battle later down the line. Well, the first step has been made by Extreme Gaming. They take that first one of the best of 5 and are in a strong position to move forward in this series. How did they get to this point? That's why we got the experts to talk about it. Tigov, Effie, and Kezu. This game started fairly slow, Kezu.
No, it did, but one thing that surprised me quite a bit was how hard XG won their lanes. This usually doesn't happen when you play against Falcons. They're very good with like the lane swap, and they did do that again. They put the engine in the offlane. Crit on the Snapfire in the safe, and honestly, it had a very big impact on this game. Crit didn't have a good time there. He got a very late level 6. Jinkyu got a very early earn as well on his Hoodwink. Went around, got a lot of stuff done. So to me, then the mid game slowed down. But yeah, overall, XG, I really feel like they brought their absolute A game to this game 1.
I think they identified the fact that Malrine needs to be shut down. When you look at Malrine's performances so far throughout TI, at the 20-minute mark, he's only ever had like 4 deaths, 3 deaths. But this time, yeah, he has 3 deaths as well. His second most deaths so far. Often it's like 1 or 2. Like, he's having such a good tournament. But XG, they identified Malrine, they killed him 3 times by the 20-minute mark, and they truly shut him down.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. He is the rock of this team. They play this early game off of the shoulders of Malrine's timing, off of his tempo, and he couldn't recreate it that game. The Extreme Gaming came to win today. They played with such confidence in these lanes. Falcons are a team we're used to seeing win these side lanes, not blunder, not feed, ready for every power rune, ready for every Wisdom Rune rotation. Usually they're the team bringing 3 heroes to the Wisdom Shrines, but guess what? They gave up both Wisdom Shrines this game. Their Snapfire did not have level 6 for a very long time because of that, and they didn't have the damage that they usually need to get their first few pickoffs.
There were also like so many clips that we can see here too. They're about so many small things. The way XG earlier like bursted Malrine, Atos, Hex, Stunlock, you go this, then you go on XM, he disassembles his A on this, it proxy gets loaded by someone else. And then you have a Bushwhack to like save it onwards and onwards, and there's so many things. Falcons too, like snaking countless times. He lives because he goes in front, he has the right itemization, he uses himself, he delays. But the longer the game goes, at least until Falcons have like 6 slot on Ember and Pango, this Ame Ursa, he just eats you alive.
Especially later in the game when what they had to do on Falcons was to play the map, push these side lanes out. How do you do that when this Ursa has a Blink Abyssal Blade so early into the game? We'd see a hero show top, instantly get Abyssal. If you're an Ember, you have to remnant out. If you're a Pango, you have to just roll away. There wasn't a means for you to control the map after that initial aggression from Extreme Gaming.
No, I feel like a lot of the theme of this grand finals would be who can XG just stabilize the early game to get themselves to this team fight excellence, right? Arme being 31-11, like the fight selection that he has is incredible. The execution of the spells from XSS, impeccable. X-Nova, the vision from his spirit and just opening up the fights. Like everything XG does is based on the mid-game timing. So I'm really looking for the future of this series. How can Falcons try and change up that pacing, not allow them to kind of cruise control to the point where they are happy to take any fight?
And XXS on this Mars, like we saw it. It was in first pick Mars.
Yep.
They heavily prioritized his hero in this draft, and I would love to see that be recreated in the next game. They didn't even care what kind of matchup they would get, so long as he had a means to take these fights for them, and that he did. He was always finding the key targets in that mid lane fight. They got the kill on Ember. It just made it easy for Alme to come in, clean up, and get his net worth up because of that.
Yeah, and you pointed out, it was an overall first pick Mars. And it makes me wonder, I think there's been a lot of TI finals that have like one hero that the series kind of starts revolving around. Could that be the Mars in this case, or will it just be banned from here on out? Because that is also an option.
It could absolutely be Mars. I'm going to expect the same thing in game 2. It's going to be first picked or it's going to be banned. It's already been the hero of a lot of games, and it's going to continue, I think, to be that way. But I want to show a lot of things that also happened that allowed XG to like even get to this stage. They don't have the BKB yet on Ame. They need time. So they go ahead of him. They smoke ahead to make sure they're around the Roche pit and allow him to farm. But look at this top level D-warding from both teams here. You have X-Nova, they protect their triangle. Falcons are like, okay, the game is about Roche. They deward them again. Now, because this deward happened, Extreme, they ping on the minimap. They're like, yo, they must have seen me place this ward, so I'm now going to go deward your ward that is on the lane too. And these are the small things that actually, first of all, allow this game to delay. This is 26 minutes. Roshan hasn't died yet. 28 minute, you have another Roche off. You have a 4th deward coming out from the teams against each other. And in the ultimate last clip, this is now 30-30. Look at the minimap. Ame is now down bottom, so is Roshan. He's had enough. He uses the Fog of War to blink into the pit before Falcons are ready. And this is like 4 to 5 minutes of small macro gameplay that allowed them to take the very first ages of the game. And this is really what then started a bloodbath.
Yeah, up until that point, it kind of felt like the game could have been going either team's way, but vision is incredibly important, T.
No, it is so critical. And then when you see the dewarding happening from, Kezu's clips, there's another moment in the game where they set up the map in such a beautiful way that they are able to smoke for 1 whole minute and Falcons have no information. Often when you're off map for about a minute, you're going to be identified. But you see here, Crit, he's drawing on the minimap. He's like, guys, they're on the top side. They're even using a scam. But look at the creep waves. Top's hitting the top tier tower for Falcons. Mid is getting shoved in. But XG, able to utilize the vision that they place. And there is just no good wards on the map for Falcons to truly understand. One's on the bot side, one's on the top rune. Like, the map is getting choked out from the vision game. And when you get to play a slow game, vision is critical. All it takes in Dota is one jump to unlock the next big objective, be it Roshan, Tier 2, High Ground, and XG played it flawlessly in the mid game.
Yeah, and why was this a slow game? Because after the draft was done, I was told, Effie, that Falcons was going to have a very scary early game. And in my head, scary kind of coincides with maybe being active and aggressive, but it didn't turn out that way at all.
Well, they lost their lanes really hard. They were bleeding kills like left and right. They couldn't really set up for power runes the way that they are. They couldn't get their wisdom shrines early on, and naturally they're just going to slow down because of that. They hit their tempo based off of how well they played their first 10 minutes, and XG had their number in this one. They were going to play slow because they were just waiting for their Ursa's BKB timing, but after that, even though there weren't a lot of kills, they were playing quickly on the map on Extreme Gaming. They were ready to just jump any target that showed on the side lanes.
Yeah, the early game definitely did not have as much action as maybe we thought initially, but that's okay. And the action that was there was very mechanically skilled, isn't that right, Purge?
That's right. Those early game fights after you lose your towers are so important because they beat back your opponents or stop them from taking more ground. So that's why this fight was so important at the 18-minute mark for Extreme Gaming here. They've got Blink Dagger on the Mars. They're able to jump and spear back Mallory to the tower, and they throw all of their damage into him, basically, almost all of their ultimates. But killing him is important because he's the one that's going to be disabling, staying alive, and stopping their heroes from blinking around. So really good teamfight disruption from the Pangolier. And eventually, with this great hoof stomp that happened here, it basically set, oops, wrong tool. It sets up a very good stomp and very good arena, which looks like a great opportunity. But Skitter jumps in, and something I want you to look at is look at how much armor he's got here. He's got 8-8 right now. I'm going to do the zoom in one. But as soon as he gets close to the Elder Titan X Nova, this armor number drops down to 0. And this is the exact moment that Ame jumps in with his Battle Fury. And if you take a look over here as well, he forgot to use Warcry, or he chose not to because he needed to jump in immediately to save his teammates. And as a result, he's got -8 armor because of his Mask of Madness, which is why he died so stupidly fast. I mean, they even used the Pavis here to give him some HP, but it doesn't really matter if you got -8 armor. So this was a really sick read by Extreme Gaming to recognize, oh, we're down 2 heroes, but we can still blow you up right now. So they took that opportunity, won that team fight, and that really helped ensure that that laning stage disadvantage that Falcons had didn't get any stronger.
Yeah, very well put there indeed. And of course, both teams are looking forward to seeing what might change in that game number 2. Maybe different pick order, different heroes, definitely as well. And I'm wondering, what can we really learn from a game like this? Because considering it was so slow, do you think either team will try to speed it up, or is that too risky? Because playing that fast does come with risks.
I would say that both teams actually kind of got what they want. Even like Malrine, he has a lot of level 25, level 30 heroes. He didn't have the best game, but I would attribute that more to Extreme Gaming. I think they played very well. They didn't give them many opportunities in the game, so I wouldn't even call this an off game from Falcons. I just think XG, they brought their A game. I don't think you change too much when it comes to the draft. You just gotta bring it in the game.
Agreed. I think Extreme Gaming, they have their momentum from their amazing win yesterday into their energizing win today into this game. They caught Falcons off guard, and now Falcons have to wake up, because if you look at their draft, Skeeter on Sven, ATF on Pango, Malvian on his Ember, Snaking on his Enchantress, Crit on his Snapfire, these are their heroes.
Well, I know 2 people who are great at waking other people up. Slacks and Tsunami.
Hello, everyone. Yes, yes, indeed. Can we tell the future, my friends? This is the Oracle TI, in case you didn't notice, because You're dumb. Anyway, yes. Will we be able to tell the future here today? In fact, we will. You see, in pubs after the International, there's a bit of time until the next patch. And typically, people will pick whatever they picked at the International, making, you know, pro builds into very, very bad pub builds. So, I have gathered the greatest seers in all of the arena, the random people standing behind me, who will make prophecies upon what we will see in your future disgusting pub games. Let us go and speak to other seers. Hello, what do you think we will see after the International in pub games?
I'll probably think of Hoodwink with Helm of Dominator, but just in general, Helm of Dominator, any kind of support. Pulling the lanes, giving us some free tasty last hits on big creeps. It's going to be wonderful.
Absolutely disgusting Helm of the Dominator, pause 4s and pause 5. Write it down, Tsunami. Dark times ahead. Put it on the sacred slate, please.
Slacks, I don't want to do the character. Please don't make me do the voice.
Do the voice, Tsunami. We practiced the voice for 20 minutes in the back. Tsunami, do the voice.
Oh, Sia, I shall write down Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator.
Don't do the voice anymore, Tsunami. Hey, they love it. Keep doing it. What do you think we'll see after the International?
I've got a couple of things.
Okay.
First of all, the runes. I've been following the decoding of the runes.
Yes.
It'd be like this Azizov character.
Let's not spoil the secret runes, young man. Maybe. Don't look at, I don't know shit. You think they tell me anything? I would tell you right now, for fun. But maybe we might see something. What else? Meta-wise. Why? He keeps looking at you, making me uncomfortable. Goodbye, young man. Goodbye. Hello?
Hello. Everybody buys 2 Dominators and switches them in the inventory.
Double Dominator switcheroo.
Everybody, for everybody.
Don't write that down. Oh, he's writing it down. Oh, no. Strange people staring. Yes, indeed. Helm of the Dominator backpack strat could happen. Anyone else have an idea? Hello, what will we see in the future of Dota?
Yeah, I'm just scared to see the Bristleback with Butterfury in my pubs.
Oh, no, gracious. Dark times ahead, Bristleback with Battle Fury. Please, please ban the Bristleback to save yourself. What do you think we'll see?
One team will have full Helm of the Dominator, and the other team will have full Midases to counter it.
Oh my goodness gracious. I don't think that worked. Whatever.
My liege, I missed that one. Say it again, please.
I'm good. No, that doesn't, it's all good. Hello. What do you think we'll see, my friend?
The heroic Meepo carry.
Oh! One person cheers, the one Meepo player in the crowd. 'Tis a good day for you, but terrible for everyone else. What shall you see?
Satanic's Tinker carry.
Oh, God! My heart cannot take it. Foul times are ahead of us, Tsunami. What have you got written down? Last one right here. What do you think?
Maybe Battle Cup Turbo Mod?
Oh, okay, could happen. All right, everyone. Tsunami, do you like our choices?
The choices are sound, my lord, and thou shalt pick Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator. Strange people will stare at you and make you feel uncomfortable. 2 Dominators, 1 in the backpack and 1 in the inventory. We're gonna keep having Bristleback's grief games. That's just business as usual. Yuma Meepo, any love for the Meepo picks that we had during the road? And okay, now you guys are cheering because I tell you to, but I want you to be real on this one. Do you actually want to see Tinker carry?
May that be the loudest boo I've ever heard on stage while I'm there. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, have some dark days in your pub after the International, but many things might still happen in this grand finals. So keep your eyes open, my friends. Good luck. It's going to be hell out there.
Or happy times, because if all my enemies are doing that, I'm winning with normal things. That's how it goes, team.
No, it doesn't. It's always on your team. Don't be so naive. And you queue for the game, you're happy after TI, and then you get every single idea in one single game.
No.
And then you still win. That's the beauty of Dota.
You see, you're still winning. Okay, that's all. That's all. That's
I was
all
going to put you down and then bring you back up.
No, we're good. We're good. Speaking of winning, Extreme Gaming just won that first game, so there's a lot of talk going on in the back, I would imagine, with both of the teams and how they will adapt. T-Gov, how do you want them to adapt?
Well, I think the easy answer is the respect of Mars in the series, but I think the critical point will be Elder Titan, right? X-Nova, the stand-in, he wasn't on XG until, of course, unfortunately, Paulison fell ill, and X-Nova has entered the team with exceptional Elder Titan gameplay, and I feel like every clip we're going to ever see, it will be the buff-ups of the ET, the sleep disengages, everything about this hero makes it a Grand Finals hero.
It is one of his best heroes, it's one of his most played heroes, and I think he used the shard like really well. Other ETs, you just see, they stomp and they chill, but when he got the Ember, when he got Amar on the Pango, he went on top of them, he reduced all the armor, so Ame, he just claps you out of the game like immediately. And we must not forget, X-Nova just a few months ago had one of the darkest days ever with me in OG. We sucked. There was nothing going on, but this guy, he's incredible. He's making this comeback. He's playing so well. I'm just really happy to see like the two teams playing this well and going up against each other.
He's been sharp the entire tournament, and also the TP cancel on Sven, that was his Earth Splitter early on. If that hadn't happened, they would have not traded the Quap kill for the Sven kill, which tipped a lot of the momentum in XG's favor. And the dewarding clips that you showed us earlier, there was a cool stat that we didn't get to talk about yet, but actually, Snaking and X-Nova, they're averaging around the same amount of dewards per game. Both of these teams are getting around 8.8 in a game, and he was probably the only one competing with Falcon supports on that. The next one was P-Vision at 7 dewards.
They have respectful map play. I say that, and it's like very honest traditional Dota, right? The way that they move, the way they do, they're not utilizing, Helmet Dominators to, shadow push a wave and not have to do it. Like, they're doing it the old-fashioned way, which is why these stats are so similar and why this finals, again, still should be so competitive.
What about that Hoodwink Dominator, though? They were doing a little sneak.
A little.
It
was like, why? I was like, what? I'm referencing the fact that, it's not 5 or 4 or 3 compared to other teams. Wink,
Just
wink, nudge,
near
nudge.
1.
1's acceptable. 3, 4, 5, come on.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the last times that Ame played in the Grand Finals, he ended up losing game 1. And then they ended up winning 2 in a row. And then they ended up, losing the rest. This time, this could be the flip of the switch. You've got the script that's turned upside down.
Pulled the other Grand Finals that Ame lost. He won the first 2 and then lost the second 2 as well. So he has both iterations already.
I mean, at least for, the people that we all love Ame, and there is a reason he is called the uncrowned king. If you look at his top, placements, it's first at Riyadh, first WePlay, first at so many countless other lands and other majors, but look at his TIs. TI 7, he gets 4th. TI 8, he goes to the Grand Finals, gets 2nd, 5 games. TI 9, 3rd place, barely misses out. TI 10, he goes to the finals again, 5-game nail-biter, loses towards the very end again. TI 11, he gets 5th, 6th. So this could really be the one time where he can do it. He's up 1 game. They're looking so strong. I'm really looking for him to maybe do it this time.
I will say, it's so impressive to have played 6 internationals, and all 6 of them, you finish top 6 with even like 2nd and 3rd being the most common one. That is incredible on its own, let alone being able to come so close to taking that Aegis time and time again. And this time, Extreme Gaming definitely on the right track to taking this Grand Finals. But I'm sure Falcons has also done some homework in the meantime. There's one question I still had. When we saw in that previous game, Melreen having such a rough time, you could feel that Extreme Gaming knew to target him. Are we going to see Falcons do something with that in the sense to make him be a little bit more safe, either with more rotations possible or maybe more a hero that he has a win condition on?
They often do pick his hero quite early, right? With the Pangolin pick, that was probably going to be the case, but with that Queen of Pain, they had to find a new solution. And at that point, the bans, Monkey was banned, Earthshaker banned, Beastmaster banned, like they already had respected it. So yeah, you got to slot Marine a little bit earlier in the draft, potentially.
Well, let's see if they do that, as it is time to head into the second game.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals. Game 2.
And we are in the thick of it already. We got Falcons, Radiant, Extreme, Dire, and the first pick is on the board. We have Extreme Gaming this time with the pickup of the Beastmaster. As kind of expected, the Mars was banned out fairly early by Falcons already. They leave the Sniper in for this particular game, and they answer with an Enchantress.
Not just the Mars Chiefs, but they've just put total respect on XXS's Heroes pool. They take out his Shaker, they take out his Centaur. They don't want any of his shenanigans this time around.
A lot of the big Marine heroes that we were just referencing are already banned or picked. So interesting enough, Marine will have to think about a new hero once again that he hasn't relied on to get to this position.
My take on that last game was that the Ember would have looked better if the supports had a better game. Because
sure.
Ember is a hero that needs to play with the supports, and the Snap didn't get level 6 for a very long time, and they were feeding on these side lanes. Typically with Falcons, Snay and Crit will rotate so early and play with Mallory. This just didn't happen, so the Ember looked bad.
He also looked a little uncomfortable, to be fair, like slight change. Some of them he was missing in the mid-river when he got ganked by the Hoodwink. Other Ember players would have been able to jump out. He wasn't. Like, he hasn't played it that many times in his career. He did play it once already at the International. It looked really dominant, but compared to his other heroes, it just didn't look to be in the same league.
I like that Falcons don't shy away from the Eng, right? The snaking Eng looked phenomenal in the entire tournament. It looked good last game too. So just because you lose once with it, don't go away from it. You're up against the Beastmaster, but at the same time, XG, they've banned out the two best heroes in my mind that Falcons would like to play against the Beastmaster. You've got the Gyro, you've got the Weaver. Because Skeeter, unlike other carrier players, he cares a lot about having, like, his game is like important to him, but it's more important that he slows you down. So they're gonna have to look for a replacement that lanes well with Eng to slow down the Beastmaster themselves.
And it does give permission to XG to buy one Dominator. One Eng equals one Dominator, that's fair, it's honest Dota 2.
I mean, you know it was going to happen anyway with the Beastmaster. But Ent is one of the old school lane counters as well. Sure, you cannot enchant the Dominator, but you just take a boar on lane and you stick it to Beastmaster.
Falcons want a lot more tempo in this game, right? The way that ATF plays the Bristleback, he's throwing himself into early fights very quickly. And we've already said it many times, pacing is what beats XG. And with the first two picks from Falcons, it's what they're going for. But once again, this Elder Titan, 5 games, 100% win rate, it is exactly what you want to see to survive that early game. It does so much to dismantle any early aggression.
It's the same support duo from XG. They owned with it in game 1. You take it into your game 2. Hoodwink as well against Bristleback, incredibly strong. You've got the break, you get some roar into the sharpshooter. There's a lot of damage coming out to you if you're Falcons. The good thing for them also, they can flex the Bristleback. Yeah, it is, I would say Amar plays it probably the best out of all the players they have, but it would be a nice answer for you in the lane against the Beastmaster when you play this Bristle and Eng together.
Malrine Primal Beast. If you want to create some chaos in the game, throw in the Primal, throw in the Bristleback, just run through XG. Don't give them time to think about the early game because, yeah, Falcons, they want to fight this time around.
Primal Beast doesn't put it doesn't put Malrine in a position where he gets counter-picked by XM or has to worry about his pick. Last game, there was a Queen of Pain. That's a lane-dominating type of hero. He had to go for the Ember. Primal Beast on Malrine, he doesn't even have to lane. He just cuts the waves, drags them behind towers, will pull them into waves, and always make sure he has his farm regardless of whatever pick will come out on 18 here. For XG.
And the Ringmaster, right? We saw Crit play this before. When there is single target jump and that big pickoff, having Escape Pact is critical. So with with the Hoodwink and the Beastmaster in play, wanting to go for that explosive damage, I don't mind it at all.
The cool thing about Ringmaster is that it forces your pick that you maybe wanted something different to have to be a hero that builds Nullifier. If they were looking at a different style of carry for Ame, like another repeat of that Ursa, they can't do that comfortably because Ursa doesn't slot a Nullifier into his pool early enough.
Always the way when there's not a lot of lockdown and pucks in the pool, XM's gonna want to pick it up.
And you're just great against the backline, right? You're going to show them to each other. And ET always, you want not just the physical guy who abuses your physical damage, you want the spirit with the magic damage. XM Puck, it has looked absolutely phenomenal. On Falcons too, you have the option of flexing new heroes around. I would say that Amar is the better Bristle and Malrine is the better Primal Beast, but they have options because they have the ultimate last pick off the draft.
Let's see what's getting banned out here. We got the Dragon Knight already removed from the pool. Looks like both teams want to get their carry for their overall last pick. So we'll see what fits in there. And just for my own personal mental state, we have the Puck versus Primal. Regardless of how that goes, Malrine will always have a game, right? Because his Primal, the way he plays it, he doesn't have to be on the lane. He'll go anywhere else that he needs to.
Primal is one of the best cores in the game, that if you have a bad lane, your ability to skip waves, farm, and recover is there. Malrine has also utilized Primal in every game possible, good or bad, to have impact.
And when you look at Primal Beast and what makes him effective in an early game, it's the question of how successful will he be when he's off the map, when he rotates to the side lanes, when they don't see where he is, how afraid will they be? And if you have one Hoodwink on a side lane and an ET on another, you can't really stop this Primal Beast from early rotations, from charging in and trampling over you. They don't have the lockdown to do so against him.
I'm kind of liking potentially Lifestealer, right, for XG. Sure, there's a Primal Beast to grab you, but you can buy Radiance, disassemble it later for the Nullifier. It gives you ways to eat through the Bristleback through the game. You don't really care about Edge. Like, the game kind of secures the scaling for your team.
Yeah, I'm also kind of looking, like, is there something else you have to respect from Falcons? Like, if they do go for some, you know, if they do want to flex the heroes around, is there something you have to really respect? Because Ame, he's also a very versatile player. He can play any type of carry. He has the ET5 in his own lane too to like kind of protect him and like also make it easy.
I will say, this is, I think, a rare case of where we see a team in the overall or in the last pick phase with still 2 minutes left in their bonus time. That doesn't happen very often. And for me, that shouts confidence from Extreme Gaming in this draft in particular.
And they take out another stun here for Skidder.
And they don't even need their bonus time. They only use 3 seconds of their bonus time the entire draft. That, I don't think that has ever happened before. They go for their Clinks.
There is no doubt in their mind at all with their draft, and I respect that a lot. And we've seen Ame with the Clinks. It's a really annoying hero to play against. You're relatively tanky with your, of course, with your ultimate. Yeah, it's just insanely strong. Burst damage, very, very strong.
And he's the Nullifier hero. Clinks will buy it so comfortably. It's so important to play against Ringmaster.
It's not the easiest time here to find, in my opinion, the correct pick, because you need some type of stun or lockdown. Sure, you have like Bristle and Primal, they are mobile, but Clinks, very elusive. Puck as well. You don't have the best grab. Like right now, you need to blink and grab him with a Primal Beast. You're gonna get instantly coiled, roared, bushwhacked, or ET stomped. So I'm not sure if they want to take it here into like some offline pick for Amar that gives you the lockdown. Do you just give him the Bristle, put another guy on Skeeter who can do the blink stun? Because that's why XG banned those heroes. You have no DK, you have no Sven.
Another option is just a carry that builds the Orchid. Those do happen as well. There's also Faceless Void.
Let's see what they get, and Abaddon it is.
For Falcons, though, they have to make sure that when they make a move, it's a move that is their own kind of identity. It cannot be fixing an XG problem where they're skipping away, playing behind you, because like Kez already mentioned, the elusiveness of Clinks, Puck, and Hoodwink will just pick apart any 5-man ball that wants to walk down the lane.
I think normally when you play against heroes that as the game progresses become very problematic, like Puck, because you lack disable, a 5-man ball can be very effective, especially if you win your lanes. You just make it so that they don't have a net worth advantage. You end the game before they're too strong. And that's another way to play into these Pucks and these Storms. So if Falcons have a stronger early game, this really works. And Skeeter's Abaddon is one of his comfort heroes. He can also itemize against the Puck. He can just go Radiance, Blink, into Orchid, into Bloodthorn, and that can be their damage plus lockdown.
The thing there is Abaddon still needs those 3 items to then feel like he can truly win the game. And is that enough time for XG to feel like they come online, to take that one fight, to take the comeback? Because we're expecting Falcons to have the early game tempo. It's how quickly can they do it?
I mean, to me, it's like why we're here in the grand finals. It's both teams, they have what they want. You have Falcons, they're gonna play together, they're gonna tower dive, they're gonna go on you, but XG too, I love this Clinks. It's like a very OG counter to the Ench as well. You're gonna go through the gate, Clinks is like very nice at protecting himself. You've got the ET as well. So XG, for them, it's about time. For Falcons, can they kind of, go one step further from last game? Their lanes were not that good, but if they can have good lanes and go into this mid and early game, I think they should absolutely have the lead here.
Because they are all beefy heroes.
Yes,
here,
like they're gonna go. If you're Bristol, what do you want? You want a Primal Beast charging, and you want an Abaddon that's helping you. You want a Ringmaster that's coming in with the Wheel of Wonder, saving you, putting you in the box. So for XG, it's about survival, Falcons, speed.
All right, let's see survival versus speed on the main stage. And also on the main stage, it's Zao8 with Slacks.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the director himself. Give Jack some noise! Come on!
鼓掌，鼓掌。
Game 2 coming your way, absolutely. All right, let's talk a little bit about stamina. Famously, coming in from the lower bracket into the uppers, you know, that stamina starts to go down, teams start to get fatigued. I could make a wash your face joke here, but that would be immature, and I would not do that right now. Can you tell me, how are you keeping the energy up? How are you keeping these guys fighting?
在 TI 历史中，败者组打上来的队伍会打比较多场，他绝对没有想说洗把脸的这个梗，但是想问一下你，队伍是如何保持集中力还有体力的呢？
那还是洗把脸吧。
Let's just wash your face.
All right, fantastic, thank you very much. All right, you picked that Clinks in less than 3 seconds. You know, you have reserve time. You don't have to go that fast, but you guys were confident. Bam, locked it in. Why was that? Who was making that call to pick it so quickly?
你们选了克林克斯古弓，3秒就选了，犹豫都没有犹豫的，是谁的决定呢？
其实很早的时候就觉得这把古弓特别好发挥，然后到最后一手大家都相信 M1。
So very early on in the draft, we believed Clinks is really good, and we believe in Ame.
Oh, who doesn't, right? Anybody else believe in Ame? All right. Last question for you here today. So you guys favor that Elder Titan. Only one other team did in this tournament. It was Paravision, so you've proven to be the superior Elder Titan team. Why does this hero work for you guys and nobody else?
我们看你们选了上古巨神大牛蛮多次的，然后本次比赛当中只有另外一支队伍 PV 选了大牛。你们已经证明自己是更好使用大牛的队伍，你觉得为什么你们的队伍会比较成功呢？使用这个英雄？
一个是选手玩的比较好，我觉得 X Nova 的大牛玩的特别好，还有感觉对面根本针对不了我们。
Well, one thing is that the player plays it really well. X Nova's Elder Titan is amazing, and they just have no way to counter us.
All right, well, we'll see about that. Thank you so much, my friend, for an excellent interview. Thank you as well to Helen, our translator. And we'll throw it to game number 2.
Welcome everybody to game number 2 between Extreme Gaming and Falcons. We heard the words from the director himself talking about X Nova and that Elder Titan. Now you pointed to this hero. You said it was going to be one of the heroes of the tournament. As time goes on, people are going to remember that this hero is a beast in the late game. You agree with his assessment that X Nova's Elder Titan is just a tier above the rest?
Oh, absolutely. He's one of the OG players on this hero. He has been playing it for years and years. He has a lot of experience on it. And you need that experience because this hero is all about hitting that stunner Earth Splitter at the exact right moment in the fight. If you mess it up, you're not contributing a whole lot. This is a really nice tool XG has brought out in this series, and one Falcons are going to have to address. They're trying to address it through the laning phase, giving him bad lane matchups, giving him supports that are difficult to interact with, also mid laners that are really mobile. Sometimes the CT can suffer with direct lockdown compared to a lot of other hard stunning supports. That game 1, though, it did not push through, and we saw some big plays coming out from X Nova, especially with this Hoodwink ET duo. They get it again here in the game 2. Falcons did not deny this combination, so you're going to have that insane spell amp, and you have this puck to play off of it. A lot of long-range artillery coming out from this XG lineup.
It really does go to show how amazing a player X Nova is he wasn't even originally on this roster. Filling in for Pelosin, he's managed to step up. Of course, he's got a history of synergy with Ame, and there's no doubt about it that he is a top-tier TI caliber player. But it is amazing that Extreme Gaming have managed to fit him into the lineup so effortlessly.
It's up to Falcons to fight back. Down a game, not out of it yet. They want a strong laning phase here, as the panel mentioned. A lot of fast-paced heroes in this Falcons lineup, a lineup that could absolutely just end this game going high ground at that 25-30 minute mark, particularly with this Abaddon pick for Skeeter. I think they had a couple options in that last slot.
Man's in trouble. Falcons, are they going to claim first blood this time? The Quill, not enough, and X Nova gets the kill on Crit first. You're happy with the trade-off of support for core, but Falcons just get single digits away from first blood.
Mar would have liked that 100 bonus gold there. Won't get it in time, but still happy with the laning prowess that they're asserting. This is looking like a triple lane win for Falcons, exactly what they want with these Enchantress-oriented lineups.
And that's quite a turn from game 1, where we saw very early on, it was Extreme getting the CS advantage in the first couple minutes.
I think a lot of that was that Mars. Like, that first pick Mars, I think, caught him off guard a little. It set the pace straight out of the gate. XXS had a very fast start on that hero. He was just so far ahead out of that lane phase. The Beast is going to be a little slower here, especially into the Enchantress. Not a fun lane. You can't abuse the boars as strongly. You have to go the Axes build. Abaddon can shield it off. Not a fun lane for this Beast to fight into. And this Bristle can be annoying for the Clinks. It's one of the few melee heroes that can cause you problems because he can chase you down. He can build the stacks up. And Clinks, his tankiness comes online later in the lane, not on those super early levels.
Oh, that damage is building up. X-Nova, he's just going to work right now. Crit gives him the tonic, but it's not enough. Amar still falls. They both get dangerously low. Ame ends up going down in the end, and this dagger lands.
Dodge. Might go back in.
And X-Nova, he's now going to challenge him. Crit, he's got another dagger coming up, but he still has that whip. X-Nova can challenge him, especially with the healing salve going. This is going to be a decent amount of miss CS. X-Nova shows Crit on the chase.
It's a big mana from XG on this lane. You go all in with that ET, you're committed. You got to get something out of that. That was very close with the Quill stacks building up. XG strike back. Put Ame back in a solid position. Finishes the full Falcon Blade. Malrine doing his usual Primal Beast shenanigans here.
Yes, that is what you can expect from a Primal Beast pickup for Falcons. It almost doesn't matter what the matchup is, just because he can always cut the lanes, cut between the mid-tier 2 and farm up neutrals at the same time.
It's interesting, they put this deep dire jungle ward, almost expecting these primal rotations through that jungle.
Right.
I don't think it's a move Malrine would have committed to, but just getting vision on him helps you play the map a little bit better. Expecting the shenanigans, perhaps.
Malrine, as a result, is up in both CS and experience, so he might get to that level 6 first. We'll see what commences if Falcons try and make a play off of him into the mid lane, or if we're going to see Malrine make the rotation.
I think you make the rotation in this game. I think that's why you pick Primal. You can rotate these side lanes super successfully. You can just keep pulling waves. You can be off map for a long time. That move can be difficult to read. And you have some pretty decent side lanes to kill. Going in on this Clinks, going in on the Beastmaster, building momentum for your two side laners could be really nice in this style of game.
That was the first thing I thought when I saw a Clinks pickup into the Primal Beast. I was like, okay, that is a bold move, because this Primal Beast is probably going to be trying to hunt down this Clinks non-stop in the first 20, 30 minutes.
It's a great target for Malrine. If you can connect once or twice, it's going to feel great here. Not a lot of defensive options for Ame if he just gets trampled on.
Be a whole lot easier if they could get a power rune, in particular something like an arcane or haste rune.
Malrine.
Will it spawn top for Malrine, or will it go bottom for XM? It's an invis rune for Malrine, so Malrine does get it, but not the biggest power rune in the world in this early game.
I was hoping for something more aggressive there, but he'll take it. And he's having a way better start here than he did in that game 1. And I think he's on a hero that can just impact the fight a lot more directly. We don't see Ember for a reason, and I think it was odd that Falcons ended up in a position where they were last picking Malrine's hero. Very rare for them in this tournament. If you go back and look at all the games, right, they have been just jamming his hero early. A lot of these mid-melee brawlers. So having this setup probably feels a lot more comfortable for them. They're able to draft accordingly. Lane pressure building up on the safe lane with the Enchantress as X-Nova trying to threaten that Shrine steal, but I think it's way too difficult to man up here.
I like that. He pulls the hard camp too early, so it'll be difficult for Crit to be able to re-pull it at the right time for another stack. This bottom lane, though, is being pressured heavily. They're just going to run over Xinkyu and set up for the Wisdom Shrine. That's going to be a double for Falcons. They got this last time.
Perfect move from Malrine. At the exact point in this game you want that mid to get over there. Set that kill up, double Wisdom Shrine. Do to XG what they did to you last game with Ame taking it away. And set your supports up for success here. Very fast start for this Falcons lineup.
XM will do what he can to pressure the mid tower, but it's just not the same as, say, a Dragon Knight.
Oh, not even close. I mean, his best tool is to counterplay the Malrine Beast, Primal Beast around the map with the coil. But a move like that's just too fast. There's no ability to react. And you need damage to follow up on your coil to bring him down in this game. He's already up to 1200 HP, 10 armor. Puck cannot kill this hero alone. You need support. Losing Wisdom Shrines means the damage from your support duo is going to come out way later in this game. No Earth Splitter, no Sharpshooter for a long time. More space, more time for Malrine to just rampage around the map. This could be a free tower last hit. There
Secured. Illusion Rune for XM, so we're getting a lot of the lesser power runes out of here.
which means it's going to be a whole lot more important to get that 10 and 12-minute one for either side. Another same defensive jungle ward there to spot out these aggressive rotations now that they've given up the top tower. Certainly going to see a lot more heroes occupying this space.
You can continue to dodge here, but ultimately you're going to have to find something to get levels on your supports. Just a little bit behind right now, and it's killing your offensive playmaking ability. There's just no threat on these heroes around the map. I mean, this Enchantress is already almost 6.5. Raindrop, full wand, Sister Shroud, untouchable, 2 points in the heal. He's already unkillable. We saw Snake King become a nuisance late game. He's kind of already there. I mean, no one's bringing him down. It's in theory going to be Ame again later on a hero that can bring the Enchantress down, similar to that Ursa. But that's a long ways away, so the King can play very aggressive in this early game.
Stomp on Amar. The puck is making his way over here.
So
they can just hold him here long enough that the puck arrives. And Orb, he jumps in, hits the coil. Again, they finish him off. XM going to be slowed down and feared by Crit. Good response from Falcons, pushes XM away. The play just didn't really come together quite at the same time. The puck just too far away to take advantage of the early bushwhack.
That almost felt like the play call was, let's just kick this guy out.
Yeah.
We know we can't really kill him, but we'll get him low, we'll kick him out. It'll free up some space for the Clinks. These strength cores are going to be a nuisance to bring down this game. Back to Falcons MO, right? Spam the triple strength core, build the EHP up, get a pipe behind him, get some auras. It's going to be an insane amount of tank ability. Yeah, that's not happening either. And this is the aggressiveness that Snake King can play with for the first 20 minutes here. He's totally invincible. Just run on XG side of the map, give vision, steal camps, threaten the pokes behind the tier 1s, get the wards in deep places that are going to set up further plays for your team. This is all information that Malrine can play off of. It's all power runes that are automatically being secured from him just off the presence of this Enchantress that nobody wants to deal with right now.
Xnova, he's a bit surrounded here. The daggers into the Viscous Nasal Goo, okay. And he can't TP out either because Crit is ready to stop that one, so his life is kind of forfeit here. There's that fear. And Falcons up 2,000 net worth. This is looking way more like a Falcons game. They get an advantage off the laning phase. Now they're going to start building that, and they're going to bully you with that net worth advantage with their strength heroes. I mean, they're already tough to kill, but you get a net worth advantage on top of that. Overwhelming.
This is what they wanted to happen in game 1. They're getting it in game 2, so now they get a chance to play their style of Dota against XG up 3K. Now, so much of that on this Bristleback. If ATF is the most farmed hero in the game, I think your chance to win it goes up considerably. This is this man in his element. He is the best in the world at playing this carry style off lane. He is in prime position to do just that. Going first item, Lotus, going to be a little early tank ability and utility here. Great scaling against the Beastmaster Roars. You're almost always going to want it at some point in the game. Of course, you get a little regen to boost up your farm speed. And XG still looking for the support ults here, man. It's just been mega delayed.
Yeah, without that, they simply do not have a way to stop this Bristleback from farming right in front of their tier 2. They need Xingqiu badly to get to his 6 and get the sharpshooter for the extra bit of burst of damage, for the break mechanic. There's so many things that it provides. Same goes with the Elder Titan, right? The biggest damage spell he has is that Earth Splitter. The fact that their Wisdom Shrines got taken away from them is causing them more and more problems.
They also, again, going straight Helm on this Hoodwink, potentially for Xingqiu. They have a Helm on the Beast. They do have some split push stall mechanisms, right? If you can get these items up, start pushing the lanes into Falcons, make these immobile cores show on parts of the map they don't want to, that could be a way to slow this game down and just get to some more scaling on your tri-core here. Especially if you can defend this tier 1 mid. Biggest pressure point on the map right now, tier 1 mid for XG. Can you keep this tower alive, protect Ancients for XXS, protect the upper jungle area for Ame as Amar starts to assert his advantage. He finishes this Lotus, you might see that smoke towards mid, especially with the Primal Beast blink.
Have you ever seen a Helm Dom creep on a Skeleton Warrior?
I don't think I have. It's not the
Big
strongest
Brother
boy.
Skeleton, man.
It's going ham. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, not the best play considering it does time out. XXS will need a few more seconds to grab another one, but
Fortunately, because of his double Sage's Mask, he just doesn't seem to run out of mana, so he's just throwing wild axes around non-stop. So despite Falcons getting that early advantage, it does seem like Extreme are prepared for this kind of grind. They're just playing very efficient jungle right now.
But are you prepared for Arcane Rune Blink Primal Beast smoking at you on the map?
I'm not sure if anybody is prepared for that much.
I mean, this is where Maureen can break the game open. If he finds a couple big core kills.
Backs away, but they know where he's going. He's headed to farm some neutrals. Just outside. He just used an orb. Perfect timing. Get the grab on him. While the orb is done, chain up the disables, push him into the wheel.
Nice connection, perfectly executed. That's an Arcane Rune, so all your cooldowns coming up again in 20 seconds here. We could see another fast play come out from Maureen on the map.
I do think the funniest part about that is that play is disguised by the fact that the Enchantress is hitting your mid-tier 2, or tier 1. So they're not sure if there's a smoke play behind the Enchantress where if somebody shows they're going to get jumped, or if they're actually smoking around the map variously.
I mean, look at Snaking. He's once again just posting up solo in this triangle, daring XG to come kill him. Knows there is no response.
And apparently Skeeter's going to do the exact same thing. A push strikes, but a Hurricane to push him back into the Shrine. Crazy little micro plays going on. Snaking slowed down by XM, but it doesn't matter. They simply just do not have the damage anywhere on Extreme. They have to land a stomp and then follow through with all the setup that they got.
And there's the Bristle rotation to mid ATF. He gets it for free here. All the attention drawn to another lost Wisdom Shrine. The XP difference in this game is insane. We are already up to 7 levels, 27% at 14 minutes. What is that?
This is
disgusting.
This is turning into a very one-sided affair.
But you're about to have both these Radiant supports the same level as your hard carry on the side of XG. That is not good news for the team fight. XG, it's almost getting to the point where you are desperate for any sort of kill just to gain some momentum in this game. Trying to find it with XM on mid, but this is not the man.
Not even close. Not even close.
This is the last person on this map you should be going into right now. He is the hardest to kill for the gain you're getting, which is extremely minimal. Snaking just controlling so much of this mid area. XG getting frustrated with it. Just gotta play for your Beastmaster Ags, Deso on Ame, and try and go with that damage.
Yeah, maybe a little bit later on, Ame, he'll be able to take the Enchantress off the table at the start of these fights, whether it's, you know, through the break into actually attacking the Enchantress or through the Shard later on where you could bypass that untouchable. But for now, it's simply not a solution. And as a result, Falcons, they've got full control of this game. They're just running around, picking off heroes. Extreme are fighting for scraps. They little guerrilla warfare. They're hitting these camps variously and hitting the mid lane and just running away as soon as they can.
They have heroes that can solo show on waves, and there's not much you can do about it. The Enchantress is one, but also this Skeeter Abaddon, he has just been chilling out here the whole time. Nobody can force him off this wave. Absolute free farm. The Radiance is done. He's going into the Manta. He will give you the lane shove because of how aggressively he can show. XG need to assert some sort of threat on the map right now to regain control. It probably starts with the puck into the support ultimates. Looking down bottom, but again, this is another tough target to go into with this Abaddon. You cannot prevent the ult going off here. And that buys a lot of time for Falcons to support him off of the tier 1 that is still standing. All 3 towers available. In fact, this tower is basically 100% HP down here.
When you make this sort of play, the slower it is, the worse it gets. Mid-tier 2 is being pushed. Top tier 2 is being pushed. Nobody on Extreme is showing except for Ame. And I think Skeeter and Maureen, they've made a read of this. They know they're going to go for Skeeter. And this is going to go real bad, potentially. They get the grab, and already the Squirrel is gone. And the Bat is back up to full HP. Extreme Gaming make their first big move of the game, and they're going to lose 3 heroes and get absolutely nothing in return.
And a double kill for Maureen, 5-0. This is basically going to finish up that BKB. This has been clinical control of the map from Falcons. This is what they're known for. This is their style at Dota. They just give you nothing. They present an unkillable sight across the map. You want to go on this Bristle? Be my guest. You want to go on Enchantress? Good luck. Go on the Abaddon? The play's too easy to read.
Why is this game 2 so much different than game 1? Because last time, Ame was just able to play his own game and it has nothing really to do with carries, right? Extreme were able to run around as 4 and do a lot.
I think it's the Wisdom Shrine difference, right?
Yeah.
Supports for Extreme got their ults faster, were able to make more plays off it. They had a faster hero in the offlane to enable it in the Mars versus the Beast. That just sets everything up way better. The laning phase went better for them. Here, Falcons, they got the better of the laning phase. They got all the shrines. Their supports were able to assert dominance around the map a little quicker. And all these small things add up immensely in the highest pressure situation. The map can close real fast on you.
It feels kind of weird because we have seen this trend where these games are going so late. Teams are adjusting and trying to make sure that they have scale in their squad. But it seems like this matchup, it's going to be both about scale and laning phase.
You can't ignore it. And it's a trap. Like, you want to play for the scale because that's what's going to make you feel comfortable, especially in a grand final. But you risk getting run over. You are going to sacrifice some of your laning. You're going to sacrifice some of your ability to fight back around these tier 1s. And Falcons are not a team that's afraid of taking advantage of that.
Oh yeah, they're just going to do Roshan right in front of your face. And Extreme...
No response.
I don't think there is, yeah. I think that the most you have is the Spirit going in, slowing him down every once in a while. And every single time he does, it comes at a risk. He might get found by Maureen at some point.
Items are just way too fast here. I mean, BKB done on Primal Crimson for ATF on this Bristle. That is a debilitated item for Ame this early in the game. Yeah, you have the Deso to kind of punch through with some minus armor, but this Clinks is not dealing big DPS like an Ursa or a Sven. He needs more right clicks to get the job done, and this Crimson is just going to completely take you out of the fight.
Yep. Now we're going to see some of this classic Ame and Yatoro Clinks where once they pick up the shard, they're going to start bursting down waves and then disappearing off the map. So it will start to become harder and harder for Falcons to maintain control, to keep Extreme locked on their side of the map, to keep them down in net worth.
We are seeing it flatline a little bit. I mean, they got a lot of this bottom half of the map back in their control. Got to start ratting it out of it. No way you can take a head-on fight right now. Nova looking to steal this. He's set up here with a ward.
I don't even know how he would do that with Elder Titan of all heroes.
I mean, we got to pause right as the Spirit hits. If I'm Crit, I'm like, yo, where the hell is the Spirit coming from right now?
Yeah.
Maybe they just don't care, though. That's a nice little shard for the Ringmaster.
Do you think they buy an early gem? You just start looking around. I mean, anything to take wards off and find the Clinks as Ame's moving around. I feel like that's the only thing that really can stall out the game for Falcons and stall out their progression.
I could see early gem in this game, particularly because you have cores you can give it to that are invincible.
Yeah.
I mean, the Enchantress can always hold it, but if you want to put it on the front line with the Bristol or the Abaddon, maybe even the Primal, they're such an indomitable threat right now. There's no risk of losing this gem in your mind. I would love an early gem here. Take the vision control like we saw XG do in game 1. Choke them out on the map, threaten the Clinks even more in the team fights. You just aren't going to be able to get those good angles.
And what's the timing here for Extreme to actually, take a team fight? Is that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes from now? How long do they have to stall this game before they can finally fight?
I mean, honestly, at this point, if you're not losing a net worth advantage, in other words, if you are trading farm evenly on the map, you do that for as long as possible.
Okay.
Like, I don't think there is a clear point. It's just we need to stall this game, use the DOMs, get to a point where we can start to threaten cores in this game, because that's your biggest problem. And that's going to require a lot of damage.
We didn't do much to interrupt the Tormentor, but he did leave Falcons on a little merry chase. And then after that, his ward spotted out this smoke. So they go through the gate, they try and chase after these heroes, but Extreme are all vacating the area. They're not going to be caught in this. Well, maybe their Helmet Dom creep will. But even Jin-Q, yep, breaking more smokes, playing underneath the Watcher. Very smart.
You cannot lose double Shrine again in this game. Ame needs to get this one.
Okay, maybe that was sticking around for too long there. He already broke the smoke, but Jin-Q, cheeky as always, was trying to play inside the trees. Does get found. That is the advantage of the Primal Beast. He can cut through these trees anytime he wants to.
Very nice hero to find these rats around the map. Been scaring XM off this mid, just so hard to get the lane control. This will pick up though. I mean, you have an incredible lineup to split the lanes up right. Between the Puck and the Clinks, very elusive, very hard to catch here. Even Hoodwink can contribute a little bit, especially if he goes the Helmet Dom build. there's some decent hope if you're XG to just stall this game out and not let that lead build.
And Amar takes some tier 2s. You take that tier 2, you take you know, you have to fight us.
I think Amar is strong enough, honestly.
Yeah, well, we saw he wasn't scared of the high ground whatsoever. Farmed the creep wave underneath the tier 3, joins his team to the mid tier 2.
The thing is, Falcons can absolutely go high ground. They've built all the early utility. You have sustain from Enchantress. You have shields from a bat. I think they will make this play. And that is the downside for the rat action from Extreme. You're not going to have time to see this style through. You can keep farming the side lanes. Puck and Beast are on the edges of the map. Your base is dying. You have to take this fight.
Somebody's got to kill this mid wave. And then somebody's got to cut the next wave.
No one's in position to do that.
No. So the other option is you either concede this mid lane of barracks at 22 minutes, or you actually play to fight.
Falcons got what they wanted. Everybody back to the base. Except for this XXS Beastmaster stayed out. They will try and hunt him, clear him out of the map.
Yeah, he's getting so close to BKB, and that would be a really big upgrade to their team fight potential.
He's gonna run into crit. Try and roar and kill him here?
Yeah, Maureen, he's gonna jump in, and he gets grabbed onto XXS. No roar goes out just yet. The roar's still available though. XXS, he can throw it out now, and he'll TP away. The whip is gonna be there in time. The TP, ill-advised for XXS. He tries to chase down crit, but it just will not work for him. Kited out by the constant daggers. Meanwhile, Lamar still hitting your tier 3s. He's chipped it away just a bit more, and now that there's no Beastmaster, it feels like the gates are wide open.
They're trying to stall his damage, but he has just planted himself here. Truly invincible in this front line. Still 20 seconds for that Aegis. The early itemization gives him so much tank ability at this point in the game before the late game Flink scaling comes online.
And there's the gem in 24 minutes. Staking buys one. We'll see if he passes it off to somebody else or if he holds on to it.
I'm gonna take your pick.
The Aegis does expire, so Falcons, they won't get a lane of barracks out of this Aegis. Likely to wait out for the second one. That has been Falcons' MO. When they get in a lead like this, we saw it in the road to TI. I mean, they are willing to just build up an absurd net worth lead. Doesn't always work out for them, but it usually does.
I think this will be a little bit of a difficult game to do that if you just play the map straight up. If you're constantly forcing XG to respond to something, either high ground or Roshan, Torment, or whatever it is, that's what's going to build you the lead. But you haven't seen them catching the big cores on the sides of the map. The Bristle's not equipped to do it, the Abaddon's not equipped to do it, so you're really relying on the Primal Beast, and he also has to keep his farm up to continue scaling here. It's just very difficult to catch the puck and the clinks out on the sides.
We get to BKB on the Beastmaster. We get to Nullifier. That's going to be the item choice for Ame. The panel brought this item up as a crucial item in a matchup against some of these Falcons heroes. Does that change the narrative a little bit?
You remove the escape act presence. You remove a lot of the buffs that are going out on these heroes. It does let you more confidently single target focus a hero down with Nullifier plus Primal Roar connecting on somebody.
I mean, you stop the save, but can you threaten the hero in the first place is my question, I guess.
Well, that was actually close. I mean, if you can't threaten him, then the team fight's just out the window anyway, right? So you have to believe you have enough single target DPS, and this will set you up to convert that single target DPS into a guaranteed kill. I think it is the correct idea here. There's always going back to X-Nova here on the ET as well, right? Like, if you need damage, this is the hero that can give it to you.
Yes.
Now, BKBs can be annoying. It's blocking out a lot of your aura. You know, you're going to have to get through the Abaddon life. You're not probably going on the Enchantress, but some of these other heroes, you throw that Earth Splitter and you amp them up. You get on top of them with everybody. Sharpshooter through, break the Bristle. Interactions like this, you can bring a target down in this game and open up that fight. Refresher already done on Maureen. He loves this Rush Refresher build.
Yeah.
A bit tight on the mana, but if you're getting every power rune, you got a couple Arcane Boots behind you, it absolutely can work in the fight.
And Extreme Gaming, they bought their own gem, and we're thinking about their own push outside of the base. Maybe to catch Falcons unawares, but Falcons, they're already kind of grouped up. They're playing off the smoke of their own and clearing through vision and getting some very good high ground vision themselves. Running into the Beastmaster. You see him at a distance. XXS making a break for the base. His Hawk will take the dagger, but his body will get grabbed. Maureen starts things off, forcing XXS to use the BKB. There goes the tree cut. That's going to be a constant annoyance. Not only is the Hoodwink going to be hunted down inside of the trees, but this trample cuts trees down, so we can't really rely on the acorn shot to plant a tree and play off of that bushwhack.
Very few reliable stunts to play with in this game outside of that roar. And of course, there's Skeeter on a bat. You just run in, shield whoever you go on. Have a good day. Now I'm hitting your base. All the ults were used. What do you have left in the tank? No nullifier yet for Ame. No BKB for XXS. He was your strongest team fighter. And a lot of his net worth got taken out off that little gank up top. So this is just a free lane for Falcons.
Yeah, this is looking like a real sad way to lose one of your games in this TI Grand Final.
Or a very comfortable way to win it.
That is also true. Falcons, everything is going to be undone if they can close out this game from that Game 1's mistakes. You're sort of going to feel like you have a potent draft advantage from this sort of situation if Extreme haven't managed to answer it here. Oh, good initiation from Maureen. Almost caught XM. They could have chained that with crit and the whip. Would have been beautiful, but hey, there's going to be plenty more opportunities like that. You do not have to rush things too much here.
XM did get to Lincoln's. It is worth pointing out here in case you commit some big spell on him. Just
Sure.
with a little defensive capability. I mean, there's already an Orchid for Skeeter. He's immediately trying to answer it, put more threat onto this puck, and there's your ticket high ground. Second Roshan available for Falcons. They will instantly clean it up. And this will prompt a smoke from XG. They feel like they have a better shot contesting this than taking that high ground fight against the Aegis. Scan goes out, Falcons leave the pit.
Ame's also about as strong as you can ask him to be at this point in time.
Yes.
Level 18, nullifier done. If they can't make it work now, then you may just have to accept that this is a GG call. Full team's aware.
यूरोन भाई आप पार्टी में नहीं थे? यूरोन पार्टी में ही है।
No nullifier back up for Extreme just yet. Maureen with the refresh though, goes back in with a BKB and a second round. No roar to protect him this time. And Skeeter on top of him. What a bushwhack, but Ame simply cannot output the damage. These heroes of Falcons, they are just too big and too bad.
That felt like a fight where XG executed it absolutely to the limit. You couldn't ask for more. They popped so much early, and they will end up losing basically everybody. Just too much sustain, too much tankiness in this lineup. They are too far ahead off the lanes, and that is likely going to secure Falcons' game to win. And if it does, and you're XG, you're going to have to make some big adjustments going into Game 3, because this was the kind of pace and laning phase you were trying to avoid in this series. This is one of your weaknesses this tournament. You cannot give this team this kind of start. They just completely run away with it.
Relatively low death timers because we're just so early into the game. It's only 30 minutes in and Falcons are threatening a second lane of barracks. 14 seconds seems a bit too long to protect this one. Extreme will have to hold out on that third lane. Protect against Megas, but Falcons, they can take this, they can back out. Roshan is open for the taking now.
You also just finished up pipe on Enchantress, limiting that ET presence, limiting that Hoodwink magical burst damage.
Yeah, this is looking like just disgusting Falcon setup that made them so dominant in the previous year's regular season.
Just max the early EHP across the board. Damage test your enemies. And if they fail, the game just ends.
A scan reads what's coming from Extreme. A desperate 5-man smoke to get to the pit in time, but Falcons, ever patient, will back away from the Roshan pit and force Extreme into this uncomfortable position where they watch as the mid lane and the bottom lane push into their base. They want to contest Roshan, but how long can they just hold this position to do so?
They cannot hold it forever. Meanwhile, Falcons, they will sit on this hill until something happens. They are in no rush right now. They know they have the significant 5-on-5 advantage. They have the auras in this early game. They have the tanky frontliners that XG have to jump. Just put ATF on the front line and dare XG to jump him.
Extreme definitely going to be put to the test of that bend, don't break style. Practically doubled over.
Oh, Ame, he wanted that empty
Skeeter's just
image.
going to go for it. He blinks right to the middle of them. And Ame's just got to keep on running. XM hoping to protect him here. Now there is the roar stopping out Maureen, but look at the Enchantress threatening Ame. He's running away from a 5 position. Who gets saved by the escape back, plus the Aphotic Shield. They've got so many things to bail each other out. As many spells as Extreme can land, as many hits as Ame can do, it just doesn't even make a dent in the Falcons' armor.
Too much sustain. Way too much sustain for this lineup to punch through this early into the game. I'm sure they dealt like 6, 7, 8k damage there. And what did you threaten? Half the Enchantress' HP pool?
The sad part is it's just getting worse and worse. They might be dealing more damage, but they're dealing a less when it comes to the percentage of Falcons' HP pools. It just looks like they are tankier than ever.
Sages could be a killing blow in this game.
Ame, he picked up a Crystallis, but I mean, it feels like you need a Daedalus and another item to even come close, but
need a Divine Rapier at this point.
Yeah. He's cutting waves best he can. Amar playing totally isolated because he can, because even if they could kill him once, he's the one with the Aegis, and by the time they threaten him a second time, feels like his team will probably be able to make the move to support him.
I mean, I love they gave him Aegis here twice, right? Like, just let him go ham on the front line. He has this scene read. He's going to deal a crap ton of physical damage. He can threaten the tower, and then all you have to do is worry about shielding the Primal Beast if he gets jumped. And that's it, right? There is no threat to the lineup other than that.
Yeah, you don't have to put the Abaddon on the front lines and play that weird game where it's like, oh, they got borrowed time out of us. Now we have to reset a little bit. No, just let the Bristleback do his thing, man.
And there's Enchantress passing a core. I feel like we would see it.
Everyone भैया वापस आ गया पार्टी से.
Quite sad for XXS, who has had a wonderful tournament, but this is a rough game for Extreme Gaming as a whole, and that final push is going to be coming their way. 3.5 minutes to take one
क्या बोल रहे हो?
Falcons. This looks free. I mean, how does Extreme, can you even come up with a scenario where they actually win this team fight?
Yeah, 5-man coil, 5-man bushwhack, landed ET stomp on top, Earth Splitter goes through, you amp it up on everybody. ATF disconnects. It's definitely doable here.
नहीं आवाज नहीं है.
अभी ठीक है. हेलो.
आप ठीक.
हाँ, डिस्कॉर्ड का इशू हो रहा था. नहीं, अरे हम सोचे देरी होगा बहुत, तो आगे हो गया तो चल रहा है. जल्दी जल्दी हो गया तो हम, अरे हम वहाँ पर बैठ कर मैच ही देख रहे थे. पर ठीक से नहीं देख पा रहे ना, वही हम मैच ही देख रहे थे.
अभी वाला मैच देख रहे हो?
लास्ट वाला मैच नहीं देखा. अभी जो करंट मैच चल रहा है वो बीबी तो आमर का फेवरेट हीरो है. हाँ, एक तो उसका तो कंफर्ट जोन वाला हीरो. ये एक्चुअली जीजी है, ये मैच नहीं होगा. ये चांस ही नहीं है.
There's no move to make. There is no target to jump. You see a Bristle with Aegis, you see an Enchantress you can't kill, and there's an Abaddon sitting behind everybody. The move just does not exist in this game.
And I feel like it's almost insulting. Amar's just gone back for a 36-minute blade mail.
Why not? That's it. I don't know. I mean, is there even any damage going into him to reflect at this point?
I guess he's saying at some point in time, this Ame Clinks will have to try and all in him. And if he does, he'll have the blade mail to respond.
I think you just get the Shivas up on Maureen here and go for that game-ending push. You're not going to need anything past that.
What do you even talk about if you're Extreme? You're sure you're holding on to the game, but you all know that you've lost it. You're just talking about plans for the next one?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Adjustments, what went wrong here. Gotta plan something out to deal with these heroes.
ये लाइनअप में क्लिंग स्पीक अच्छा है, मतलब ये लाइनअप के अगेंस्ट चढ़ने वाला लाइनअप।
क्लिंग्स ठीक है, अब मेन है कि अब इनिशिएशन तो सिर्फ बहुत, जो भी इनिशिएट करेगा वो तो पकड़ के मर जाएगा। पक भी घुसेगा,
वही मतलब पीस मास्टर ना,
पक या फिर एल्डर टाइटन इनिशिएट भी करेगा फिर भी
एल्डर टाइटन तो पीछे रह रहा है, वो टर्न और अल्टी के लिए
गया। अब तो ये मैच नहीं होगा ऐसे भी, ये डिलेड हो रहा है और कुछ नहीं।
बोल सकता है एटलीस्ट फाइट तो दिए।
बाप रे बाप,
आमे का डैमेज बहुत कम हो रहा है एक्चुअली।
बाप रे बाप,
देख लो,
तुम देखा अभी क्या हुआ?
हाँ हम देखे जीजी है नेक्स्ट जाओ। 1-1 हाँ, ये वाला जो फैल्कन खेलता है ना, एकदम रश वाला गेम प्ले, ये इन लोग का ही फोर्टे है।
रश है और थोड़ा कंफर्ट मिल जाएगा ना, पूरा वो लोग पूरा मैप कंट्रोल कर लेता है। कल जो स्वेन का मैच हम देखे, आमे का पगला हो गया था बीच में। हम रिस्क का नहीं ले रहे, हम एंड कर रहे हैं गेम। वो देखा था ना, डायरेक्ट टीआर 4 में चला के मारना शुरू कर दिया।
यस,
और रिस्क का ही नहीं लिया, डायरेक्ट टीम लोग हिट करे रिलैक्स, वो लोग गांड मारा रिलैक्स, हम जा रहे थ्रोन मारने।
When Falcons woke up in this game, the first thing that I want to start talking about really is that the side lanes went better. That offlane from Amar and Crit, they completely beat down on the Klings. Like, it wasn't on screen very often, but the lane was constantly pushed into their tower, and the Klings could not walk up. He couldn't contest for any of this wave or go to the big camp that was constantly getting pulled because Malrine was off map so often too. So Klings not off to a good start on the side. The supports of Falcons able to come to the runes, able to go to the shrines, and Malrine, of course, rotation after rotation, he nailed it.
No, like honestly, they just played really well, and I like what you're saying because Crit in game 1, it looked a little bit shaky. So not just, getting this win, making it easier for your team, but also to like boost your confidence, get that momentum for yourself, feel good about the game because they did nearly everything flawless from start to finish. This Skeeter a bad, and this is his type of carry. He helps Marine, he helps Omar that they can go into the fight, make it happen. Snaking Eng, back to back, flawless game from him, perfect itemization. If you're Extreme Gaming, you have to find a way to slow down this Falcons train that's hitting you in the later stage of the lane, these first moves around minute 10, around minute 12, because they're like this beast.
Tried to kill on a bad net, a tier 1 tower, trying to layer the break in the silence, but it just didn't work. You cannot allow Falcons to do this.
Oh my gosh, look at that scoreline as well. I mean, I know, of course, that Extreme Gaming only got the 2 kills, but to see it like this in writing is just bad.
It looks bad.
Yeah.
I feel like this has never happened before. You've lost like a game.
On the main stage in TI finals?
A TI grand final, you have 3 players who they weren't involved in a single kill. They're like 0-4-2, 0-2-0. It's not pretty. So absolutely, Falcons full beatdown start to finish, and they've got the heroes. They did have this in game 1 too, but I would say the execution wasn't there. But in game 2, they do it nicely. They come in clean. Man, Malrine on this Primal Beast, Effie.
He was so good. I mean, this is why every team playing against Falcons is trying to shut him down, is trying to camp mid, ban his heroes, put him in unfavorable matchups. Because if he gets off to a good start, Falcons look unstoppable. He is always ganking these side lanes early on, always going to the Wisdom Rune battles. He got it this time, giving Falcons a double Wisdom Rune, and he's just a threat on the map, making it so that Extreme Gaming, who wanted to draft for a later timing with their carry Clinks, could not reach it at all.
Yeah, they just didn't have the damage, and we thought it was going to be okay, but I guess the advantage that Falcons got in the start T-Gap, it was way too much.
Yeah, they got it so quickly, and we're going to look at some clips here about how they kind of set it up, because Falcons, when they make moves on the map, they always make sure that the one guy making the move,
Actually,
someone
नया
comes in
hero
behind
नहीं
to ensure that
किया
you're
लोग.
not wasting any time. You know, Marin
क्या?
comes to bot lane, he
नया
presses the
hero
button,
नहीं
Skid is
announce
here,
किया.
he's securing the rune. But Enchantress, after taking the Wisdom Rune, also stays here for
ये
a little
बोलेगा
bit,
अभी तो just
calm
नया
down
आया
the
था.
camp,
Yes.
apply that additional pressure, and critically, Marin, he's actually going to go through the twin
हम नहीं
gate
देखे अभी
eventually
तक.
to go back through top to then apply
अरे
pressure
हम
to
बोल रहे
the
नया
tower.
hero
And
नहीं
then
announce
Snaking,
किया.
he's going to take mid
Oh,
tower,
अच्छा,
so
okay,
every
yeah.
single move they
हाँ.
make within about a minute or
तो
two.
भाई आप बोलते हैं कि अरे अभी तो केस आया है.
Take the XP, take the farm, whittle down your opponent. Don't over waste your resources because Maorin's taking towers, Snaking's leeching the XP that Maorin's sacrificing. But because of Maorin going to bottom, both supports got the double wisdoms. So everything is getting injected into Falcons, and it's only a 1k lead there, but the double wisdom, breaking the tier 1 tower, giving Snaking mid XP, free farm on Skidder, that is the recipe to snowballing a game.
Yeah, and they definitely did a good job at that, which we can also see a little bit later down the line, Kazu.
Yeah, because we have to compare, you know, what happened with the net worth and how did, you know, some heroes do against the other, because I want to highlight Amar. Amar versus Ame. The story of the game is a lot of the time about how much damage can the carry actually deal, but we already touched on the laning stage. Amar and Crit did incredibly well. And if we look at the itemization, at this point in the game, 22 minutes in, Amar already has Crimson Guard. He's playing this against a Desolator Clinks and a Dragonlance and a Beastmaster. These two heroes basically deal about 0 damage. Not only that, he has a Lotus Orb to protect himself, protect his team. So there's so much pressure on XG, on Ame to like try and carry. And yeah, sure, they try to get to this nullifier timing later on, but now Snaking, he has a pipe. They have more Lotus Orbs, they've got more HP. You can't kill them, and this is one of the big reasons why XG, they end the game with 2 kills.
I mean, that Clink Stick, while it is cool on paper versus Enchantress, really did not work out in this game. Like, you saw the pressure that was going to come out of this Primal Beast, this Enchantress, and you think to yourself, you need a carry that can build this nullifier because Ringmaster caught them off guard. There weren't many left in the pool. Sure, he could have picked a more lane-dominating hero like the Ursa, but then they would have suffered versus the Ringmaster. So actually chalk this one up to a bad draft, go next, but don't reconsider the Clinks unless it looks like a perfect Clinks game.
Now, we have already touched upon the Enchantress a couple times from Snaking, but it's time to do a deep dive on Enchantress with Purge.
Thanks, Shiver. It's one of the keys to the Falcons' strategy consistently throughout their games because it controls the map so effectively, but there's other pieces of the puzzle that really tied together and made this game so great for Falcons. I love their double ganking combo, the Primal Beast, as well as the Ringmaster that's putting Crit on a high damage disable layering hero so that they can do these crazy side lane ganks deep into enemy territory, because if they do these quick, nobody's going to be able to respond to this. And at the same time, they end up going bottom afterwards using the Twin Gate. This is when they contested the Wisdom Shrine here at 14 minutes. They basically scare their opponents away from it. Guaranteeing even more level advantage on their heroes. And then Snaking continues to play aggressive on the Enchantress here. Amar takes the mid tower, and then basically this is just going to be Snaking's space. Now this might look a little weird. He's running into enemy territory. He's not here to ward. He's here to look at his opponents and make them think that his teammates could be behind him. And eventually they ping and they say, this guy's by himself, we gotta kill him. So they try to force a gank, he pops heal, 2 TPs, only 1 completed. That basically just creates space and hurts XG because now they rotated heroes to try to kill a guy that's really, really difficult to kill. In the previous game, a lot easier because they had an Ursa which can max out his attack speed very easily, and their lanes went well. So because Falcons had a better laning stage, he just gets to park himself in the mid lane. It's either him or Amar, the Bristleback, both very difficult to kill heroes, and everybody else is giga farming or setting up kills. So what this basically looks like to them, this kill especially, Mallory rotates here, he's jungling, he's waiting for an opportunity, and now he's got a great matchup against the Elder Titan. He doesn't have to worry about this hero at all. The hero can't stop him from getting this kill. So let's see what this looks like from the XG side. Their map is basically pushed in all the time. So their safety border is kind of like this, less than half of the map, so they're getting less resources, and they don't see where their opponents are. They sometimes see heroes when they get ganked. They are usually going to see where the Enchantress is, but the Enchantress is really hard to kill and defending the most vulnerable part of the map while still getting good farm. They can't really gank the Abba very well either, so their options just feel kind of limited, and they eventually try to kill the Abba. They rotate almost all their heroes. They approach this very wisely. They don't smoke the Beastmaster necessarily. And as they approach and dive him, the reaction is almost instant. The Primal Beast has already been rotating or TPing. They end up running into a bad team fight, which takes their disadvantage to a whole new level, just because of the way the Falcons have been playing the map and sitting on Enchantress in the mid lane. It's one of the big values of the hero that a lot of teams don't exploit enough.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I'm expecting Extreme to maybe address in the next game as well. I mean, there were a couple of issues to address in the next game. We also have talked a lot about how XXS, especially in that game one, was the shining star, and he was definitely not able to do so in this game. It just was a rough lane for him, rough game for the whole team as a squad, of course. But if we are talking about offlaners for a little while, why not find out who people thought was the best
The best offlaner of all time कौन है?
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame.
Best
This year we
offlaner.
asked every single one of the
Ah.
80 players competing in our
Universe.
event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your
I'm
carry,
flag,
we've got your
okay.
mid, we've got your offlaner, we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. Now it's time for offlaner.
यूनिवर्स वो है ना जो कोलैप्स के पहले कोलैप्स था
EG का
As in, हाँ हाँ मतलब सबको कोलैप्स जब आया था उसको बोलता था कि नेक्स्ट यूनिवर्स वैसा
No.
I think वैसे ही कोलैप्स
All right, you're crazy. Okay, continue. I've got Collapse. That was my other one. Faith Beyond. Okay.
Collapse.
Reasons?
Not even close. That's my reason. Not even close.
Not even close.
Yeah, it's not even close.
In what regard?
It's just he's here and the other people are here. It's not close.
I think at various points in that TI, you have a team
Hello.
that has one of the widest
बोलो।
gulfs in skill between them and
मैच दिखाइए
particular time. And
मेरा
you have an
stream देख लो
individual player on that team that was the best player on that team. So
हम
that's
स्ट्रीम करेंगे तो ना और लैग हो
and
जाएगा
still
इसलिए।
relevant nowadays.
I think Faith Beyond makes a very strong argument for being number one in the offense.
enjoyed watching it. My God, #1 subscriber.
At a similar gap actually between the rest of the offense.
My argument for 3-3 is that I feel like
मेरा घटिया सा आवाज हमको सुनाई दे दिया। अब हम म्यूट करेंगे स्ट्रीम।
strategy all coming to
अच्छा 1-1 हुआ है ना अभी
victory on
ए
two
देखो ये आ
separate
गया।
teams.
I'll spoil it for you now.
हम तो पहले से ही था
बात क्यों नहीं कर रहा था?
Why collapse? What do you
हम
see
बात
in
अभी हम मैच देख रहे हैं
पता नहीं पर हमको यूनिवर्स अच्छा
Not
लगता
even
था।
close. I'm going to press you for an answer. Give me an example of something he did. that-
चलो कमेंट में सब सेब बोल रहा है और बेस्ट ऑफ लेनर
You can't just say not even close.
Have you seen his Magnus?
Yes, of course I have.
So you understand that no other player
You're not
is
argu-
performing
I-
on Magnus close to his performances
I
on
agree.
Magnus.
I agree. I'm with you. I just want
Yeah.
you to give me an example.
He can skewer somebody.
Okay.
They're not even close to their team. You understand? The man plays Mars. He goes and he spears somebody. They are not even close to their team anymore. You understand what's happening?
Wait, Mortos again! They got Sumail. They don't have Chrono afterwards, but they might not need it. Mira continuing to control, looking for another round of...
वही कोलैप्स कुछ तो खेलता था पहले पता नहीं
कोलैप्स मतलब देखो कोलैप्स जब आया ना तब डोटा कितना कुछ नया नया आया है मतलब एज इन न्यूट्रल्स ये सब में बहुत मदद मिलता था यूनिवर्स का प्लेयर्स देख लो ना मतलब
Probably Collapse standout
वो तो
player
जेराक्स
for
जो
TI10
बेस्ट सपोर्ट है
and Yatoro
हाँ
40 is
वैसे ही
as
मतलब
well.
ऐसे ऐसे
So
प्लेस
they
कर
sort
देता
of
था
juggled
कि
that back and
उनको
forth
लगा हाँ
between
भाई
them, but I don't think you can hate anybody saying Collapse is their number
उसका
one.
कुछ compilation भेजे
I
ना
think
है
Collapse
तो
is incredible. Yeah.
अच्छा
Completely
हाँ तो
fair
खोजना
enough,
पड़ेगा
deserved.
मतलब एक मस्त सा मतलब बहुत अच्छा उसमें है
Yeah, yeah, agreed. I mean, especially I think anytime a player is able to
बहुत
make
अच्छा
a particular hero their
देखना
signature
पड़ेगा
hero,
क्योंकि हाँ
and
पहले
when
का
TI
डोटा
with
तो
it, you sort of think
हार्ड तो था वो
that's
काम
got to
नहीं
be
होगा
solidified. You know what I mean? Like, all
अभी
right,
तो
like Collapse Magnus
easy
is
है
just too good. So we're happy with Collapse.
Yeah. Yes.
And then who do you think was second and third?
तो वही पहले अच्छा होना और मुश्किल था
John's not in the top
He's not even top 3. He's not even top 3. I already knew that. You know who's number 2? I'll tell you. I'll tell you 2 and 3. I'm not sure about the order.
Okay, give me 2 and 3.
Seb.
Yes, he's in there.
And
अच्छा हाँ माइंड कंट्रोल
Wait, well, let's clap that.
माइंड कंट्रोल
I think number 3 is Seb.
Yes.
And I'll tell you who number 2 is.
Go on.
It's Universe.
It is not Universe. No.
Number 2.
33.
Yes.
33.
Yes.
33.
It's 33. Well done. You can cut that together, and Avery will look like a genius. I'd like it if it jumped around all over the place at
Yes,
the end.
thank
as
you.
well. So that was offlane. Well done, pros.
If
अच्छा
there was a
तुमको
Hall of Fame collapse,
यही बोल रहे थे मतलब one of the best players of TI इसके लिए इसका तो चैट भी एक शायद आया था मुझको याद नहीं है शायद ये देखो
you have to put like Amar in there or XXS. You can mention Zai. A lot of legendary players in Dota 2.
Yeah, a lot of legendary players. We got 10 of them on stage right now, and one team.
काफी मतलब अच्छा प्ले वाला था ये
Listen in from them during one of the fights in the previous game.
Cliff, by the way. Oh, this is so good. Cliff. Look, I wanna go, guys.
Ocean.
Oh, I don't think so. I'm fine.
हेलो
I'm fine, guys. I'm fine.
हेलो और बता
Ocean
पाएगा
गया
भी और बता पाएगा
गुड बॉय उसका भालू तो पिचकती है
Someone's feeding here.
I
देखा
love
जोइस
that, especially the team is so quiet.
क्या बोल रहे थे
You know that they're just
तुम्हारा भालू तो पिचक गया
so when the GG comes out, it's
कौन
just
भालू
there.
That's even cool for me as well.
चेयर में जो भालू
अरे तो वो वैसे ही रहता है
Additional damage during glyph. Did you hear the
फ्लैट रहता है
strong glyph? The fact that even talking about the types of glyph.
नहीं अब भैया किसको आपको बोल रहा था कि भैया को कि कल वो बिल्ली वाला लिया हेड वाला
हमको बोल रहा था हमको
तो वही
Fog loves this innate, by the way. Valve never removed this innate. Fog loves it. The fact they're talking about that shows how much they're thinking about every little thing in the game to make sure that they can win.
The best part was just Mallory yelling, and then a few seconds after, before the clip cuts off, you hear Snake King go, "Someone's feeding here." Okay.
Oh भाई क्या था ये? It's a disaster.
It allows someone to like be more aggressive. I have Crimson, I have Lotus, I'm shielding you, I'm fine, don't worry about me. And then at the end, you know, Malvine with his primal.
2015 का है ये.
यस
TI?
यस उस साल ही तो सुमेल जीता था TI
Coming out then, and I'm sure that all the 10 players are filled with energy again for the third game now that the series is tied. We've seen both teams taking one game. I will say that previous game probably definitely
मस्त था ना
left Extreme wondering where they will go next, and I will ask you guys.
आया ब्लिंक क्या धावा.
We wanted the teams to play a little faster potentially.
पूरा अरीना हिल गया.
देखो अभी होता है कि तुम्हारे पास हार्पून है ई है वो है
आइटम्स है ना वही तो.
उस समय साला लिमिटेड आइटम में खेलो तुम
उस टाइम क्या है सिर्फ ब्लिंक है. जाओ ब्लिंक अल्टी क्या कर सकते हो.
ब्लिंक अल्टी वो ब्लिंक बनाते बाद तुम भूल जाएगा और क्या आइटम बनाना है.
कर्जा लेना पड़ेगा ब्लिंक के.
कर्जा साजा हो जाता.
For a hero like Primal Beast, like they don't have a means to shut down this hero. So either change one up in your support duo, or be more mindful that a hero like Primal Beast could come out later in the draft.
तो नाइट्रो हुआ रेज्यूमे लास्ट में
कुछ तो संदीप भैया लोग और आलो भैया लोग बनाया. मेरा दिमाग तो ब्लैंक हो गया था बाद में. संदीप भैया बोला डाल दो हम डाल दिया. अब हम नहीं जानते.
अब हम लोग पार्टी दे देना ठीक है.
ये रेज्यूमे बनाने में गाड़ फट गया मेरा. नौकरी कब पाएंगे तुम मरिए जाएंगे.
The payment will be $10 million भैया लोग के लिए.
Yes.
You know, this might be a very long night we got coming here.
Another important thing.
निर्बंध भैया उनके लॉयर है तो भैया को भी $1 million.
In that first phase, they didn't care for anything else. They took out his Centaur, they took out his Mars, they took out his Earthshaker. XG have been making magic happen with these blink initiation type of heroes on XXS. And sure, Beastmaster has a stun, but it doesn't function in the same way as one of these initiation type heroes. Like, it's a great hero to rally behind, but it requires for you to have won those laning stages and won that early game. So they've identified a big problem here on Falcons, and I feel like they're going to keep target banning him for the rest of the series, unfortunately.
And that's where, as you already mentioned, if Marine has a good game, then it kind of compounds, right? Because if you have a bad offlane for XSS and XM is kind of getting shut out because Marine's playing quicker on the map, I really want to see either XM or XSS have a priority where they know their matchup to have a better lane. Because I feel like either of these players has the potential to grab XG and kind of throw them into the game. But when they're both shut out, there's no way Army is going to find the farm. Like, you need one other core to make time, make space for you.
There's also, like, Falcons are very, like, they understand heroes very well. They may not play Beastmaster as much on Amar themselves, but Skeeter's hero pool is very tailored to, like, stop you from what you want. And Beastmaster is an incredibly tempo-reliant hero. So when you open that hero and you know there's going to be the snaking Eng because, well, you're going to take out his Chen, you know the Eng is coming. In my mind, try to take those two out. Maybe just prepare yourself for a Pugna. You know, look at like an SD or something else, whatever you want. Take him away from these heroes that make your game.
एक मिनट बाहर है।
Because the Ench actually
बोलो
was
कौन
killable
जीतेगा
with
नीरो
Miro,
पॉल
right? You had Queen of Pain, you had Ursa, you had the
हाँ?
Hoodwink Mars. Like any way
कौन
you
जीतेगा
put two of those heroes I just mentioned together,
कौन जीतेगा? इंडिया जीतेगा भैया।
appears, and then the fights can get harder. In the second
इंडिया
game,
का भी तो मैच हो रहा है।
Snake is gonna
वो
run
मैच
around
कौन
free,
देखेगा?
right? I'm not saying we need to rush to ban the Enchantress, but you need to respect that
क्या
he's probably
पता?
going to come out in the
बेकार
draft,
का
and
मैच
you
कौन
need
देखता
ways
है?
to stop him. Because from the Purge clips,
टीम भी
he
तो
हमको तो लग
he was tanking coils, tanking
अगर
kind of doing everything he could to make the game
तो ये
super easy
एक्सट्रीम में
all
चाइनीज आदमी लोग हैं, हमको लोग पे भरोसा नहीं है। जीत सकता है वो लोग।
exceptionally good because
हम
she's
तो चार
playing
एक्सट्रीम
into
जीते।
Beastmaster. And I think that hero, now that I was thinking backstage,
इंडिया भैया इंडिया।
three of XXS's playmakers, and then you are leaving a Beastmaster in the pool.
एक्सट्रीम जीत जाएगा सर। आ रहा है।
You're just going to pick Abaddon every time into this Beastmaster offlane, and you're not concerned whatsoever. If you're going to pick Enchantress every time the Beastmaster potentially comes out, you're not concerned at all. And it felt like XG thought they solved Enchantress with Klings. You know, he has that attack speed from Strafe. He's going to kill her regardless. He had a bad lane. He couldn't do anything. You can't just have your carry be the hero that kills. You need all of your draft to function so that the hero doesn't snowball.
Well, let's see how functioning the drafts will be in the next game.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals Game 3.
Game 3.
For the third game in a row, we will have Extreme Gaming getting that first pick, meaning Falcons get second pick and also overall last. We do have Extreme Gaming back on the Radiant side where they were on that first game as well with
इनको क्यों लग रहा है गेम 5 तक जाएगा ये?
Gaming, since they only get
हाँ हमको भी
3
लगा है।
every single time so far. They have been banning the Chen, the Monkey King, and the Sand King, but they changed it up
हमको
this
भी
time
लग
around.
रहा
Respecting
है।
that Enchantress, we talked
दोनों
so
एक
much
दूसरे का
about
पूरा
already.
बैन उन करता रहेगा, इधर बैन उधर
going
बैन।
into this. So the teams prefer
और
the
फिर
stage that they're in, like the pick order.
और
right?
हम
So
लोग 2 बजे तक देखते ही रहेंगे।
हाँ हम लोग फिर 2 बजे तक देखते
you
रहेंगे।
give yourself the first
फिर जाके साला फैल्कन जीत जाएगा।
अरे मार
both of these coaches, they know what's up.
तो पे चल जाएगा, सच बता रहे हो।
Go into the next game clean. Take out the 2 tempo supports and then you pick the Shadow Demon to prevent the initiation, the jump that Mallory is utilizing. But that's often with, you know, Sand King. If disruption can break that completely. A Pangleer, you don't really care. Hero gets disrupted, continue searching for the next hero. You're not locked into the fight around that disrupted hero. So a good response from Falcons.
I wonder if Extreme Gaming are just going to do the all-in on Ame type of draft right now. Like when they pick safe supports, maybe something like a Snapfire comes out later for X-Nova. We saw how effective Cookie was at saving Ame at certain stages of this tournament. They want to go for late game. They want to build a draft that lets them go to late game instead of having a Beastmaster that forces them to play tempo that they can't do.
Yeah, what I also like just now on the cams, look like XG, you know, they're having a good time. You know, they're smiling. They have like, you go into the game like with your new strat, you try to scrape up, you know, the last 2 games, whatever didn't happen. It's a BO3 now. You know, you have this idea, go in, have some fun. I do like the response though. Like T already mentioned, you got the Pang against the SD. You don't care too much about this guy, sure. You save him, well, you know, 2.5, 3 seconds later, I'm still rolling on you. So it doesn't really matter, but it's a lot about how do these 2 teams continue to build on top of this.
And the offlaners are still getting banned out, right? You got the Bristle, the Sand King, then of course in the first phase, the Centaur, Shaker, and the Mars. So a lot of bans being thrown out towards both of the offlaners.
And still the Ursa ban maybe indicating more tanky heroes to come out for Falcons once more.
क्या उठा है? जिंक्यू आज चेहरा धोके नहीं है, ये तो पता चल।
Generally speaking, Skeeter likes his melee
ये
carries.
तो जिंकू का देखना मुंह देख ले कि अभी सो जाएगा बेचारा।
वही अभी लग रहा है बस हो जाएंगे।
So could be setting up for this as well.
It could, might sound stupid. It could also be a vibes thing.
Aegis for
When
Ame.
they jump a hero, they want to lock them down. They want to be, you know, the showman of the game. You're trying to jump at Ursa when you're playing Pangleer. You're not doing anything, right, the entire time. So I think it really rallies your team.
अरे भाई पगला।
Is hyper elusive hero.
फिर से
I
साला।
also think maybe their read is that Extreme Gaming, if they don't have a lane, they will lose that lane, most likely. And they just want to snowball off of the lanes.
Wash your face, मैं हमको खुद wash करना।
Because SD is generally considered a counter to Pugna.
उसको देख के हमको नहीं लगी।
Won't come out, but very likely they will just play it on, you know, it's still one of the best laners. The other heroes are out. You can still heal the guy, of course, that's getting, you know, damaged over time. One hero that Extreme could have, so there's a Bane that's overall kind of cool against Pango. In other games it was banned. And in other games, they've also shown us the Mirana. They are the only team that have played the SD Mirana combo in this tournament.
But it fills the void of creating information, right? Chen Ench, they want to hit towers, they want to run around the map, they don't care if they get jumped. Same thing for Pugner.
ये लोग का फिर से वही कॉम्प है ना, फास्ट वाला, फास्ट कॉम्प.
Poking mid tower, he'll then move in bottom, never
Debate करता है ये लोग का भी.
There's a decrep, life drain, like there's so many annoying things that XG, if you try to go on the Pugner,
ये लोग का भी.
probably wasting 30
इन लोग का भी जैसे डिसेबल्स लेयर है.
एक सेफ तो है, उसके बाद हम नहीं
To
देखेंगे.
me, this is just screaming that they want to build around Ame. They're trying to hold out for the late game. They're going to just get wave clear through their 2 cores and hope that Ame on a hyper carry can take it to late game.
That is what they play for in like most of their games, right? And we saw just now on screen 2, X Nova 5-0 with Bane. Hasn't lost yet. Now the question for them is, what do you answer? Because this is a hard pick in this stage. You double pick, you see one Pango. That was going to be one of the questions.
Shadow Fiend.
Maybe you can find a flexibility.
Shadow Demon, Shadow Fiend, Bane.
Mid, yeah, carry.
And it gives a lot of life to XSS, right? We want him to have a game. We don't want him to be sacrificed if XG.
Shadow Feed.
And the way that Zhao is drafting right now is they're giving him so much.
वो छोड़ो, उन लोग का छोड़ो. हमको
मिड लग रहा है बोलिए.
हाँ, मिड ही तो होना चाहिए.
These two supports, you have to respect them. You have SD Bane, they need to be respected when it comes to jumping them in the backline, making them play against something like this too is incredibly annoying for these two.
शुरू हो गया, समझ जाइए. टावर पुश करने वाला.
Are we worried for
जल्दी
having
करेगा.
damage deal with the early game tempo that Falcons showed us in game 2?
Shadow Fiend को टाइम चाहिए फार्म के लिए.
और इन लोग साला ये फैल्कन लोग अगर टीवी या फिर वॉइड ले लिया तो लोड लग जाएगा.
नहीं वो सब नहीं देगा. वो लोग फास्ट पेस देगा कुछ.
फास्ट पेस है टीवी वॉइड्स. Yeah, fast pace.
Kind of fell out of favor here on the main stage, but that's an option.
I mean, I wonder too where Falcons want to take this, because a lot of the force that
Ring
plays, they're okay.
But ये लोग को कभी देखा नहीं. Ring Master.
You have some. Is Snapfire still in? No. So they go for the ring, and I feel like this is another hero that SD covers kind of well. You've got the Purge against the box. You have overall, I think, good laning. You can stack for your SF or whatever other offlaner you go for. So
अच्छा है Ring Master देखने को मिल रहा है.
Care more about their comfort than what they care about whether you counter them or not.
But also it flips the way towards the Bane. Now Bane, you get escape pack, right? It's back and forth, saves on both sides, and the Slaughter, we've seen it obviously mid, minus armor.
Yeah, minus armor. Strong, making the spend maybe a little
Slaughter
stronger.
Paganak against.
Surprised to see the Ringmaster come out.
No, Pugnacle against the best. Get a big heavy.
Save is good.
Save is good.
Get a big heavy बस.
The reason it's
और कुछ नहीं
surprising is
चाहिए.
because the save isn't as good in this game with like the SD, so there must be something where
नहीं मतलब वो खुद को डिक्रिप्ट करेगा फिर राइट क्लिक कैसे करेगा.
हाँ तो स्टन तो खाएगा ना. थ्रू जाता है.
खाएगा हाँ.
तो और चूसेगा तो चूसने दो ना.
It makes it so that you have to go on this Ringmaster first.
चूसने का भी तो रोक सकता है इसका. ये
They were in a similar position last game where they had to get a nullifier.
और troll ban हो गया.
It looks so good. So this Ringmaster, so long as he's not getting caught, he's saving in script.
हाँ उन लोग एक बहुत हार्ड गेम चाहिए है ना.
Compared to XG, we're gonna only want
इन
to
लोग
go
का
on
भी
Ringmaster and Pugna. They have their pick of the litter who to go on.
A key problem still is XG is locked behind items, right? All of their heroes
Run and gun वाला जैसे
heroes
hero.
need items to play the game. When I say that out loud and how Falcons are playing, that does invoke quite a lot of fear in me.
कौन मार
I'm
रहा
scared
है?
to, like, do they have enough mana to actually get these items?
I mean, one thing that I like a lot from XG is that you have the SF Slaughter combo. Like, when you play into these saves, you don't want, like, hard commit. Like, if you corrosive face someone and hit 2 times with SF, you better respond or you're dead. Like, you don't...
देखो टीवी बैन कर गया. बोल रहा था टीवी बैन कर गया.
टीवी उठेगा बोल रहा था.
You amp him with Slaughter, you point your finger, SF starts hitting him with his aura, and he has to be really afraid for his life.
Yeah, I want to see Ghost Sexes and Falcons. Respect the fact that this item is so cheap, but also going to be so good against XG's lineup.
Yeah, I mean...
SD can't ult everyone. There we go.
The issue is the nullifier is like a key item for extreme gaming anyway. That's the timing they're playing on because of Decrypt 5, because of Escape Act. Like eventually their kiting will be countered eventually by both XM's SF and whichever hero comes out for Ame.
So
But as you said, items, it takes time.
I mean, where do we want them to take this? Because I feel like XG, honestly, their setup is quite strong. Like SF Slaughter is absolutely no joke. They have some options. Do we want the SF to go middle and you pick a new hero for Ame? Or do you put the SF in the safe lane and you try to find this mid hero that whether Pango or Beast go mid, you can slow them down?
How about Slaughter off lane, SF mid, go like Alchemist carry or something. Super tempo, you get early blink, you push your wave so you don't really have any problems. You then overwhelm your
Falcon लोग जगरनॉट उठा सकते हैं.
Such is life. They go for Sven.
Oh, SF mid जाएगा फिर.
I mean, it lanes very strong, right? You've got your Bane, Sven. This is their recipe. ET Bane with a strong carry. You get high damage. I really like what's happening so far. Now it also depends for Falcons. What pick can you find? Because actually found a really good ban, not just for the Slaughter, but the Sven as well in the Troll.
I just hope for the sake of the fans, XG can get this game to like 35-40 minutes.
देख रहे बीस्ट मास्टर को भी 2 टैप कर दिया है 3000 एचपी के साथ.
लोग बोल रहे हैं मेडूसा, हम बोलते हैं बहुत सी डीके उठा लो.
फास्ट पेस भी है,
डीके
कैरी भी है.
हम तो बोले डीके उठा लो.
Maybe Falcons can find a hero to keep trying to undercut that.
Maybe some Skeeter Medusa. I feel like they would have liked TB themselves, so I don't, maybe even XG, you know, they went like one step ahead. They could think, you know, they want Sven, we're going to take it, but it's really good with them too. Now you have minus armor, you also have bonus armor yourself against Beast, against partner. I like both these drafts so far.
Normally in this position,
Gyro.
So I know Sven's a counter to Gyro, but like,
rockets are
I kind of feel like they need to have
लंबा
lane
जाएगा
presence in the safe lane that naturally itemizes in a way to counter this explosive.
आराम से जाएगा ये
You like
लंबा.
buying Beekeeper and Gyro, you like buying Butterfly, even Manta if you want to dispel Slaughter's Oppressive Haze. But yeah, I like the Gyrocopter pick. It is a statement to XG that they are willing to sacrifice, you know, a little bit of farm to bring the fight to them.
I don't see Shadow Fiend taking on a Beastmaster
As
mid
in
lane
gets
very
spiders.
frequently, and we talked a lot about the mid lane already, so I would love to continue that trend and hearing from you guys how we feel this matchup will play out.
It's a lot of farm between the two of them.
A lot of farm, nothing happening?
I mean, it's always going to be support rotation based, right? Beastmaster, you have axes, so you're not really in a melee position. If a Bane or SD comes in to set up for some 2-3 raises, then you can die. But same thing for Ringmaster. If you come in onto the Shadow Fiend, if he's too far stepped up, he can die. So I think supports will play the key role in that matchup.
Yeah, I will say SF, he pressures you early, Beast with levels, but the problem is that XG's supports don't really like playing into Beastmaster, so could be a bit of trouble there. I mean, to me, I love both drafts. I think XG, if they can weather the storm early, they get this first Aegis, their draft looks beautiful. But Falcons, I feel like they also got what they want.
Yeah, I mean, this is like bread and butter Falcons. Even though Gyro on paper isn't going to have the best matchup versus Slardar later on and Sven with his BKB, they're going to hit the same timing that they did last game. It's just going to be about XG weathering the storm and whether or not we're going to see XXS have impact. For Slardar to work, you want his lane to go well. He needs to get those kills early on, get that nice blink timing, and make those pickoffs happen. Because if it doesn't, it's going to be a repeat of last game.
Okay, so you and Effie both mentioned Extreme Gaming has to weather the storm. We saw them unable to do so in the previous game. Is the storm going to be as strong as previous game?
It could look a little bit similar because like Gyro, he plays forward in the lane with partner 2 that can invade the Wisdom Shrine. Maybe at least Beastmaster could be a little bit slower from the mid lane as opposed to Primal. So XG, it should be a little bit easier this game.
Okay, let's find out who's going to take the lead in this best of 5 series with game number 3. First though, we're heading to the stage with Tsunami and AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. I am joined now for game number 3 with AUI 2000 of Falcons. I've been noticing a trend. Every single game this series, you've been opting for last pick. I was wondering why.
For us, we're pretty comfortable on first pick and second pick, first Extreme. So they have like 20 games on second pick and like 5 games on first pick, so we just thought we would take it from them.
All right, trying to throw them off of balance. And I'm also noticing that in the first phase, in game number 1, you first phase Pango, but you also first phase banned Bane. This time, you didn't opt to do it, didn't ban Bane at all, and they picked it up. What do you feel?
I mean, Bane's a good hero for them. It's a hero that we're actually concerned about, but we just thought that we had to ban something. I actually don't even remember what we banned on 12, but we thought it was better to ban that instead, I guess.
They have a lot of heroes, I don't blame you. And last, I was wondering if you could give some praise to Amar, because he has been captaining this team this entire TI, and we saw how spent he was. That elimination game during the road against Spirit, he was on the desk, completely washed out, and now this is one of the highest pressure situations that any esports player could ever be in. How's he handling it?
No, I mean, Amar, honestly, he always surprises me, like, for his age, just the level of maturity, and he has, like, some online persona he does. But as a teammate, he's been great, and he's really come into his own in this role. It's just really, honestly, admirable.
Words of praise from the captain, the young captain of Falcons. And now let's see how his draft does as we get into game number 3.
Game number 3.
And the fact that Amar stepped it up after what could have been a devastating game
oh
1
my
loss,
God.
but they strike right back in game 2, and now
Abey,
it feels
Joy.
like Falcons have the overall strategy
Hello.
advantage.
ये कुछ पूछने के लिए स्क्रिप्ट करता है तू।
ये देख तो ये एस क्लास है, सपोर्ट स्पेशलिस्ट है, लेना चाहिए कि नहीं?
ले लो।
देखना एक बार।
अरे हम देखे तो ले लो इस वाला।
रूशियन टीआई का फाइनल चल रहा है।
हम तो टीआई भी देख रहा हूँ। अरे मोबाइल में देख रहा हूँ, यहाँ खेल रहा हूँ यार।
दो को जीनियस है तुम्हारे पास, एक लैपटॉप एक पीसी और मोबाइल में
अभी हमको खेलने का ऑन करने का मन नहीं कर रहा है। अभी हम कहाँ कीना है या कैसा पता चलता हम कीना जहाँ है? हम स्पेसशिप कीना है, मगर कहाँ पे है मेरा वाला?
स्पेसशिप तुम मंगाओ अपना स्पेसशिप।
कैसे मंगवाते हैं? X अब
I guess I'm wondering, like, that wasn't the problem in game 2, so why did Extreme put so much scale when the problem in game 2 was they just got rid
लिखा हुआ था वहाँ पे।
हम थोड़ा ब्रूज मदर को चोट दिया लौड़ा। आया था अंडा फेंक रही थी। अरे बेंचोद।
They took his 3 best offlaners out in that first phase.
कहाँ
He's
मंगाओ?
running out of heroes a little bit. He probably didn't want to pick the back.
मत मारना।
नहीं मार रहा है लौड़ा, वो हम टकरा गया था।
So then what else are you playing to give that jump stun that XG really needs?
X.
It's clear they want him
और
on
आगे
the
देखो।
hero, but maybe
Summon,
they're struggling to
ये।
if you ended up wanting to go the route with the Slaughter,
Cannot trap right here.
Fair enough. There was certain things that they did have to give up as a concession
Hey,
to
Laura.
Extreme Gaming. We heard from
गांड फड़ी। ये सब मेरा है क्या?
What is it about this hero that feels so good right now?
वो क्या है?
अंदर घुस के तो देखो।
इसका ये छोटू छोटू वाला सब नहीं रहेगा?
वही तो इसी का छोटू तुम खरीदा है।
हैं? तो बड़का वाला कहाँ है? कैप्टन वाला?
यही तो बड़का वाला है।
तो इसका छोटू सब और नहीं है?
तुम एक ही का छोटू खरीदा है तो एक ही का छोटू होगा।
ये क्या अच्छा है? ये है।
तुम खरीदा ही एक छोटू है।
अरे लौड़ा, ये तो मेरा शिप सब है यहाँ पे।
हाँ तो तेरा ही तो शिप होगा, तेरा शिप।
कहो चचा, सैलरी मिल रहा है कि नहीं? लौड़ा इसमें fucking captain. ए भड़वा बुड्ढा।
I was going to ask you about this in game 2. Why did Lotusaur all of a sudden become this, you know, first?
अरे काहे किया वो?
This is typically an item you're looking at second.
तो क्या करे?
Why are we getting it so early?
टेबल पे देखो टेबल।
for a long time. So maybe other people are behind.
Manage?
in terms of that offlane itemization.
अब
It's just strong. If you get it up online early and you're leading the pack in net worth, it
बस,
prevents a lot of all-ins from certain of the heroes in the meta, like the Beastmaster. It's great scaling for your character.
ये है, मगर उसका छोटा छोटा वाला कहाँ है बे?
यही तो है छोटा छोटा।
Resource item to stay out.
अबे वो बड़ा वाला शिप का साइड में सब छोटा 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 सब रहता
हाँ
है।
तो दो छोटा है तुम्हारे पास, दिख नहीं रहा है तुमको। है लेकिन।
And ATF likes these kind of builds.
लौड़ा ये कैसा दिख नहीं रहा है बाजू?
है।
Just so he can roll
ये हम कहाँ आ गए बहनचोद?
the Bane grip.
तुम उसका शिप पे चला गया।
Also very influential spell in this game.
अरे लंडा का।
Amazing purge game. First the Pugna.
अरे मादर भगत।
First the escape act from this ringmaster.
हम तो बोले दो को छोटा शिप है।
They might not need a nullifier as fast as
कलेक्ट कर वो, कुछ देर है तुमको।
on the shadow demon that can provide
कंडेंस कर
for the first target you are trying to burst down. That first point of contact in the fights is going to be everything.
अब बोल दे तुम लौड़ा अलग ये में है, हम अलग में
नहीं
हैं।
नहीं नहीं वही उसी सिस्टम में है।
That's fair enough.
इसी सिस्टम है ना।
वो लोग साथ साथ घूमते हैं।
Lotusaur did kind of get a buff recently. It's just a little bit harder to see than he used to be.
पीछे जाएगा तो दिखेगा।
I'm just old. I always complain
Back gear
about the
मारेगा
visual
तो।
changes, but you know you can't complain about it now. You've seen it before. You've played against it. This is a grand.
और लैंड
final.
करता हूँ।
Step up or
ठीक
go
है।
home. Double
Nice
stun.
two-man stun.
And X Nova almost kills Crit off.
अरे कॉर्वेट लोग के लिए है
Set
ये
it to a two-man blood
तुम्हारे
play.
पास
Not too
कॉर्वेट
bad. Damage being dealt doesn't find the first blood. That is.
यार अब कॉर्वेट लाने के लिए क्या करना होगा?
बनाना पड़ता है कॉर्वेट
बनाते हैं यार,
बनाओ
बहुत गरीबी लग रहा है। नहीं आगे
शिप
पहले
चलाया नहीं जा रहा है,
शिप
बड़ा शिप चलाएगा ठीक है।
अभी शिप बेचूंगा, उसका लौड़ा कॉर्वेट फॉरवेट का सोचेंगे।
पहले बताओ कितना तुम शार्ड कलेक्ट किए जरा सुना है।
हम अभी बेच के अभी
बेचा
13 से हम 16 कर दिया।
Yeah, speaking of going even, it does look like the laning phase as a whole is going even, which is a good
Yeah.
sign for Extreme. Last thing they want is to be at such a disadvantage they give up the Wisdom Shrine again. Disruption into a bash, into the crush, but the teleport is coming in, and now X.
आओ एक कलेक्टर वाला तब करेंगे।
तुम करो खुद अकेले।
नहीं अभी हम नहीं करूँगा, अभी हम टीआई देखूंगा।
वो काम करता रहे उसमें खुश नहीं है, सब चीज करते हैं।
यार अभी हमको टीआई देखने दो बड़ा स्क्रीन में।
Big turnaround for the gyro on this lane. That's a lane that could have swung either way off that kill attempt. Instead it goes Falcon's way. You're very happy about that experience. He'll get to go to base and come back now.
With the boots pick up, he'll be back to base a little bit quicker, but it does mean that Falcons won't be able to min-max the advantage they got off of those kills. The Slardar able to play the lane solo for a little bit, Primal Roar, and trying to secure the power rune. Don't get the power rune, so instead get the kill.
And no brain tap, no sleep for X Nova there.
बड़ा स्क्रीन में देखूंगा मतलब
high ground. Secure the rune for XM, but how much can he do with the regen? Have to see. If I'm XG, I don't want to fall behind in economy again. I don't want to let these heroes become unkillable, which means getting some stacks up, making sure Sven and SF are having a very good laning phase into that acceleration, and potentially making some plays through the Slardar, through the Bane, setting some stuff up on the map. You do have this Bane SF combo where you can kind of sleep people into Requiem if you really want to play around that. And XM, he did really well in this mid lane. He's just laying into this tower. Another great D-ward. They are controlling the vision around this area. See XG prioritizing it. And I don't think they're going to want to lose Wisdom Shrines this time around. I think that was a huge factor in that game too.
Absolutely.
You have to prioritize it a little bit here.
Yeah, Falcons are certainly not in a position to get aggressive in that regard. In fact, it's going to be Extreme who are going to get aggressive. Triple raise on an Ancient stack. That was the one point where I looked at Falcons saying, okay, they've got a little bit of net worth lead, but if they also have the stack advantage, that could really build up into something. But most of those stacks have just been robbed.
This was a really nice play. This is getting value out of that regen rune, right? Not only a 6-minute power rune that you can use too aggressively. Here, beautiful usage of it. Go steal some stacks, slow down the Beastmaster, accelerate the SF, and he's still going to be full resources out of committing the raises. Puts XM in a very solid position. This is one of his signature heroes. I mean, people think of the XM sniper, but he's also been playing this Shadow Fiend for a long time.
Shin-Q gonna run into Snake King. A pick-off, perhaps? It's gonna be up to Snake King if he can get off a Decrepify that's good enough and make a run for it, but they should just be able to tail him. Nobody around to help him out. The Gyrocopter's not gonna join in on this.
वो डूमा आपका स्ट्रीम में लिखा है फैल्कन जीतेगा और फिर जैसे स्वयं उठा तो बोलता है एक्जी जीतेगा What is this दोगला करती
just running in for the roar.
Can't go in on XM there. He's way too strong. And you have to think about the saves that actually have too. If you're Maureen here, like you go in and roar a target, that target gets disrupted, that target gets slept. Your teamfight presence is going to be mitigated for a while, so he has to make sure his game is good. He's continuing to scale. Don't take too many bad early fights into the saves here.
Yeah, there are actually so many interactions here that Extreme have the answer to, right? The Rolling Thunder is going to come in. They have Fiend Script for that. If there is the single target stuns coming out, they have Disruption or Nightmare. Then you've got the Demonic Purge countering the saves from Snake King and from Crit, right? You have Escape Act as well as Decrepify that's going to be countered. There is high potential for Extreme to be able to outplay Falcons, but are they going to be able to get there? As an early game does seem to favor Falcons for now.
Got some decent support levels, a lot of playmaking available. Their lineup does seem a little more straightforward to execute if it gets rolling. It's kind of the one upside for them, particularly if the Gyro can join fights and have a higher impact before the Sven comes online. That could be a real point of contention.
Snake King, if you show here, it might be a triple raise in your future. Disruption, he's too far back. XM will not be able to catch that. They'll just make sure there's no deny here. Mid tower's claimed by Extreme, and the SF
Well, he's free to move around the map. He relied on X-Nova to get the sleep, but he doesn't. Oh, he does get in range.
He just got level 5, levels it up to 3 extra range.
And now it's going to be a stun into triple race, potentially. They let him get off the shield crash, though.
What was
that?
And
because of that shield, where was the stun from Ame?
That was just bizarre. I think there's a world you absolutely bring that Pangolier down. Shouldn't be hesitant to Requiem in there, but a little misexecution from XG off a beautiful setup from X-Nova.
Very awkward. God Strength now being on cooldown, and a bit of the surprise spoiled Falcons. They'll bring numbers to this bottom lane push in Extreme. I think they're likely just to give this one away. XXS is having, you know, a fair time at the top lane. He's playing solo right now and chipping away at a tower, so there's really no need to risk fighting at bottom lane.
I thought the early portion of that lane was rough for XG, but they eventually kicked Skeeter out. Now he's the poorest core out of this lane phase. This Gyro just found almost nothing in terms of fighting after we saw that double kill that Crit TP'd into.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any ancient stacks to fall back on when he does get the farm for it. Now there's still plenty of time before that comes to fruition, but
this is great for XXS. He was struggling, now he gets a free lane, and XF, another ancient stack going to the Shadow Fiend. This is one of the best Shadow Fiend starts we've seen.
Yeah, this is actually just disgusting. You have a mid-hero who wins his matchup so hard he takes the tower. That allows him to go into the triangle, and he's a stack clear. That just means he's going to be playing both sides of these triangles.
Very influential tower to lose early in this game, particularly with the mid-beast, who wants to protect those ancient stacks. Going to give a lot of freedom to XG here, and we are not seeing that same kind of run over from Falcons in that game too. You know, I think there were probably some concerns as Falcons just going to do a repeat of that game.
Yeah.
And just run it back all the way to an Aegis. And the answer seems to be no. They have run into a brick wall here. They will not find the same momentum. Doesn't mean they can't still build it if they start getting some good team fights going their way, but it's getting to the point where you're going to have these early fighting items on the side of XG, and as long as you protect this Shadow Fiend, he's kind of a beast in the fight. No one's challenging him. Especially you can't just all in war him because the saves are behind.
Yeah. There's certainly always going to be a massive difference in Falcons and their tempo, because so much of it, faster tempo is played around Malrine. If he's playing Primal Beast, he wants to run around, get kills. He's playing Beastmaster, he's going to play far more to neutrals, a slower game. He wants to get his Aghanim Scepter first before he risks too much, and we're seeing the impact of that. 12-minute, Invis room. They do have the sentry in place for this one. Can X-Nova get the right Nightmare? Omar got himself stuck. Can he get out of this? The shield crash is stuck, and now he's going to be Fiend's Grip. Just to make sure the Shadow Fiend gets away, X-Nova will die for it, but he sacrifices his life to make sure his mid laner does not go down. That was the most farmed core in this game. And Falcons, they should have had that kill.
Not the place or time to get stuck on the Pangolier.
No.
Reset that mentality and try again later. That's a botch kill on the SF. Good bailout from X-Nova.
Lucian चला गया?
Might have been able to bail him out even if
Hello.
didn't get stuck. That's very
हाँ भैया
चला गया?
डेली क्या है उसको गाता है आता है
जाता नहीं गाता नहीं जाता नहीं वाला हो जाएगा उसका
बड़ा टीवी में देखेंगे बड़ा स्क्रीन में देखेंगे
बड़ा चीज में देखेंगे कुछ नहीं समझेंगे
X-Nova and he's got, I mean, both a Nightmare and a Disruption are probably good enough for him to get off a Fiend's Grip or a Requiem of Souls that leads into a double or triple raise, and anybody's going to die to that.
I think it's all that goes out the window if you just get going on.
Yeah, absolutely, which means Falcons can't afford to separate too much, which is maybe part of why Extreme has set up the draft the way they did, right? They have solo kill pickoff around the map. Falcons will have to play a little bit more cluttered than they were able to do in the past. They can't rely on just the tankiness of their heroes in this game.
Thinking you are not on Enchantress anymore.
They spotted and Disruption to stop the TP. They can give the kill to whoever they want. XXS will nab it as he wants it. The faster, looks like Shard is the build-up for him next. So he wants to be the tanky one in this game.
I think that's the fastest they've ever taken Snaking down in this entire series.
That's true, yeah. He's no longer on the Enchantress.
It's like,
gonna do a lot for you.
This is how ganking a 5 is supposed to feel.
I love this. Look at the XXS is hiding his Blink Dagger. It's sitting on this courier, just hiding in the trees.
We get some value out of this. There's that dire ward up there. Might scout it, but
yeah, I do wonder if it saw the courier at any point in time, or if it sees him.
That's a way better start for XG though. Game even for them out of lanes. I feel like that's a slight victory for them.
Do you think that favors them draft-wise? Not as a team, but draft-wise, do you feel like this is a draft that as long as you come out even, you're actually favored? I think so.
I think for the mid game, yeah, because your Roche threat is so high with the Sarda, right?
Yeah, Sven इस गेम में कुछ कर पाएगा?
अगर उसको फार्म करने देगा तो हाँ।
पाम तो नहीं करने देगा, but नेटवर्क तो काफी क्लोज ही है.
And they're actually going to do it. They're going to run into crit. They're going to chase after this kill. But that means Roshan, it goes the way of Falcons.
उसको अगर कंटिन्यूस अपने टूल्स में रखेगा कि प्रेशर दे रहा है, किल्स उठा रहा है. इसका राउंड.
For their, okay, we're strong enough to go for a smoke. Any sort of pick off will lead to Roshan. They were ready for that move, but Falcons one step ahead of them and taken away a critical objective.
क्यों लग रहा है एक और फाइट हो सकता है बीस मास्टर के ऊपर. 20 मास्टर के ऊपर शायद एक फाइट हो सकता है, पर टीम आसपास ही है उन लोग का. नहीं फाइट नहीं होगा, देख ले पटना है. पागना इज देयर.
Try and create some space on the map for this gyro to recover. I mean, you're still looking at Skeeter as the poorest core here. Not a great sign on this hero, especially when he's up against so much debuff piercing damage in this game.
Fight
I
होगा.
wonder how easily he's going to be able to join the fight.
Intense वाला fight
Can
होगा.
absolutely recover very quickly here.
Gaya.
Maureen gets some action going.
Oh.
On the hunt.
They're going to
choose the
Give him the heals, wait out the demonic purge, and the escape back is ready now that the demonic purge is gone. Not required though. Extreme do not force anything. See few heroes, no reason to fight into this Aegis.
Yeah, that's not the target you want to go on with your single burst lineup. Hunt this Pango, sure. Hunt this Gyro, absolutely. They're eyeing him up. Look at X-Nova on the back. Can he get him off the haste though?
Oh, he's so close, but a blink away. Out of range and now out of sight.
That was some sick positioning. That is not a move I think Amar expected. He doesn't have haste. He goes down there for sure. He just gets slept into Requiem.
Well, we haven't even mentioned the two carries too much in this game. Amang is certainly getting the better of the situation. 9,300 net worth on him. The Gyrocopter is struggling. Axe is cutting down, chasing after him.
That was so awkward with the tumbler toy. Didn't get over that little cliff. Dude, the little river cliffs causing Falcons problems. It's game 3.
You know what's funny? This Aegis that they got for themselves, they almost got it too early. Just because they won't actually have it when the Tormentor spawns.
I mean, this was not an Aegis they take for their lineup. This is an Aegis you take away from XG.
Sure.
But it does mean you'll have to contest the faster Roshan.
Got the Nightmare on him.
Pagna ho gaya.
Two shot Pagna.
Falcons say that is not even close to oh, XXS, what was
नहीं पगना को तो टू शॉट करेगा ही दूसरे को. अगर टैंगो जायरो और 20 मास्टर को टू शॉट कर दिया बाप रे बाप.
कुछ ज्यादा ही नहीं मांग लिया तुम.
कर सकता है, आमे है वो टू शॉट
कर सकते हैं, बट रोको
अभी नहीं कर सकते. थोड़ा देर में
डीके भी तो उठने दो.
हाँ, थोड़ा जल्दी बोल दिया.
So far ahead of the Gyrocopter right now.
I mean, just look at the levels, right? Level 15.5 on the Sven, level 12 on the
चिल्ला दिया.
XG have the two highest level cores in this game, and it is the Sven and the Shadow Fiend. Those
Slaughter Gaya.
Good levels to have on these heroes.
Aura goes out, trying to blow up the Slardar, and they do manage to get him. X-Nova not there in time for a Nightmare save. And they know that God Strength is on cooldown. The Sven may be in this area, but not likely to fight. So good call for Falcons. A pick off there and pulls that net worth almost back to even.
I think XG didn't expect him to linger up here this much. They had 2 wards up on that top lane. In theory, a lot of information, but Falcons played to the left of it. They waited for a hero to show, and they want to take that tower down and occupy this part of the map because you are looking towards that 20-minute Tormentor. Another easy objective for XG to take if you don't take it first. If you control this part of the map, could set that fight up a lot easier, and we're still seeing Maureen just camp this area. He does not want to give this corner to XG while he has Aegis for another minute.
X-Nova spotted by Maureen. They get, no, he's faster with it, gets off the Nightmare. Still though, the Nightmare is traded away, and Maureen does not have to roar to get the kill. He just casually runs him down. 40 seconds left on the Aegis, 20 seconds left on his roar.
Absolute Tormentor control here for Falcons. Playing the objectives well, giving up a little more farm to XG to do it, but they're okay making that trade. if they can continue to slow down the Sardar's game progression.
I like this though. XM, he's reading the positioning of Falcons around the map and is trying to take objectives where he can as a result. If he can pull some heroes down here, then maybe that means Extreme get the better control of the Tormentor as it spawns.
Also just trying to get as much XP off the map right now, because if you can get to the level 18 on your 2 cores that are really high level, level 3 Requiem, level 3 God Strength would go a long way, especially when you're amping a lot of this damage up.
That's true. I mean, he gets the
Blink BKB Requiem.
Blink BKB Requiem. I don't know if Maureen can be fast enough to Primal Roar to stop it, and if he can't do it, nobody else can.
That's your only option when this guy goes in.
Ooh, amp damage. I mean, he had an Arcane Rune before. I was wondering if they were going to make a play with that, but as you said, he's just trying to farm up as quick as possible right now. Extreme, aiming for a later timing. I am surprised that they are not willing to play for Tormentor, but
yeah,
this will be Falcons.
I mean, Falcons did a tremendous job controlling this portion of the map, eliminating the vision. This was their Tormentor to take, and it's kind of a tough high ground to fight into against the Pangolier and the Beastmaster.
Got a little spotlight action, so we'll see 30% miss chance. I mean, when you have a bunch of physical damage and minus armor.
Yeah, very true. Could be
Hey.
Single hit could.
देखा देखे देखे फटा था भैया, अंदर से फटा था.
दोनों का ही फटा था. दोनों नहीं सॉरी गलत जगह पे आ गए.
BKB done for the Beastmaster. I mean, we got to be coming to a point where these teams are going to come to a clash. I feel like we're getting all the critical items for both sides.
It's got to be next Roche. And that's what these lineups are built to do.
Sure.
That will be where that team fight happens. And there is BKB done for XM. This is an insane pace for him. Amp damage still in the bottle.
They give them the Wisdom Shrine to get him to 18.
He is crushing it right now. And you're still looking at this Gyro, who's supposed to be your main carry, your main damage dealer in the fight that you can play around. He's just so far behind. And he can just die. If Gyro gets amped into Sven damage or SF damage, you're gone. There's a way to XM. They want to smoke it up.
देखो नाइट्रो आया, नाइट्रो नजर आया.
Connect.
Double BKBs. XXS may not have his, but all they need for him is an initiation. But Ame already has that covered. They get the jump on a Snake King and XXS. The finishing blow.
That was some overkill, but they do get the Pugna for another time in this game. And another
Arcane Rune. Did he just get Arcane into amp damage into Arcane?
I believe he did. The SF dream right here.
That it really is. I mean, he's farming so fast that I feel like we're just coming down to, oh, he got his BKB, but maybe we wait for another item. As Aghanim Scepter is next up, and he's already has 1,400 gold saved up for it.
See when this Roche spawns. If it's a late Roche, he could absolutely have another item by then. Very concerning for Falcons, the rate he's progressing. You almost want a faster Roche here. They more online.
They have kept the net worth even, though. Yes. And it may not be the Gyrocopter, but these other cores are pretty fun. Beastmaster and the Pango.
It's about landing the ulti. Like a lot of Falcons teamfight depends on getting a good roar without the save coming through and getting a good roll through from Amar.
Good pick. Maureen exercising some restraint. Once again, runs into X-Nova and realizes he doesn't have to roar to get the kill.
She continuing to just dodge around the map. They're content with farming. They are scaling here. They're confident in their overwhelming physical damage eventually winning out for them.
I can't say I blame them. I mean, especially the triple BKB timing. What are you going to do as Falcons? What's the game plan? If we get to a triple BKB timing, you can roar one of these heroes. But the others are just going to run at you.
Your target should be XM. Roar this Shadow Fiend, bring him down with Gyro committing, and let the roll through cover on the backside. Try and disrupt some of the saves from coming through, right?
Yeah. You'll still have kiting mechanisms for the Sven, so you don't have to worry so much about him.
I mean, you have to worry about him. You got to pick your poison here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of physical damage dealers. Decrep might bail you out a little bit. Escape Act might bail you out. Depends when that demonic purge comes through. This ward is scouting mid, but they did not. They barely saw him.
भाई वो support को ऐसे चाटा मारा है कि तुम कौन है?
He is not being coy.
Who are you?
He just goes straight to the support, takes the kill that he can get out of it. Use the God Strength for that. Unfortunately for him, it is a late Roshan spawn. So Roshan is not up for them to take. And Extreme Gaming will still have to play a 5-on-5.
वो उसके लिए अल्टी भी मारा था
I think they would have just manned up for it there if it had spawned.
Certainly.
We'll have to wait another minute, but they will have God Strength up for it when it spawns. So Falcons want to try and sneak that away a second time. They absolutely will contest it. And Skeeter just has to get BKB here and pray he can survive in the fights. Timely Decrep could bail him out. Skate back to do the same, but if Demonic Purge lands on this gyro, all those options
Death by ship combat.
Survive the physical. So that connection pivotal for XG as you look towards this next Roche fight. And yeah, that SFX, it's coming real fast here. He's just out of control, and it's almost level 20.
Falcons put into a position where they're just going to have faith in the outplay capabilities. I mean, the funny part is they have saves on both sides. All 4 supports in this game have options for saves, so the initiation is going to be messy. You never know if that jump is actually good or if you're just going to be playing into the enemy's hands.
But that's where the Shadow Demon comes in. He's that balance breaker. Throw Demonic Purge on the target, you jump. Falcon saves don't do anything.
Yeah, but that also requires the Shadow Demon to play forward enough that, you know, maybe he just gets jumped by the Rolling Thunder hit and 100-0'd by Amar.
Definitely a possibility. It's Pango. He has Lotus done. He can go in versus the Grip.
About it. How many heroes are in these trees? He doesn't know. The boar is scouting out for him.
He cannot go in too deep. The Lotus will buy him sometime against the Grip, but it's not infinite, right? And if Nova's positioning is really good, then you get Grip deep in enemy lines. You're going to really sacrifice your team's formation here. Nonetheless, Roche is up. Ags is done.
Level 20. Aghanim Scepter Shadow Fiend.
He's a monster. He's just a straight monster right now. You have to tag this guy in the fight.
I feel like we've been hyping up this Requiem for like 15 minutes. And it's just getting better and better, but when is Extreme finally going to pull the trigger on it?
I mean, this is at the point where you have the BKB on the starter. You have everything you need to fight. It puts you in a position you have to just force the Roche if Falcons don't want to give you that 5-on-5. If they want to buy time for Skeeter, you do it incredibly fast. They got scouted on that again, I think.
Yep. These aggressive wards from Falcons.
They might still catch. Oh, if they find Amar.
It would be massive. Oh, that would have been the perfect pickup. Take away this big initiator. It could threaten the Bane and the Shadow Demon in these fights, but they do not break. Come so close to him, and instead they will just back up. They've cleared out the area. They know that Falcons isn't around. They think this will give them enough time to do the Roshan. We'll see if Falcons contest.
So XG, they kill the boars. They know Falcons are going to respond. They'd rather take the fight than get low in the pit. Ward plays from Crit, trying to see anything for the jump. But XG, they take the high ground. It's going to have to be blind here from
Seeing
Amar.
some heroes. The Rolling Thunder. Amar holds off on it.
X-Nova making some moves on the left. Going up blind, looking for an angle.
XXS.
Oh, he might just run into a
running
bar.
right up there, and they managed to find the Pango. The Pango's the one in trouble. He gets the roll up. He's Demonic Purge, so he has to Rolling Thunder now. XM goes to the Requiem. It doesn't get an easy kill. They chase after Snake King. They'll get that one, but they've blown a lot for this. Meanwhile, the Roar, they get used on the
तो Beastmaster को 2 hit. Tango को भी 2 hit.
वही हम देखे चापाटा
कल की तरह हो रहे हैं चॉइस
वही ना टू चापाटा एवरीवन टू चापाटा
गिव हिम स्वेन वो पगला हो जाता है बोला ना ये गेम में अर्ली बीकेबी नहीं हुआ तो थोड़ा टफ हो जाएगा देखो बीकेबी हो गया ना घंटा फर्क पड़ता है पगला का
फिर से दिखाओ मजा आया फिर से देखना है टू चापाटा
जाओ मेरा वही तरीके
The damage is only going to
Doom.
pick up from here. And that Requiem wasn't even the best it could have been. It was almost a zoning Requiem to break the fight up.
नहीं रिप्ले दिखा रहा
Did not get a quick kill like we were theorizing. It could
पगला
do.
तो मिला भी नहीं वो हवा में मर गया वो क्लीव होता ना क्लीव का हवा
Yeah, the damage was not effective. It was just a zoning
he
tool,
just
but Mauri
disappeared
found
man
his mark on this ward. did a significant
बीच मास्टर
amount
को
of
दो
damage, but you can't finish him
वो
off.
होता
This
ना
is
क्रिकेट का
gyro
बैट
call,
चला रहे थे
right? Skeeter doesn't offer you enough physical
क्या
burst.
बोले क्या बोले क्या बोले
क्रिकेट का जो
तो वन हिट था
क्रिकेट का बैट जो चला था ना वैसा पगना तो वो होता ना हवा मतलब हवा में मर गया वो उसको पता भी नहीं चला क्या हुआ उसके साथ
Oh man.
I mean, I'm sure Falcons can feel it. This game is just not the same as that game too. You do not have the same punch.
पर वही
You
है
don't have that same snowball
इन लोगों को प्रेशर देना नहीं तो वो लोग
momentum.
कमबैक कर सकते हैं
Mid-late game against a team that has rarely lost those types of
उन लोग का
games.
पुश थोड़ा बेटर है इन लोग का भी बेटर ही है पर उन लोग का
Trying to hunt for some farm and pull back. He was running into 3 of extreme.
वही कोई कुछ नहीं कर रहा है सब फार्मिंग सिमुलेटर कर रहे हैं तो
नाइट्रो
किसी
का
को एक जन
छुट्टी
को
चल रहा है नहीं भैया कल जाए हाँ सुबह चल रहे हैं सुबह
नाइट्रो वाला हम टीआई देखने के लिए छुट्टी लिए
मैं एकदम भी
वो लगा संडे है टीआई पड़ गया बस हम खुश
हाँ वही
Satanic on this hero is also a lot of damage. You can stay alive. That means
तो नेक्स्ट ईयर नाइट्रो टीआई चला जाना ठीक है हम लोग तुमको सपोर्ट करेंगे
नाइट्रो ही जा पाएगा संगाई में है
Extreme Gaming second tormentor of the game.
लंकाई
Now we have a demonic cleanse on
तुम
top of the demonic.
रूमा और रुसियन और जॉइस और संदीप और आलोक होगा कोच
Just been hounded.
और अनिर्वन होगा स्पॉन्सर हाँ हम भी यही एकदम यही बोल रहे थे अनिर्वन भी होगा स्पॉन्सर
कैसे क्या स्पॉन्सर करेंगे हम चिप्स का पैकेट स्पॉन्सर कर देंगे चलो खाना पीने का
कपड़ा उपड़ा सब स्पॉन्सर लेंगे
कपड़ा गंजी बर्तन मार्केट से गंजी
When you go on him, it feels like you lost the fight in a way, right? Especially if you commit big ults onto him. Especially with the status resistance on top of that. Ame hunting.
PC कीबोर्ड माउस मॉनिटर एवरीथिंग
150 रुपए का जेब्रोनिक्स का यस
और शंघाई का टिकट होटल का स्टे वहाँ पे खाना
तुम पढ़ाई लिखाई करो आईएएस बनो आईएएस जो भी बनना है बनो ये सब खेल कूद में कुछ नहीं होगा
ही जाना है
Yeah, he's got 2 minutes on the clock for this Aegis. Time to do some damage.
Take a tier 2 push towards your 25. And he is so far ahead of Skeeter on this gyro. It's not even funny. It's just not a fair fight.
No, it's not. He's almost got a 10,000 net worth lead on the opposing carry. It's ridiculous.
This was an important game for XG to strike back in, especially with this draft, because again, you're trying to answer the problem, which is Falcon saying, we banned all of XXS's heroes. We took out all his tempo makers, his jump stunners. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to pick? Their reply was the Slardar. If you win a game with this, you might have to change up a lot of your bans. Maybe you can't target him as much. This hero has been pretty effective in this game so far. Just forcing awkward moves out of Falcons, especially around that Roshan pit, because of the threat on objectives it gives you. And now you're getting into the part where it's going to give you benefit for the scaling.
I would also point to the mid matchup, right? XM having this Shadow Fiend, this will do wonders for them in this matchup because most of Malrain's heroes are these melee mids. If he keeps on being abused by a Shadow Fiend that takes his tower so early and still continues to keep up by farming neutrals as well, you've got a bit of a problem.
What's a big factor this
game? स्वयं का जो नेटवर्क है साला कहाँ पे बैठा हुआ है?
Now they're on the back foot. The lead is continuing to grow.
लोग 1-2 फाइट अच्छा चाहिए नहीं तो कर नहीं पाएगा कैच अप
looking towards bottom lane once more get him didn't get crit either. Falcons in dodge mode and dodging successfully right now.
निकल जाएगा
make a lot of moves like
और नहीं
and Amar well though gets the roll up now the rolling thunder and the Lotus Orb and the teleport away. He's good.
There's a chance you bash him there. It's not possible.
XXS didn't have the numbers for
यही स्वेन खेलना चाहिए साला लोग सपोर्ट जैसा स्वेन खेल रहे हैं आजकल.
Farming the other side of the map
काहे का सपोर्ट भाई?
अपवर्ड्स
हाँ तो टर्बो में बहुत बार हुआ था मेरे साथ। स्वेन है सपोर्ट। कौन प्रो मतलब प्रो प्लेयर स्ट्रीमिंग किया था सपोर्ट? स्वेन बस। अरे भाई कैरी खेलो ना चुपचाप उसको ढंग के तरह।
Well, Satanic's done. Back to the data list for Skeeter. Stall, stall, stall. Maybe Skeeter gets to a point he can get a Divine Rapier after the data list. A Swift Blink done for this Sven. That's nasty. Level 25 with a Swift Blink. The attacks are going to come real quick, and they're going to be doing well past 2,000 damage. You add in some corrosive haze on there, some little bit more minus armor. You might see 3,000 damage crits.
Have to instantly respond in the fight. Bash from Pango, roar from the Beast. There's a good blink out from ATF, not getting caught there. XG will go unrewarded for this move across the map. Closing in on that Shivas for the Beastmaster. In fact, they have it. So that's a huge item. Little armor mitigation here. There's all this minus armor from the Slardar SF. I just think this gyro build-up's awkward. Like, this is a game you must have wanted Butterfly in. And you just could never fit it in because you were too far behind. So you don't have evasion, you don't have bonus armor. It just feels like you're food unless the team bails you out.
XXS is hunting. He's not going to find anything. That's because Falcons are sitting 5 inside their base right now. That's where we're at.
Yeah, the point where you just have to smoke out or something, regain some map control. Do have a gem on Malrine, so if you move out with him, should be able to get some D-wards. See if he spots this ward up on that top lane. They all run past it, but it does not get scouted by the gem yet. Giving XG a lot of information to play off of. Another power in for XM. Just been gobbling him up in the river.
I mean, at this point, Falcons, they can't really know this, but the side lanes are being heavily patrolled by Extreme, but it's just XM in the middle part of the map. When you're trying to rat like this, you don't usually want to go to the middle part of the map, but that might be their best opportunity to create an opening. Just they get the Shadow Fiend off the map, that gives them 60, 70 seconds to work with.
It's just not the logical jump. Like, you don't see this SF city mid and they say he's alone. Let's go just smoke and jump him, and it's going to work out. It does not feel comfortable to play this map right now, and this ward is still available top for XG, just scouting a lot out. Also a great ward for Falcons. Amar, he's like, I want to use this, guys.
Seeing XXS. I just can't see a world where they go on the Slardar, and it's good for them, and instead Amar's going to be the one jumped. A roll up and a rolling thunder. Away he goes, hits a bash, a little bit of damage, and blinks away. It's XM, actually now. XM in trouble. There's a disruption.
Baap re. Save.
Coming in, Malrine, he can't survive. 28 damage, and more's coming for you. A good whip from Crit will keep them off of Skeeter's tail, but that damage is fear.
बाप रे बाप, पगला को मारा देखा.
He delays it. One tapped by
Joyce.
That's what you're dealing with right now.
This is the definition of overwhelming damage. You don't have time to respond. You got the roar on the SF. As he went into you, kind of the best scenario.
Yep.
But there's disruption to bail you out. That's the beauty of this lineup. The aggressive damage dealers can go in with confidence because there is no turnaround potential unless you check that back line. And Ame, he is just unleashed here.
Man's on fire. And XM is fearless, man.
Refresher done for the Shadow Fiend. If you thought it was bad before, add double ult with Dazoon Bloodright with Timeless on top of it.
Yeah, AC for the Slardar as well. I mean, the advantages just keep on piling up.
This game is starting to feel as out of reach as Game 2 was for XG.
It's starting to. I mean, for me, it's felt that way for like a solid 15 minutes. Just felt like Falcons were in this position where they couldn't actually play active. They couldn't go for kills. And Extreme were just building up this late game that it feels kind of unstoppable. This much physical damage, this much minus armor.
Need more late game survivability to punch through it. It comes down to the gyro. Like, can gyro take a jump in this game? So far, the answer's been no. He does finish off a Broach. He disassembles it. once Daedalus here.
The banner down, and Ame starts going to
ओ
work.
बाप रे जो स्वेन का फाड़ में भाई
I mean, this is a Hail Mary. It is. They've got to somehow find the initiation, but if they're going to do it without Snake King and without a mid lane of barracks.
खत्म जाइरो भी खत्म
Trying to deal with a banner. Skater. Oh, man. No good. No
GG
buyback available. Requiem just for the fun, just for the hell of it. He's got another one. Why not?
No God Strength, no problem. Just blinks on plays for the attack speed, daring Amar to jump him.
They do manage to get that jump on XM, but there's the Lincolns. Now a refresh. You have to go through another Lincoln, so you don't have a roar to do so. XM jumps, hits the back line with the Requiem, runs down crit. Full heal, back up, and this is completely dumpster. Extreme Gaming. You thought that was good in game 2. You thought Falcons, they had the advantage, that they made a statement. Will Extreme come right back and make a statement of their own?
And you have to wonder what is going through that man's mind right there. Ame, he is now one game away from a title that he has sought for so long. And he has been here 2 times before, right on the precipice.
The back and forth between China and the international teams lasted for 7 years. It's been 7 years since Ame was at
आमे के अंदर खून दिख रहा है आंखों में
वो गुस्सा में बोला साला मेरा कब चाहिए भाई स्वेन का जो अभी टैप पड़ा ना पगना तो उसका मौत तो दिख रहा है उसका नेक्स्ट वाला मौत भी दिख रहा होगा उसको बाप रे बाप
One more game. Can they do it in game 4? Let's head back to the panel.
Oh, match point for Extreme. It's really getting hot now here in the Barclays Arena. They are so close. Of course, Falcons will have another shot of pushing to that next game. But we're going to find out what they come up with in the next game. But first, we're going to break down this game because it was a beauty. It was like a combination of both games in one, where we started out fairly slow again first, Higo.
Yeah, it's kind of like the discipline of the early game, right? You have to concede a little bit of the map and then take it back when you can. You know, I think critically, Ame, right? He loses his early tower on the Sven, but he then just defensively farms. He just chills. He knows what he has to do. He identifies when and, you know, where to enter the game. And I feel like every time we see XG win a game, we're going to be overly praising both Xnova and JinQ on the supports, the SD, the Bane, how much work they did throughout this entire game to ensure that Falcons, anytime they want to enter a fight, Army's fully protected, enabling XM as well. The supports in XG are just incredible.
Yeah, and it's also, I will say it's a little surprising to me that Falcons decided to pick these supports into the SD. I feel like XG had a really good idea coming into this game. You take out the Chen and the Eng, you know that the Pugna is very likely to come out, so you take the SD already as the first pick, and also, you know, building on top SD, SF, Slardar, especially those two with this minus armor. This is not a combo we see too often, so in my opinion, Zhao 8, grand final stage, you bring it out, your boys play it so well, they must be feeling incredible right now.
Yeah, that's a good point, because these kinds of bursty combos make it so hard to play these save supports, like Pugna or like Ringmaster. Like, you can't save anyone if you're instantly dead. You can't save anyone if they're instantly dead. But to me, this just goes back to the laning stage. In that first game, when they had good lanes, they were able to meet Falcons in a stalemate in that mid game instead of get run over, and eventually find a jump with their superior team fight, with their superior net worth on their carry, to take the win. In that game too, they lose the lanes. The map just becomes completely out of control. For XG to win this in the next game, just stabilize the lanes. It worked out perfectly for them.
But also, I think Maureen, he's been a talking point in all 3 games now, right? In game 1, shut out on the Ember Spirit. Game 2, MVP on the Primal Beast. Coming into game 3, he's a Beastmaster. Lane goes well, but he farms backwards. I think Falcons, they need to identify Maureen. He needs to play into the map, break open the game. When he's farming or shut out, Falcons look to struggle, and it gives so much time for XG to come online.
I would say he farmed backwards because of how well XM and the Shadowfiend played. Like, we sang our praises to the support duo of Extreme Gaming, but XM on the SF, he was like big man on campus those first 10 minutes, played the lane incredibly well, got the rune control, stole stacks, went to that top lane, kind of did the reverse Malrine in terms of taking enemy farm and taking the enemy safe lane tower.
It's just good. I mean, sorry, snaking, but it is good to see that he's also 1-9 in this game, right? Like
He's human.
Yeah, he's human. Like the way he was playing the Enchantress, it was like he's untouchable, literally. It's like, how do you stop this guy? He's played Pugner, he's doing the same thing, but when he goes to that tower, when he goes to the jungle, when he's trying to be that cheeky little devil that, you know, wins him a TI, he's getting shut out this time. Like they're stopping snaking from thriving in this finals.
Yeah, and to me also like stand out, you have Jinkyu, he does it so well on this pick, but I will say Falcons, in my opinion, they played into this pick quite a little bit.
It does feel that way. I mean, maybe they're so used to their snowball strat that they don't care too much about counters. I mean, you look at that draft and you think, okay, if they get their lead, they're going to do what they always do, regardless of, you know, Shadow Demon purging the escape back, purging Decryptify, regardless of Sven's burst. They thought that they would get the lead, but it just didn't happen this time.
Yeah, we are going to talk a little bit more about those supports because the supports obviously is what makes cores do really good, and in this game in particular, XM was doing really good, Effie.
Yes, I just wanted to point out here how well Xnova and XM played together at the start. So here, they're doing a rune secure. XM gets the region on the side, but the key here is that Malrine actually roars him, which then enables XM on the SF, because he knows roar is off cooldown, to walk into Malrine's triangle and take his stacks. XM taking Malrine's stacks here is what really slowed him down. It's what caused him to farm backwards, as T mentioned. Like, you take this away from Malrine, and that's like one half of the combo to beat him up. Afterwards, they do a smoke top, and they're gonna take that safe lane tower away from the enemy gyrocopter.
Yeah, and this is really important for the Falcons draft. Like we've talked about, they care more about what they get themselves as opposed to countering you. Because picking Gyro, in my, like I would not be calling for a Gyro cutter, but if this is what my team needs from me, if this is what we want the tempo, we want to do this. Because if you fall flat or you go even and XM made this happen in the game, it is an incredibly hard carry to carry, or even, you know, carry to minus armor strat matchup. I would not want to be in his shoes.
Just look how proactive though. In all these clips, is XG leading the charge, going first, right? The supports, like Effie mentioned, they're the ones diving behind the tower, enabling XM. Then because they've enabled XM, he can then go top. Like all of these things compound to XG feeling like they've accelerated their entry to into the game. Like we mentioned, they need items. You play early game like that, the items are going to be coming to you very quickly.
Yeah, and then everything is set up perfectly for the carry Ame to come in and just steal the show.
Yeah, just like that. And I wanted to do a head-to-head between the Sven and the Gyrocopter, right? Because picking Gyro into Slardar, into Sven, right? Big counters to your hero, bursting you, forcing you to go butterfly. You're expecting there to be some aggression or some logic behind it, right? But for Skinner, his lane was good, but when you look at the 18-minute mark in the game, he hasn't really entered the game with that big damage or anything like that. Like, sure, Gyrocopter can be a greedy carry, but he also can play the twin gate. He can actively go towards the early tier 1 towers with the cooldown and enable his team. Maybe play with the Panglyph, but he didn't do that at all, right? He took bot tower and then just farmed. And then in a farm battle, I just don't think Gyro is the correct carry to win a farm battle against the likes of Ame, because look at the net worth difference. It was, you know, night and day.
I mean, it's also like if you look at the hero damage, Gyro thrives off of aggression, doing stuff on the map, going through the gate, killing some heroes, but he had 3k hero damage at minute 20. That's not what you want to have. This is not how Gyro wins games. And as he said, the farm battle against Sven, yeah, you're going to take the L there too.
Yeah, and we now mostly shown skirmishes because, to be fair, it was mostly skirmishes until the Roche fight.
Yeah, because this is, in my mind, one of the things that XG also do the best. Like, they bait you in, they like make you, you know, like really whittle around how you're going to make it happen. So here, it's very important. We're going to keep our eyes at the start on XXS and XM2, because the Requiem, maybe it looks a bit weird, but you have to imagine this fear right now. It pushes everyone back. Now, let's let the fight play out, because Malrine, he actually roars up Ame here. And Ame only lives with, what, like 40% HP? Disruption, he gets saved, he turns it around. But without these other things beforehand, XXS going in to cause chaos, XM with the Requiem to fear people away. Ame would not live with 200 HP here and whack everyone into the ground. He would be dying. But instead, positioning, spell casting, he gets to turn it around. Team fight over. Amar wants to quit. Free Roche.
The positioning there from XG, they have the high ground, right? They're big time chilling, right? I think that's what Amar realized after the fight. It's like, what are we doing here? We're a low ground team trying to fight high ground into these heroes. We don't even know where Bane and SD are. And instantly, I think hindsight kicked in for Amar there, where it's like, that's not the fight for Falcons to take.
Yeah,
so, go for it.
Another standout thing was if you looked at the net worth graph during that fight, Gyro was 5k below this one, and they took the fight anyway. It was tough.
It was a tough game for Falcons. Previous time they had a tough game. They did come back swinging. We're going to see if they can do that too soon. But first, we are going to check out what Slax is up to in the crowd.
Hey, everybody, we are back in the crowd once more. Crowd, we still awake after that? All right, they're still here. but a somber tone here as we have a lot of Falcons fans. But don't worry, my friends and Falcons who are sitting right behind the stage right now listening to this piece, because I will find some fans to cheer you up and get you motivated. Do you like Falcons?
Dude, I saw at TI5. I saw him win. I want to see him again, but you got to take it on the summit, which it's not easy to win at the TI finals.
This is not motivating. You don't say it's not easy to. We're supposed to be motivated. You can do it. Let's get some noise. All right. I need to find a new Falcons fan. Give us something. Come on, they're listening.
Just get better saves. They got the good ones, but they got. It's not easy.
They do not need your fights. They don't need advice. They need hype. You're not the coach. This guy won 2 TIs. All right, I'm moving on. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Falcons fans. Anyone a Falcon fan here? Oh, okay. He's standing up. This is an official broadcast here. Any words for Falcons? Can you hype them up?
Hype them up. Okay. Snaking, love your zoo, love your healing, amazing. Skitter, please, no Nature's Prophet out of position.
Okay, that's flaming. That's not what we call hyping people up. You need to give them motivation to win.
Okay, you guys got the experience. You're amazing. Amazing draft. Good team fights. You guys got this.
Okay, that I will accept. Thank you very much, my friend. You a Falcons fan as well? Thank you. Thank you for the light applause on that one. I appreciate it. That guy right there applauding. You were the only one. I appreciate you back there. All right, advice. Please, hype these guys up. They need it.
First of all, go Falcons! But we must not...
Great start, that's what I'm talking about.
But let's admit, the situation is dire. We are losing.
You are losing me, you did, okay, please.
We need one touch. We need Amar's positive mental attitude. So do some out chat, hit enemy in the morale, and win the fucking game.
Yeah! Okay, I like that. Like Goku in the Dragon Balls, we need to put together all of our positive energy and send it to Amar so that he can factory that up and turn it into toxicity. That is a good idea. How about you? You said you were a Falcons fan, correct?
Yes, yeah, of course.
All right, this is it. This is the last chance that Falcons has, and this is the last chance this crowd has to not cringe, all right? This is all on you. Ladies and gentlemen, what's your name?
I think they should pick heroes for Malin. He need to play a game, and I believe in him. He can do this, and Amar to play.
Yeah. The question was, what's your name? But I'll take that, fantastic! Give it around! I like that, all right. One more, does anyone else a Falcons fan? Do we have a rousing speech? From the back, the person in green coming down. Hello, what's your name?
My name is Laura.
All right, that's a good step one. Fantastic. Okay. You have to hype these guys up. Please. I'm going to do something I never do. I trust you. I'm going to give you the mic. But if you betray me, I will snatch that mic out of your hand so fast. Give it to us, please. They are listening right there. Owie 2000, I saw him. He's in tears. He doesn't know what to do. This is up to you. Take it away.
Thanks. Guys, can I hear it for Falcon?
अपने में तक चुकर लगती है। What's your name? ये करना चाहिए।
No matter what, you're the best.
That I will tell you, well done. They're motivated. If we don't see another game win from Falcons, I don't know what to do. Thank you so much, crowd. Can we please put our hands together for both of these incredible teams one more time?
That was a good speech, that is for sure. Let's see if Falcons indeed will strike back and push us to a 5th game of this Grand Finals. Now, with this in mind, we did see them come back after that first game. Effie, what did they need to do this time around? Because last time when they came back from a game, we saw them setting a high tempo and crushing those lanes. And we now know that for Extreme, all they need to do is stabilize the lanes. How's Falcons going to stop that?
I think for Falcons, they took 2nd pick in that last game, right? But then they used their overall last pick to pick Gyro into Sven. Maybe a little bit more respect towards Extreme Gaming and their late game. Give something to Skeeter that will actually do well throughout the entire game, regardless of how that early game goes. You know, some security.
I think there's a couple things you could do depending also on the pick priority. You could switch it up, go first pick yourself just to, well, put yourself in a different position, right? You're down 1 and 2. I would say it benefits Falcons a little bit more to make a switch up. Another hero I'm looking at, Sven has won, I believe, now 2 out of the 3 games, has looked incredibly strong. So just try to keep it simple, and the worst thing they could do right now is overthink. But luckily for them, they have AOI. He's been here before. He's gonna make sure that they're, chill and in the right zone. Because just go in, we gotta play.
And if they do end up taking second pick again, maybe save it for a Mars hero. Like, get that surprise factor in, because again, saving second pick to give to Skeeter in a losing matchup, that wasn't the correct choice, but I'm sure they've identified that.
I would imagine so. We did hear AY on stage just before the game started that they chose and opted for a second pick because we did have the same pick order 3 games in a row, which is kind of unusual, but it fell that way because Falcons identified that Extreme Gaming had a lot of success as second pick, and they wanted to take that away, T-Gov.
Yeah, it feels like coming into this 4th game, I'm expecting to see a shift, right? If Falcons have the choice, then maybe they go to first pick, right? Want to change up the pace. Because I think Zhao shown, that the bans are really good now, right? The Chen, Monkey, Ench ban when XG are first pick feels like they've not broken Falcons, but it simplifies the draft for XG where they aren't under that pressure. Knowing that you aren't going to have this issue of the little honest zoo running at you, I think is a really critical thing. But to highlight the 3 drafts that we've seen so far, I've said it before, but I think Maureen needs to be very aggressive, right? Ember is a hero that can be aggressive, but will shut down. Beastmaster needs to farm the jungle, has his stats contested, but naturally also wants to farm jungle, so doesn't really break open the game. So I'm hoping for Falcon's sake that they can find a hero for Maureen that wants to just explore the map, play into the game, because snaking can't do it, because those supports are getting banned out.
Yeah, and it's also like their supports are so important for them on Falcons. Like you have snaking, you have crit. It's a different reason also why I would like first pick for them. Like force Extreme to also ban your heroes. You want to get your hands on the snaking Chen, on the snaking Ench, to maybe get the Maureen Sanking and also this Monkey King. Like there's only so few heroes they can ban. Do something new for you, because skill-wise these teams are very evenly matched.
Yeah, I will say also we're coming into territory where it is a best of 5, and teams generally do not play a lot of best of 5. So the meta evolvement that we're seeing within the series, it is extra important and extra interesting to look at as well. And I will say that when it does come to experiencing grand finals, grand finals at TI, but this year in particular, Falcons has had quite a few grand finals. Extreme Gaming has not sat in a grand final this entire season.
हेलो बॉय अरे अभी जेंक्यू को पूरा चुबा के लाया एकदम देख रहे जॉयस
आईबेक्स
देख रहे जेंक्यू को पूरा चुबा के लाया एकदम पानी में एकदम नीला कपड़ा से
तुम कहाँ लुदरा आ रहा था
हम लुदरा नहीं रहा था हम टीआई देख रहा था
कहाँ लुदुर हो गए
आमार का वो देखे वो पर टाइम ये खत्म हो गया टीम स्वाइप हो गया और आराम से पीछे होके बैठ गया हो गया अब रुक जाते
He's talking about and thinking about what are they going to change? How are we going to be ready for those?
आराम से नहीं वो
both teams like critical and clean thinking.
बोलिए भैया बोलिए
रूसियन को जाके चेहरा धुआ के आना चाहिए
हम तो चेहरा धुआ के काम नहा के भी आ गया ये देखा Who's this?
Who's this नहीं was face give me peace.
Ran them over. What did they do in the game 3? They got 2 enabling slave type of support.
क्या भाई 3 कैरी था बे
Anti-primal beast heroes.
3 कैरी
तो 3 कैरी 1 कैरी छीन गई ये
ले ये चवाटा दे रहा चट चट चट
ये ले मेरा तलवार
also do know that Malrine has a massive hero pool though. He doesn't have
ये आमा साला वो बोट का साला ओनर का जैसा नहीं दिखता है
is larger than that.
No, absolutely, but I think it's a very fair point because I was looking at the SD more.
बोट का जो ओनर है उसका जैसा नहीं दिखता है
बोट का ओनर तो
अमन
पिंप जैसा दिखता है
हैं
पिंप जैसा दिखता है उसका ड्रेसिंग और चश्मा
So this is absolute something else to take into account. So for
नहीं दिखता है
what are other heroes that I can pick into this?
वैसे टाइप का चश्मा पहनता है वो
नहीं
like a Puck himself or on voice
अमन क्या ना एक लौड़ा जिंक इस साला देख चुबा के लाया बाल गीला गीला है भाई इसको चुबा के लाया बता रहा जिंकी को
securing their aegis finally for Army. These are the questions that I
चुबा के लाया लौड़ा का
it will be punished.
So how much do we feel like Falcons
लौड़ा को क्यों चुबाएगा
change things up in that earlier stages of the drafts?
दौड़ा का चुभाता है क्योंकि वही है क्योंकि keep it wet and dry, not dry, keep it wet. भाई ये साला छिला गया था
चैट में देखो
I mean, something else I can see too, because this
ये
is,
क्या है
we talk about this a lot. Marine is very excellent for his game matchup versus everyone else, but they play through his tempo and they play
Vote
through
का
his game.
मालिक
So looking to maybe secure his pick later, and I think Effie made a very good point about last picking Skeeter. I don't think it's like the S tier thing you can do with your Falcons. He's gonna do his laning stuff. They're gonna play through him, but you can take his hero early on in the draft as well.
It's also that thing where you can kind of bait XG to go for the saving supports, and then Snaking just suddenly plays like a silencer or something, right? Like you can draft a way to take away the fight, but again, for Malrine, he's not getting access to his Sand Kings, his Shakers. Primal done really well in 2 games ago, but not really opted this time around.
And it is also like important to know that for like in the incoming games, like even if Falcons are to win this game, I think that the pick order, and not just that, but also like the mindset that you go into these games with is like incredibly important. Because of course the gameplay matters more than anything else, but it comes from your emotion, it comes from how you feel. Do you trust each other? Is there any disbelief? Do you feel like you're getting outplayed even though the game is even? Things like this cannot be in your head.
Yeah, and if the game is going to be even, it means we should be having an even draft on our hands. But let's see if that is the case. It is time for the draft of this 4th game.
Team Falcons.
बस आर्ट वैसा पहन लगा तो एकदम टीम पे जैसा
Grand Finals. Game 4.
I'll repeat myself, it's match point for Extreme Gaming. 1 game away from claiming the ages here in Hamburg. Let's see if they can get off to a good start with the draft here in this 4th game. We got Extreme this time on the Dire side, Falcons on the Radiant side, and it is, once more, Extreme Gaming with first pick, Falcons with overall last pick. And in terms of bans, so far, nothing changed.
Yeah, we've got the same, and I believe that it's XG who have priority. I believe that, like this, the game, it begins outside of the game. They had choice, they take first pick, they know Falcons want to swap something up. I don't really see XG changing much, and I believe that Falcons didn't change anything either, even with their last 2 bans.
Correct. That is the same. It's also, okay, we're just running it back. Yeah. That's what's happening.
It's the same draft as of yet, but that's where it really shows that both Aoi and Zhao Wei, they identified that, obviously, their strengths from the previous draft. And I think for Aoi, it's like one key hero change, and they can all change. Like the Silencer, for example, I just mentioned. If you have disruptions and saves and all this early skirmish, you cannot do it into a global. So maybe that could be an option later down the line, at least.
I mean, the only problem, because I like Silencer too, but the hero seems to have like fallen off for some people. I don't know exactly like what the reason is. Other 5s are perhaps stronger. There it is, right on cue, brother. Gets his Sand King.
Fast pick में उठा लो Sand King को.
Last game in the hope to find SD. This time
And
around,
इसका main hero.
Disruption can fully break apart a Sand King's jump. So another way to find the SD
शुरू हो गया.
quite nice. Unless you're always jumping SD.
Draft हो रहा है. Shadow Demon.
To run back the same support duo of Bane plus Shadow Demon. It looks fine for them, but I wonder if Falcons are gonna respect the SF that came out last game, because on paper versus Sand King, it should do the same thing, if not harder. It can win the lane, if not harder, than versus a Beastmaster and go into a triangle contest stacks.
There's also something interesting, like there's a high chance that Falcons, like the reason why they perhaps would not want to go for Pangoli here is that they feel like they just cannot squeeze in a Bane ban. Like they're not allowed to. In the first phase you can't. In the second phase they only have 1, so it's like, okay, maybe we want to play this hero, but it's honestly too annoying against what XG are going to propose to us.
And also, the game is very open, right, with Sand King. From the mid lane, you take stacks, you get Blink Dagger. Marine's very independent. In hard lanes, good lanes, he doesn't really need that much help other than crit making the stacks. So now they don't have to focus entirely on mid. They can really, hammer home that aggression on the side lanes.
But that's where it matters, right?
वो तो Sand King तुरंत से पहले कोई वक्त छोड़ दी.
Versus a Sand King, so that they can just leave Malrine alone. They don't want to have to input more resources into him.
Yeah, we got the
इतना डिले में देख रहा कुछ 2 मिनट पहले ही हो गया. मेरे YouTube में इसी अभी लिया था देख भाई.
Now they ban out the Pango that
Twitch में देखो.
अगर YouTube में देख रहा है ना प्लेबैक स्पीड को 2x करके देखो क्या पता.
Twitch में देखो.
Right, the fact that XG still banned the Pangolier, right? They know what the hero can do against their playstyle. And then Falcons, did they want to use the one ban on the Bane? Yes, they did.
अच्छा good wing गया.
With the less rat pickup, Oh, this is just damage.
This is
एक
very,
doom
very
mode
strong.
जाए
Like Lesh alone already.
हम एक बात बोले
एक
ये
doom mode
मैच
जाए
जीतना चाहिए था
An absolute menace.
नहीं नहीं नहीं
ये कौन है
भाई
भाई? तो सुंदर सुंदर लड़की लोग दिख रही।
You have a disruption save as well, and
उसलिए तो बोल रहा है नेक्स्ट ईयर चला जाओ टीआई में
you're gonna be incredibly happy. If you're Falcons, you
हम तो तैयार हो गए। स्पॉन्सर खाली निकाल लीजिए मेरा।
एक तो निर्बन भैया है ना स्पॉन्सर
और प्रैक्टिस के लिए बताइए कहाँ आना है, उसका टिकट भेज दीजिए और सब कोई आएगा। फिर पीसी सब 5 तो रखिए।
टीम
अभी तो हम रूसियन, लूमा, जॉयस।
लूमा तो जा रहे बस लूमा ही स्पॉन्सर कर दे।
हम कहाँ से
तो हम रार को ले जाए।
नहीं रार को नहीं। अच्छा ठीक है। और चौथा 5वां प्लेयर
और 6 में संदीप भैया को उठा लेते हैं। कोई एगो कैरी तो चाहिए ना।
बात तो सही। हम लोग 4 सपोर्ट तो नहीं खेलेंगे।
उसके बाद अरे तो निर्बन भैया जब पीसी 5 वो सपोर्ट करेगा प्रैक्टिस के लिए तो सब अपना रोल खेलेगा ना। आलोक भैया कोच है ही। आलोक भैया कोच करता है तो हम लोग जीत ही जाते हैं ऐसे।
आलोक भैया कुछ करेगा जीता जा सकता है।
वही घिसा पिटा टीम, वही घिस।
नहीं ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है।
नहीं मेरा मतलब यही कैरेक्टर सब
भाई लास्ट चांस है इसका।
हाँ हमें को जीतना है ना, उसको दे दो उसमें वाला हाल है।
He can suffer in lane, so you pick the more aggressive support. Okay, like I can definitely get behind this. The problem is Sven has looked incredible, and Gyro doesn't really man fight you. Even if you get jumped, we have a similar situation. You might get disruption. You're gonna pop your BKB. You turn around.
अच्छा जायरो वर्सेस स्पेन में क्या जायरो जीतता है?
Falcons need to make sure that their aggression is directed to breaking Leshrac to then go
बोले भैया बोलेगा हाँ जीतता है।
They were so busy reacting to all the aggression. Arme had complete access to the jungle, complete free farm. So Falcons, they have the tools to take the fight, but they can't waste time at this like Leshrac, who's going to have a target in his back and try and bait Falcons away from what Arme is doing in the jungle.
It's also annoying for Falcons. Slaughter is a hero that you would like on your hands potentially against Sven, but if they pick out of phase, they've shown it to you in the game just now, so you also have to ban it.
They're just banning all of his stun heroes on XXS. They don't want to give him an easy blink initiator. Like outside of his Centaur plus his Shaker plus his Mars, he's been playing Slardar and Axe. Axe still exists, but a lot less popular. If you're playing Axe into Leshrac, that's really tough.
Gyrocopter doesn't really break the lanes of an offlaner, so then Dawnbreaker, a hero that we kind of lost favor in, could come back here. You have the Solar Guardian, if Arme jumps in and Leshrac jumps in, now you have a core neighbor of the other two, rather than always relying on the supports. Support can be scary, with Tusk jump, hoodwink, tanking, so I like the fact that maybe take over the defensive capabilities.
On that point, the issue is pcgaming looked so good last game because they had like that short cooldown blink initiation from XXS. If you play on suddenly you're playing on longer cooldowns, you have that same means to get out of the
I mean, I'd love to see a Batrider from the lane into Tusk Gyrocopter. That could be scary.
I think that Batrider is actually playable. I mean, one of the reasons why I like it is that Batrider, like, they're playing a lot of snowball safe at the moment from Falcons. You cannot snowball safe a Batrider and any 1+1 kill.
हम पहले बोले थे डोम को
And actually, I take it back. It can be played because of the Shadow Demon. When the Tusk Gyro
फैल्कन डोम
you're gonna survive and reset the lane. So
हमार का डूम अगर आया मतलब
maybe the Batrider is playable.
या तो विन है या तो लूज है 50-50 है।
हम बता रहे नहीं पता है कौन आएगा।
बताओ बताओ।
किसी का साइड शायद ये टाइड हंटर भी आ सकता है।
अंडरलॉर्ड
अंडरलॉर्ड बैन हो गया ना।
ओ अच्छा तो देखिए नहीं।
हम तो
तब
अंडरलॉर्ड ही बैन।
देखिए
मनहूस
मगनूस
He forgot to ban it some years ago, but now he's picking it.
और दूसरा सेट क्या है?
He's got this is a grudge pick.
This is a grand
So क्या है?
hero if I've ever seen one. We talked about XXS.
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Phoenix. This is gonna be key. They didn't want to give him big cooldowns. So the big plays here on the main stage.
I don't think they've even played it so far at this TI. So
Oh, अच्छा उठाया नहीं तो ऐसा
bring that
बोलता
out
है.
in a potential winning game, tournament winning game.
I mean, the pressure is on Amar. He is the one pressing the buttons. This is his.
Phoenix को ना चमाटा मार देगा Sven. Yell.
This is not the Gyro to carry the game. Gyro is a kind of enabling kind of puzzle piece to bring life to other heroes. You are not outscaling the Mag, the Sven, the Leshrat, the ET. You
लोगों ने
step up.
Keep in mind that Sam King can still go offlane if they
क्या
want
बोल
to
रहा
set up
भाई?
offlane. It is still a
Phoenix
flex
या पग्गू.
after all.
It's quite hard because you're playing into.
पागना नहीं और सपोर्ट्स की सपोर्ट
और नहीं सपोर्ट नहीं था फिनिक्स में.
Like win the lane, like they suffer later.
हम बोलते फिनिक्स या रेजर.
Run back to Primal. At least have a hero that buys blade mail.
Actually, they
the Leshrat. You keep running into the jungle.
Ursa.
Damn Teddy bear.
It is the Ursa coming out, a hero that's been banned a lot.
Amar Ursa.
हाँ. हमार का टेडी बियर.
Ursa off.
Yeah.
अरे भाई क्या मतलब देखते हैं क्या होता है. अच्छा.
Offlane Ursa.
Guys, you gotta respect this.
I respect the hustle. My guy's got confidence.
Listen, Ahmad only cares about one thing. Okay, he just wants to win.
हाँ वो I think maximum harass के लिए कर रहा है ये चीज.
मना स्वयं फिर से काटेगा ना.
हाँ maximum harass है. खेलने ही नहीं देगा वो.
स्वेन को फार्म नहीं करने देगा.
हाँ फार्म ही नहीं करना देगा, खेलने ही नहीं देगा उसको. उसके लिए
लोग अपना गेम को स्ट्रॉन्ग थोड़ी किया, वो लोग का बिगाड़ने के लिए किया है.
बिगाड़ने के लिए. उन लोग का मेन कैरी एक ही है.
हाँ तो वो लोग अपना टीम स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं किया है, वो लोग का टीम बिगाड़ रहा है.
Actually आइडिया अच्छा है.
जब स्वयं लंका कर सकता है दोबारा भाई मार लीजिए.
One game and he lost, but it doesn't matter. He has that one game of experience. The thing is, Amar, he plays like the offlane slot 6-7 months ago. He wants to be annoying. Like
नेचर में देख रहे हैं एक तलवार लेके एक इंसान गया है बाहर से लड़.
And I think being different in a elimination game, what can potentially win it for you?
We talked about how Falcons need to do well in their lanes as kind of like their strategy against Extreme as a whole. Can this draft do it with the Ursa offlane? It's unusual.
It's weird as hell, but it can.
It can do it, and I can see them snowballing potentially, but let me tell you, their windows are so tight. Like, their frame of error are so little. The Gyro's gonna get outscaled by the Sven. They have less team fight than on XG, and the high ground versus Magnus, that's the issue. You want to split off the lanes, you're gonna go high ground early.
फिर बोलेगा TI देखने के चक्कर.
The time has started, yeah.
तो यहाँ आपको देखने में शायद
उसका TI चल रहा है.
It's a tricky one as well. Let's find out what's going to happen
क्या
in this
करते हो
game.
भाई
Are
PA
they
लाइक.
crowning a king after this one? It will definitely happen if it was up to this guy. Let's head over to the stage. It's Jawed with Tsunami.
We'll find out what the idea is right now. Game number 4 time, where things are getting interesting. A last pick Ursa, but it's an offlane Ursa. What do you think Falcon's idea is?
事情变得非常有趣了。对面选了最后一手拍拍熊，而且是3号位拍拍熊。你觉得他们的主意或者思路是什么样呢？
我觉得他们会像7一样的输掉。
They will lose like a maggot.
Whoa, strong words! And I also wanted to know about your offlaner. Magnus has a lot of history. How do you think XXS's Magnus compares to a collapse Magnus, perhaps?
我们想问一下，你们这边的3号位，你觉得 XXS 的梦马跟 Collapse 的梦马相比怎么样呢
？XXS 的猛犸也是世界一流水平，我们训练也玩过非常多。
XXS, his Magnus is also world's top tier, and we played it a lot in our scrims.
And we're gonna see how good it is in a potential championship game. Hamburg, put your hands together as we get to this game number 4.
Extreme Gaming had the chance to exercise the demons of their history, to right the wrongs of the past. And in the face of all that gravity, Amar says, screw it, let me carry.
Give me the bear. I'll show you how it's done. From the off lane, the man in his element. I felt like it was XXS having his hero pool challenge. It was Falcon saying, how many more cards do you have up your sleeve? And Amar, he got backed into the corner. He had to pull something out. Nobody could have predicted this pick in the world. It is absolutely out from left field. He does have experience on the hero, but man, what a pick to bust out in an elimination game in a TI Grand Final.
Avery, I trust you to give it to me straight.
Yeah.
The panel said it's possible. It's possible. Well, anything's possible in the world of Dota. Is this actually going to happen, or is this just cope? What good is the off-lane Ursa?
It's a hell of an Ursa game.
Okay.
Actually, doesn't खराब कर
it's a
तो
great
सकता
Ursa
है.
game. You know, he has great core matchups. Not a
Squirrel
lot of
बहुत
control
ही-
against him. Demonic Purge
I mean,
is probably
Crit
the
को
one
अच्छा
spot you're most
खेलता
annoyed
है,
by, but it does relieve a lot of that carry
शायद
pressure that was on the gyro.
और
It just felt
रास्ता
like that
बहुत
gyro
अच्छा
pick was not going to get it done. We saw it suffer in the last game. Falcons felt like they needed more scale. They were not going to tempo this game out. This is the pick to do it. All eyes on Amar. How much did you learn during your brief stint as a carry?
How much did he learn? How much did Extreme learn? Taking the Magnus, match point.
Whew. This hero, man, it always comes back in a TI final. The playmaking is too good. The displacement is too valuable. The potential for the big plays in the team fight is always online. XXS is a Magnus master. I agree with Joey. It's a very underrated hero of his. We often forget about it, but man, it's only going to take a few good skewers in this game to break it open. Terrifying hero to play against when there's everything on the line. And there's not really a good counter to it. If you look at the Falcons lineup, your best interrupt is if you can land one of these stuns, but you know, it's not that Rubik lift. It's not the insta-hex.
No, it's going to have to be a blink, snowball, or punch from Snake King, I think is their best option, or
like
a quick
burrow.
burrow from Sand King.
But if he has BKB mag, there's almost nothing stopping this game.
Then there's only blink punch, and that feels nigh impossible.
I do like the Tusk pick, though. I think this is a hero that has worked really well for Falcons in the past. Both of their support players are absolute masters on it. It could have gone either way. And it's a hero that gives you that BKB pierce that I think they felt the pressure of lacking in that game 3. You know, when Ame goes in on this Sven and he is just threatening to chunk you down, what is the interrupt? What happens to stall his BKB duration out and be able to turn those fights around? Tusk is a hero that can give that to you with punch plus the snowball save. It can do a lot here. Ursa can be a hard hero to jump. It's not as straightforward of a Sven game. That said, you always have the Magnus to bail you out if it really comes to it. Another just terrifying scaling lineup from XG. Another game where if you're Falcons, you want to get out ahead. You do not want to fall behind against this lineup at all.
No, certainly not. Feels like a lot of pressure. Like, sure, a lot of attention on Amar doing this secondary carry and offlane Ursa. But doesn't this just put a lot of weight on Maureen's shoulders? He has to take the burden of all the initiation and all of the early and mid game for Falcons.
Does have his Sand King to do it, though. I think this has been his most explosive hero relative to the rest of the pack. He has really stood out on the Sand King here. He will get it in this pivotal game 4. And they went for it over that Beastmaster into the Shadow Demon, which I think was the right call. I think playing the Roars into the late game against the Disruption just felt terrible for him. This time around, he's a lot more AoE damage, way harder for Jin-Q to go in and stall up his presence in the middle of the team fight. He can still scale like a beast.
Burrow striking away, but XM still gets a good amount of Diabolic Edict damage on this Sand King. And it's going to be one of the struggles. Malrine won't be able to just exist inside of Sandstorm. He will be outdone by the damage over time from the Leshrac.
So Falcons get their Hoodwink Sand King combo. This is a combo we've seen them abuse before. With the amp damage from the Boomerang into the Sand King damage, Sharpshooter on top, that's enough to take anybody out.
Disruption in the bottom lane, being run down by the Gyrocopter. Shockwave trying to separate the two of them, but Jin-Q is slowed down by the Blood Grenade, and the first blood will be taken by Skeeter. In turn, he's skewered back into the tower, but XXS not enough to finish him off. And just now noticing that Snake King opted for drinking buddies over the tag team.
This is their combo with the Gyro, right? Drinking buddies him up, let the Flak Cannon go to work. Really nice damage buff for this hero. They have really strong combinations in this game, plus an Ursa.
Jin-Q be like हम रुशियन से थोड़ा inspired हुए हैं.
What that's worth. Just had to throw that out there at least once.
We'll love to see the combination with that Ursa
Darupira.
and how it happens. Epicenter being used. XM didn't expect this little bit.
No way.
No. He's stuck inside the sandstorm. There's no way he survives a blood grenade just in case they finish him off.
Nice pickup from Maureen. Getting aggressive, had the level advantage, hit the level 6 first off some nice laning. Takes it straight to the track with a timely rotation from Crit. Probably called it over. And now Crit, he can go straight into the double stack with the Ancients, defend it against Nova, look back towards lane, and then look into that Wisdom Shrine. Very nice sequence for him. This Sand King is going to be fat. And this laning phase turning once more towards Falcons. This series has just been back and forth, both in the draft and in the first 10 minutes. It's been super pivotal for what Falcons want to do here with their lineups. They're winning this one across the board. Triple lane win for them. Gotta be happy about that.
And got some Ancient stacks, and the fact that they got that kill at the time that they did, it meant the Leshrac wasn't there to contest for the Power Rune. The Power Rune means that Maureen can either very efficiently clear out these Ancients, or he can hold on to it and make another move on that Leshrac.
You take Ancients, give the mid lane to the Hoodwink. XM's not going to be able to kick Crit out of here solo. Just super efficient early game here for Falcons. And you have a safe lane that's not easy to contest. Like, we saw the Gyro getting forced out of the lane in the game previous because that starter had such a good matchup. The Mag is not going to do something similar here, especially when you have Tusk with early drinking buddies to back him up. These are cores for Falcons that are going to stand on these lanes, and they're going to stand on them for a long time. If you're XG, you're going to get forced into the jungle. You need to look towards the stacking efficiency here. It's going to be a defensive game from them.
Everywhere you look, Falcons max efficiency. Maureen's going to join them here in the bottom lane. Goes after the Shadow Demon. They've got him. Burrow Strike underneath the Sandstorm. He'll try and disrupt. He can't even get that much off. Maureen does too much damage. He didn't even pop the amp damage. He'll use it now to put pressure on this off-lane tower, knowing that the Magnus is not ready to contest.
That's super nice. Not normally a tower you want to prioritize early, but against the Magnus lineup, you open up both these Ancient camps. Or both these side camps and the Ancient camp. It's going to feel great.
Make a run for it, Crit. He slowed down a little bit. Amar challenging XM. With this early level 6, he can stand up to the damage of the Diabolic Edict. Crit, though, he tried to make his way, weave his way through those trees. Too many heroes from Extreme Gaming up here, though.
I think you just let Amar exist up here. Like, you have to expect XG are going to bring some numbers up here a couple times. Try and punish this offlane Ursa, but it's also not the best hero for you to play through if you're Falcons.
With that enrage on cooldown, Extreme have to punish him. He comes forward to try and collect some CS. That is greedy.
Need another
Will
poison.
he pay the price for it? One more poison should do it. He managed to juke that one.
Can't juke this one.
Shin-Q, he gets a little bit. No, he jukes it. He gets down to the low ground. Dodges the stun.
Dodges, देखो, dodges.
वो
से ठीक है.
Right, Extreme will go home.
Dodge plus
So
एकदम
much time wasted.
perfect.
So much God strength time wasted. And Maureen just soaking it all up, putting more tower pressure. That tier 1 bottom fell. He's now putting damage into this tier 1 mid. This is not a lineup you would have expected to be taking tier 1s this fast in this game, but they just forced heroes off the lane. And now the rotation's coming through. Skeeter TPing into mid with this Gyro, wants to secure the objective.
Yeah, Maureen backed him up in taking the offlane tower, and Skeeter will return the favor to Maureen.
And XG, they're just stacking jungle. But this is a jungle that might go straight into the Sand King if you can't defend your own side of the map.
Yeah, you have 2 different stack clears between the Sand King and the Gyrocopter.
Imagine Falcons get in here right now. This is the recovery for XM. I mean, he's just trying to clear through this so it doesn't get stolen. He's just low mana.
Maureen so close to a Blink Dagger. Once he gets that. X-Nova, I think he made the read there. Snake King taking down the tree for a more optimal ward, but probably gives a sign to X-Nova to what's going on here.
They do clear through most of the stacks for the Lesh.
And now they're hunting for Ame, but Ame's already backed out.
This Sand King already has Blink, 20 gold. Another deep ward place. This is all to set Maureen up around the map, let him control the plays. Every jump from this Sand King with support follow-up should be a kill. Battle Fury Ursa. I was wondering if we were going to see maybe some fighting build. You know, there used to be like diffusal builds of the past or something, but
yeah.
No, I'm just going to carry this game. Don't worry, Skeeter. I'll put you in my backpack.
It's just so Amar. Success chased after, missile, and a snowball. And now the ultimate over the top. Double ultimates to secure the kill.
Beautiful connection there. This is why I like the Tusk for them so much. I almost think they forgot about this hero for a little bit. They're like, oh yeah, we're super good with this hero. We have some of the best Tusk players in the world, and it'll give us a lot of more scaling comfortability. Nice combinations with our cores, great catch around the map. This hero gives you everything as long as you can get it through the lane, and they did just that.
Similar play, Malrine has been hiding his Blink Dagger for about a minute here. Finally picks it up as Crit is ready to smoke him to a part of the map that Extreme Gaming are inhabiting.
This game is just flowing for Falcons right now. You can feel it. Everything is just coming together. And they have an Ursa. Smoke. Smoke is coming. Two-man team looking for Ame up here.
Malrine, he knows.
They are going to go
Crit had to go back to pick up Amar in this smoke, but Malrine, he's got the vision. And in Mame, there's no way out on this one. The kill will be taken by Crit. But it doesn't matter who takes the kill, who gets the bounty for that. The important part, shutting down Extreme Gaming's carry.
It looks like XXS was debating, can I go the Helm? Do I need to rush the Blink before I even go Helm with Dominator on this mag? I think he would have really liked to just get Helm and start farming up. If this game were a slower pace, that might have been the play. Now he's just considering I need a Blink and we need to go do something.
I agree with this. Things are escalating far too quickly. You have the Blink Dagger on the Leshrac. You can get the Blink Dagger on the mag. You can actually push back against some of Falcon's aggression.
They're looking to do just that. Gank the Snake King Tusk mid with the fresh Blink Dagger.
Tagged him with the poison.
Hesitant to go.
It's just a fine position, guys.
They're going to smoke instead. Look for a bigger target. They want to core off this.
Well, I'm not sure if they're going to find one. Crit is in prime placement here to break that smoke. Extreme Gaming have actually just pinged on him. Shinkui's not even going to get in range. They miss out on that. And Amar is backing away. This is going to be a smoke entirely whiffed.
Just awkward timing too, because your Magnus Blink just arrived. So you're trying to make a small play with the Sledge, but you do commit the smoke to it. And now XXS sitting here like, guys, I rushed the Blink. Time to make a play.
Yeah, play around me.
You just don't have much map control, and we saw the stacks being cleared through by the Sand King. And the stack differential in this game must be insane. How much that triangle was built up for the Sand King here. He gets an Arcane Rune on top of it.
Well, Malrine has already secured the early game for Falcon, so he can think about his own scale, which we've seen these Sand Kings. They just get stronger and stronger as the game goes through. This Aghanim Scepter allows this hero to do so much more in the late game than he used to. A lot of times, strongest period being that level 12, level 2 Epicenter plus Aghanim Scepter. That's what he's working towards. Falcon's taking full advantage of the fact that they own a good 60 to 70% of the map. Playing behind Skeeter and playing for that 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. Extreme, if they want to be able to contest this, it's going to have to be XXS pulling out a sick play. He's got the distance. He can maybe pull them into that tier 2 tower area.
Got to scout with the ET Spirit here. Gain some sort of vision advantage. Scan lands, they know they're there.
Malrine, he blinks backwards. Skeeter, he's the one to play on the front lines. Gets a little vision. Spots XM. XM, he's in danger of being blown up right away, but holds the Jarvis Hunter. He's pulled back with their TRB. Lands a 3-man. A skewer to finish off one, but the damage is not done yet. Malrine fighting underneath the sandstorm, and Ame behind the shards can't get to his allies.
He's blocked off.
He is blocked off, and now Falcons are making their retreat.
नहीं होगा रे.
With the stomp. It's so good. Ame, here comes the hammer. Malrine, he makes the throw. Malrine's out. They'll try and get Snake King, but a shards to block him off again. Ame,
Shards
he's
बता
trying to
दिया
show up for his team, but the path was blocked.
Walrus का shards.
6 shards from Snake King there, salvaging that engagement.
Goal, Amar क्या बोल रहा है? बोला पोर्ट भी वही game.
Absolutely right. That was a satisfying fight. I wasn't sure. At first he was talking about the Sven, but no, he's talking about himself.
I was just about to say the same thing. That was a fight without the Ursa there. That's the fight you're supposed to win. You landed a massive
purposely
RP.
tilt कर.
The only downside of that is you secured him out of the Earth Splitter. He was trying to
You can't win the game, win the player.
The Earth Splitter's damage, and then pushing them next to Ame didn't pay off because he got stuck behind the shards.
I also think in that situation, you cannot afford the Leshrac to be the
वो तो ना win the game और ना ही win the player.
He is not tanky at all.
He just sacrificed himself on the front
और
line.
उसके जैसा ही अमार भी बोलता है हम हरामी.
recipe for the team fight.
है तो आधा इंडियन ओरिजिन ना.
Just couldn't clean it up.
Russian अपना नाम लिख दो. Russian the Haram.
He just gets the free farm the whole time.
Actually, हमारा है अच्छा है. Russian the Haram.
Russian Haram.
What Skeeter feels like every game.
That is 5,000 network lead, 7-2 to the favor of Falcons. Another 1,300 gold for that Aghanim Scepter for Malrine. Another 1,200 for Skeeter to get his own Aghanim Scepter.
This Ursa's forcing heroes off the map solo, man.
Yeah, just existing in this part of the map is limiting Extreme's ability to farm. And soon he's going to have a Blink Dagger and be able to join his team if he chooses to do so.
XG is always, we'll keep farming. This team, pretty hard to force them behind unless you just completely route them off the map. They'll always find something. You have a lot of cleave mechanics to go to work, so got to keep Honey here with this Sand King. Keep putting Malrine's strength to use. Combine it with the supports. Look for the big key pickoffs. You lost some vision off of that fight. As usual, X-Nova on point with the D-warding.
I like that Falcons went back to D-ward that high ground. Clearly in that team fight, Extreme Gaming played around a high ground ward. They take that off the map and just make it a little bit more claustrophobic for Extreme, who are currently huddled around each other in the mid lane.
For good reason. This gank coming through bottom would have landed if you're farming around in this area.
But then what about the top lane? You can't just let a solo Ursa continue to bully you.
It's a nice Ursa game.
It's a nice Ursa game.
Very nice Ursa game. Not a lot in XG's lineup that wants to run at him for a very long time. And in fact, this is the flip side of that matchup we saw earlier, where it was the Ame Ursa against the Sven, right? He absolutely took it to Skeeter in that matchup. Falcons now reversing the script.
Well, at this point, it feels like Extreme are just going to forfeit Roshan. They're going to forfeit Tormentors. I mean, if you're not playing anywhere close to the river, it just kind of guarantees that Ursa's going to be able to take all these objectives for Falcons. Extreme, are they just already ramping up for the high ground defense in late game?
No, you can't give up that much in this game. They almost died on this ward down here. Oh, they're going back in. I don't know if this is where you want to be right now.
X-Nova sacrificing his life to get some information, and it will be his life, without a doubt.
Better him than a core.
That is true.
But you are continuing to give more momentum to the Sand King and make those objectives harder to contest whenever Amar feels the time has come.
How many more Helma Doms does Extreme need at this point to be able to rat the map?
Only have the one for now. We'll go a long way.
Amar and Malrine. Just checking out the top part of the map, seeing if anybody's here, anybody's farming up the Ancients. They are limiting control.
It feels like XG want to make a move with Ame's Blink. I mean, you can fight if you bring the Sven into the play and he's part of your initiation, but it's a very risky move for Ame.
Yeah,
if that goes wrong, his game just gets thrown down the drain. And it's going to be an instant Roshan or whatever from this bear if that fight is a disaster.
Oh, certainly. Without a BKB, there's a lot of magic damage in these team fights from Falcons. It pretty much means that you have to get a sick initiation if you're Extreme, if you are going to take this fight.
Especially with Ags done on the Sand King, Malrine's timing perfect here. Just as XG thinking about gearing up for a move, the counter punch arrives, and it's a big one.
Malrine plays off the disruption. And Jinkyu and a Helma Dom creep will die.
I think he was disrupting to send his illusions out to scout. They saw him on the ward.
Yeah.
It's a self-setup right there. Malrine says, thank you very much. That's the kill we needed, straight into the Roche pit.
Yeah, it wasn't going to really take much, that's for sure.
Now, the real question is who takes this Aegis? Carry one or carry two?
It's time to determine who the true carry of Falcons is, and it's Amar.
He asserts dominance here. I think he is the better Aegis carrier.
I draw some Chinese stream that
You know what's funny? On the road to TI, I asked Amar. Said, should I put you or Skeeter for my core in fantasy?
मेरा आवाज bleed हो रहा है.
एकदम हल्का
Good stats for farm.
हाँ वो जरूर खेल
That's coming true. Man had a plan. Said Skeeter's going to be the one making space for me, and it's happening in this game 4
नहीं वो ये
of TI
Chinese तो
Grand
नहीं
Finals.
देखते हुए तो definitely
But he's also top net worth on this gyro.
BKB होगा तो
Like both these guys are
शायद
getting a lot right
कुछ हो
now.
सकता है, नहीं तो टफ है.
And this Drinking Buddies Tusk is still likely going to go into the gyro. There's a lot of problems for XG to solve in this game. This is not the same gyrocopter trajectory we saw in the previous match. He's going to have a lot better time in the fights. He has better matchups. He has more survivability. This will be a 5-man smoke move from XG. This has to land. I mean, this is a massive committal. You're down 12K at 21 minutes. If you whiff here, it's going to be a long road to come back.
Oh my God. Skeeter, he's backed away. It's looking like they're not going to get, I mean, they can maybe, with the position, take the safe lane tower, but a safe lane tower at 21 minutes?
Doesn't feel great.
No, not at all. I did kind of like the timing of that. Was interesting. It was right as Wisdom Shrine was going to spawn at 21, which Malrine, he went for, so he was nowhere in the neighborhood as a result.
Quick smoke from Falcons. Now they're looking to punch back. Not a bad idea. Once this smoke play fails from XG, it's very likely they split up across the map to return to the farming patterns. They will just miss XXS on top of that hill.
Yeah, snaking, shoving them back. And on the other side,
oh, they're going back
and Crit, the true threat is here. The two-man power team. So much burst damage with this epicenter. They've got the Mag dead. He tries to skewer away, but he cannot escape. And now, X-Nova, he can't escape the bear as well. No, wait, the Purge. It slowed him down just enough, but even worse, it's XM snaking. Now he arrives back into the fight, gets the stun, up burrow strike to finish him off. 2 cores dead on the side of Extreme. The supports limp back to the base.
I mean, XM went in there, he finds Crit, but he pays a big price for sacrificing his positioning. No way you're fighting this bear with 2 lives. Basher already online. He's a catch hero now, too. He's a problem for the Sven. This pick has worked out beautifully. It's just dissuading Ame from joining any of these early fights. And both of these carries are getting massively over-farmed right now. Maybe you take down one, but are you going to be able to take down both? It seems incredibly unlikely. Back to the Magnus pick. You're going to have to make some magic happen if you're XXS here. I mean, this has been a player that XG have gone back to time and time again in their run to this finals. And he has made the plays. And once more, it'll fall on his shoulders to find the skewers or find the RPs. Looking towards BKB Ags of his own would give him a lot more capability to do that.
I'm telling you, man, it's just high ground defense. I think Extreme Gaming don't really have any other options but just playing defense. And that's not going to feel good against Falcons, who are not known to speed things up.
I was just going to take the entire map, continue to hunt you, build an insurmountable lead. In theory, your lineup is great at high ground defense, but I don't care how good your lineup is. You're down 30, 40K. It's not going to matter.
XXS, got to get something here. Snake King, he'll make it as costly as possible. Stormhammer dodge, and he blinks away. Ame tried to get the cleave hit on him. Does not get the timing for it.
So is Ame's BKB as well.
And Snake King, he watches XM take the amp damage, tries to catch him in the shards. XM does manage to sidestep that one, though. So, a tool to use for the next 2 minutes. An amp damage rune on a Leshrac. He just needs BKB. The sad thing is, he is still a ways away from that.
I mean, does BKB even help him that much? The bear gets on top of you if you get punched by the Tusk. A lot of physical damage in this lineup, particularly with that Drinking Bundy's amping you up. Might get a taste of the bear right here. XM, that's not who you want to run into.
Amar hunting him down, got a bash. Not required, but Crit will lend a helping hand. Thanking Amar for the kill.
I mean, I think this is thanking him for the pick, because this is just working beautifully right now. XG do not have an answer to the offlane Ursa. Was not on their bingo card.
Avery, tell me, what's the answer? It's the enemy team drafting 2 carries.
I've been saying we should do this for years. I'm from the NA region, Austin. We play with 3 carries. We were well ahead of the meta. I don't know why it hasn't been done before.
Is that what Extreme's gonna have to do if we go to a game 5?
It might be. I mean, you just have to escalate, right? If they pick 2 carries, you got to pick 3. If they pick 3, you got to start building Midases. It's the only way you can go. That is the inevitability of Dota. And right now, XG, they would be loving some catch-up gold here because the lead is just spiraling out of control, man. It feels like every minute this game goes on, that graph is accelerating.
Well, the upside for Extreme, if they ever do find a 4th kill in this game, they'll get a lot of comeback gold as they are currently down 19,000 net worth. Another 2 minutes to Roshan. If Extreme is going to make a move, I anticipate it's going to be around that. Looking for any items that'll change the nature of this game. It's still XM's BKB.
I think Daedalus for Ame. Give him the big crit, empower this Sven. If you land some clutch stuns, clutch RP, clutch stomp on the Ursa when he's enraged, stuff like this, slow that fight down, let Ame go to work. This hero can output the DPS. You can bring anybody down.
Maybe he can kill Skeeter before the Satanic allows him to heal up, because that is what Skeeter's going to have. If Ame has Daedalus, Skeeter will have Satanic. And we aren't even going to talk about what Amar's going to be able to have. A level 20 Ursa with an Aghanim Scepter.
You have to kite somebody in this lineup. And it's likely the Ursa try and take down the Gyro. Like you said, if Skeeter gets to Satanic before this next Roche, which looks really likely here, man, he is tough to bring down too. Then you're going to need to get some good skewers here. Abuse the scouting from Xnova with the ET Spirit. You can find somebody, skewer them in, look for the RP, and then you have Disruption to bail out the return jump from Falcons. That kind of team fight can maybe out-execute.
Yeah, and you, on top of all of that, you have the Elder Titan to fish for the Magnus, right? He can keep on, if you're going to push into them, it's actually just so obnoxious. Stomp after stomp, if you ever do get hit by that stomp, you might get skewered back to the base, and then Demonic Purge and everything else you said.
There's that punch interrupt. I mean, Snake can always bail these situations out. He's having a really good game on this Tusk, so he got a very early blink in this game. He's going to be farmed. Looking for a Yules, that would be another interrupt. Of course, Magnus BKB prevents a couple of these shenanigans, but the punch can always land. They're the BKBs for XG. I mean, this is their best time to strike back, right? Triple BKB core timing, long durations on all of it. If you can try and land an RP, all in some of these heroes, yeah, Amar is strong, but he can't power through everything.
Against seemingly insurmountable odds, Extreme Gaming, 5-man smoke, push out. If they get somehow a pick-off or a team fight that works for them, a fast Roshan could allow them to start changing the narrative of this game. Amar, though, he's fearless. He just jumped straight to XXS. Look at the damage he did. Both to XXS and Shin Q, who was in the way of that Battle Fury cleave. And Xnova is way out of position as his team got jumped. He hides away in the corner, gets a good ward down to contest Roshan, but he TP's back. But now Ame. Ame spotted. He really doesn't want to have to use his BKB here.
Amar looking for another entry. Has this deep ward on the lane. Ult is up. That's an Ags ult too. Can't go on him first. They will get the D ward though. Valuable D ward here.
Information might just be their greatest advantage between getting the D ward and having their own wards up.
These 5-man smokes are just usually not the ticket. Yeah. We're seeing XG all in their base again. When you're in this position, it's very tempting to just pop that and look for something, but it almost never works. And you're still closing in on this Daedalus for Ame. You really want that item to try and make this comeback possible.
You know, Avery, it's kind of fitting. I feel like there's been a lot of nostalgia at this TI, and I'm really feeling it looking at this kill score. 12-3, 29 minutes in. I feel like I'm back in like 2014 Dota.
It's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Be quite a different set of teams here if we were back that far. Some of the same players, though. Does take around 10 years to win a TI. Unless you're Thompson.
Very few Royal Roaders in Dota's history, that's for sure. All right, Falcons are the ones to have the smoke. With Roshan at its almost max spawn point, just another minute for that. They know it's guaranteed, they know it's coming their way. It's gonna be in this bottom pit, so they're going to clear out this area. Get some good vision down. Extreme, they only have this one ward to play around. It doesn't really see that much for it.
just glimpses in that river around this bottom pit. Falcons, they don't want to reach too far with this smoke. Just clear the area out, secure the objective. Don't force a bad fight into all this turnaround potential. Yeah, you have an insane gold lead, but it can vanish in an instant. All this crazy scaling in AoE.
Put Extreme in a position where if 5 people inside their base to play for Roshan, they'd have to just go for a Hail Mary 5-man smoke. And you've only got one more smoke left for the time being on X-Nova. So Extreme say, just play for farm. Get an Aghanim Scepter on XXS. Get that Daedalus you were talking about on Ame. This Roshan will give them a solid 30 seconds, maybe even a full minute to get some farm. Ame maybe could take a Tormentor if he's real quick with it.
I think you gotta get something right here. Aegis onto the gyrocopter. This time around, Skeeter takes it. He will siege the high ground with that item.
The harder hero to get a good skewer back on, right?
100%. And even if you do, he might be able to survive through with Satanic. There's the Daedalus though, so big crit's gonna come through. That's an empowered Sven. Almost level 20 as well. Does have the gunpowder gauntlet. Insane amount of burst damage coming out in those first few hits. Might just decide the fight.
Yes, he may be behind the gyrocopter and the Ursa in net worth, but the Empower adds so much. The epicenter fine gets the Magnus though. And there goes all the initiation. Ame is going to try and chase after them, but they're already out. They're up to the high ground, and you cannot go blind up there.
I mean, also the Magnus is your catch. He gets found first, your chase potential or looking for anything else goes down the drain.
So God Strength used, 70-second cooldown. What is Falcons going to get done in this window?
Go high ground. At least threaten it. Look for some opportunities on the jump from the Ursa while the gyro hits. No Magnus, you're not afraid of the skewer play. Drinking Buddies gives you the flak. No one can really approach here. An awkward glyph timing too. That was not the greatest.
No, with the wave not even there yet. An Octarine done for this Ursa. He's getting to that untouchable state where he gets to 25. He's jumping around with the Earthshock all the time. He will just be perma-enraged.
Look for the skewer.
Got the skewer back. No save this time. Snaking trying to pull him back. Shockwave dilutes him a little bit deeper. XXS got to be careful though. The second carry almost dies to Amar, but the demonic purge is there from Shane. Good responses from Extreme, but it simply doesn't feel like it's enough.
Gotta find ways to output damage, and that means waiting for God Strength to be back up. If Ame's available for that jump, there's turnaround, but he's still waiting on the cooldown. 2 seconds left for this ultimate. Gotta fish again, gotta find another skewer.
Skeeter getting closer and closer. Ame goes to challenge him, and he's pulled away a little bit by the Drinking Buddies. Now he pops the Satanic, and it's Ame's turn. Ame's low, corner HP. He needs to be able to hit something. It's finally gonna be Snaking. Gets that kill, starts backing away, but here comes Maureen with the epicenter to slow him down. They take out Ame. XM in trouble outside the base. He'll be run down as well. 2 cores on Extreme, neither have buyback. And Falcons in a position to push us to Game 5. It is over. Extreme, call it early. They say that's fine. Touche. We'll see you in Game 5.
This series will go a
तेरा
distance.
400 किलोमीटर दूर
I
चल
don't
रहा
even
है
remember the last time we had a Game 5.
Hello.
Other than those Spirit series going way back, those TIs.
Yeah, that was the last time. TI-10 was the last time we had it.
आवाज आ रहा है अभी?
We've just had so many one-sided grand
बोल रहे
finals.
कंफर्ट जोन में मार्लिन को मिल गया उसका हीरो.
Just thrilled to have a Game 5 between any two teams, let alone these two. That is going to be an intense single game of
हाँ, but mainly
रोना भाई थोड़ा सा रोना. अरे रोना रे. आंसू को दिखाओ.
To lift that Aegis. A couple of 2-timers in there, a 3-timer potentially.
Don't forget about AUI looking for that third Aegis.
I just cannot believe that this has actually gone to a Game 5. This is the most one-sided Game 5 finals I have ever seen in my life. It's completely one-sided every single game, and I have no idea who's going to win.
It comes down to draft, it comes down to laning, and it comes down to those final few adjustments you can make as the clock strikes midnight.
Has there ever been a finals that has felt so
draft
dependent?
game बस
It is just
extend
insane
करवा रहा
how
है.
one-sided these games are as a result of that draft, and that is why it is so crucial to take as much time as you
game
can
से
to
बस
figure out what
extend हो
strategy
रहा
you need for this
है.
final game. One of these teams.
गेम खत्म हो गया तो.
हाँ मतलब अबे ये जीत सकता था ये सब, मतलब वो फैल्कन को जिता दिया, अभी और एक गेम करेगा भाई, एक्सटेंड करवा रहा है ये सब.
the teams for sure. I can't even imagine the pressure they must be feeling. But we're gonna take it slow. We're gonna break down the game. It was kind of one-sided. If you did say that Falcons, they had
यार वो लोग मैग्नस को क्यों लिया लास्ट में?
wondering if that Ursa was gonna work. It worked out.
It worked out so well. Not only did they win their lanes,
मैग्नस को फार्म चाहिए. Same with Sven. वो early नहीं आता.
they made no mistakes, right? The issue would have been if they were going into
आप
that
तो दोनों
Magnus
का
high
कर
ground
लौड़ा ले
too
लेगा
early,
यार.
if they were playing into team fights
पर
maybe at the
extend
wrong
हो रहा है
timings,
game
if they went
obviously.
to an incorrect side of the map. They just had so much discipline.
टूर्नामेंट को एक्सटेंड करवा रहा है.
The confidence of Mar, right? Your final pick in the draft, you know that your carry gyrocopter isn't going to be able to outscale your opponent, and your offlane is getting banned out. So then you go for, you know what, I'm going to go for an Ursa. He doesn't play it competitively. He plays it in his pubs. I'll give him credit. He's using his knowledge of his pubs that he doesn't want to show in competitive. And randomly, second competitive game on Ursa, this is it. I'm offlane, I'm into a Sven, I can combo.
अबे जॉइस तुम ये बता तो क्रिस्टल सल्फाइड कहाँ मिलेगा?
Away from all of your team's logic, your entire team's approach to this TI, and
Hello?
then you're going, you know what, Amar, what are you doing in your pubs? A week ago, a month ago, 6 months ago. Yo, it's working out. Let's try it in a potential elimination game against XG, and then to dominate like this. He even said it himself. He's 45. He did nothing. His team did all the work.
I mean, I'm kind of shook, and I wouldn't be surprised if XG, at least during the game, or still right now, have like a little bit of this feeling going on. Offlane 24 pick Ursa. This doesn't exist. This is not real, but it just hit you and it destroyed you. Like, they win all their lanes, and I will say it's not just Amar and it's not just the Ursa pick, it's everyone. Malrine on his staple SK, who destroyed X and mid. They played so well in the early game, and they go for the thing that they do whenever they win. They go for all the lane winning stuff. They take the tier ones.
पानी वाला जगह में मिलेगा क्या?
Yeah, they looked a little bit hurt in this game.
I love the fact that Snaking also went to drinking buddies with Tusk, right? They turned this lane into such a dominating bit of aggression, right? You apply the drinking buddies, chase down the lane. You also then have the saves throughout. So if the game was difficult, Snaking would have been able to step up. But it was so snowbally that we didn't really get to see it shine. But changing up the facets, playing for the offlane Ursa, I don't think XG was ready for any of this in this game.
It was just so funny to me watching the Ursa just play in the bottom left corner of the map while the rest of his team was fighting on the other end. He just bought a Battle Fury from the off.
इस साला ऊपर में ये क्या है? बे सिप सब आ रहा है. खेलना है क्या? नहीं. मंगवाते हैं अपना जानी दुश्मन सबको समझ.
I think a critical thing Falcons identified during the draft is that Leshrac, Sven, Magnus, all these heroes, they kind of farm the lane and then go farm the jungle. They keep doing farm, right? They're never overlapping their heroes. They're never really fighting. You might throw like a storm.
अबे लौड़ा सामने आओ ना बे.
It's not as explosive as the likes of, you know, the Sand Kings and the Gyrocopters and Tusk. Like, they want to sweep through the map, and I think XG, that farm game has been punished once again.
I mean, to me, like, what I see also is I think this game is a good indicator of that gold can fix kind of everything for you. Because I wouldn't, like, this is not a traditional Dota 2 draft. But this also goes to show you that this game is so complex, you can do so many different things. Because I'm pretty sure if you ask a lot of people after this draft, I did not think the Falcons draft was going to work out. I'm not going to lie. And that's one of the beauties of this game, where you don't know whether it's going to work or not until you actually see it played on like the highest level.
Yeah, and we've seen Sven so dominant, so I also thought, okay, this Sven's going to be
It
didn't look like it, Ken.
यहाँ लिखा है all oceans and deep lakes should have.
It's so crazy. Like, I'm still.
हाँ मतलब ocean water वाला जगह ना.
But we have to show. And guys, quick reminder: this is not carry to.
क्या निरन भैया?
This is offlane guy.
Coach कर दीजिए एकदम जीत जाएगा ढंग से ना.
Against the Ame Sven. Because
Ame
on this year has looked incredible, but at this point in the game, look at his hero level, 1500. He hasn't dared even to touch a hero in this game, probably apart from the laning stage.
इस बार मन नहीं किया है.
Perfect items.
इस बार मन नहीं किया भैया. Valorant भी चल रहा भी है.
I don't know where to go from here. I'm a little worried for XG.
Valorant का भी चैंपियंस अभी ये चल रहा है. Dota का भी अभी चल रहा है. ARGS भी अभी चल रहा है. इतना सारा चीज तो नहीं देख पाएंगे.
I just had like deja vu watching
हाँ
him.
तुम
Like,
क्या
you
देखते
basically
हो?
get 2 or 3 items, you run through the map, you keep the warding.
हम फिलहाल अपना CV कैसे बनना और
That's kind of a Falcons
स्टैंडर्ड
game, right?
डेविएशन
Some
कैसे
player at
निकलेगा
some
वो
point, if
देखते
they're
थे.
thriving, tries to bait their opponent. And when Amar got the gem, got all this, he was doing
KVSN
it
साढ़े
exceptionally.
8 लाख
It
लोग
was, I mean, you might have
ट्विच
thought
में
at some
डोटा
point that it
देखते हैं
looked like a carry Ursa, but it was a frontlining tanky Ursa.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a
ये
very
क्या
brief
पढ़
clip
रहा
to
है
kind of
तू?
summarize what I was, or show you what I was talking about just there. But yeah, the way that Amar
हमको
played
क्या
it, of
पता
course,
इसी
they
पे
have a
टॉपिक
20,000
है
gold
देख
lead.
रहे
It's
थे
easy
क्या है
to kind of say this is good, but even
जब
if this
समझ
game was
गया नहीं
closer,
समझ आएगा
Amar would be
तो
playing
भी
it the same way. If this was a 4K lead, 3K lead, a 100,000 gold lead, he's still going to do the same thing. He's going to run in, use the gem, jump the backline, and in the pressure of the draft to identify how do we stop Magnus and have additional scaling. Now that you think about it in hindsight, of course, it's like, oh,
साढ़े
this is a
8
really good
लोग
pick. So again, props to Amar and Aoi to kind of collectively come together and find this very, very, very niche pick.
Ursa aside though, and again, it was so cool,
वाला
very
ना
fun
तो
to see it on
28
the
से
main
के
stage
है
from the offlane. Falcons did what they always do to no punishment in that early game. Before Ursa could even be a factor, the best thing that he did for his team in the
Valorant
first 15
dead
minutes
नहीं
was
है
win the lane. That's what he picked the hero
अभी
to
तक
do,
तो नहीं
right?
है
But still, you got this Snake King on a save support, different than the ones he's been playing, but he got it. Malrine, he got his Sand King. Crit got his Hoodwink.
Yeah, it was very good looking for Falcons, and we keep mentioning they had a very strong early game. And what exactly happened in that early game?
अब बंदा लोग एक दूसरे को
The
डेट
Ursa
डेट
got to
करते
do
हैं
whatever he wanted, and that was
Yeah,
the
like
entire
game
point of this
some
pick. They were trying to dismantle the laning stage for what XG had, and a lot of that comes down to the Elder Titan here. He's supposed to be able to punch and fight his
इसीलिए
opponents,
गेम
but because
छोड़ो
Ursa is
जस्ट
stacking
चैटिंग
damage
खोलो
every
और
single
खुश
attack,
रहो
in a lot of cases, X Nova just stopped hitting him. This was
Yes.
actually one of the few times in the entire laning stage that they ended up trading. And from
Just
there,
checking.
Crit basically messed around
Yeah,
over on the right
just
side,
checking.
trying to stop pulls and things
कौन
like that
वो
that X Nova was trying to do. And then eventually the
Yes.
supports just left the lane.
रासलीला को
And
देखता
no
है
joke,
तो
we are 8 minutes in.
रासलीला
Remember this
नहीं
gap
जस्ट
that
चैटिंग
happened
तो
where
ये है
Amar dodged a lot of
जहाँ सबसे ज्यादा
when they played
चैनल
the music and all,
इंडियन
that,
लड़की
where
लोग
he actually
आती
got
है
low. Look at this tango in his inventory
रासलीला
here.
करके
That is one of his
ये तो
3
नहीं पता था
starting
दिखी तो
tangos,
सलाह
and we're
हम भी
9
देख तो
minutes
क्या
into
है
the game.
सलाह
That is how little harassment there was in his
अरे
lane. He
एस
hit creeps, and Alma hit creeps. So it was kind of
क्या
just,
पता
the game was
एक
solved
दिन
in a
हम
lot of
देखते
ways
थे
based on him just picking his
जस्ट
hero.
चैटिंग का
He got to
ऊपर
get his
में ही
battle
दिखा
fury
रहा
on
था
time, he got to get his blink dagger, and then he just became a normal
Okay.
hero. The
Browse
game smoothed out because it was a bit of a farm fest. And then again,
अभी तो नहीं दिखा रहा
the
जस्ट
best things
चैटिंग
that
में
Falcon got
हमको तो
was
रासलीला
he got the
ही नहीं
Malrine
दिख
Sand
रहा
King, which is ridiculously expert. I've made so many segments like this where Sand King does this
L
stack clearing, then he goes into a
R A
teleport into a
double S
gank lane, which he does very expertly.
R double
Usually
A
goes
S
to the off lane, but this time doing the safe lane. They
R
kill the Shadow
double
Demon. They take the tower with the Sandstorm. Very broken stuff. You know what he does next? He always takes a second tower. Here it is,
अभी भी नहीं आ
10
रहा है
minutes in. So they get the lanes they wanted to. They get the
लीला
Sand
एला
King
एले
that they wanted to. They get the Blink Dagger at 11 minutes.
मेरा नहीं आ रहा
And then
भैया
they take their first team fight and they don't
हाँ
get
वो
crushed.
भी नहीं आ
And from
रहा
there on, the game is basically just in their hands. They have a gold advantage.
क्या
They
भैया
have
आप
map
किसको
control. They have the
देखते
heroes
रहते
they
हैं
want. They have
रसलीला
multiple carries in this case, which made it even better
हम
against
नहीं
them.
देखते हैं
They basically
ये
just took the game in their
ट्विच
hands with that
प्रमोट
Ursa
कर
pick.
रहा था उन लोग को
Thank you very much, Purge. That was a very strong Ursa pick. Very good game from Falcons, and
भाई
definitely something we're thinking about
क्या
for
से
Extreme
वो
Gaming
क्या
going
सेन का
into
क्या
game number
आता
5.
है
But
भाई
we should
क्या
talk a
लौड़ा
little bit
उतना
about
सब
game
कोई
number
देखते
5
रहता है
because after that game, we will have a new champion for the international. And I want to focus a little bit on the people that we have on stage. You can make a great case of why anyone deserves to win the international if there ever is such a thing. But I want to just quickly touch upon one certain individual. And we might do some other ones too, but I think for one certain individual, it's not the first time he goes to game 5
और
of a
रसलीला
grand
है
finals. It doesn't happen very often, guys.
R
It
A
does not.
S L triple
If he
E L
wins, it's like you've broke the curse, you've done
L
it. If he loses,
R A S
That is
L
lifelong trauma.
triple E
I just...
L
But
A
it's not only that, like he's going to game 5 again, it's 2-2, but it's like Magnus is also like the bane of their existence. Whether you pick it
अभी नाइट
yourself
देखते हुए बोलेगा
or they
कितना
have it, like
खराब
you have to like what?
सही
Get
R
the
A
out
S
of the game as a whole in like bans? 'Cause
L triple E
it's
L
really in
A
your head right now.
They just need to relax, okay? They need to regroup. I like
रासलीला
what Kaf and SVG
तो
said
नो
about
लाइव
how
दिखा रहा है यार
dependent this series has felt.
Yes.
This almost
हाँ
feels like
लाइव
coach
नहीं
versus
है
coach instead of player versus
मात्र
player.
साला
So
6
what
ही
we really
वीडियो
need
है
right now is for both of these coaches
क्या
to
भड़वी सब बात
focus on what
करते
they
हैं
do best. For Extreme Gaming, what they need to think about is that mid lane. Sure, there was an offlane Ursa, but what happened ultimately? Mallory got to play Dota the way that he always does, and he set the pace for his team. When they were shutting that down, they were doing great.
Yeah, Maureen feels like the life of the team. As much as like Effie's
She
mentioned,
लड़ा
the life
ऊँट
of
साला
everyone else,
चूतिया ही ने.
I fully echo that. Maureen has to be shut down if XG
Followers
wants to try and take
देखो
the
ना.
game 5.
12
And
के
we also should make a case for the other side because yes, it would
ट्विच
be
के लिए बहुत
fantastic
ज्यादा
in a whole full circle
मुंह
situation
खराब
for
है पक्का
Ame to
12
be
के है तेरा
crowned
में अच्छा
king
मुंह
with
लेके
the
नहीं ना
spot, of course, in Extreme Gaming. But on
नहीं
the
है
other
भाई
side, I do
Right.
want to highlight that there
It's
is
all
another
about money
person
and
that
see
could be an
everyone.
uncrowned king as well in the name of
मुंह
Crit,
जितना
who
भी
has
खराब हो
10
लौड़ा
wins in that
बबला है तो
international,
साला
the longest
बबला है
consecutive
तो
फॉलोअर्स है
run
बबला है
TIs
भाई
of any player that is here at TI. Because
इसलिए लौड़ा फ्लैट
you can
चेस्ट
make a
वाला
strong
सबका
case for him
रहता
as
ही
well.
नहीं है
You can
सब्सक्राइबर
make a case for like so many other players
Russian.
on stage, but especially him, he keeps
हाँ
getting his hoodwink over and over. And I will say his game one, it didn't look particularly great,
एक
but
ही
he's
तो
been stepping
फ्लैट
it up
चेस्ट का
every
देखिए
single
उसमें
day.
तो
It's also
सर्जरी
he's got the
करवा लो
experience. Like when you look at the other players like Amar and Marine, I'm
आपको
sure that
एक
they
ही
give so
तो
much
फ्लैट
focus on
चेस्ट
like your own gameplay, but how
लड़की
you
अच्छी
help him,
दिखती
how
है
you
उसमें
make
से
him
एक
grow,
ठो
how you want
स्पाइसी
him to
यू
next
है
game. So
उसका
yeah,
वो
I mean, you
कंटेंट नहीं
can't
जाता
really
है
say that
स्पाइसी यू का कंटेंट
someone doesn't
कहाँ
deserve it,
पे?
but you have so
वो
many like all of
वैलोरेंट
them that
वाली
just playing their hearts out,
हाँ
and
स्पाइसी यू
we'll
चश्मा
have to wait
पहनती
and
है
see.
शायद से।
हाँ भाई भाई
हाँ
कौन है
वही
भाई स्पाइसी
इंस्टाग्राम पे
Yeah,
आया
that's
था।
may the
भाई
best team
स्पाइसी
win.
यू
May the best
बाप रे
uncrowned
500,000
king.
फॉलोवर।
Yeah, I mean, for both,
कोई न्यूडिटी नहीं है पर
it is
इसका में
quite an
एकदम
achievement
भी
to
नहीं
get to this point, and then I'm gonna have my
स्पाइसी
heart
वाइट
broken
डबल
and be
ट्रिपल
happy
वो
at the
है
same time at the end of that fifth game. That is for
कोई
absolute sure.
न्यूडिटी
And I
नहीं
do
है
want to talk a
पर ये
little bit
बात
more
मत
about the
करती
coaches
है
in the
मजा
draft
आता है
and
जब
how important it is, as our commentary team mentioned as well, because there is one thing that I have
नहीं
ये
noticed in
वैलोरेंट
these
देखो
last
पेपर
two
एक्स की वो है ना
drafts, and I'm
क्या
not
है
as Dota nerdy as some other
जो
people, so I
जो
look at
होता है
other
ना
things.
कंटेंट
I look
क्रिएटर
at
लोग
how
होता है
much
उसका
bonus time people have left.
अफिलिएट
I find that interesting because I can't compute the draft in my head as fast as obviously the pros on
ओ
stage
पेपर
can.
एक्स का कंटेंट क्रिएटर
And
पेपर
some
अच्छी
people do it a lot
कंटेंट
faster
क्रिएटर है
than others.
मेन
The bonus time
हाँ वही
left
वही
ये लोग के
for
पास
the
एक ही
teams
दो
at the end of the game
कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स में से
generally
ये मेन है
is
लोग की
about 10 seconds, and sometimes 0. I mean, is high pressure stakes, totally normal. On the side of Extreme Gaming, they seem to have come in with a plan every time, leading
इंडियन
into
कंटेंट क्रिएटर जैसे
1.5
ग्रुप नहीं
minute,
दिखना
2 minute
चाहिए
bonus time being left over.
But if you look at
ऊपर
the
में
अबे
पता
जान रहा है
Sure,
कल
yeah,
लौड़ा
actually it does, right? The
गया था
trend
मूवी
always
देखने
first
वहां
pick
से
Falcons is
ऐसे
always
ऐसे
the second pick.
चूतिया बंदा सब
Yeah,
आता है
when
लौड़ा
remember the grand finals where
वहां से
pick and size,
डेमन
sorry,
स्लेयर
pick
वो
percentage, sorry, has always been the same way.
वेबसाइट सब में आ
Normally,
जाता है
you
ना
get
वो
bounced
देख
by the
के
top
लौड़ा
star,
यहाँ
they get the second
सारा
pick, they
सिनेमा
win.
हॉल में
Let's take
ज्ञान
away
दे
from
रहा
them
था
next time.
देखना देखना
Let's try
ये
and
अब
show
ये
them last
होगा
time.
देखना
The fact
देखना
that we
ये
have
होगा
4 games in a row
लौड़ा
with the same
भोसड़ी का
team
देख
size
लिया तो
is
गांड माराने सिनेमा हॉल देखने
incredibly
आते
rare,
हो
at least.
Yeah, and I think also it's
ये
like the
लौड़ा
way it
सब
works is that first pick you set up your stuff, like you make it happen, and the second pick team needs to respond to you. And I think it also goes to show that Falcons were kind of pressured when it comes to the draft too, because they're running out of the
फिर तुम
clock.
क्या
They had
किया
to go
उसको
for a last pick Ursa,
अबे
which is,
ऐसे वो
again,
एक
looks incredible,
आशीष
and I think
चंचलानी
also
का
like
ये
Amar deserves a lot of
लेटेस्ट वो
praise.
एक
Like the
बनाया
first
था वो
time
देखा
from
था
final
कि
stage
इतना
to win the
चूतिया
grand
बंजा
final,
सब है
it's
लौड़ा
about
थिएटर में आ ऊ ई आ करता है ऐसा लगता है लौड़ा लड़की सब आके चूते दे देगी
Players and their coaches.
वो एक वीडियो बनाया था वो देखा था
In this best
रुक
of
ना मैं
5.
भेज रहा हूँ
And they are heading into the 5th game of a grand finals of the
भाई वो
international.
ऐसा कर रहा ना ओ माय गॉड अबे लौड़ा बहन चोद लौड़ा ऐसे ही बोका चौदह सबको ना गाड़ी देने का मन कर रहा था
Let it
साला
all fade away and focus only on that game of Dota. That is
सर तंजीरो साला तलवार घुमा रहा है तो ओ माय गॉड ओ फक ओ कर रहा है लौड़ा भोसड़ी का सब
Position, it is so rare, right?
अभी
And of course,
चिल्ला
that
चिल्ला
is
के
going to be
चूत
tested.
मारी का
The
सब
maturity of the players, the experience that they've gained throughout this tournament, the emotions that they've had to harness through game 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Here series set
Everything
allow
comes
for
down to this
7:30.
fifth and final game.
My eyes are on Ame right now. How are you feeling? You've been here before. This is not your first game 5 of a grand finals. Are you going into this one with confidence, or are you shaken a little bit?
3 times a charm, I think.
And it's also, he's not the only multiple times guy. You have Jin-Q and
Yes.
X-Nova. They've also went 2 and 3 in the losses
they have.
before.
I hope none of them are thinking about it though. All right, that is.
How can you not?
Impossible not to.
No, I mean, Zhao Wei's had a chat with them. He's really dialed them in.
Yeah, he ground them to watch their face.
Yeah,
Like, you have to go in like hardcore to like drain that out. I think it's near impossible.
You've got Crit, on the other hand. He looks locked in. Like, he's ready. They're happy with what happened.
I mean, absolutely. If I I play some 4 Hoodwing and my bear is just smashing people left and right, and he alt chats 4v5. I kind of liked it even. You know, the alt chat is considered BM, but I think put yourself in the zone that makes you feel at home. Try to lock out that you're sitting in front of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands watching at home.
They were listening to that guy doing the interview in the crowd, right? He said he asked Amar to do some all chat to win the game, and then he did it. So whoever that guy is, yeah, shout out. You helped to win the 4th game.
There were all the positive words coming from the crowd during that time. They paid off. They made it happen. Falcons made it happen, and we are having both teams on match point and only one to come out victorious. And the pressure is mostly on these two players. For one, it's the drafting, as we have pointed out how important it is. But we also have pointed out quite a few times
अच्छा
actually
ये फाइनल वाला फाइनल है कि लोअर ब्रैकेट है?
finals.
फाइनल वाला फाइनल है, इसके बाद
फाइनल वाला फाइनल है।
ओ टीआई
फाइनल का ये लास्ट ही है।
cornerstone. He has been the
टीआई
one
खत्म हो गया।
leading the charge.
यही टीआई है।
He's getting targeted in the band so heavily.
हमको लगा भैया साला सो गया।
एक्सट्रीम गेमिंग को तो हम कहाँ लास्ट में रखे थे भाई, लोग इतना ऊपर कैसे आ गए? प्रेडिक्शन
ये सबसे टॉप टीम था।
अरे हम तो स्टार्टिंग में रखे थे भाई, फिर चेंज थोड़ी किए थे कुछ।
हमको लगा साला फाइनल बीबी और इसका बीच में होगा एक्सट्रीम का। लॉर्ड फैल्कन का भी सोचा नहीं था।
उसके बाद एक ही चीज हो सकती है।
हमको लगता है मैच में ये चीज होगा।
ये भाई ये मत बोलो यहाँ से फैल्कन जीत जाए।
नहीं नहीं
हाँ जीत जाएगा भोसड़ी का।
ये होगा
ऐसा किया तो जीत जाएगा।
जिंक्स कर दो।
अपडेट आ गया, नया पैच।
अपडेट आ गया पैच।
क्या बोल रहा है? हैं? वाह।
न्यू हीरो रशियन।
न्यू हीरो नहीं, ये बफ हो गया।
क्या?
क्या?
ये क्या? हेल्म।
स्वेन बफ।
हेल्म।
अच्छा हेल्म। हम सोचे स्वेन बफ हो गया।
स्वेन क्या बोलेगा बे?
अच्छा ये स्वेन बफ हो गया तो।
नया हीरो आया कौन?
नहीं जो स्वेन और नर्फ्स
So long as they get their hands on a Mallory hero and it remains uncountered by XG support, because that's what it feels like the draft is about a few games ago. They're chilling. They're the ones who are daring XG to make a move, come into our triangle, shut down the farm, play into our 7 to 10 minute tower pressure. We're applying to your safe lane.
I mean, the momentum is definitely on the Falcon side. Like, you go down, you learn a few things, and then you win this last game in that fashion, where you gave XG a lot of the things that they wanted to. The Ame Sven, you let him open with the SD again, you had the XM, Leshrac, the Blink Initiator on the offlane, you had the X like on his staple heroes too, and you went straight through it.
All games, though, it's been one after the other, as an Extreme 1 game 1, Falcons 2, vice, and continuously like that. So it seems like the teams are adapting just slightly. At this point, we would expect Falcons to also adapt, obviously, but they need to be one step ahead. They need to know, they need to get into the minds of Extreme to think about how they would adapt after that previous game.
What did you think that was going
to? They can't get in their own heads, right? Because we've seen before. BB, I think. And then you have the Ursa here as well. Like you can now go, wait a second, they've not done it yet, but new people start suggesting new heroes, and maybe gets a bit more, emotional, because Amar is ready to do things that he's doing in his
gone forever.
हम तो इसलिए सबसे पहले ही करते हैं म्यूट।
अपना आवाज enjoy and
embrace it. I think
also one of the reasons why OG did so well. Like, back then, like, you have to, even as stupid as it sounds, you have to enjoy the game. Try not to overthink. Like, have fun. Go with the heroes you can play. Go with your comfort and make it happen. Because a Game 5 grand final at TI, it does not get more special than this.
I mean, they're an hour away from lifting the Aegis, right? Opening the booth, confetti falling down. It is, one draft. It's so close.
कब ऐसा मैच देखेंगे भाइयों?
One more game. We are going to that Game 5. Let's get ready.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals Game 5.
And we were wondering how things were going to get shaken up for this 5th game, and there is a very clear difference going into this 5th game. We have Extreme Radiant Falcons Dire.
Radiant
for the first time in this series.
हम तो कर ही रहा हूँ.
Chen ban, Sand King ban, Egnima नहीं क्या है? Bane ban.
कितना हुआ है
We're
रुसिया?
not going to let you switch it up, but this time
मेरा 24.
now they force a switch up to not make it easy for XG. So
अच्छा ठीक है कल कर सकते
Centaur.
हैं कल
Only
कर
3
सकते हैं
bans.
चलो
Now.
कुछ
We've
और
seen
कर
those 3 bans be used with the 3 offlaners.
क्योंकि हमको बस वही
Which
चाहिए.
offlane are they going to offer up to XG potentially to take in the
इस
first
बार
round,
और
which
मेरे
we
को इस
haven't
बार
seen
और रिस्क
at
नहीं लिया
all
सैंड
in the
किंग को
first 4
डायरेक्ट
games.
बैन
My heart
Sand
says
King
the
ban करो,
Earthshaker,
छुछो
if you're
pick
gonna
कर
pick
लो,
between
best.
the Earthshaker and the Mars to give to Extreme Gaming, you might as
अरे
well
लौड़ा,
take the
तुम कहाँ
Shaker
चली गए
and
बे?
beat it on lane because Mars does
तुम
not
क्या
need
ship
that
के अंदर
much
था?
of that Eul's and that blink
हाँ.
playmaking.
मेरा हो रहा था बे वो.
Why not they first pick the Mars
मेरे पास
for
आता है।
ATF?
yeah, there's a lot of options. So you've got the Chen, you've got the Enchant, the
बोले
Sand
अभी
King as
निकलना
well.
है
Mars probably
Woodwing भी ban करेगा ये लोग.
The other one that they
हाँ,
have
ban
come
कर
out
दिया
almost
था
every
ना।
single time is
Ban
करेगा बोल
yeah,
रहा.
and this is the thing. Like you are first pick, you are forcing XG to at least give you something.
अरे आओ रुसिया ना
pick
अरे
your
हम
poison or you
हमको
leave
लगा अभी
both
निकलना है तो
in,
चलो अभी निकलना तो मंगा
and you
लीजिए
get the chance to pick up one of the two yourself.
क्या fighter
If
वाला
that is
दे
a good
कि
trade,
normal
I'm not
उड़ने
sure.
वाला दे
We'll
दे?
see where Extreme Gaming goes with this
फर्क
one.
नहीं
As
पड़ता
they
तुम आओ
are thinking about this, it will still be the Monkey King ban.
अच्छा कॉपर
So we're
हमको
leaving
लेना
that
था यार.
Mars in the pool for now.
अरे भगवान तुमको सब लेना ही है तुम आओ ना जल्दी
I mean, I would
चलो
not be surprised if Falcons
अरे
just, it's
यार
Amar's best
एकदम
hero.
तुम
It's
भी
been one of the
लुदु
heroes of
लुदु
the
अरे
game.
प्लैनेट खोजने में अलग
Mars,
4
but of
घंटा
course,
लगेगा
This is game 5. There's a lot of mind games
अच्छा.
going on too. Like, you know, the most obvious might not be right there because you have so much going on right
नहीं
now.
लौड़ा.
They might
उड़.
already be one step ahead where it's like, you know what, we don't
कहाँ है
care
तुम?
because if we pick X hero, they get Mars and they build a plan. Like maybe they want to bait it.
दिखाता है
So
ऊपर
many
हेड में
layers. It really
दिखाता
just
है तेरा
depends
बन
on
गया है
what,
100
how he wants to do in this. Oh, ATF actually. Sorry,
So?
he's clicking the buttons.
हाँ सो
They're taking some time though.
So
They are
many.
deciding.
This is the most time used in this
Oh,
entire
that-
finals in the pre-bans before the
Yeah.
bans.
उसी में है हम कुछ
It
नहीं
is
छू
the
रहे
most critical entry to the draft though. The wrong ban here.
चल
the
ले
wrong
ले
game
ले ले.
can set a
हो
domino
जाएगा.
effect to a very difficult game.
मेरे पास
I'm of
30
the
हजार है
opinion that if they want to first pick something else like the Pango or the Beastmaster, Mars cannot be the hero that's given away. Like, it's got to be the Shaker you give away. If they ban the Shaker, then as you guys mentioned, you have to take the Mars for yourself.
This is tense moments in the booth. Tense moments on the desk here too.
I have nothing to say. I'm waiting. I am hotly anticipating this. And they
Okay,
banned the Mars.
okay.
There we go.
Mars ban.
And they take the Naga. And
In Zanaga.
भाई मार्स जो
बोले
किया
थे
था
ना
वो ये
हम बोले थे ना ये मैच में एक ओस्लामा जामा होगा.
in the grand finals,
एक और
but
साल
almost
बाद
the
I
entire
told you.
tournament long. This is a very strong hero.
greatly apologizing.
एकदम ड्राफ्टर तो हम बनिए जाएंगे.
In the hands of any player right now at
Doctor.
the international, the map pressure that you have, the ability
हाँ,
to
doctor.
reset
Aye.
any fight with the song. There is a reason this is
कौन
one
doctor
of the
बन
most
रहा है?
contested heroes at TI, and there's probably not a good reason why we forgot about it, but it doesn't matter. They have access to the hero
I mean,
in Game 5.
I'm only seeing 2 heroes on the screen and I'm like feeling anxious, excited. I don't know. Like these are iconic TI heroes. You have to solve
चलो
the
बे.
Veil,
Yes.
You've got the Echo
चलते
Sam.
हैं.
You have XXS getting his hands on one of his best heroes.
चल चले बाहर में.
He's 1 TI on this hero
ए
before.
रुक रुक
He's
रुक रुक
years
मत
ago.
चल मत चल थोड़ा ना साठ ले लेते ताकि ना अगर वो दूसरा वाला ये अब तो पूरा साढ़े हम उड़ा दिया ना.
Find these 20-minute, 30-minute, 50-minute
मैं वो
moments
फाइटर
where
के लिए हमको
players
लेने
can
दो.
show everything and show their individual skill
अच्छा
to
रख
try
रख
and
रख.
win this game.
अरे लो भाई लो
So far,
मैं वो
all
फाइटर
4
के लिए
games
हम
in this grand
रखूंगा.
finals have leaned
अरे.
heavily one way
तुम
or
भी
the
बस
other.
ईमानदार को पीठ में लात के
Hopefully, game
बजाओ
5, we can wish for a very
और
close,
आ सकता है
even
हमको
team
बात.
fighting back and forth.
क्या है तुम?
The only way to end such a fabulous TI,
It
right?
would be-
A
it would
game
be
5.
अरे हम बोले ना हुडविन भी बैन हो गया. अरे कुछ ज्यादा ही हो जा रहा भाई.
Well, the strongest supports
ड्राफ्टिंग
of
में चल जाएगा अगला
the
साल.
tournament, I'd say, are out. The position forwards anyway, with the
Woodwing भी
Snapfire
ban
and the
कर
Woodwing
दिया.
removed.
It's still not really respecting
धन्यवाद.
the other type
चलो.
of- Yeah, XG
चलते हैं.
happily pick it up once more with the Bane ban, double supports ban as well, getting the spirit inside the song to get the sleep.
जायरोकॉप्टर भी बैन कर
They
दो.
could also, their Shadow Demon is
Sven
open for
ban
them
कर
as
दो,
well.
ये
If they want to play around Ame, that's one of the best
Jairocopter
heroes you
ban.
have to enable him.
देखिए साला सब बैन हो गया साला देख रहा क्लिंग्स उड़ गया. Fuck.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Okay, hold.
क्लिंग्स वाला अच्छा था मगर.
Come on.
गेम.
Roll it, roll it.
और देखो
गोल
कौन
गोल
सा
गोल 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 गोल
देखना इसको लायन मिलेगा. जल्दी नहीं ना भाई. तो स्किप ही नहीं हो रहा भाई करते समझा भाई का स्किप ही नहीं हो रहा. लैग हुआ उसका. और देखिए उसका लैग हो गया.
We will never know.
the biggest cliffhanger I've
अभी
ever.
उठेगा फिनिक्स
भाई हाइप बना के लौड़ा उसका लैग कर गया
It's all good. We're focusing our
भाई
attention
स्किप ही
on
नहीं हुआ
the
उसका
pick coming out from Extreme Gaming. They have banned
फिनिक्स उठा
out
फिनिक्स उठा
the Amar Bristle. And it's up to them to see if they still see a good hero in the pool. Shadow Demon once
Oh my
again
God,
seeing Q
Shadow
played it
Demon.
phenomenally earlier today.
And it's just a comfortable hero.
कहाँ है बे
right?
जस्ट
You
तुम?
always know that you're going to have the stacks up, but you have that save hero
Allora.
to play
Eh,
behind your
भोसड़ी
hyper
के,
save. If you're in a game
Desperately
5, you
पांचों
want
को मार
Ame to
रहा।
put this game on his back. You want to make sure that your heroes can enable him. The other day when he was playing anti-mage, you know what heroes were on his team? 1 save support plus a shaker, and they played out of their mind to keep him alive to eventually win the game.
Clutch potential is still rising. Every single pick, it has that ability to make a moment in these games.
कोई तो फिनिक्स ले लो
Something I still
भाई
like here, like Naga against SD. SD is going to want to stack the triangle. Snaking and Falcons overall, they love being able to like have the map that you can block the ancients, you can block the triangle with your illusions. Pangu here, honestly, quite the incredible hero. You're happy laning, you're good against the SD. It gives you a team fight. Very nice.
We saw it in game 3, right? Falcons picked the
कुछ ज़्यादा पतला नहीं है फैल्कन के
They
पास
also banned out the Pangolier in game 4 because XG didn't want the Pangolier against their Shadow Demon, and here it's available, so it makes sense. The chaotic nature of the fight, you have that insurance of the Naga behind you if things
ए जॉयस कहाँ चल रहा है वो बताओ
but you just want to get into the middle, provide that information. You have information from the Naga removal, you have information from
अबे
the
जॉयस
Pangolier rolling thunder. Falcons will be able to initiate.
इलू
हमको समुद्र मिल
The
गया
question is now, do you worry
हाँ
enough
मिल
about
गया
the
है
penguin
यही
where you
इस
want to
सोलर
counter
सिस्टम है
the
क्या
ping here with a wyvern or something like that, or do you just
एक
go for
रूसियन
something
का
standard and go for
कैरेक्टर
something standard they do on Falcons with the
बहुत
disruptor?
कम
डिसरप्टर मजेदार लगता है
फन है
हाँ तो तब नहीं जब तुम जिसको रॉड करो और उसी को गायब कर दे
अबे वो तो नया नया सीख रहा था वो तो तुम पीए भी कितना हागा है
ये तो भाई हम डैगर ही नहीं मारते
And Disruptor are played
तो
on flanking as position 5.
I mean ऐसा डैगर मारते हैं नहीं
वो तो
डैगर
नया नया सीख रहा था अब काफी
चुप साला नया नया तुम सीखे तब तुम बोला हमको आता है खेलने
वो तो 2-3 बार हम खेला हूँ तो 2-3 बार वो तो अलग है ना 2-3 बार और सर अब लीच लाइन वो सब मेरा हाथ बैठ गया
At this point in the stage,
Shadow
of the tournament,
Fiend.
depending on the lane setup, depending on the vibes, everything can change. But I expect Naga Disruptor to be the support.
When I see Disruptor and he's being run as fort, it screams to me that you're gonna bring heroes early to that enemy safe lane, kill him, and then
अबे ये
try to
रेनी
go
planet
smash, try
है
to exploit what this hero can do
Okay, वो पानी
from the
तो
4
है।
lane. Something that can come through the gate would be incredible. If the carry can join in as well, just give Skeeter a stun hero.
But it would be poetic, right? If for some reason Skinner wants to take it to carry, and a hero that kind of made him, introduced him to
Brewmaster.
back in the day.
versus
Put that aside, most likely support.
disruptor.
Brewmaster
Yep. The Bane has been first face
Brewmaster
banned, so that's how we can repeat that support combo.
नहीं
They can
लडार
go for ET, or
लडार
they can
हो
go the
सकता
counter pick
है
route of Grim or Wyvern.
Why not bring back the Mirana? Have the invisibility in
नहीं भैया पानी ये नहीं है भोसड़ी का
अरे तुम आओ ना नीचे यार
Mirana to roam the map.
ए जॉयस मेरे यहाँ ना बहुत कुछ है एक बार आओ तो
नहीं आएंगे तुम मेरे पास आओ पानी ऑब्जेक्टिव भूलो मत मेरे पास बहुत कुछ है
रुक ये मार्क कैसे करते हैं यहाँ पे ये एरिया को
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons like end up jamming.
F से beacon डाल सकते हैं होल्ड करके वहाँ पे
Go for a gyro again. I think you've played it before with your tempo. It's nice against the enemy heroes that you do end up seeing. I honestly just see nothing wrong.
But Pugna does add to the survivability that we keep mentioning, right? For the supports of XG, how they thrive, right? Now you have the Pugna and the SD together. You offer up a core, even if they're out of position or getting jumped, there's so much turnaround potential. So much survivability to just get through Falcon's jump.
I just love the concept of double save supports for Ame on this game 5. Like, just give him his perfect pick here. But also Pugna versus Pango. Beautiful.
Naga siren.
Pugna can protect himself from
F
the roll
दाब
in the backline.
के
If he
होने
decomposes
रहा है
himself or the target that's getting rolled on, they take no damage.
बाप रे दोनों
Both of these lineups are so like beautiful in like on their own accord and what they can do, how they play around each other.
नागा सायरन तो support है
Who's gonna like help you and abuse the fact that you can go in for me, I can go in for you. As Skeeter Medusa too, it's not something that you see every day from him because usually he takes a little of the less hard carry approach, but he has also played this many times.
It's a Medusa that can
बहुत अच्छा होता है
Medusa counter, right? You can now it enables the Disruptor, Pango, and Naga to choose when they want to fight. Of course, Medusa will need a couple items to be able to do that, but once you enter the mid to late game that we are expecting from both of these teams, Medusa will happily do it all.
Hear me out. This looks a little
एक
bit scary
मेड
for
चाहिए ना
Falcons just conceptually based on how they've been
या तो
playing.
मेड
Right?
चाहिए
They
या
don't have
तो
that strong follow-up
Pos 3
damage from
चाहिए,
position
right?
4 that they always have to play with their mid laner. They're gonna play a
Falcon
slower
के लिए।
game because they have Medusa and Naga Siren, and their Pango isn't gonna have the easiest time winning that mid game for them because of the
लड़की
double safe supports.
वही
So you're in
साला
this position where you want to take
Hero
the
is
lead
back.
against Extreme
आया है
Gaming, who are one of the
आ रहा है बे, आ रहा है
Is
रुक
this the correct
जा
choice
लवड़ा हम
in
तो
terms
विच
of
डॉक्टर ले
strategy?
लेते
I'm not
We
sure.
answer that in an hour's time, please.
I see a similar problem. You have Medusa, Disruptor, and Naga Siren, very traditionally low damage heroes, or Medusa who doesn't join. And Effie, you mentioned you have
नहीं दो सपोर्ट तो हो ही गया ना
you can live through this. And not just that, but you have set up
हाँ तो बोलते विच डॉक्टर ले लो
in this game for XG as well.
Both teams, their ability to progress the map is
ऐसा करो कि एनिमी नहीं समझ पाए कि भाई लोग कर कर रहा है
a Pango can roll in, a Disruptor can rotate and kill you off. So I
Witch
think both
Doctor
teams
ले
have
लो
subscribed to we're going to
Underlord ले लो
our way into the game. Probably maybe a low kill score,
Underlord,
but then when it
maybe.
ramps up around 20 minutes or so, that's when the fighting will begin. It doesn't feel as snowbally as some of the other drafts that we
चलो बे
Not at all.
No.
You know, earlier this year
हमें
that we
शायद
had a
सीके ले
lot
सकते
of Medusa on the
हैं
off
सीके
lane.
या फिर वही कुछ
I would like to see it.
आई देखो उर्सा बैन हो गया बोलने वाले उर्सा उन लोग को शायद ना उठ
Well, let's see what
उर्सा ही बैन
Falcons
हो
will
गया
go
हमको
for
मिला मिला मिला
there. They still have to keep in mind that Ame has not gotten his hero yet.
रेमी है ये है
Yeah, it's kind of on Amar here, and you're thinking a lot of steps ahead. You're gonna be discussing.
Underlord
नहीं
what is
जगन्नाथ
Ame very
नहीं
likely to pick? What can I
XG
take?
के
Underlord
Potentially
Underlord 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 Underlord
Then at least they can't feel as good.
Underlord Underlord Underlord
I think
Underlord
for Ame, just anything that goes
Underlord
in, just get in and fight. You have
Underlord
double safe supports,
Underlord
you have
Underlord
Shadow
Underlord
Heroes, provide a lot of
Underlord
range damage, and that's why they took out his Ursa and
Underlord
HG to just go in
Underlord
heroes. What does that leave for him? A Faceless Void, or does he want to switch to a completely different archetype and try to play a ranged carry versus Medusa?
Underlord.
Personally, I would prefer if he just went in this game.
It also depends on the lane setup, right? If they see a weak off lane based on
Underlord.
mid and there's something exploitable, then that could potentially change. And they go for the
Here
Magnus
se.
themselves. Oh, XG could not win. Well, take the age of the
क्या
Magnus.
कॉन्फिडेंस है इन लोगों को मैग्नस में
Falcons take the Magnus themselves.
नहीं नहीं फैल्कन्स लोग लिए हैं
In game
हाँ
5.
Nice. Nice on the
मैग्नस लिया ये
I will
फैल्कन
say this
फैल्कन
is,
सब लिया
this
मैग्नस
can be poetic either way. Let's just leave it at that.
They are trying to cause mental damage
ये
right
करना
now.
क्या
and
चाहता है वहां से
Falcons, they want
स्क्वायर
to
करके
force
लाएगा ये
the
लोग
game
सुला
5.
देगा तो
बोले
जगन्नाथ
थे जगन्नाथ
A staple.
जगन्नाथ सही है क्योंकि
But yesterday
पगना
you
नहीं है
guys
उस
said
साइड
that Outworld staff, you know,
ही लौड़ा
doesn't
एओनडीस
matter
लौड़ा
if
लसन
Outworld
सब
staff
बना
is
के
only
देगा
chosen because it's good anyway. Can be good anyway.
This is a crazy game.
हमको तो
This is
लगता है आप जाओ 8 ही हो इधर ही
absolute crazy. Like Ame has had years to
जाओ
think
8 in
about what
flash
he wants to slap Magnus with. He comes up with a jug. It has a good matchup into the Medusa. You can buy Mantle,
वही
you
ना
can
हम तो
go
बोल
Diffusal, you can play
तभी है
fast, you have it to spin against the Disruptor, against the Naga Siren as well.
हो गया
I think
भंडार
Dota is
सोने
going to
का
do all the
लुक में
talking in this game.
Exactly. I mean, he's found a carry that at least in the
बात
kind
होगी
of skirmishing of the early to mid game, he's not going to get caught off by glimpse. He can, you know,
बात
stay
होगी
away from that.
तो 1
And
घंटा
then
हमको
later
लगेगा ना
portions of the
भले
game,
सोने
depending on how it
में
goes, he
इसीलिए
has swift flashing ways to kind of get around the fight. But a Juggernaut last pick, Falcons going for
Yeah.
an epic team fight. Like if this is a
नाइट
50-50
रोबर्ट में
game,
फिर तो
try
सबसे भी देख
fighting
सकते
into
हैं
Song, Static Storm, RP is
बहुत
getting
कार मार
dragged
लिया अपना
into
पढ़ाई
it as
लिखाई
well.
लोग तो
So
पैसा
far,
कमा
though,
के चल
everything
जाएगा हाँ
has gone later. It meant that the early game was
कहना है भाई
stable. I do need to know how
असाइनमेंट
Ame
बनाना है कल
are
देखेंगे
we
हम
gonna have a stable early game?
It feels stable from both teams, right? Farm on both sides, and it really comes down to individual choices in the game, individual items and how they approach it.
My only concern right now is that Falcons have made a complete stylistic pivot from everything else we've seen them play. This is not the style of Dota that they haven't been playing throughout this entire TI, and they just want to out-execute in that late game. Whereas for XG, this looks like their drafts. This looks like their bread and butter, and Ame called for this last pick Juggernaut. It looks like a great Juggernaut game.
To me, this game is all about XXS on the Earthshaker, Amar on the Magnus, and Lotus Orbs. And the rest, it will happen on its own.
critically for Falcons though, Marine at least has a hero to play into the game. That's what we've been wanting to see him to play. When he's not on that, they struggle. But he can activate the rest of his team, even though the style feels different. Marine, he's
साले क्रिस्टल सल्फाइड पानी के नीचे भी नहीं है, पानी के एकदम
पत्थर जैसा है,
जमीन के अंदर है. अरे वो
Yeah, Kesu, it sounds like both teams kind of got what they wanted from this draft of Game 5.
I absolutely think so. Like, this is what you wanted to boil down to in Game 5. You have a good draft, you have your comfort, you let the gameplay speak.
Oh, we're going to let the gameplay speak for sure. But first, we're going to let both of the coaches speak.
हेलो ये क्या है बे?
Friends, community, we've been waiting a long time for a grand finals that went all the way. We're going to Game 5, baby. And I'll give you one little hint here. There is nothing left to ask. We have two of the best teams in the world. They're about to go head-to-head for everything. And we'll find out who is the best team here today. So there's one question that matters, my friends. Who will be the man? And who will be the maggot? Shake those hands, boys! Let's get into a Game 5!
Oh, I am fired up after that intro. I have to say, this stadium, Barclays
ये करते क्या है बे इससे ग्लाइडर से? हाँ जॉइस एक्सेस डिप्लॉय से पाइपलाइन यूजर टू कंफर्टेबली सर्वे द
बिना स्ट्रीम के बड़बड़ कर लो, नहीं पता क्या
and making some noise, and I just want one thing from all of you. All
What's
right,
it
I
like?
want us to have some fun, and let's make some fucking noise.
हाँ ये बोट है ना, उनका है.
तो चला नहीं सकता क्या?
अरे मंगाओ तो अगर इंस्टॉल किया है
तो
Let's get it on.
कैसे चला है?
A series goes the distance. Think about how many hours, how many thousands of scrims, tens of thousands of pubs, hundreds of thousands of moments thinking about what you would do if you were here in a Game 5 TI Grand Final, and you know these two teams have thought about it a lot.
लौड़ा चलाते कैसे बे चूतिया की जिनिस को?
Not now, not when you have come this close to tasting immortality.
There is so much history behind TI,
अरे
so much
फिशिंग के लिए
history
है वो,
behind these
क्या?
players. So many of them have
कैसे
been
करते हैं
working at
फिशिंग? हाँ तो फिशिंग के लिए
exact
तुमको
moment.
फिशिंग
For
वाला
years
अपग्रेड
they've
चाहिए
been dreaming about this moment, and now it's all about to happen. And nothing will be clean. It is going to be a dirty game without a doubt.
हमको क्या पता चला? हम इसलिए पूछ रहा था तुमको.
Man, if you are a coach of one of these squads,
हम भी
I
इसलिए
would
जान
not want to be backstage watching this unfold with no ability to control it. The draft is set. The players are just
क्या यार एकदम हाल हाल सब लवड़ा लहसुन एकदम सब लेके आ गया वहाँ
for
से.
Ame. You have to
What
remember
is
this Ame
this?
juggernaut was the only thing that took a game off of Team Spirit in their perfect EWC run.
That's
the
true.
only thing Yatoro could not defeat. Ame will go back to it here and face his demons in a Grand Finals Magnus. This is what he chose. This is what he has to live with and what he has to make work here.
I won't lie, I felt a pit in my stomach when I saw the Magnus come up for Falcons. I saw Ame facing a Magnus in a TI Grand Finals Game 5.
Not again, not again.
Okay, let's talk about it. Let's break it down draft-wise, because the games have been incredibly one-sided. We've been here before. We've all been here. Well, maybe some of you haven't, but a long time ago, we had TI3, right? Goes to a Game 5, but those were some one-sided games to lead up to it. Drafting, there was a lot of back and forth all the way back then. There is now today in this series. Who do you think, in your opinion, who do you think walked away with the draft win?
This is honestly impossible to call. I cannot call it one way or the other. I give a very slight edge to Falcons because they got Naga Siren, and this hero has been a team fight terror. But XG got some decent answers to it. They got the Shaker in response. It's a great matchup. You have long range disable. You have team fight. They got the XM Shadow Fiend that was a monstrosity in that Game 3. They have their saving supports. They didn't want anything else. This is everything they want in the lineup. All the scaling that they will need. So much team fight. It's just a matter of execution. Can you make
हमको
these
पता ही
picks
कहा
pay
था वो
off?
क्या करता है. तो चुतियाप हो गया
pressure on Skeeter would love
साला
a first blood in
इसके
this
बनाने
lane.
के क्रिस्टल
Another
सल्फाइड
enchant
चाहिए था
totem.
तुमको
And with Shinkyu getting so many hits off, it's amping up the damage. Don't forget about that innate. The
बस
menace
देखने के लिए
he's
लाया
able
था
to apply. Skeeter loses a lot of mana for that.
तो चला अब
May
उसमें
lead
ड्राफ्ट
to
देख लिया ना
something in the future, but for now,
और क्या
no kills
तो क्या
just yet.
जस्टिफाई
But
क्या
the
कर रहा है
CS score is looking mighty fine for Extreme right
Justify
now.
नहीं है
And honestly, that has been
Yeah.
part of the story of this
Yeah.
series. It feels like who pulls ahead in the early game is who pulls ahead more in the mid game and who closes it out.
Do you think that this is supposed to happen? When it comes to the look, I mean, we've got the Shadow Fiend
चलो
versus the Pango. I
Just
feel like
चलते
that
हैं
is just a write-up. Pango's gonna, or excuse me, the Shadow Fiend's gonna walk away with a victory on that.
Auto lane win there. I think this juggle free farm no matter what. You can't stop them with a Disruptor 4. This looks like a lane victory for XG. They put themselves in a solid early game position. And this is also not the fastest lineup we've seen out of Falcons, right? They went for Medusa, they went for Magnus. This is not a classic Skeeter hero for a reason. It doesn't make early rotations. It doesn't join the fight super early. It does give you more scale. Will that scale come back to haunt you, though, if it gets reflected off of some Shadow Demon illusions? You can turn this
तुम्हारा
Medusa
ship
back
से
against
निकाल
the
लो
team
तो।
itself. There's a lot of small interactions like that in this game.
रखे
And
हैं
of
ना
course, you
उसको।
have Naga Disruptor.
नैनाइट सब
I mean, this is a combo. I don't know how many times I've
Nanax
heard
निकाला
talk
तो।
about his love for this combination. I played on a team where he played carry Naga to set this all up. He loves this little combo. I've been waiting to see it in this event with how popular the heroes
चलते
have
हैं
been. It will finally
मार
get
के लिए
busted out in this game 5.
ये
Absolutely
फोड़ता
deadly
हूँ
in the late game. The sleep into the lockdown static storm.
कौन सा गैलेक्सी
You have
चलना
a
है
disruption
बताओ
to soft bail you out of that situation.
हम
But there's a
कौन
lot
से
of
ये
team
में
fight
तो
to back
रखा
that
है
combo up. There's a lot of burst
हाँ
damage.
एक लोकेटर
And
मिल
also
गया
in favor Falcons going into that late
एक टाइम
game.
पे
If
एक ही
we
एक
get into
लोकेटर
that
यूज करो और
scenario
पहले
where
से
the
एक
teams have
लोकेटर
not been
किया
able
हुआ
to
है
roll over each other with an
मतलब
early game
कहाँ पे?
advantage
इधर
and
वाला
we
शिप
push it
अब
late.
तुम मैप में
Honestly, I
देखो
hate to say this, but it might come down to Omni Slashes.
कहाँ
It's
पे है
a
बे?
gamble of a spell. I mean, you go in there, there's Lotus
तो
Orbs,
ऊपर एक बार
there's Outworld Stabs. So much can go wrong, and yet so much can go
कहाँ
right
पे
here.
दिया
You
हुआ है
land the
collector
perfect ultimate, it can break that late game fight open.
Disruption set up. Fisher block off. A bit of damage. Snake King though. Naga Siren a very
कौन सा planet में है यार?
Again, Crit's gonna make the early TP
Ito,
rotation
right.
for the punish on Extreme Gaming.
हीटो
नीचे,
हीटो
नीचे,
यो
नीचे, नीचे,
There's nowhere to
नीचे,
run to. And
नीचे।
first blood is claimed.
उधर
ये
वो मिडो रिब में
Makes the same
वो मिडो
rotation
रिब में
Tom did in that other game. Turn that lane around
चले
for Skeeter.
हाइपर
secure
ड्राइव
थोड़ा
that
मेरे
lane
डैमेज
farm.
डैमेज दे
Access,
रुक
get
तो हम
aggressive,
कर रहा हूँ
have a
इसको
free
थोड़ा ठीक
farm time up on this off lane for XG. He has been their biggest playmaker. He is
अच्छा
their playmaker in this
क्रिम्सन
draft.
कोर पार्ट
If you
चाहिए
shut the
हमको
Shaker down,
क्रिस्टलिस
the
हार्ट
game
चाहिए
becomes a
वो
lot
कहाँ
slower
मिलेगा
for Extreme Gaming, and then you're relying on the lane win from this Shadow Fiend to power you through. Which, by the way, he is winning the lane
Damage
series,
है।
but this Pango has been farming jungle
हमको क्या
incredibly
पता डैमेज हो
efficiently.
गया लौड़ा
Marine is getting through this
मेरे
match.
पास मेरे
Big
पास
success. He knew there was going to
नीचे
be
आ
some
रहा
sort of glimpse shenanigans here, and now with the Fisher, he's trying to save his support, pull back in. Once again, this Gorgon's grass is turning out beautiful when he's got so much set up for it, both the pull-in of the ensnare and the glimpse.
You have to find a punish somewhere on the map. This is just a straight
भाई ये
tri-lane
जीत
now
गया
for
तो
Falcons.
पैसा साला
Guaranteed
दिया हुआ है
kills
यार
with the net plus the glimpse.
You can't really punish the
थोड़ा
solo off
पानी
laner
में
here.
मार
It's
दो
a
तुम तो
double bracer Magnus, and you've got
Yes.
Pugna Juggernaut. You're just not going to get a kill with that duo.
It's the downside.
हाँ,
No
सोच
disable
रहा
on
है
this
क्या
one
करेंगे?
to set up the spin kill.
क्या लैंडिंग दिया भाई
The
यहाँ
early rolling
गजब है
thunder goes after XM. Malrine gets stuck on the cliffs.
ये मास्टर
Still
कौन है
able to find a second hit, but now it's underneath tower. And XM, he's trying to get out the Requiem, unable to do so.
Yeah, man.
Maybe he can threaten it now. Oh, man, he's get a big heal off the Magic Wand stack. Malrine's the one to die instead. The race to finish him off. And now
अबे हमको
the
तो भेज
punishment comes in
देख
twofold. The Shin-Q managed to get
तो
a
सामान मेरे शिप के अंदर ही है
second kill. XM taunting Malrine. He was already walking away with the lane win, but now he's got a massive lead. 57
फाइनल मैच में तुम
CS.
कहाँ
A
शिप
kill
चला
to
रहा
be a
है
part
शिप
of.
को पार्क करो
3200. It might get
मेरा इसलिए तो दूसरा स्क्रीन है भैया एकदम देख रहे आप भी एकदम व्हाट इज दिस
फाइनल मैच को सेकेंडरी स्क्रीन में उसको मेन स्क्रीन में लगाओ और फोन में कैंडी क्रश खेल लो
हम कैंडी क्रश खेलता नहीं है आते ही नहीं है
Supports there at the right time. That's a huge turnaround play for XG. When you pick XM, these lane dominators, you cannot.
माँ खेल दी
fall.
थी
His sniper and Shadow Fiend have been go-tos for Extreme for a while for a reason.
कहाँ चली है
They
बे
build
तुम
the lead, they take the map over, they take that tier 1 mid incredibly fast. If you gank that hero once or twice and he falls, a lot of the momentum goes out the window. So keeping him alive is pivotal here for Extreme Gaming. Also building up a lot of stacks for the Shaker. This is something Falcons are eyeing. They would love to get in there and either contest the experience or steal it away with this Pangolier.
But we talked about all tournament long how it feels impossible to do so. You get too close, you're getting echo slammed, you're too far away, you don't get all that experience, and certainly none of the gold. Snake King, the best he can do for now is block extra stacks.
They do have a window. No echo yet on XXS.
Miss Skewer. X-Nova though still taking so much damage thanks to the healing ward. He will stay alive.
तुम यहाँ तो मंगवा लिया अभी हम अपना कैसे मंगवाए?
But I don't think he's expecting an extra hero here. Shinkyu can't get there in time for a disruption.
This will be Maureen gets away with some
में
highway robbery on these stacks. Again, no ult on XXS because this lane was so rough. He got tri-lane. Can't go here and threaten that echo. 8-minute power rune, spawns top, invis will go to the Pangolier here. No luck for XM on that one.
An invis rune pickup from Maureen. We'll see what he does with that. I mean, it's actually a decent rune pickup if you're going to be invading Extreme Gaming side of the map constantly, as they're trying to push XM along. Still has a decent net worth lead. He's already kind of rolling.
XG, they
अच्छा ये क्रिम्सन कोर पार्ट कहाँ से मिलता है? बड़का वाला ये तोड़ने से क्या?
Not want to let XM fall in this early game. You can see the prioritization from the supports. At the same time, they're not kicking people out of this lane and they're not hitting that tower, which is the progression we saw with the SF when they played it earlier. That game stalled out a bit. This is buying time for the two side laners of Falcons to scale
fighter ship आता है वो लोग
And Amar, he's feeling like on his game, this game is going to be slow enough that he can go for that helmet dominator. He's not going to be rushing the lane, which, considering the lack of pressure so far from the Shadow Fiend, I'm inclined to agree with him.
This is the normal progression you want right here. This is going to help you scale
Early Omni Slash, and Amar, he levels up the RP, but he will not be able to outlast the Omni Slash.
Amar Omni Slash
The timing on that is tight with the next wave coming in. You really have to get it on point.
Omni slash खाया
Exactly. I think that was literally the last slash of that ultimate.
Iname asked for the Juggernaut. You better be perfect with these Omni Slashes because this hero is so hard to work otherwise. Omni Slash is just such a fickle spell in that regard.
But he is a Juggernaut master, right? This
he
is
Toyo Itoyo.
You have to deliver.
Midori.
While stacks have been being built up for Falcons, and at the same time, the Nagasaki is denying the stacks over on the extreme triangle. Snake King has been a menace with the blockage.
Yeah, 9-4. Extreme doing a lot more of the stacking, but considering the fact that Maureen hijacked probably 3 or 4 of those.
They did not get them all.
Yeah, feels about even.
Still is XM picking up the farm right here. You did not get that early kill on the Shadow Fiend, so he's going to continue to power up. You just have to trade it out with some empower efficiency of your own. Diffusal done for Maureen. Haste Rune in his bottle. Could be a nice little point to look for something if you're Falcons. He's really strong around the map right now. Not a lot of ability to control this Pango either.
ये क्या रेड कलर का किसका है बे?
Against the Pangolier compared to some of the ones we saw earlier, with that Bane being banned out first.
उसका कैनन से तोड़ दे.
Just right there. नहीं नहीं अंदर घुसो शील्ड के अंदर घुसो.
Timing of this is going to be pretty
नीचे देखो पतला सा गली है. लेफ्ट की तरफ देखेगा थोड़ा. थोड़ा लेफ्ट देख. लेफ्ट राइट अरे दुष्यंत लेफ्ट राइट तरफ कमजोर है.
If they make the play right
हाँ ये
now,
गली में इसको फोड़ो
which they are, two-man smoke,
बबलास को.
Crit and Maureen.
माशाल्लाह.
He gets spin
आगे जाओ बबलास फोड़ो.
but you have RP.
RP straight to the Stag Storm. He gets up the spin initially. They're still going to go for the kill. The teleports are coming in. He may need a disruption to bail him out here. He got up that disruption right before the Static Storm.
Oh, 1 second ulti नहीं.
Too much with the Rolling Thunder on top.
सेम दूसरा साइड करना है सेम. लेफ्ट साइड में भी बबलास है. हाँ जी.
Desperate to bail out their carry. Just give more to Falcons.
Such a nice timing to hit with this Pangolier.
मतलब गली दिखा. Left.
And you always have this RP threat on the jug. You just been TP out. You didn't have healing ward available.
Just
didn't have
नीचे
Omni Slash available for 5 seconds. No turnaround potential. They will take this Juggernaut down. Important kill in this laning phase. That Shadow Fiend is still powering up, but if you can disable the rest of the team, it's going to be a lot of weight on XM's shoulders in this game to carry it alone.
Skeeter's been having a peaceful game. Any pressure that he got was
सीधा जाओ और नीचे सीधा जाओ और नीचे
supports up here.
नीचे
And while he's not quite up there with the Shadow,
चार को इंजन दिख रहा है इंजन
farm
फोड़ो.
off lane. He's been a part of a couple of kills.
हाँ इंजन है वही.
And if he wanted to, he could keep this tower
10
alive.
second.
It's tough against the Pugno. 3 points in the blast. X-Nova will eventually get it here.
That's true.
And you inevitably will open up the map if you're XG. In theory, this is good space for the Jug to use later when you can, aggressively split push with the spin TP out threat. But again, you have Stone Gaze, you have RP in this game.
Yeah.
That is not guaranteed, especially when this Blink eventually comes out for Amar. You're going to be worried pushing these lanes super deep as Ame. Might have to play this game a little safer than you would normally want. Can still scale up really well, but he has to get that Battle Fury on and start putting it to use.
ऊपर जाके गन सब करो.
Alreen.
Look at another power rune.
ऊपर जाके गन
1 amp damage for this Pangolier.
Yeah, it feels like he's just getting everything he needs right now.
ये लेजर वाला कैनन सब तो.
हाँ लेजर वाला. ऊपर जाके गन फोड़.
Sweeping through the jungle, they aren't going to be spotted by this ward. Shin-Q just sitting behind this tree, seeing if anybody on Falcons oversteps themselves.
Those have to
अरे लौड़े गन मार
a little bit, especially if you don't count.
तुमको
Catch the
चढ़ाना
shadow
आता है
demon at the start of the
प्लेन.
fight.
तुम नचाते रहते हो बस.
Kind of the dream catch every time. Take the save
ये
out of the
थोड़ा
equation.
एकदम
Take the demonic purge out of the equation. No reflection on the Medusa later
वाह.
on.
Civilian वाला
Amar
प्लेन ही मर गया.
He's taken too much. Falcons are still playing the top side of the map as well, but they're going to sandwich him.
They
punish.
Kick him out.
Didn't want to go for the Medusa, but they'll catch Amar on the other side, go through the gate, hit him with the Blink Dagger.
कोई तो लौड़ा हमको चूद रहा है
Really to run. They try the static storm.
अंडी बंडी संडी जो हमको चूद रहा है.
Another 5 seconds till a skewer, and he's just completely surrounded.
Kill to Ame. Boost that Juggernaut up. It's going to finish his Battle Fury right on time. Nice little kill to snag. I almost wonder if he could have TP'd out under that static storm. It would have been tempting. Still have a free farm Medusa in this game. This it's a really tough one to measure. In theory, it's good for Jug because he has a little bit of sustain.
ये क्या है?
वहाँ लॉक ऑन क्यों किया? उसको लॉक ऑन क्यों कर रहा है? अरे उसको लॉक ऑन क्यों कर रहा है रुसियन? मतलब और भी है टरेट पीछे. आगे जाएगा तो लेफ्ट की तरफ दिखेगा.
ये क्या लॉक ऑन क्यों हो रहा है?
तो तुम एस क्यों दबा रहा है?
हम स्लो कर रहा है ये को.
स्लो ही है प्लेन और कितना स्लो करेगा?
Looking at Amar again, but without the shaker, you don't have the damage and control to bring this guy down. 2,000 HP with those bracers.
Yeah, he dies once, he just runs it back down the lane. Says, go ahead, give it a try if you want.
Yeah, he's just running out of line.
And X-Nova's trying to run away, but Crit, he'll catch up with a glimpse here. X-Nova doing what he can, but of course, too many disables, not going to be able to teleport away. A 5th kill for Falcons, but on the other side, a much bigger one. Skeeter, hit by the disruption. He got up the stone gates. They're going to turn themselves away. The Croakers stall him up a little bit, but he's already out. Extreme really didn't commit too much.
एकदम सामने दिख रहा है लेजर.
But
it's hard to set
एकदम सामने.
Once that SF is already on top of when you disrupt, it's difficult to walk in there and get that Requiem. Believe you have the DPS to bring him down. He had full wand double Lotus.
Yeah, that is pretty tough to get through.
A tanky hero at this point in the
game. So why not make the same play as last time? A little bit of feint up to the top lane and then back through the gate. Sandwich Falcons again on this play. If you want to keep playing aggressive down here, we'll keep picking off the heroes. This time they only get the support. Malrine, he does not have a TP scroll, but he does have Rolling Thunder.
They're going to see he does not have TP.
Can they get in front of him anyway? Nah, he's too fast.
And they TP'd XXS down here as well, maybe feeling like he was back.
He's the drought.
The catch will not be there in time, and this is going to give up a lot of map control.
Skandar घुस जाए.
Pushing in.
Allahu Akbar.
Medusa illusions, adding fuel to the fire here with some Dark Troll Summoner creeps.
ये लड़ाई तो लैंड नहीं किया बे.
Game of such close margins.
Look at this smoke.
बकचोदी नहीं करने का. बकचोदी नहीं करने का.
Oh, it's going to be very awkward. Spotted by it.
Captain का हमारा चल.
They'll get the 100 gold for it, maybe take some neutrals, but it's not the smoke that they wanted, especially with all this damage.
I beg for mercy. My name is Price.
If you're
Demand tribe key, seize the drop.
Sort of, you know,
not to seize the
you can't catch anything and you have very little information. This hero can make the map.
A class का है.
Nice deny from Snake.
But I like that dead even in this game 5. This was not.
ये क्या करेगा?
That was just auto one off the lanes, and I don't.
Inventory has no.
I do feel like
transfer to the new seeds to proceed.
Once they get this Blink Dagger on XM, I don't know if
transfer the previous fighter's base
up to a BKB and then to an Aghanim Scepter. I am very, very leery.
लौड़ा तुम मेरा है।
Siren and the Medusa.
अरे Freighter fighter सब एक है यार।
I don't want to be chasing around these illusions all over the map.
If you believe in the Juggernaut Shadow Fiend scale,
fighter is fighter.
Shadow Demon can turn it around against them, right? You can be disrupting the illusions around the map, pushing the lanes back in. It's a great support at farming off the back
the engage singularity engine not installed.
Done with your timing,
engage,
particularly these blink daggers on the core heroes. Start hunting. Looking aggressive for the team fights, looking for Maureen, looking for the Magnus. If you can find those two, or at least one of them at the start
manage
of the fight,
Fred.
it can be very good for you. You can bring Ame in there, and he should be able to contribute more than that.
क्या करना होगा?
कुछ नहीं हो गया ये शिफ्ट मारा।
The punish the Fisher, it doesn't stop the skewer away, and a song
Kuch
to reset
impossible.
things.
Fight हो
Falcons
रहा
are not in a position to keep it going.
अरे लौड़ा ये
निकल जाए सब निकल जाएगा।
जब टेलीपोर्टेशन मार दिया एकदम डन 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 करके।
That is the problem with the Naga.
ये सब मार दिया टेलीपोर्टेशन jutsu.
Always bail you out of a rough situation. You have BKBs later on, you can power through that, but for right now,
that's the problem.
Get Amar home. Super quick jump from XXS. They were absolutely ready for that play. Still, Amar gets out. Like this tanky build for the match.
मेरा में घंटी क्यों बज रहा है? टंग टंग टंग
throw
करके।
some disruption spells behind him, some sustain later on. This Naga's going to build some utility.
Quick static storm, X Nova.
And they're just running a pack. Quick Pugna kill, run the same heroes into the mid lane, grab the Shaker this time.
Pull him back in with the RP and the Rolling Thunder to ensure that if Extreme were to respond, it's a hard fight to take. XXS is tanky, but not that tanky, and XM tries to come in with the Requiem. He's doing this solo. Wait, no, Ame comes in for the side with an Omni.
Oh, nice. शायद। अरे यार।
ओ भाई थोड़ा सा के लिए बच गया वो, थोड़ा सा के लिए। एंटी फाइटर टॉर्पीडोस हैं?
अरे दूसरा सिस्टम में जाके आओ।
XM finally for that Requiem. Unfortunately for him, Crit was ready. He hits him with the glimpse. So after the Requiem, there wasn't any follow-up raises, which Ame certainly needed. Maureen so close to death.
अमीजान लॉन करके उसमें चले।
वो जाके वापस आना है।
You can imagine they win that if all three cores are punching together at some point in that sequence. Unfortunately, you lose your Shaker at the start. Your SF goes in, he gets good.
अब क्या हो गया?
Going with the Omni.
जिनको अपना हाथ खुजा ले रहा है उसको खुजली लगाता हाथ।
वो उन लोग का हेडफोन का कुछ इशू हो रहा है।
Falcons doing a better
नहीं वो जिंक्यू को हाथ में खुजली लगाता है इसलिए।
And that is largely because they do have this split push in the first
समझते
place.
नहीं
They
है
do
ये
have the
एकदम।
Helmadon pushing out these
What
side
is
lanes. They
this?
do have the Manta illusions.
जिंक्यू का हाथ है इतना बड़ा है साला उसको हाथ खुजाने में खुजली लग गया
There's
था।
a lot of lane shove in this lineup. Naga, Siren, Medusa.
आ रहा वापस।
Just ghost shoves it with the swashbuckle. You have Empower, you have the Dom. It's going to be a lot of map pressure for this lineup to deal with. And if your Jug is afraid to show on lanes and get it back out because there is BKB piercing spells in this game, then you're really going to struggle. It's going to fall to Shaker to show a lot more, and he's your playmaker you want off the map, and it's really going to fall on Jin Hugh to deal with the lane pressure by returning the illusions into Falcons.
मर गया। ओह अच्छा
I don't think Amar's in range here to try and turn it around, so no damage, no foul after that pause.
Yeah, the spin on cooldown as well as the Omni/Maureen feels very confident he can take this mid-tier 1 tower. The first significant blow of the game goes to the
planet major
3,000 net worth.
9.
And they are racing towards this Medusa butterfly. That's the scary part here for Extreme Gaming. This time for Skeeter is going to be really strong. Their heroes do not deal with it well unless you can just isolate this Naga. And you can't do that until you have BKBs because Song can always bail him out, and then Falcons will reset with Static Storm, Stone Gaze.
नहीं क्योंकि मेरा ये का भी साउंड आ रहा ना।
Because Extreme Gaming, they already had the blink dagger on their Shaker. We saw the effectiveness of that when Amar tries to make his jump. But then you're also going to have a blink dagger very soon on Shin Q, and that's going to be a big pickup.
Oh, look at the Mayan Amar down here. He blinked into XM.
And he sure did. He brought XM with him when he tries to skewer away. One raise, where's the stuns? They've
Oh, nice. 80 यार।
Stun नहीं है।
Not quick enough.
ओह बच गया यार।
Try and bring you down.
थोड़ा सा के लिए।
Sick attempt to find the Magnus, but again, the tankiness of the skill pays off. Amar's able to play very aggressively and get out.
फन नहीं है।
Falcons, they see all these heroes from Extreme on the other side of the map. They know this Tormentor. It's all theirs.
जिंक्यू का stun है।
And so the shard, that'll go to Staking. It's a really nice
अरे वो STUN वाला stun नहीं, stun, दुदू।
Siren giving max HP regen per second, so when he gets the save off, but then there's something even more special. max mana regen as well. That's even more effective with this Medusa.
It's great for all their cores.
XSS.
Beautiful shard to get this early in the game too.
Yeah.
Means you could just finish up that sword crest going to other utility. They already have a drum on crit. Early utility online for Falcons. Butterfly done.
Yeah, XSS.
Line up between a PowerPoint.
Once again, XXS baiting out X-Nova. Who's going to try and play the Wisdom Shrine. No overextension though from Falcons.
हम फाइट देख रहे थे एक्चुअली कुछ नहीं होगा वो फाइट में कुछ नहीं होगा वो फाइट में
बड़ी अच्छा ये मारा था
They do not get control of the Wisdom Shrine. That goes to Extreme. Extreme not able to chase and punish. But I think they're happy just to be able to get something out of Falcons without losing anything.
Zombie Slash has been doing a lot of damage to these Falcons heroes.
आओ बे जॉयस चाहिए प्लेन.
Of course, you commit in with that single punch, you know, Echo Slam, Requiem on top, Omni Slash on top of all that. Some of these heroes are explode. Even if the song is over, the burst damage is insane. This is what XG are gearing up for right now. They'll have to hit their stride in the next 10 minutes here before this Dusa becomes impenetrable. And that is Snaking's job. Slow this game down. Medusa to get to this Scotty.
यार एकदम
beast in this game.
Deactivate multi-tool seal की locate dissonance spike.
The Scotty. That'll be something
कितने बार
different
किया
for
नहीं मेडुसा प्रॉब्लम करना शुरू करेगा
of his own. There's that blink dagger for Shin Q. Good pickup.
क्या बे?
And double BKBs will be coming in soon for both XM and XXS.
I do not envy Jin Q's position in this game though. To decide between an offensive disruption and a defensive one, which one do you need more? It's very tempting to go for an offensive disruption on the Dusa and turn those illusions.
ये वाला कभी आता ही नहीं है. इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ.
अरे इसमें तो मैथ्स आता है.
One of your cores that gets RP'd or Static Storm. You're gonna really
ये वाला में तो मैथ्स आता है ना वही मैथ्स आया
वही तो डिसोनेंस वाला तो किया था
He also has a save available. Maybe it's not as effective as Decrepify, depending on what sort of damage is being thrown around.
नहीं हम तो नहीं किए हैं.
I mean, Falcons.
तुम भक्चोदी बहुत पहनने लगे हो.
Same time you have a Pango.
ये दुमा को बुला देंगे.
So
I mean, Pugna's always annoying on that. It's just the displacement from the Magnus can be his problem. You pull this hero away from XG's formation. Very hard for Pugna.
दुमा को बुला देंगे अब.
And once again, Falcons having the advantage, push the tempo of the game. They're going to take this road.
यार लुमा क्या भक्चोदी तुम भी पहलते हो यार. What is
They're
this?
going to play for farm, play for that double BKB timing that we were talking about.
Believe in Ame, believe in the
लुमा यार.
That's all you can really do right now because Skeeter.
अभी तक हम ज़्यादा किए ही नहीं है.
And that'll
बहुत
finish up
कम
the
किया.
BKB for Amar as well. He feels untouchable at this point. You'd have to land a massive synchronization of these ultimates to bring these heroes down and win the fight overall.
The Naga Siren with a blink dagger. Snaking's going to be playing way off in the back to try and come in with those song saves. But the BKBs can't allow them, if Extreme get that advantage, just push through the song, get these kills anyway.
ये मेडुसा का प्रॉब्लम होगा अब.
To play against. Even if you get the perfect team fight, this Naga can
जीत जाएगा फाल्कन तो मतलब पैसा
set the entire situation.
गेम में कुछ नहीं रहा. ले लड़ा पैसा ही है कुछ नहीं.
He's got a long time on the clock.
भाई पैसा है यार.
Probably enough time to take down 2 tier 2s.
कुछ किया नहीं जा
Force
सकता.
that mid one. I doubt these are towers
मेडुसा का
XG
farm
wants
जो
to
है
fight.
ना
Positioning is
बहुत
just not that easy. There's going to be Naga.
बहुत ज़्यादा है.
टैलेंट पैसा का नीचे दब जाता है यार.
It's all about the Juggernaut's timings. Ame, he wants his butterfly before he has to be pulled into a fight for his life here.
Yeah.
You need the damage upgrades on this hero.
Very efficient from Falcons. They take that bottom lane. The Helmet Dom creep was pushing in mid, so they didn't even risk any heroes. Falcons staying grouped up together. Now the Medusa is going to hit that mid tier 2, and it's going to disguise a smoke push in from Falcons. 3-man smoke into the triangle, not finding anything just yet. Extreme, they've called their forces back to base for now.
Oh, but they did not recall Ame. He is so close to being in range for that RP.
He backs away just at the right time.
I mean, you've got to remember, he doesn't have BKB. If you RP skewer him into Static Storm, that's it for him. He's gone.
Kind of poke at Skeeter here, of course, with the Aegis. It's a Medusa. It'll take forever to kill her the once. There's no way that Extreme are going to go on this, and Falcons know it.
At the same time, they're smoking out. Since they're not afraid to take some sort of engagement or at least look for a pick-off while this Aegis is online.
There is a lot of information from Falcons with these deep lane wards once again.
These are some nasty obs in this jungle, not being killed right now.
XXS, he'll try and cut that mid wave. Thanks to his shard, it's made a little bit easier.
Falcons instantly running back to this part of the map.
Oh yeah, they've got so much vision here. Double wards in this jungle area.
Could be a disaster.
And they got the glimpse back. Disruption goes out. And on the return, Xnova, he's fine. Amar, he thought about stretching out for that skewer attempt, but...
I mean, you gotta know there's vision here now. You either find it or you vacate the area. XG getting corralled early in this game. I mean, the net worths don't look too bad, but they're losing a lot of space, a lot of
क्या
ground
बोलता
right now.
जॉयस?
Just going
हेलो
for the offensive
हम
disruption.
लोग का मिड लेना है,
A little
साला
harass.
इसको रखते हैं.
Here.
Yeah, with the illusions combined with a couple
सेंटिनल
of
या
stuns,
ये
Dusa
सेंटिनल
does take a
बोलता है,
lot of
फैल्कन या
damage.
इसको.
That's a lot of damage, actually, yeah.
हाँ,
Looks like
क्योंकि
Charlie.
मेरा तो भाई ये था
Downside of the butterfly, right?
बीबी का वो हक के लौड़ा पोटो पोटो निकाल दिया.
It'll be the downside of the Scotty as well. They got the initiation on the Magnus.
नहीं पहले हम लोग को रखना चाहिए था यार.
The song. Still, the RP has to be used defensively alongside the song. They just got to run. Echo Slam got used, but XM does not get off the Requiem.
How did he not get that off? You have to be instant on these jumps. The cores have to go together. One jump is
The
never
same
gonna be
sheep
enough
है
in this
बे
game.
वही.
It has to be two,
अरे
maybe
भाई
three.
बेचने के लिए है, तुम लोगों करके रखा है, लेकिन बेचेगा तो
Does get to the butterfly.
जा रहा
You
यार.
still look for something with this Omni Slash, but there's still the dire vision in your jungle. You never got rid of it.
Your own vision is going to be in danger because the early gem pickup from Falcons. They're going to push into this side of the map again. Once again, looking for a glimpse play. They know XM doesn't have his BKB. He just has to Requiem. Holding the fear boost. The Magnus going to chase after his snake. He got him with the ensnare. Wait, a Fisher, they're so
वो गया नहीं, वो ससुराल चली गया.
निकल जाएगा. निकल जाएगा.
He's trying to
Support
get there
look weak
somehow,
है.
ramping through these trees areas,
फिर
but
Medusa
Medusa's
strong.
not going to be able to get there to punish anything. It's going to be
Supports
instant
look weak है.
GQ to
Medusa
die.
is
Both
strong.
supports fall, and they take that high ground ward away from Extreme.
What you wouldn't have done to have Echo Slam available on that four-man clump. Of course, Falcon's going in there knowing it's on cooldown.
I mean, even just an Omni Slash probably would have won them the fight. But Ame, understandably, he has to work towards his MKB. As soon as he gets the MKB, he can take that man fight against the Medusa, perhaps. But until then, it's so difficult.
He believes in his skill here. He believes in the matchup.
Once again, XM spotted. Another ward, another deep ward that spots him on his way up here. And now Skeeter's on the other side, trying to get in front of him. He's going to go for the TP away. And Skeeter, he does... No, wait, the glimpse back. He gets a BKB.
That is very close.
It was so close. It just ran out towards the end of it.
Wearing through this Aegis. It is now expired for Skeeter. Playing field is even once again as some Blink Daggers coming out for a lot of these heroes. And the more important one, Ame, opting for Blink Dagger before he heads into that MKB.
I think he saw that opportunity from that Fisher and was just
100%.
like, oh, if I had a Blink Dagger there, what a world of difference it could have been. Another opportunity like that shows up, I will be prepared.
It makes sense with this lineup. Again, you have to jump together. Ame needs to be able to get in there when the opportunity presents itself. You may never get another one. And you have to get in there quick because that song is going to come out and reset the fight no matter what opening XXS finds. It's absolutely the right call. Just a matter of can you find that
हम
window.
बता रहे
And
हैं
can he also be
जगरनॉट
built up
जितना
from
बार उठा है
Skeeters, the
उतना बार
true mirror
हारा है.
match? He needs two
जगरनॉट
carries
जीता
as the
नहीं है
Jug
कभी.
attempts to close the gap.
Ame's been sitting on a ward for a while. Now
Naughty
Xnova
है
realizes, uh-oh.
जगरनॉट वही बना.
He started going through the
Counter है
game. He's
मैंने
not better of it, though.
The Falcons' wards have been on point, though. Another obs down here doing
Xnova
some work.
he keeps getting closer and closer to the gate. And finally, Falcons, they just pull the trigger on it. Like, well, okay, we can catch him, but no. Hides away in the trees. Skeeter, who went first, did not get him with the Gorgon's grasp.
Space created right there.
Oh, absolutely. Any bit of space for Extreme is worth its weight in gold right now. As Aghanim Scepter is almost done for XM, alongside that level 20. It's a big power spike to have.
So much execution necessary here for XG to win a fight, though.
Yeah, and they're going to need every bit of that because it feels like they're going to have to contest Roshan.
This is a scary Aegis to go away. Your high ground defense is not great other than disruption. You're likely getting skewered off it. 2 lives on Skeeter, that's just too much mana, too much HP to get through. Especially with Horn Toss available for Amar. And that win probability has swung considerably here.
Oh, man.
XG, they have their work cut out for them. There are pathways to victory in these fights. It is a very thin margin.
Yes, this is not quite like Game 4. It felt pretty much undefendable for Extreme Gaming. This
अबे जॉयस हमको ना ये मिला
they
देख
have
तो
the scale, they have ways to be able to make
समझ
big
नहीं आ रहा
team
ये
fight plays.
कहाँ में डाले
But it is without a doubt
salvage
Falcons'
fleet
advantage.
mining
I mean, probably
unit
will be for some time.
So much can go wrong, right? Like you go
ये
in with that
वाला
on the, it bounces to a random
Freighter में
non-illusion and dies. There goes a lot of your damage.
Yeah.
You get songed on the jump in because someone doesn't BKB, that team fight can be over. You get stuck in the stone gauge
Out
while
of
you're trying
range.
to Requiem.
हाँ
XM
उसको
can
यहाँ
just
लाना
be a
पड़ेगा ना
sitting
मेजर
duck.
9 में
All these little interactions can just absolutely ruin what you're trying to do right here with the
ये
burst
सोलर
jump.
सिस्टम में लाना पड़ेगा
And
उसको
Falcons know it. They're going to send illusions out. They're going to play for the vision. They're not going to try and give you an easy opening. And if Amar sees a jump, he will
ये वाला है ना मेरा
grind it
Freighter
out. Another Tormentor. Another charge for them. Roshan's going to be spawn point's going to be soon. Somewhere in this next 3 minutes. Extreme Gaming, get the map control while you can.
Amar is rewarded. Extra skewer range, really nice here with this horn toss buildup.
Yeah, you move these heroes far enough.
इतना अंदर घुस के जाना पड़ेगा क्या है
Kind
इसका
of team
Freighter
fight
का
Extreme Gaming is able to put together. They just can't reach the hero that is pulled apart.
To me, it's on Ame.
ये लाल साइन क्यों दिखा रहा है बे जॉयस
Can he land a good Omni
Error,
slash
error.
MP? Can he output the DPS? He gets here, he has a chance to bring this Medusa down. He has a decent shot to bring the Pangolier down, even in a Rolling Thunder.
तुम भी ये वाला
Already
claim
is
किया
very
क्या?
susceptible to just getting burst down by this Juggernaut. Doesn't have a defensive item. No Ghost Scepter online yet. Buys it out, flying it now. That's going to be a huge pickup for him.
Yeah, we've seen part of the problem with this matchup for Pango in this tournament. He Rolling Thunders in. There's really not much he can do if he gets Omni Slash. He just has to steer his way into neutrals or his own team and hope that the Omni Slash bounces off of him. But if he is isolated, it's just 100-0.
Falcons are building up the cheap answers right now. Double Ghost Scepter across their two cores as the MKB
कौन
arrives.
सा
Mac
किया
and the
किया
Pango
Goes fishing, finds the horn toss. Disruption, but only halfway through. And Malreen's going to ensure the kill, at least trying to with the Rolling Thunder. X-Gnome protects himself. There's
Oh,
the
nice
flash.
fight.
He may make it to his team. Malreen is still alive. No, he goes down. And Shin-Q finishes him off with the Demonic Purge.
Is this the opening? XG.
अरे
Can
यार
you find
start
more
छोड़ो
right here?
Oh, if they could just kind of speed up, but the Fisher was just a little bit off the mark. Now he's
अरे
still
क्रीप का
the
वाला
Conquer stops.
बचड़ा
Disruption. Oh, he was halfway through that animation.
वो क्रीप साला धोखा दे दिया
Finding the biggest opening in this game
अभी भी
yet.
बोलेगा मेरे
Was
साथ ऐसे ही
big
होता है देखा
animation. You cannot get any closer than that.
ये क्या बात नहीं होता
An opportunity for Extreme to
मेरे
take the
साथ ऐसे ही
Roshan, but instead, Falcons will have their heroes up to contest.
Still very clutch disruption. They got confused as to where that target was going to come out. That Omni was dicing
एक
up
और
the
एक और है
Pangolier. Did not get the
खोलो
Ghost Scepter
मैप
off.
खोल के
A lucky bounce, kind of.
यहीं पे हमको दिखा रहा है ना
Anyway, they
नहीं
do
नहीं
get a gem out of
नजदीक
that
में
fight. Big gain for Extreme Gaming in terms of that vision advantage.
देख मेरे में तो ये
And a misstep there from
Tab
Falcons. I mean, they were
Yeah,
getting a
skip
3-5.
अरे
Now with Blink Aether Lens on this Shadow Demon. The turnaround potential is
ये ना
ये वाला ना वो तो हो गया तो
और ये कहने
Falcons,
दिखा
they
है
feel strong. They're
जाओ
going to push
तो
into this
उसको
area.
देखो,
Even without the
उससे shift दे
Pangolier, they
दिया
know some of the
delete
ults are
हो
on
गया
cooldown. And Extreme
Unlimited
Gaming, they
shift,
are very
unlimited
dependent on some of these
Yep.
ults, particularly that Omni Slash.
Yeah, Extreme need another 45 seconds for that Omni Slash and Roshan. They're going to leave a Medusa illusion inside the pit. We'll see it as soon as it spawns.
I cannot believe they're pushing up like this without Ame. I don't think you have the damage to take down the front line without him.
The Roshan roars, and that's the call to action for Extreme. They bring their four-man, but what about Ame? He's trying to make his way over here. They don't know how quick they switch on. They got disruption out, and on the side, there goes that right.
मालरीन बोला हम चलते हैं
हम जल्दी हम रिस्क कर लेंगे
Demonic Purge, that is excellent.
ओ भाई उस घुसा दिया
अरे बाप रे मेडुसा साला
This fight is open right now.
It is.
क्या
Ame wasn't even a
support
part of
है
that
वो
one, and
support
now
तो
he's
मिल तो
got his
गई
Omni Slash. Extreme Gaming, there is an
बट
opening
वही
here.
इम्पोर्टेंट सपोर्ट है
They do not want to press it.
बात वो नहीं बात है मेडुसा का पाम देख रहा है
Or are they just going to sit back and play for
तो
more
करेगी
time?
Was such a clutch find from XXS. He saw that
Please,
angle for
please,
a brief
please,
second,
yeah.
try and go up to that hill. That ward did so much work and just instant jump. Could see the difference now between here and that fight earlier. You get the stun on the Pango XM, you better instantly get in there. You have about 2 seconds to make your play.
come on China Dota come on let's go
Skater is still playing inside this pit. Another roar goes out. Extreme Gaming well aware of what's happening here. Stalling and stalling.
Ame is just farming. He's doing
Glitch
it
है,
right
glitch हो
now.
Yeah,
गया
he's
था
almost to a swim lane.
unlimited
It's
times
like calling their bluff. It's like, you're not going to do Roche.
कर सकता है तुम
And you would be right about that with Roshan now
Hey.
swapping over to the other side of the map.
अनलिमिटेड मनी हमको चाहिए
Just another minute of farm time for Ame.
He made the most of it. Omni Slash back up, almost level 25. To smoke and try and contest this. Yes. XG will not give up this Aegis for free.
ये fight
Tough
होगा.
angle to contest.
Intense fight होगा भाई.
Fire Ward scouting the entry to their triangle, but does not see them deeper in.
There's so much
Magnus.
backwards on XXS.
There were creep scouting.
Deal with the Watcher. Roshan's
Gaya.
already dead. The smoke on Falcons. Now on the offensive, looking
Gaya.
for
Pagna Gaya.
on X-Nova. Pull them back inside the Static Storm. These supports are worth the ultimates. The saves are too annoying for Falcons. They let the Medusa lead the charge. They don't have to risk anything else.
Gem मिला उन
The
लोगों को.
Swift
बाप रे
it's
बाप.
done for Ame, and he's pushing to level 25 soon. Can this Juggernaut, can Ame carry this for Extreme? They have put everything in this Juggernaut basket.
I don't think there has ever been a more important Omni Slash in the history of this game right now. And if this is the spell you have to rely on, the tension in that booth must be at an all-time high.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good you are with the spells. Sometimes
it just doesn't go your way.
It just doesn't go your way. Luck can play against you.
You leave it up to fate. Can you find that opening? Refresher arrives for XM. You'll have double Requiem to play with. Might buy you a lot more time in the fight, a lot more control too if you can land the double fears on some of these core heroes before the Stone Gaze comes out. Maybe make a zone of control so this Magnus can't get in there. All that goes out the window, of course, if Amar just finds the jump with the Horn Toss Skewer. But Jinkyu, he's been ready for those plays. Disruptions have been pretty on point.
Yep.
It is also something Falcons can play for, right? I go in with the Horn Toss. I know the Shadow Demon's going to show. Someone else get that Shadow Demon when he goes for the save. It can be a two-sided play.
Knowing how important this Omni Slash is, and the counter is right there. Everybody knows it. Lotus Orb. Look at Crit's gold. You make the call. What would you do? Would you get the Static Storm or would you go for the Lotus Orb? They have Song into Static Storm, Ag Static Storm. It feels like a guaranteed teamfight win, but at the same time, Lotus Orb is the ultimate defense against Ame right now.
I would go Ags just because it's so guaranteed with the Naga. But Crit, he always plays for the team. He always makes the right play. I think he's going to go the Lotus here. He's going to try and reflect that Omni.
No, he's bought out the Ags. He's already bought 3 of the components. 500 more gold until he's got an Ags. Somebody funnel him some gold.
मारा लग रहा है.
Amar fishing, got the
मारा बोले.
into the Static Storm it goes. Once again, the support is picked off. There is still this annoying Shadow Demon with the disruptions, but it's on cooldown for a bit. Skeeter will take that chance to hit a tier 3 and take down the tier 3 in quick succession. There's that axe. Flying out for Crit. If they get
nice.
It's going to be Extreme jumping first. They go all in for the Magnus, and they've got him.
Look at Skeeter. He got feared into the base.
He did. He got pushed in deep. Falcons get a bit separated, but Extreme, once again, they're playing it slow. They hit the Fisher now. The follow-up. Ame, he's making the call to jump in. Takes a lot of damage. Oh, no, they're all...
अरे बस्टर. GG.
What about the Omni Slash?
अल्टी क्यों नहीं किया?
नहीं वो स्टन खाया ना वहीं पे.
अरे मतलब राइट क्लिक करते साथ
no buyback available for this Juggernaut right now. He is 600 short.
नया डिस्ट्रप्टर को कुछ ध्यान नहीं दिया. हम ध्यान दिया तो स्टन हुआ था.
मेगा स्लैश कर सकता था. टाइम
मेगा होने.
They're trying to chip away at it, see if they can take it for free.
It's like you have to wait for the Juggernaut here. I mean, you go in and Requiem.
Mid का मेगा होने वाला है.
Enough right now.
हाँ वो तो होने वाला है. इस जिंक्यू को देख लो. उंगली किया जा रहा है.
हाँ कोई ऑप्शन तो नहीं है ना.
Will be a lane.
And there are no tier 2s left. Falcons won. They can keep this going. 40 more seconds till Ame's back up. 1 minute on the Aegis. Falcons have made the call. They're going to go another.
Falcons लोग जीत जाएगा.
Maybe not.
Might not get another chance like that in this game, especially with that Ag status.
सर वो उड़ीसा वाला मैच में अगर वो मैग्नस नहीं उठाता कोई.
Up for Falcons in 2 seconds, and you still have Aegis for 30.
घुस रहा है. हाँ मैं घुस रहा है.
जी.
हाँ मैं घुस रहा है.
हमार घुस रहा है.
हाँ सर हमें बोल रहा हूँ हमार घुस रहा है. रेडी है वो जस्ट वेट कर रखी है. एक ब्लिंक. हाँ बस बोलने बात है. अरे यार
There's
क्या है
nothing
कि
Extreme can do
जनरेशनल
about this. It's just time and time again, horn toss into out. And they have to play 4 versus 5. Ame's finally back up. The tier 3 is almost dead though. Skeeter keeping up the pressure. 14 seconds till the Aegis will despawn. They'll back away, let the regen kick in.
अरे भाई पता तो है कि स्क्यूअर आएगा
स्पेशली
Medusa
का जो
hoping that Falcons would
Darkness
continue to
है ना
take the fight as the Aegis expires, but they'll make no mistakes here.
मेडुसा जब वार्म्ड अप है
It's time, Avery.
इन को 3 जन पे एक साथ घुसना पड़ेगा हल्क सा सिंबल पे आई मीन
This could just be it. You find a great clump here.
तीनों
Drop
blink
that static storm. This game is just over.
This could be the killing blow. Extreme Gaming.
ये फाइट हार गया था जीजी
They have to make the initiation, and they have to be so fast that they beat out Snake King's song.
They used their last smoke as well. It's about to expire. The vision is not on your side. The buybacks are not on your side. You're missing the 2 big ones here.
The creeps are pushing in, the illusions are pushing in, the Naga Siren, the Medusa, it's all over the place. Falcons will give them a moment of reprieve.
36,000
2 minutes until another Roshan.
Oh, it's 35,000 networks.
They've got such an advantage. There's no need to rush things with this high ground pushes. They are dangerous.
Let the Naga illusions do the work. Let your high ground wards do the work. You have so much vision control right now. Why take a bad fight when you can take a great one? Skeeter is capped, man. He is 6 slotted. He can eat an Ags, buy something else, but
yeah, they already have all their shards.
There's
ability to get it from this Tormentor.
Nothing left to get here.
You have almost every advantage you could ask for Falcons. They have Ags on almost every single hero. They have a shard on every single hero. Extreme Gaming holding on. They've got a couple ultimates. We got the Refresher on XM. We've got the level 25 on the Juggernaut. Opts for the lifesteal.
He needs BKB though.
He cannot पीछे में समझ जाइए क्या हुआ है
instant Omni into spin versus the Static Storm.
Inventory
versus these RPs. Versus the Rolling Thunder into the Medusa damage like we saw earlier. He buys out. I think this is the correct
fight
call,
होगा तो
but
शायद
no
थोड़ा
buyback
सा
available for Ame. It will not be available in this next fight.
No room for mistakes here. But it might not even be a mistake. What if Snake King just songs into the base? And they're able to just static storm it. Like, what is he going to do? He's just dead.
You get disrupted and hope you can survive. That is it.
Extreme Gaming are going to have to be so disciplined on their spacing here. Even deep inside their own base. All the way back behind tier 4s.
Yeah, they just don't know where the jump is coming. They have no vision right now. Falcons, they're probably just waiting for next Roche.
यही मौका है
You
रिपेयर
don't know
करने
that if you're XG right now.
नहीं
क्या हाँ नहीं है
हारने दन पार
Illusions are just
पार नहीं पार ये पार हो गया है उन लोग का एक शायद खड़ा फाइट होगा तो थोड़ा चांस
जाएगा
Will they contest for the Roshan? Can they contest for the Roshan? Is Falcons even give them that opportunity, or they just make Roshan roar?
उन लोगों का दोनों का कैरी कैरी अच्छा है.
There's no way they just sit in the pit. I mean, maybe you sit Skeeter in there, but it's not going to be a clump fight that you can take advantage of.
नहीं नहीं
There's
मैग्नेस
always
बहुत
gonna be
अच्छा
Naga
सेटअप कर दे
illusions
रहा
on you.
है इजी.
You're running out of smokes in this game as well. And then big questions for these cores. Do you buy out in these situations? How valuable is your buyback versus something like a Refresher on that Shaker? 6k gold on XXS. It's do or die. The Refresher might win you that fight. It could win you the game. Buyback could also win you a base fight. Might not even be able to get to the shop. That's another concern here.
These souls cast speed, so we're gonna have some instant requiems going out. He's got 2 of them. That is so much damage if you are right on top of the hero. Oh yeah,
double song, Ag Static Storm, Stone Gaze, RP, Rolling Thunder. Any of these spells can mess you up.
XXS buys out that Refresher. He's
बोला
playing for the all-in.
TI खेल रहा है.
Could have buyback available if he gets 500 more gold or so here, but that is not an easy task with how little map they have to work with.
Oh yeah,
there's just no way Ame can get his up.
They're getting the crumbs that are falling off of Falcon's tables right now.
Russian, उसका बेचना बंद करेगा. I next to
They're
world
going
war.
to play it disciplined. They're going to play for Roshan. Put an Aegis on this Medusa. There's a decent chance he just becomes untouchable. They're getting more Omni/counter ability. E-Blade available for this Magnus.
बे वो कोबाल्ट फोबाल्ट क्या करे बेकार का स्पेस खा जाता है साला.
हाँ साला फिर मांगता रहता है मेरा.
E-Blade, a Ghost Scepter. That's about it.
चुशिप से नहीं उसका तो सबको डंपिंग मशीन में
No Lotusaurs, which they could have just gone for that and let Skeeter hit high ground, just keep, you know, throwing those Lotus Orbs on him, but they played for the bigger kill. This big team fight combo. Falcons back up, go for the Roshan. It'll roar, and we'll see what Extreme do about this. Even if they smoke up, are they going to be able to get there in time?
It just seems like दूसरा वाला ये में चलते हैं.
If you know they're coming, you just saw them.
ओला ग्लिच कर गया, ओला को अनमार्क किया, ओला फिर करेंगे बाद में.
अरे फिर से भाई साहब
भाई हो गया जीजी.
And they still claim the Roshan. The H is picked up. XM, he doesn't want to let them just push back into the base. They're going to try and play for this high ground. But again, these illusions are scouting things out. Falcons leaving nothing to chance here.
नहीं उसका गलती नहीं है, बट वही बार-बार वही बेचारा पकड़ा जा रहा है.
Snaking is very familiar with playing.
ना गीला गमछा से चक्का.
Lineup in a TI Grand Final. This is a team that knows how to abuse the vision. Knows how to
कहता है चला उसके साथ भी वही किया जाए और गीला गमछा से चटकाओ तब ना मजा आएगा.
नहीं.
Break it down for me, Avery. How does Extreme win this fight?
आप दो बार कैसे
दो बार वो मेरे से एक बार मरे ताई वो भाई घुस गया.
अल्टी देखो खत्म दो. ओ भाई सपोर्ट किया और मेन सपोर्ट किया, ऐसा नहीं दूसरा सपोर्ट.
फेल दिया लवड़ा.
अरे आउटवॉल स्टाफ बचा दिया उसको. आउटवॉल स्टाफ बचा दिया उसको.
They still have Aegis, they know all the ults are on cooldown. This junk
on the first life here. Skeeter is getting quite low.
न्यूट्रल आइटम बचा.
न्यूट्रल आइटम.
हाँ न्यूट्रल आइटम और किसे बचा ये नहीं कि लोटस और भी
looking on this ward. Skeeter backs up. That's a one team fight for XG stalling out this.
वैसे हमारे ने बाईबैक किया है.
Finds openings out of nowhere and he has been decisive.
But वही है X66 को
निकालो भैया सो गया का.
Get to the preamble, he just saw a moment, went for it. Two steps in a
I
blink.
You have to play like that.
मेरा नाम पर बात दूर थोड़ी है.
सब रूसन गलती इसीलिए एक्सट्रीम हार रहा है.
सब आपका गलती है भैया. आपका जितना
मेन मॉनिटर में नहीं देख रहा है इसीलिए सब रोशन. तो गेम पॉज करके
गेम देखेगा
यहाँ पे असली में भी लुदुर हो रहा है. पता नहीं कौन सा प्लेनेट में भी लुदुर.
मेन गलती है कि आप लोग कोच कर देते ना तो सही का जीतिए जाता. साला
वो इतना लुदुर
भैया.
बस ये जो लास्ट फाइट होने वाला है.
सब गलती संदीप भैया का. अपना बिल्ली के साथ खेलते रहेंगे तो यही होगा. ये हो गया, खत्म हो गया गेम.
नहीं जीत नहीं पाएगा ये.
खत्म है. It's already.
They are being pushed to
ये
the
लोग एक
limit here.
रिक्वेम अल्टी का सेटअप कर रहे हैं. अच्छे का अल्टी.
Don't break. That has been the motto of this squad.
DD है.
You can only pen so far.
DD है. किधर DD?
किधर DD है?
ऑफ स्क्रीन में दिखा रहा था DD.
Oh, do they see it?
But
Does
कौन
someone
लेना
go
चाहिए?
back to
See
check?
it, man. Skeeter
एक DD गेम पूरा चेंज कर सकता है बाय द वे.
Look, A on disc, ready to be assembled for ATF. You might not be able to get that
उसके लिए
same kind
जिंदा
of
भी
play
तो
on
रहना
Magnus
होगा.
anymore.
One building left till Megas.
You gotta go.
पॉइंट तो है.
मेगा कर लिया, मेगा कर लिया. कुछ नहीं होगा. ओ भाई
गाना गा दी दीदी.
मर गया.
मंगेशकर का बहुत बड़ा
मार गया ऐसे. शायद नहीं बचेगा.
अरे यार बच गया.
नहीं बचा
बस
दिया.
एक और अल्टी है.
ओ भाई घुस के
वो मारना चाहता है आज तो.
आज मारेंगे या मरेंगे. आज मारना कुछ होगा. लास्ट गेम है ये.
आज लास्ट निकलेगा.
ओह वहाँ पे पीछे अल्टी पड़ा उन लोग को बुलाया तो. नाइस.
आज मरेंगे या मारेंगे.
टेलीपोर्ट हो गया.
गाना क्यों गा दी. गाना क्यों.
अरे यार इन लोग का.
इसका अंदर साला उसका अंदर रानू मंडल का आत्मा घुस गया.
Another where XG just fall a little short.
The fight recap shows Extreme Gaming. You got nothing out of that. You've given
यार
up
उसको
Megas.
पहले ही गाना गाने वाला को बंद कर वही साला भाई एक मिनट रानू बंदो सब आ जाता कहीं से भी एकदम
haven't really gotten any control back into this game. Maybe this Aghanim Scepter.
ए भाई
There have been
शार्ट नहीं
very
लेते
few
कोई
comebacks
आजकल
against Mega Creeps on the TI
किसमें?
main stage. There
नहीं
have never been
वो लेगा
comebacks
क्यों?
against
अभी
Mega
बाईबैक
Creeps.
सेव कर रहा है ना, उसका बाईबैक नहीं है।
Stage. The
नहीं है।
pressure
कहाँ
is
बाईबैक है?
building. It is almost too much, but XG, they are not out of this game yet. 5% chance. They will take those odds if they can find one more opportunity to output the damage. Ame, he buys out yet again in this game, consumes an entire ice.
भाई
He will have the Swiss
हमको नहीं लग रहा है
throw
वो
out
भाई इससे।
now.
ना मेरे को
More
भी
tools in his arsenal.
देखते हैं, let's be
It'll
hopeful.
be a little hard for Skeeter to make
Hope
that same
तो है
run with the
भैया,
outworld
hope.
stat that he did before.
And it has
Hoping तो है, but
control. That buys a lot of time for
Hope
Ame to go
नहीं
into
रहता
some
तो हम
serious
चला
damage.
खराब फाइट कर दिया वो लोग,
Serious damage to
उल्टा
that
पुल्टा।
producer. As
हाँ
bad
वो
as the
तो
fight
है
outcome
भैया
was for you,
तभी
you
नहीं
got
तो
Vegas, you
अगर
did
ऐसे ही
a lot
चलता
of
रहेगा तो आराम से वो लोग
gained some
खत्म कर देगा।
confidence in taking Skeeter down.
You did.
He died
यही टाइम है
very
हैक
fast,
सूट्स बनाने का
especially to
गाइस,
XM's
वो बना
damage.
रहा है वो
Yeah,
बना लिया।
it helps so much that both the Requiem and these long-range Fishers, it pushes a lot
ऐसा
of
नहीं
these
लगता
Falcons
है
heroes who are trying to sit behind the Medusa,
अलग
push
भैया
them
को
so
जाना
far away
चाहिए
that Skeeter just ends
ये
up on
के
an
लिए
island.
Exactly. Isolate the
कोचिंग के लिए
Dusa, take him out.
What is
Even
it
if a
भैया
clutch E-Blade comes through, you might still just be able to push through it.
फिर से रोशन
Always have the demonic purge to throw on him.
Hey,
Guarantee the
Nero.
Omni lands outside of the Outworld staffs here. Falcons take a breather, decide to farm up, try and reset this game a little bit. Still firmly in control. But you're going to have to close this one out. Second Hex available. There's now a double Hex with Refresher on the SF. Double Hex with Refresher on the First Taker.
Roshian the Ludur.
Coming out from XG.
अरे
That's
मैच
a lot of
देख
क्या
control.
भैया आप हम तो देख ही रहे हो मैच हम मैच ही में हम कंसंट्रेट कर रहा था उससे
प्लेन चला रहा है, मैच देख रहा है, कैसे होगा इसलिए क्रैश हो जा रहा है।
हम तो प्लेन छोड़ दिया था वो तो
प्लेन चला रहा है
वो तो अपने उड़ रहा है वो
तुम वहाँ पे प्लेन ठीक से चला रहा है और यहाँ पे मैच इन लोग का क्रैश करवा रहा है।
He's stacking up, man.
Oh, they are
Yes.
stacking them.
सब तुम्हारा
Another
गलती है
Tormentor.
ये सब ना मकसद है
तुम
मैच
अगर
का भैया।
कंसंट्रेट करता मैच में और चीयर करता तो जीतता
We're going to be playing
ये सब
50
मकसद
seconds
है
until
सब कोई
Roshan
किसी
has
को
the
मत
potential
बताइएगा
to respawn.
T5 के बाद ही फाइट होगा।
I think this is a situation where
नहीं नहीं रोशन लेगा फाइट
it's just going to be a good old-fashioned
वेट कर
कितना में
रहे
55 में आता है क्या
sitting on your tier 4s.
एक मिनट में हो जाएगा।
Daring Falcons
एक
to
दिन
get closer and
एक मिनट
closer to your
में
fountain where the buybacks are more potent.
अरे तो आ रहा 34
Those buybacks are everything now for XG.
Oh,
I mean,
54
you're pretty
में
much
आता है
capped out.
Roshan
You just got to play for maybe a refresher,
Third
maybe a
Roshan
nullifier somewhere in this lineup, but buyback is a lot more important at this point.
I mean, if he could get to refresher, that would be sick. 4
It would do
different
a lot.
slashes to get
Ekdam
around these
Ludur.
outworld staffs and these ghost scepters.
Roshian the
Gotta
Ludur
abuse the fact that the fight is going to happen in your base.
क्या
You're gonna be
भैया
able to
एकदम
reset a
आप
couple
भी एकदम
times.
क्या बोले एकदम ऐसे आप कोचिंग वोचिंग कर दीजिए तो थोड़ा ये सब टीआई हुआ जीत जाए एकदम
Continue to find levels in this game.
तुम क्या नाम रख रहे हैं रूसियन द लुदूर के रूसियन द हरामी
Extra shadow rays.
नहीं हम रखूंगा द रूसियन द नॉर्मल पर्सन
Probably need to win a fight to get here.
आप रखेंगे और आप रखेंगे as you know it the coach
A lot of this net worthing for Falcons
आप
is
जाएंगे
on that
टीआई
support
में
duo, which
कोचिंग
can
के
play
लिए
a huge role, but it's not
हम तो
necessarily going
रैकून
into
हैं
this core-on-core man.
रैकून द रोडेंट
And we've
और
seen
रखून
how
तो
quickly
नॉर्मल
fight
प्लेयर
can
सब
go
के लिए
XG's
होता
way.
है
Oh,
कोच
fight
सब
on
ओ
the
भाई
right now.
स्मोक
Mark
फाइट
has an E on disc. He's ready to put together. If this
गया
initiation goes
SF
wrong,
गया
but it doesn't. He got opening up and straight to the
SF गया SF गया
बायबैक
No disruption in time.
नहीं वो लोग रोशन लेगा
For
करके
ATF here, he will reach 25 off that extra RP stun
और
duration.
मे
but
भी
also be
नहीं
very impactful.
XM doesn't use his buyback right away. He's
No,
going to
you
wait for
gotta hold it.
Falcons to make another push. And Falcons are
आई
certainly going
डोंट
to
थिंक
go
वो
for that
सब
push.
रोशन करेगा
But how many
जल्दी
times
खत्म
can they
करेगा
find this
एक और
Fisher opening?
पकड़ने
Every
का
single time he goes for it, there's this
एक बार
risk
चेकर
that
पकड़ में आ जाए
XXS responds
बढ़िया
fast.
नहीं ये लोग वेट कर रहे कि अगर ये बायबैक किया वाला
Somebody
कमेंट
off some sort of save.
तो
The awkward timing here, Roche.
और अगर वो बाईबैक करके मर गया तो गारंटी विन है.
This is in the range for
ऐसा ही विन है.
Yeah, maybe Falcons.
या तो विन है या तो
just go back. Maybe they've taken this SF kill, but maybe they can't actually force the buyback for the risk. What if they lose this fight? What if they give up Roshan?
The safe play is to
बोला ना रोशन के लिए जाएगा. वो लोग टेस्ट कर रहे थे कि अगर बाईबैक किया
आया ही नहीं हारा था.
आ जाएगा.
It could go horribly wrong, and then if you lose that Roche.
बचा क्यों नहीं रहा है टावर्स?
Thinking about both, they went to the pit.
Oh, लोग फिर से वापस आ गया.
He's made the call. He wants to look for somebody.
गया पकड़ा गया. पकड़ा
लौड़ा. They popped another stone gaze for this.
तू साला शिप चलाना बंद करेगा.
जीजी
हो ही गया ब्रो. अब कुछ किया नहीं जा सकता है. पगना को गीला कपड़ा से चटकाओ और कुछ नहीं. कितना बार मरा है पगना?
हाँ?
पगना तुम्हारा 8 बार.
Doesn't matter how much lead you grow from here. The fight is not going to change.
4 बार तो स्क्यूअर ही हुआ है दिखा है. उसके पहले
You've reached your potential with this lineup. All the playmaking.
अरे वो उसका तो पिकअप ही कर रहे ना लोग.
This is crazy. This is
I think
absolutely insane. Going into all the vision, all the control, you can get substatic stormed at a moment's notice.
And creeps are still hitting their tier 4s. They haven't even pushed the base out yet.
You have to go back.
Have to go back. There's no way you can stop this Roshan Falcons. They play it cool. They back away. 5-man smoke up. And now they're heading into the base.
They lost.
They lost so much. खत्म है actually. फिर से.
अबे पगना भोसड़ी का. ए बायबैक करके आया था वैसे.
जी.
भाई वो दुबई का सेकना पगना को बोला तुम लौड़ा पैसा लो या फिर हम तुमको मुंह में देगा चोको.
लोटा सर हो गया.
मर गया.
मर गया.
SF dead. जी.
ऐसे बायबैक.
कुछ नहीं होगा. मडुसा का है.
खत्म गेम.
नहीं होगा भाई. नहीं होगा. अल्टी है मडुसा का.
He can't go back. He has to go in. He has to use everything he has. Refresher into the Echo Slam to get one to go.
आखिरी सांस तक.
Ame fighting for it. Can he take down Dusa?
मर गई. नहीं मरेगा. Ahmed head.
And now a refresh. When he comes back up, sneaking and just saving the game for them.
उगाने वाली.
जी.
जाके दिखा. खत्म.
Will you be denied again?
3 times denied. A horn toss. Falcons, they've done it. Falcons are your team.
देख ये सबको इतना खुशी क्यों नहीं हो रहा जानता? क्योंकि पता है लौड़ा इसका ओनर पैसा दिया है. देख शकल से दिख रहा है.
खुश नहीं हो रहा है
भाई. देख वो तो लौड़ा है पता है. वो हमको लग रहा है उसका. देख वो जो बैठा हुआ है ना उसका ओनर उसका बाप ही उसका ओनर था. पता है लौड़ा पैसा दिया मेरा बेटा खेलेगा.
अरे यार 3 टाइम्स उसका 3 बार ऐसे फाइनल जाके हार गया.
Lift this Aegis. For some of them, they've been here before. But for a lot of this squad, it will be their first time.
क्लिंसी ले लेता मजा आ जाता. स्प्लिट पुश तो कर देता.
Now 2-time TI winners, and they do it with their teammate AUI, who is now the first coach for a 3-time champion. The duo of Maureen and Amar, from their time together in obscurity on a little team called Creep Wave, moving to different teams, cheering each other on every step of the way, and now realizing their dreams as a team. And then Crits, the player at this TI.
अबे देख ऐसा भी चल रहा था. पैसा पूरा दिया इस लौड़ा छाती उठा के. अल दबा का पैसा दिया था.
The International 2025 champions, Team Falcons.
पर चला ये पूरा दोगला वाला गेम हो
का भी
गया।
फादर मदर हो गया।
नहीं हमको तो पसंद है।
Ladies and gentlemen, the international champions,
जॉइस
Team
बोलते ना कि नहीं तो पैसा वाला लोग का पता चला जाए।
Congratulations,
चल गया भाई ये पैसा ही का गेम था और कुछ नहीं।
ATF, my man, you have told the world
पर हाँ
that you were the best
कुछ भी
player
बोलो
on your team,
AUI
the best
ड्राफ्ट
player
का
in
पूरा
the
गेम।
world, and now you got the proof, baby. Now you were right.
ये लौड़ा बेस्ट प्लेयर झांट है मेरा वो।
अरे AUI अच्छा प्लेयर है।
नहीं कोच अच्छा है।
कोच बहुत अरे 3 टाइम्स TI चैंपियन हो गया।
कोच अच्छा है। जिन लोग को भी कोच करते हैं वो लोग जीतते हैं ऐसा है।
इसका आगे कौन सा टीम का कोच था? टुंड्रा इसका, और वो एक बार TI चैंपियन हुआ है EG में।
Thank you my friends. Thank you my team.
कोच अच्छा है।
Thank you to everyone who supported us. And this is just the beginning.
नहीं सबसे गलती तो ये है कि जाओ 8 चुकी है अब तो लग रहा है। इवन तो वो भी पुराना प्लेयर ही है।
I guess the
कुछ भी
debate is
आलदा ड्राफ्ट कर
over.
देता है।
Wraith Pact TI was not a fluke after all.
ये क्या है बे? Grave of the
You
Ocean?
carried your team in Singapore and you have
अबे
done
Joyce?
it here again in Hamburg.
हैं?
Skidder, the mic is yours, my man. What's on your mind?
I'm just so happy that I was part of
Eh?
the squad that helped Crit win TI after he tried so many years. I'm just so happy for him. And obviously
जैसे स्पीड का नहीं मिला तुमको।
हाँ
एस्ट्रॉइड तोड़ के बोल रहा था तुमको अनोमली वाला एक मिला
is a
लोकेटर
privilege, and I'm kind of jealous. But yeah, they did
ये
it.
दोगला गेम हो गया।
For everyone.
बस
Thank you
चला।
so much. Snake King,
चलो
my
भाई सुन
North
लेते हैं।
American brother.
प्रवर्तित नहीं था भग मारते। एक अरेबियन लौड़ा तेल कंपनी भोसड़ी के।
Believed in this team, and they have always believed in you. And now you get to raise a second Aegis with your brothers. How does it feel? Any words for them?
It's amazing. I'm on top of the world. I'm very grateful for Skidder and AEI. We're going to run it again.
We're going to run it again!
अबे जो ऐसा हमें एक मल्टी टूल गन कीना है वो गन
May I bother you for a moment and you think you
कहाँ
could
से
maybe
बेचे?
lift the Aegis for me as well? There are only 11 different
जोइस, वो गन को कहाँ से
mid-laners
बेचे?
inscribed on this trophy, and now you are joining the ranks of Dota history on just your second TI. Now I know generally you got a lot to say, Maureen, but has a TI made you speechless?
I barely can talk, but I never would dream and think that I would have any chance winning TI, especially as a earliest.
नॉर्मली में लेके
Reality, Maureen, start believing it.
जो गोल वाला स्पेस स्टेशन है उसमें जाके
लौड़ा
Fantastic.
हमको
Sir, we will take that Aegis right over here. Oh, okay.
हमको तो लग रहा है ये सबको पता ही नहीं था साला ये भी हुआ हमको लग रहा है हमारे को ही पता है भोसड़ी के इसका ओनर स्मगलिंग करवाया है मतलब पैसे से देके जितवाया है
In history to see 3 teams to an Aegis, my friend. You have broken the record, and there's no denying you're the greatest.
अरे नमाज पढ़ रहा लौड़ा बैठ के हैं
ये रुको सुनो
Is there anyone you would like to thank in this moment?
I think just my team, Stas in particular. Thank you, Stas, carrying TTI. But no, thanks for all the people who make this game so great. Honestly, like, I don't know what my life would be without Dota. And I don't know, I just can't express my thanks enough to everyone. Thank you for watching, thanks for supporting us.
And thank you for such an incredible performance. Thank you.
And last, but certainly not at all the least, Crit. This moment is the culmination of 9 different TI attempts. When many people would have given up, you persevered, my man. No matter what the rosters, no matter what the setbacks, no matter what the region, you never gave up. Now, the day has come.
याद है तुमको इस चीज में तुमको डालना है मत खर्चा करो
हम बेचे कहाँ से गन को
अरे तू लेफ्ट साइड में लेफ्ट साइड यहाँ नहीं तो यहाँ नहीं लेफ्ट साइड यहाँ एरिया का पूरा बड़ा एरिया का सर्कल का
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, it's been a long time, and I like to not react too much when we win, and I feel like this time I'm lucky that I can even talk. I just want to thank everyone that supports us, especially our friends and family.
On the left side, go to the stairs and follow the balcony.
Yeah, just thank you, everyone. It means everything.
On the left side, follow the stairs and
enjoy
go to the
the moment, my friend. If anyone has earned it, it is you. And all of us, please, can we celebrate in this moment and make one more round of applause for your TI-14 champions, Team Falcons!
ये राइट साइड है रशियन लेफ्ट साइड
A crowning achievement on anyone's career, and Team Falcons, they get it for
पहले
themselves.
अपना शिप के पास जाओ अगर कहीं समझ ना रहा लेफ्ट
Expands beyond the 5 players and their coach to get to this moment, to get to this main stage here in Barclays Arena in Hamburg.
नहीं ऊपर अरे ऊपर एक हैंगर बैल्कनी खोजना है सीढ़ी से ऊपर गिरा
अबे यार
and them winning this TI, and you can just like, it's one thing to win TI and it's another thing to win it with the people closest to you. Like Amar and Malreen, they've played together for years. You can just see it. It's honestly like, it's so touching and beautiful to like see this game unfold and to see a team win. It's taking me like everywhere.
ये होता है ना लेफ्ट यहाँ से आता है
तुम गंवार है क्या तुम शिप की तरफ खड़े रहो और पीछे देखो हाँ बस यहाँ सीढ़ी से ऊपर गया ठीक है ना देख राइट में रेलिंग दिख रहा है हल्का सा राइट में हाँ वहाँ जाना है
tenacity of these 5 players with their coach, with their management, and everyone around them, they were able to craft some of the best, strategies that we have seen at this TI.
I mean, they struck gold with this roster. Ever since Falcons came into the scene a year ago, they were considered one of the best teams, even though they didn't win that TI last year. They're here on the stage now as the winners. They didn't change a thing. All of these players are so exceptional at what they do. They are so good in their roles. They have the confidence. They did not falter. And their road was long. It was grueling. They played the longest games during the road to TI. They had some throws. They had some comebacks. They went through the ringer to get to this Aegis.
Even with going through the upper bracket, they were still the team that played most games with the road to TI and the TI combined.
I mean, I feel like it
हाँ
had
तो
to be
यहाँ
Crit
कोई
to win
है
it,
नहीं
right?
भाई
The
ये
fact
बंदे
that,
से
you know,
फिर
like
से बात
what
कर रहा
Jordan
हूँ ना,
said,
प्री
you know, it's his
एंटिटी
9th TI in a row. He hadn't won it yet. He finally overcomes it. Of course, snaking Skidder. It's now their second TI in the books. Maureen's second ever TI played. He finally gets his win. It really is just a matter of everything. And for Amar to so calmly say when he lifts the Aegis, you know, that's not the end of it. You know, there's more to come.
This is the start.
This is the start.
They're both 20 years old. Like they're like best friends winning TI together at 20. You have Crit who powers through it for like years and years. And I know that Snaking, he has to deal with Amar and Malrine, and I know that they're clowns a lot of the time. Like he has to like, you know, simmer them down, level them, make sure everything works in AUI 2000. There's a big reason to be like IQ 2000. Like this guy, he knows it all. This team, I don't know, it's just so amazing to watch.
I love that team dynamic though, that you
Yeah.
mentioned, that there are these two crazy kids just having fun. They're playing for the love of Dota 2. You know,
ये रखना
people
ये
laugh
बेचना
at
है
them, people call them toxic, because they're just enjoying themselves. They're tipping, they're in it together. You saw how they just plopped on the ground, just relieved at the wind, staring at each other. That was a shot out of a movie, looking at that.
Yes, it really was.
That's how much, you know,
Oh my
TI
God.
means to these players, right? They've won so many tournaments. Have you seen them be that emotional, lay on the floor? You know, that's how much this tournament has a grasp on our players. Like, this is why this tournament is the
टीम
most
वर्सेस
beautiful
डाउन
tournament
है
of
अभी
any point in the calendar is everything. And for the players, you can see how much
Grand finals for Team Falcons, and to make it in a game 5 as well. I do want to say, I mean, they did eliminate Extreme Gaming with the Magnus. I'm gonna forgive them for that.
Arme won't, but
he
again,
will never forget. Like he already has so many days he can't forget. Like this one on top for XG. It's honestly so sad and like so trauma-inducing. But you gotta really give it to Falcons. They go back for the Snaking Naga. He's won TI with it before. Crit on Disruptor, not something we see too often. But this guy, he's played for so long. He's been in so many lands, in so many games. He can play whatever you need him to play.
Also, Skeeter on that Medusa, give that man his flowers. In a lot of the games this tournament, it was Malrine and Amar being the scaling heroes into the late game. In this game 5, they put full faith in Skeeter. They made him the win condition. They expected him to carry them until the very end, and that he did. He is a world-class carry. He is the best carry in the world right now.
I mean, I remember, like, this guy has absolutely way too many people that were, like, hating on him. And also, too, we heard Tsunami say the Rave Pack TI. People were saying, yeah, they only won because of Rave Pack here, there. No, look at them at this TI. They make the meta. They play their heroes. They play them top class. And that's why they win the tournament, not because...
यार ये बंदा है भोसड़ी क्या हमको तो लगा ये साला ये है
a team where all 5 players at different points had to shine to win a game, right? It's not a TI where we're looking at one player who's been able to, you know, carry the team or whatever, right? It literally is all 5 blending together and creating this harmony of strategy and, you know, friendship.
Yeah, let's take a look at the road that Team Falcons has taken to get to this very point and taking the championship in the finals. It was a relatively smooth sailing through the upper bracket, but the games were not easy. There was only one of those series that was a 2-0 at the very beginning, but the rest went the distance.
Yeah, losing game 1 was Falcons' MO to winning this TI, right? Losing game 1 to BV, losing game 1 to P-Vision, then losing game 1 to Extreme, but they showed that they knew how to adapt and understand. The emotions did not let them, you know, overwhelm the series. The fact that whoever was leading the talk behind stage, be it Amar, be it Aoi, that was pushing the team forward, and it isn't just a clean sweep. They had to, like Effie already mentioned, they had to do every aspect of a team to get to this point.
They really benefited too from the way they played this tournament. I mean, we heard Snaking on stage yesterday saying because of the group stage, because of how long the games were, how many games that they threw or they perceived as playing bad, that is what taught them today and how they're playing. Every series that they played, every loss, they took a lesson from that and they applied it to the next one. And you could just see it unfold in front of you. It was beautiful.
I think the entirety of the International, including the road to the International, was beautiful. This one is going to go down as one of the better internationals in my book, that's for sure. This was amazing. We saw great Dota. The games were back and forth. And Kezu, I just want to talk one moment with you in Germany on the main stage.
I mean, I'm just so happy to be here. Hamburg, ich danke euch alle. Es ist mein allererstes TI als Talent. Es freut mich total. Ohne euch wäre Dota und TI nicht das, was es ist. Thanks to all of you for watching, because honestly, this was my first time here. It's incredible.
What was your best moment, would you say?
My best moment?
Yeah.
Probably just stepping on like the TI stage and like just talking and like getting into it. Because you're really nervous before, but you go into it a few minutes and then you feel like the emotion of the games and of the fans, and you're just like, you're immersed. It's real.
The TI vibes that people often, you hear them talking about it, but they are real. You feel it in Falcons as well. That's why they have the reaction as much as they do. Effie, how do you feel the TI vibes right now? And what was your most TI vibey moment?
Oh my God, everything has been amazing. Just being a part of this, witnessing it firsthand, watching a team change their lives, cement their legacy, hearing the roar of the fans as it's happening, just being a part of it is something, a feeling that I cannot explain. And if you're asking me for a highlight, it has to be ATF picking Ursa in a Game 4 of a Grand Finals when they're down again, when they could be losing. The balls, the absolute audacity, the fucking confidence for that pick. That was amazing. That was an all-timer.
I definitely believe that, and I echo that sentiment. T-Gov, it's been quite a journey to get here. How about you?
I mean, it's simply just the magic in the air, right? The fact that we've had teams like Heroic, you know, with Yuma, with KJ, show up on the main stage and make this incredible run. We've had Arme backs against the wall. He wanted to be crowned. Maybe not this year, maybe next year. Ooh, come on, Arme, it's in China. Keep playing, boss. Don't give up. But it's the fact that we have this, like, every single team. We're going to remember Falcons for winning it, but along the way here, one of the best roads to the international that we've ever had. One of the best group stages that I've ever witnessed myself. And that alone is proof that the TI is, like, it's never going to die. It's just beautiful, and to me, Dota is just an amazing game. No complaints. You are amazing. Which camera am I looking at? You are amazing for playing the game. You are amazing for watching the game, this one, and together, this game is beautiful. It doesn't matter about anything else going on right now. This is why this game is so fantastic. These moments you forget about everything. That is why Dota is irreplaceable. It will never fucking die. This game is amazing.
This game is amazing, and I want to say, Barclays Arena, you have been amazing. You were a treat to hear every single game, and it was full from day one, from minute one, and I love you for it, and I love the energy that we had going on in the arena. Every single day, you guys showed up here for this. It was a tremendous road, a fantastic journey, and it is Team Falcons that ended up being written in the stars, but guess what? I heard Shanghai looks pretty nice in August 2026. That's coming up, of course, at the end. There's gonna continue being TI champions. But for now, for this moment, and for this year, it is Team Falcons, your TI champions. And I wish you all the best good night and enjoy the rest of the evening. And we'll see you all for the next one.